A century ago, Chen Qingyuan ventured into a forbidden realm known as Tianyuan, where his soul lamp extinguished, leading the world to believe he had perished. Today, although Chen Qingyuan has emerged from the abyss, he finds himself bereft of cultivation and with severed spiritual roots. Faced with the heartbreak of a jilted bride and the oppression from various sects, what course of action lies before him? Chen Qingyuan, I present you with two choices. Firstly, marry me. Secondly, within the confines of Tianyuan dwelled a maiden clad in a crimson gown, her eyes sparkling like stars, her voice gentle as a whisper. I choose the second option. Before the maiden could articulate her subsequent words, Chen Qingyuan resolutely made his decision. Chapter 1. The Return from the Forbidden Realm of Tianyuan. Chen Qingyuan, I offer you two choices. 1. Unite with me as partners in the path 2. Deep within the forbidden realm of Tianyuan, a young woman in a flowing red gown spoke coldly. Her gown trailed behind her, adorned with vivid blossoms, while her bare feet revealed ankles as white as jade, flawless and pure. A dark veil concealed her visage, leaving only her star-like eyes visible, framed by delicate brows akin to spring waters, and her cascading hair resembling a waterfall. Every smile and frown radiated allure. I choose the second option. Before the maiden could complete her thought, a youth clad in a blue robe decisively made his choice. Beautiful women are akin to poison, especially those whose years are countless. Chen Qingyuan had endured a century of torment at the hands of the maiden in red, fully aware of her terrifying nature, and remained untempted by her beauty. Beyond this, Chen Qingyuan had made an oral pact with another maiden to become partners in the path, a promise he could not forsake. Do not regret your choice, young man. The girl in the red dress shot a glare at Chen Qingyuan and coldly remarked, I will never regret it. Chen Qingyuan stood resolute in his conviction. Then let us establish 9 agreements, after which I shall grant you your freedom, severing the ties of our destinies. The girl in the red dress produced a jade bracelet, extending it through the air into Chen Qingyuan's hands. Taking the bracelet, Chen Qingyuan embarked on his journey home. After being trapped in the abyss for over a century, he was finally liberated from that wretched place and is here. He swelled with exhilaration. In the northern wilderness, in the flowing star domain at the Xuanqing Dao Sect. Master, the soul lamp of my junior uncle has ignited. Today, a core disciple on duty at the Soul Fei Hall made a startling discovery and rushed to the Elder's Hall in a frenzy. Nonsense. Your junior uncle has been dead for over 100 years. An elder inside the room, who was brewing tea, bellowed in reprimand. It's true. If you don't believe me, go and see for yourself. This was a matter of great significance. The core disciple had confirmed it multiple times before daring to report. Upon hearing this, the elder choked on his tea, his eyes widening in disbelief. Is that truly the case? Upon arriving at the Soul Fate Hall, a faint light flickered from a soul lamp in the corner, confirming the unbelievable news. The elder's body trembled slightly, a mix of exhilaration and trepidation coursing through him as he feared the possibility could vanish, plunging him once more into despair. The soul lamp has reignited. Could my junior brother truly still be alive? Master, what shall we do? The core disciple inquired earnestly. A glimmer of hope sparkled in the elder's eyes, his hands clenched tightly, his expression grave. He was Dong Wenjun, the venerable protector of the Xuanqing Dao sect, a figure of immense stature and prominence. In a location over 100,000 miles away from the Xuanqing Dao sect, there lies an ancient forbidden zone known as Tianyuan. A century ago, Tianyuan manifested extraordinary phenomena, with some claiming to have witnessed a celestial treasure plummeting into its depths. Consequently, numerous sects from the northern wilderness ventured into Tianyuan. The Xuanqing sect dispatched over 10 formidable elders and dozens of core disciples. Among them was a newly appointed intersect elder named Chen Qingyuan, who, though young, held a remarkably high status. Upon entering the forbidden zone, many experts from various sects disappeared without a trace, meeting their demise within. The Xuanqing sect suffered the most grievous fate, experiencing total annihilation. After a century, the soul lamp of Chen Qingyuan flickered to life, igniting a fervor among all members of the Xuanqing sect. At last, I have emerged at the edge of Tianyuan. Chen Qingyuan stood by the lakeside, exhaling a long breath. His garments were dust-laden, devoid of any aura of spiritual energy. He was a disciple accepted by the esteemed ancestor of the Xuanqing sect before his passing. The elders of the sect referred to him as junior brother, while the disciples below addressed him as Uncle Master or even Granduncle that I never wish to enter again in this lifetime. Chen Qingyuan cast a glance back at the pitch-black forest, concealing an ancient abyss with its own hidden wonders. Just as he uttered these words, an ethereal female voice echoed in his ears. "Young man, do not forget the pact between us." At these words, Chen Qingyuan shuddered, hastily silencing himself. The century-long ordeal within Tianyuan was a chapter he found unbearable to revisit. What continues to perplex Chen Qingyuan is the reason behind his miraculous survival. Could it be attributed to his striking handsomeness? While this possibility may be slim, it is not entirely implausible. The girl in the red dress discreetly informed him that the Xuanqing sect would soon discover his whereabouts and send people to search for him. "Let's find a shaded area to rest for a while." Thus, Chen Qingyuan, disinclined to walk, reclined beneath a large tree and blissfully drifted into slumber. It must be said that in such desolate wilderness, Chen Qingyuan displayed remarkable audacity despite having lost his cultivation. This suggests that although his powers were diminished, he undoubtedly possessed hidden cards yet to be revealed otherwise. He would not dare to be so brazen. An hour later, Dong Wanjun arrived at the scene with a group of followers. Upon seeing Chen Qingyuan resting in the shade, Dong Wanjun was overwhelmed with excitement, trembling all over, his lips quivering as he yearned to shout. However, fearing it might merely be an illusion, he stood frozen, his eyes shimmering with emotion. "Junior Master, please wake up." Several disciples rushed forward, calling out. Chen Qingyuan slowly opened his eyes, beholding the gathering crowd. In the next moment, he locked eyes with the silver-haired Dong Wanjun, joy illuminating his face as he softly called, "Brother Dong." Hearing that familiar voice, Dong Wanjun felt as if he had returned to reality, swiftly moving to stand before Chen Qingyuan. With utmost caution, he extended his hands and grasped Chen Qingyuan's arms tightly. "Junior brother, is it truly you?" "It is I," Chen Qingyuan replied with a smile. "Brother, be gentle, that hurts." Immediately, Dong Wanjun released his grip and took a moment to survey him closely. "Junior brother, what is your cultivation level?" Dong Wanjun had not noticed this earlier, but upon closer inspection, he discovered that there was not a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation within Chen Qingyuan, nor any semblance of cultivation. "It's gone, but it's not a major issue," Chen Qingyuan replied, his demeanor remarkably unruffled, a smile lingering at the corners of his lips. Under normal circumstances, a cultivator rendered incapable would find their plight more unbearable than death itself. However, Chen Qingyuan appeared entirely indifferent, as if it were of little consequence. Years spent in the Forbidden Zone had not been without their rewards. This. Dong Wanjun expressed his astonishment, accompanied by a tinge of sympathy. "Let's not dwell on this. Let's return first." With a dismissive wave of his hand, Chen Qingyuan interrupted the conversation. "All right." Dong Wanjun nodded earnestly, recognizing that this was not the appropriate venue for such discussions. Thus, Dong Wanjun retrieved a treasured artifact to safeguard Chen Qingyuan's physical form, and they set forth towards the Xuanqing sect. The Xuanqing sect had successfully located Chen Qingyuan thanks to the guidance of the soul lamp. Before long, Chen Qingyuan found himself back at the Xuanqing sect. Towering mountains encircled the area, shrouded in mist. As he gazed upon this picturesque landscape, a profound joy illuminated Chen Qingyuan's face. "At last I am home." Having grown up in the Xuanqing sect, he had only recently become a disciple under the Grand Elder, who had sadly passed away shortly thereafter due to the end of his lifespan. Consequently, Chen Qingyuan had cultivated under the guidance of his senior brothers and sisters, forming deep bonds with them. The council hall was filled with elders, all members of the Xuanqing sect. This meeting held great significance, and the core disciples were deemed unworthy of attendance. Chen Qingyuan was brought to the council hall, where he beheld a multitude of familiar faces and respectfully clasped his hands together in greeting. "I pay my respects to all esteem. Ed brothers and sisters." The leader of the Xuanqing sect, Lin Changsheng, who is also Chen Qingyuan's eldest senior brother, occupied the principal seat. "Younger brother, how did you manage to survive?" Lin Changsheng's expression was grave, as he was already aware of the general circumstances. "Sigh, that is a lengthy tale, not easily recounted," Chen Qingyuan replied, standing in the center of the hall, under the scrutiny of numerous gazes, feeling rather uncomfortable. "We have ample time, do share your story at a leisurely pace," Lin Changsheng urged, his demeanor serious. Faced with this, Chen Qingyuan had no choice but to begin his account slowly. "On that fateful day, we entered the abyss." He then recounted the narrative he had meticulously prepared. In summary, The group ventured into the abyss, encountering various prohibitions and unknown perils, leaving only Chen Qingyuan alive. By employing a secret technique, he managed to feign death and ultimately escaped after a century of arduous endeavor. Though he had narrowly evaded death, the backlash from the secret technique had annihilated his cultivation, severing his spiritual roots. As the audience listened, they fell into deep contemplation. Lacking knowledge of the circumstances within the abyss, they could not discern the veracity of Chen Qingyuan's words. "You are the sole survivor, alas," Lin Chongsheng lamented. Initially, the others harbored a glimmer of hope, wondering if the others had similarly feigned death to escape. The abyss is not to be entered. Chen Qingyuan recalled the harrowing images of his fallen comrades, his countenance filled with sorrow. The laws governing the forbidden zone were exceedingly terrifying. To touch them meant certain death. That Chen Qingyuan had managed to evade such calamity might have been a stroke of luck or perhaps destiny itself. "Junior brother, for the sake of safety, I must examine your physical condition," Lin Chongsheng declared solemnly. "I understand. Please proceed," responded the young disciple. The Xuanqing sect was concerned that Chen Qingyuan might have been possessed by another. If not handled with caution, this could pose a threat to the sect. Under normal circumstances, possession merely allows one to inhabit a physical body, without the ability to seize memories. However, there remains a rare possibility that some possessors may retain the memories of their former selves. Chapter 2. Regret of marriage. After various mystical inquiries, it was confirmed that Chen Qingyuan's body exhibited no anomalies. Could it be that our concerns were unfounded? The assembly found it difficult to believe that their junior disciple, who had perished a century ago, had suddenly returned to life. Was he not perhaps possessed by some formidable entity? Observing the lingering disbelief among the crowd, Chen Qingyuan turned his gaze towards the venerable protector of the sect, Elder Dong Wenjun, seated prominently to his left, and could not restrain himself from saying, "Brother Dong, I recall vividly that 150 years ago, you and I clandestinely pilfered the meticulously cultivated spirit fruits of Sister He." Upon hearing this, Brother Dong's face flushed instantly, his eyes darting away in evasion. Chen Qingyuan then shifted his gaze across the assembly and continued, "Brother Su, have you lost the myriad spirit stones you once hid from your wife?" Brother Su's brow twitched, his eyes widening in alarm, as if fearful of being overheard. "Brother Wang, last time you spoke of the celestial maidens of Dongi Palace, claiming they were infinitely more beautiful than your wife. Does she know of this?" At this remark, Brother Wang's ears turned crimson, pinched by his wife sitting beside him, causing him to grimace in pain. "Brother Shiman, you owe me 3,700 superior spirit stones. It's time to settle your debt." And to Brother Ling, "Have you opened the treasure box you keep at home? What treasures lie within?" As Chen Qingyuan prepared to continue, his brothers hastily covered his mouth. Exchanging urgent glances, "Junior disciple, cease your words. I can affirm this is indeed our junior disciple, without a doubt." "Indeed, absolutely certain. It must be our brother." A multitude of voices rose in support of Chen Qingyuan, asserting that he had not been possessed. "You rascal, did we not agree to keep this secret for eternity? What are you up to?" The senior brothers covertly transmitted messages to Chen Qingyuan, causing a persistent buzzing in his ears. They all believed him now, without a shred of doubt. Only an exceedingly formidable being could seize control and invade another's memories. However, even if memories could be appropriated, one's character and temperament could not be replicated. Chen Qingyuan's cunning nature and the subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth left no room for skepticism. He was undoubtedly the junior disciple. "You insist that I reveal these secrets to prove my allegiance, do you?" "Alas, I cannot be blamed for this," Chen Qingyuan lamented, resigned to sacrifice his senior brothers for the sake of his own innocence. "Junior brother, do continue. Why have you stopped?" To the right, the senior sisters wore grim expressions, their gazes sharp. With matters having reached this point, the elders temporarily set aside their joy at Chen Qingyuan's return. "Well, I must confess, I am somewhat weary. I shall take my leave for a while," he declared, coughing a few times before swiftly departing. Soon, a cacophony erupted within the great hall, escalating to the point of physical confrontation. Stripped of his cultivation, Chen Qingyuan enlisted the aid of a patrolling disciple to transport him to a secluded cave that had been unoccupied for a century. After consuming a modest meal, he reclined on his bed in contemplation. Suddenly, a voice broke through the silence. "You return and immediately stir up such a commotion. It is truly exasperating." "Senior brother," Chen Qingyuan exclaimed, hastily rising to see Lin Chongqing entering the room. Clad in a purple Taoist robe, with silver-streaked temples, he exuded an aura of ethereal grace. The clamor within the grand hall was deafening, and Lin Chongqing, disinterested in the domestic affairs of others, sought an excuse to depart, making his way directly here. Your spiritual root has been severed. There is little I can do to assist you, my senior brother. Upon confirming that Chen Qingyuan had not been possessed, Lin Chongqing retracted his earlier stern demeanor, now wearing a mask of melancholy. It matters not. Living as a mortal can be quite satisfactory. Chen Qingyuan flashed a grin, indicating his indifference. Had you forcibly dissuaded me back then, perhaps this calamity could have been averted. Alas, a century ago, Lin Chongqing had deemed the abyss a perilous place and had repeatedly urged Chen Qingyuan to refrain from venturing there. Yet, Chen Qingyuan, resolute in his determination, insisted that he must go. With no other recourse, Lin Chongqing consented. Even now, he could not comprehend why Chen Qingyuan was so adamant about journeying to the abyss. Given Chen Qingyuan's remarkable talent, even in the absence of extraordinary fortune, he could have ascended effortlessly, perhaps even reached the pinnacle of greatness. It is not your fault. Senior brother, do not burden yourself with guilt. Chen Qingyuan poured Lin Chongqing a cup of tea, offering a gentle smile. It seemed that some unseen force had compelled Chen Qingyuan, rendering him unable to resist the call of the abyss. This situation remained a mystery to Chen Qingyuan himself. What are your plans for the days ahead? Lin Chongqing, preoccupied with thoughts of Chen Qingyuan, had no leisure to sip tea. I have my own arrangements. You need not worry, senior brother. Chen Qingyuan had already devised a plan for his future. Although his cultivation had been rendered null and his spiritual roots severed, what appeared to be a calamity to outsiders was of little consequence to him. Very well. Lin Chongqing understood Chen Qingyuan's character, firmly believing that once a decision is made, it cannot be altered. His senior brother would spare no effort to help him rebuild his foundation. Chen Qingyuan smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. There was a matter he found difficult to broach. Apart from visiting Chen Qingyuan, he had come for this very issue. His senior brother spoke candidly. Seated in the courtyard, with a gentle breeze caressing them, Lin Chongqing revealed that the proposed union was with Bai Shishui of Dongyi Palace. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan's eyelids flickered ever so slightly. Bai Shishui of Dongyi Palace had once been betrothed to Chen Qingyuan. In those days, Chen Qingyuan was a renowned prodigy from the North Wilderness, adored by countless maidens. During his earlier excursions, he had met Bai Shishui, and they had developed mutual feelings. Consequently, their respective sects had formalized a marriage agreement, intending to unite them when the time was right. However, following the events at the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone, the world presumed Chen Qingyuan to be dead, and the betrothal was forgotten. Now that Chen Qingyuan had returned, the situation had become complicated. Was this decision made by the two sects, or was it by Shishui's own desire? Chen Qingyuan's expression grew solemn. It was rumored that the young master of Tianyuan sect had gifted Bai Shishui a spirit pill to aid her breakthrough, propelling her to the golden core stage. In my view, since Bai Shishui had accepted the other party's goodwill, she likely had no intention of declining. Lin Chongqing conveyed all that he knew. The path of cultivation is categorized into postnatal realm, innate realm, yellow spirit realm, Xian spirit realm, earth spirit realm, and heaven spirit realm. This is the realm of the physical body, the foundation of the path of cultivation. Ascending further, one encounters the realms of golden elixir, nascent soul, spirit transformation, integration, tribulation crossing, and great ascension. A century ago, Chen Qingyuan was a practitioner of the nascent soul realm, renowned as a leading figure among the younger generation of the northern wilderness. When will the formal marriage take place? Chen Qingyuan inquired, his gaze imbued with complexity. In a year, Lin Chongqing replied after contemplating the timeline. I understand. Chen Qingyuan nodded lightly, refraining from further discourse. Junior brother, since you still draw breath, your betrothal to Bai Shishui remains unresolved. Perhaps, Dongyi Palace will send someone, or she may come herself. Lin Chongqing voiced his concern, fearing for Chen Qingyuan's well-being. If she comes, so be it. We shall see how she chooses, Chen Qingyuan remarked, maintaining an air of tranquility, devoid of pronounced emotional turbulence. I fear. Lin Chongqing hesitated. Senior brother, I am weary and wish to rest, Chen Qingyuan interjected, rubbing his brow. Very well, I shall not disturb you any further, Lin Chongqing said, casting a deep glance at Chen Qingyuan before rising and gradually making his way outside. Within a few days, the news of Chen Qingyuan's resurrection spread far and wide, igniting a wave of astonishment. Concurrently, the tidings of his rendered state as a cripple also circulated, prompting countless discussions and lamentations. This information inevitably reached the upper echelons of Dongyi Palace. To ensure that the marriage arrangement remained undisturbed, Dongyi Palace swiftly dispatched personnel to address the situation. Days later, a revered elder from Dongyi Palace arrived. Her name was Yao Susu, a woman of middle age, yet still retaining her captivating charm. The hospitality of the Xuanqing sect left Yasusu with no room for criticism. However, certain matters must be addressed. One cannot make a visit in vain. Sect Master. May I have an audience with Elder Chen Qingyuan? Certainly. Lin Chaoxing sighed inwardly, yet maintained an impassive demeanor as he dispatched someone to inform Chen Qingyuan. Upon receiving the news, Chen Qingyuan instructed a disciple to harness a spiritual treasure, escorting him to the assembly hall. Inside the hall, mist swirled, evoking the sensation of being enveloped in clouds. As Chen Qingyuan entered, all eyes turned toward him. Yasusu scrutinized Chen Qingyuan, probing discreetly, and thought to herself, indeed, he has fallen. What a pity. Once renowned in the northern wilderness, Chen Qingyuan was now reduced to a mere shell of his former self, his spiritual roots severed. Senior brother, Chen Qingyuan saluted Sect Master Lin Chaoxing with a cupped fist, and then took a seat in an adjacent empty space. Clad in a pale white robe, his ink-black hair was secured with a wooden hairpin. Elder Yo, what brings you to me? Chen Qingyuan feigned ignorance, aware of the underlying reason. I shall speak plainly in the presence of all my fellow Taoists. If I have caused any offense, please forgive me. The reason for sending Yasusu was due to her being the master of by Shishua. Speak. Chen Qingyuan nodded. The assembly fell silent, entrusting the resolution of this matter to Chen Qingyuan. Regardless of his current state, he remained the little junior brother in the eyes of the crowd, deserving of respect and protection from humiliation. Should the Dongyi Palace dare to speak disrespectfully to Chen Qingyuan, the Xuanqing sect would not hesitate to retaliate. In days gone by, Elder Chen had made a verbal engagement with his beloved disciple, Shishua, and a union between their families was once a momentous occasion. However, due to Elder Chen's descent into the abyss a century ago and the extinguishing of his soul lamp, the world has presumed him to have met with misfortune. Consequently, Shishua languished in despair for several years before gradually regaining her composure. Yasusu initially placed the blame upon Chen Qingyuan, expressing Shishua's deep concern and yearning for him, which had manifested into a debilitating affliction. She continued, "We all believe that Elder Chen had suffered a tragic fate. Surely, your esteemed sect shares this sentiment as well. Therefore, the verbal marriage pact established back then is effectively null and void, as there was no opportunity for face-to-face discussion. 2 years ago, Shishua encountered the young master of the Tianyuan sect, and they formed a bond, setting a wedding date. From a logical standpoint, our Dongyi Palace bears no wrongdoing, and Shishua did not deliberately contravene the agreement. We have come today to clarify this matter, to prevent any unnecessary complications." With a graceful motion of her right hand, she produced a Tianyuan bag and retrieved its contents. "We are delighted to hear of Elder Chen's safe return, and as a gesture of goodwill, Dongyi Palace has prepared a modest gift, which we kindly ask you to accept." A mid-grade spiritual vein spiraled gracefully above the council hall. This had been contracted through Tianyuan techniques, reduced in size. The true vein extended for 100 miles, capable of yielding numerous spiritual stones to support the cultivation of many disciples and elders. This is far from a trivial gift. Although Yasusu did not articulate her intentions with utmost clarity, all present understood her meaning and found no grounds for objection. She first elucidated the situation, then presented a significant offering, thus honoring the Xuanqing sect's dignity. If the Xuanqing sect were to be unforgiving, it would reflect poorly on them. After all, the original marriage agreement lacked formal documentation, and it was indeed commendable for Dongyi Palace to have made this special visit to offer their apologies. Dongyi Palace extended its apologies. Firstly, due to the fact that Xuanqing sect is not to be trifled with, and secondly, to prevent any potential disturbances from them in the future. What do you think, junior brother? Lin Chaoxing refrained from making an immediate decision and instead turned to Chen Qingyuan. Chapter 3, Resolving Karma. Do not regret, while reconciliation between the two factions would be the most favorable outcome. Lin Chaoxing was concerned about potentially harming Chen Qingyuan's dignity and felt it necessary to proceed with caution. Elder Yo, being aware of the slight, should retract it. Chen Qingyuan pondered for a moment, his expression unreadable. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyelids flickered, and a sense of tension gripped their hearts. Yasusu furrowed her brows and inquired, "What does Elder Chen mean by this?" The verbal engagement from years past should not be taken too lightly. However, to conclude this entanglement, let Bai Shishue personally come forth. As long as she arrives, I assure you there will be no further entanglements, Chen Qingyuan stated earnestly. By uttering this, he sought to discern whether Bai Shishue was acting of her own volition or under the duress of the sect. Prior to his journey to Tianyuan, Chen Qingyuan had spoken with Bai Shishue, who had assured him that regardless of the circumstances, she would wait, whether it be a millennium or 10,000 years, without regret. Furthermore, at that time, Bai Shishue was merely an ordinary disciple, receiving significant cultivation support from Dongyi Palace because of Chen Qingyuan. It could be said that much of what Bai Shixue possessed was a gift from Chen Qingyuan. Should she be truly willing, he would harbor no resentment towards her. After all, in the eyes of the world, he was already considered dead, and no one could be blamed for that. Some matters are best addressed face to face, and clarity should be sought in direct dialogue. Yao Susu had initially believed that Chen Qingyuan sought to exploit the situation, yet it appeared otherwise. She nodded in agreement. In a few days, I shall send Shixue to visit Elder Chen. Moreover, Elder Yao truly wished to present a gift to celebrate my return, and a single medium-grade spiritual vein would be far from sufficient. Although Chen Qingyuan currently possessed no cultivation, his gaze was sharp, piercing through Yao Susu like a knife, leaving her uncomfortable. In the past, when Bai Shixue and I explored the secret realms, the treasures I bestowed upon her were all precious, with no fewer than 3 top-grade spiritual veins, not to mention the medium-grade ones. Upon hearing this, Yao Susu forced a smile, hastily retracting the medium-grade spiritual vein. Lin Chongsheng and the others regarded Chen Qingyuan with complex expressions. In the past, he had ventured out numerous times, always returning empty-handed. It seemed he had given everything away. However, it had only happened a few times, and no one pressed further. After all, most of the resources Chen Qingyuan had previously obtained had been used to develop the sect or discreetly gifted to his senior brothers as private funds. With no other matters to discuss, I shall take my leave. Thank you for your hospitality, Yao Susu declared before turning to depart. Once she had left, the guardian elder Dong Wenjun could no longer restrain himself. Junior brother, you reckless spendthrift, how could you not bring back the valuable items you acquired? Brother Dong, don't be so concerned about material possessions, Chen Qingyuan replied with a slight smile. Over the years, he had indeed brought back numerous resources to the sect, contributing to its development and nurturing the disciples. You young rascal. The others sighed in resignation. Even after Chen Qingyuan became an ordinary mortal, the people still regarded him as family, offering neither scorn nor neglect. It was precisely for this reason that Chen Qingyuan embraced the Xuanqing sect as his home. Days later, visitors arrived from Dongyi Palace, comprising several elders and over a dozen disciples, among whom was Bai Shixue. The Xuanqing sect prepared accommodations for the guests, allowing Bai Shixue to spend time alone with Chen Qingyuan. Bai Shixue adorned herself in a flowing pale pink gown that trailed elegantly, her long, dark hair secured with a jade hairpin. A delicate pink sash cinched her waist, from which hung a jade pendant. Her features appeared as if sculpted from exquisite stone, her skin as pristine as freshly fallen snow, her eyes and brows painted like a masterpiece. Standing within the room, Bai Shixue placed her delicate hands upon her abdomen, exuding an aura of nervousness. Why the silence? Chen Qingyuan's voice was devoid of warmth as he observed Bai Shixue, who dared not meet his gaze. I'm sorry, she replied, her heart brimming with unspoken words for him, yet now it seemed unnecessary, leaving only an apology. Is my return causing you discomfort? Chen Qingyuan's expression remained calm, though he found Bai Shixue's demeanor strikingly unfamiliar. No, I am truly glad that Brother Chen has returned safely, Bai Shixue murmured, her lips pressed tightly together, her gaze cast downward. The soul lamp extinguished, life extinguished. It is impossible for one to wait a lifetime for the dead. I can understand that, he continued. Today, I sought to ascertain whether you were coerced by the sect. From your demeanor, it appears you are not. Chen Qingyuan held no resentment towards Bai Shixue. It was simply a matter of fate and circumstance. Had you returned sooner, perhaps our situation would have been different, Bai Shixue softly remarked. If I were not a failure, what choice would you and Dongyi Palace make? Chen Qingyuan gently shook his head. This has nothing to do with my late return. It is a matter of strength. Bai Shixue longed to explain, yet ultimately refrained from uttering a single word, choosing silence instead. It is bygone. All is in the past, Chen Qingyuan remarked. Bai Shixue's expression shifted subtly, and she offered no response. Observing her demeanor, it was apparent that her feelings for the young master of Tianyuan sect were minimal, more a matter of mutual benefit than genuine affection. Had Chen Qingyuan possessed formidable strength this time, rather than being perceived as a failure, Bai Shixue would undoubtedly have exhibited a different demeanor. For cultivators, a century is but a fleeting moment, a mere blink of an eye. If Bai Shixue truly loved Chen Qingyuan to the depths of her being, her heart would not so easily waver. Moreover, with Chen Qingyuan's return, there existed the possibility of rekindling their past bond. However, Bai Shixue's intentions were not to indulge in romantic sentiments with him, but rather to sever their ties. Perhaps, a century ago, she indeed loved him deeply, yet now, everything had transformed. From this day forth, we shall have no further connections, Chen Qingyuan mused. Inside the room, silence reigned, and the atmosphere grew heavy. An elder from Dongyi Palace gently knocked on the door, indicating it was time to depart. As she was leaving, Bai Shishua glanced at Chen Qingyuan, noting the absence of the brilliance he once possessed and the lack of spiritual energy within him. At some point, her gaze had shifted from initial remorse to indifference, and the tension within her heart gradually dissipated. After a long, contemplative look at Chen Qingyuan, Bai Shishua said nothing and stepped through the door. Although Chen Qingyuan had lost his cultivation, he had observed the subtle movements of Bai Shishua's hands moments earlier. It was Bai Shishua who shattered a jade talisman, summoning the accompanying elder to break the impasse. Alas, the suffering endured over the years was unjustly borne by Bai. Within the confines of the Tianyuan forbidden zone, a young woman in red had taken a liking to Chen Qingyuan, desiring to become his Dao partner. However, Chen Qingyuan resolutely declined, citing an existing engagement. As a result, he was subjected to various torments, ultimately leading to the destruction of his spiritual roots and the loss of his cultivation. According to the young woman in red, it was all for Chen Qingyuan's own good. Though he possessed great talent, he ultimately fell just short of reaching the pinnacle. To unlock boundless potential in the future, it was imperative to rebuild his foundations. With this matter resolved, it was time to attend to his own affairs. Chen Qingyuan had not forgotten the promise made with Tianyuan and planned to set out in a few days. Recently, news of Chen Qingyuan's return from Tianyuan spread across the land. Many factions sought to glean information about the circumstances within Tianyuan and dispatched high-ranking members to Xuanqing Sect. In response, Xuanqing Sect stated that Chen Qingyuan was unwell and would not receive any visitors. In the face of various pressures and temptations from powerful forces, Xuanqing Sect diligently protected Chen Qingyuan, shielding him from such distressing matters. In secret, under the arrangements of his protective senior brother, Dong Wenjun, Chen Qingyuan quietly departed from Xuanqing Sect. Although many were curious about Chen Qingyuan's whereabouts, few inquired further. They simply wished for his safety and well-being. With his cultivation rendered null, temporarily leaving Xuanqing Sect was a prudent choice. He journeyed to a nearby city where he procured several travel talismans, which could be activated with spiritual stones, requiring no personal manipulation of spiritual energy. After an entire month, Chen Qingyuan finally arrived at his destination. In the secluded corner of the North Wilderness lies Mingyue City, a rather remote place. At the end of a certain street within the city stands a humble courtyard, seldom traversed by passers-by. Who is it? A frail, aged voice emanated from within as Chen Qingyuan rapped gently upon the firmly shut gate. "You shall know once you open the door," replied Chen Qingyuan. With a creak that pierced the stillness, the gate swung open. An elderly man, with weathered, dark skin leaning on a cane and a hunched back, appeared. He seemed fragile and delicate. The old man scrutinized Chen Qingyuan with keen eyes, then broke into a grin, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. "Young master, are you certain you have not strayed into the wrong place? I have not erred. It is indeed you whom I seek," Chen Qingyuan declared as he produced a palm-sized wooden token. The moment the old man laid eyes on the token, his pupils dilated, and his expression transformed into one of utmost seriousness. He then intently stated, "Please, step inside." This token, which Chen Qingyuan had procured from the abyss, was reputed to have belonged to someone who once owed a significant favor, serving as a token that allowed the bearer to command the owner to fulfill any request, even to the point of taking their life. "From whence did you acquire this item, young master?" Once inside, the old man's demeanor shifted entirely, his gaze became sharp, and he inquired in a low, grave tone. "From the abyss," Chen Qingyuan replied candidly. Upon hearing this, the old man retracted his earlier wariness, bowing deeply to Chen Qingyuan in a gesture of respect. Soon after, a thought struck him regarding a recent event. "Could it be that you are Chen Qingyuan of the Xuanqing Sect?" "Indeed," Chen Qingyuan affirmed with a nod. "Since you have obtained the token, I am bound to uphold my promise. What is it that you wish to command?" The old man was resolutely prepared to sacrifice his life. "Is there any way to help me rebuild my foundation?" Chen Qingyuan explained his intentions. "Yes." The old man observed Chen Qingyuan's physical condition and nodded, remarking that he had expected something more formidable, yet it turned out to be quite simple. "Are you certain?" Chen Qingyuan inquired skeptically. "It is not difficult," the old man replied. "May I ask your esteemed name, senior?" Despite the collective efforts of the upper echelons of the Xuanqing Sect, none could fathom how to assist Chen Qingyuan. However, the old man before him perceived the matter as straightforward, earning Chen Qingyuan's profound respect as he clasped his fists in greeting. "Just an old fool." The old man self-deprecatingly chuckled. Chapter 4. Rebuilding the Foundation, Mysterious Taoist Essence. "How shall I address you, venerable sir?" Chen Qingyuan wisely refrained from probing further. "You may call me the lame one," the old man said, glancing down at his severed right leg and the cane in his hand, speaking with an air of nonchalance. "That would be inappropriate. Chen Qingyuan felt it audacious to refer to such an enigmatic elder in such a manner, fearing it might offend. Not at all. The old man replied indifferently, unconcerned by the appellation. Subsequently, the old man arranged for Chen Qingyuan to have accommodations for a time, as he needed to step out to procure certain items essential for restoring Chen Qingyuan's Dao foundation. I am much obliged, senior, Chen Qingyuan expressed with cupped fists. It is but my duty, the old man returned the gesture and exited. As the disarray of the courtyard surrounded him, Chen Qingyuan surveyed his surroundings. Noticing the cobwebs in the corner, the yellowing withered leaves in the flower bed, and the stone slabs laid upon the ochre earth, along the stone path beneath his feet, Chen Qingyuan beheld a firewood shed, inside which lay a considerable pile of dried twigs. Puzzled, he murmured to himself, "Why does the lifestyle of the venerable elder resemble that of a mere mortal?" Upon further inspection, he noted that the furnishings within the courtyard were unremarkable, a wooden table and chairs, all coated in a layer of dust. Casting a glance at the shed, Chen Qingyuan opted to wander toward the garden instead, where the scenery was far more pleasing to the eye. Now immortal, he found himself needing to venture out daily to procure sustenance. After residing here for 10 days, he had grown quite familiar with the nearby streets. As the autumn breeze blew chillily, he resolved to prepare porridge to warm his body. Approaching the firewood shed, Chen Qingyuan prepared to kindle a fire when he stumbled upon a broken sword nestled within the woodpile, igniting his curiosity. This broken blade, approximately 2 feet in length, was rusted and darkened, bearing the marks of time upon its surface. Chen Qingyuan examined it closely, sensing that this sword was no ordinary artifact, yet unable to articulate the precise nature of his unease. He crouched down and reached for the blackened sword resting on the ground. The moment his fingertips made contact, an overwhelming weight pressed upon his chest, as if countless mountains were bearing down upon him, enveloping him in a suffocating sensation. This feeling intensified, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead, just as he resolved to employ a hidden card from the abyssal forbidden zone. A gentle breeze swept through the shed. In an instant, the oppressive aura of the black sword vanished without a trace, prompting Chen Qingyuan to retract his hand, his expression taut with tension. "Young master, the old man has returned." At that moment, the old man, leaning on his cane, entered the courtyard with empty hands. Chen Qingyuan emerged from the woodshed and met the old man's gaze directly, unabashedly stating, "I am grateful for your timely intervention, or I would have found myself in quite a predicament. A mere broken sword could hardly pose a threat to a young master." The old man's face, lined with wrinkles, broke into a slight smile. If this is a broken sword, then there would be no true swords of value left in the world. Although Chen Qingyuan had lost his cultivation, he could still perceive the formidable nature of the black broken sword. "You jest, esteemed elder. If such a sword is so powerful, one can only imagine the strength of its owner." Chen Qingyuan tactfully shifted the topic, inquiring, "Have you gleaned any insights from your journey, venerable elder?" The old man nodded slowly, reassuring him, "Rest assured, all is well." Many years ago, within the confines of the Tianyuan forbidden zone, Chen Qingyuan encountered a mysterious maiden clad in red, whose strength was unfathomable. She severed his spiritual roots and dismantled his cultivation. Subsequently, she bestowed upon him a wooden token, instructing him to seek out this old man upon leaving the forbidden zone, promising that he could reform his roots and elevate his innate talents. The old man then opened a long sealed chamber, revealing a bath crafted from ice stone, the chill permeating every corner of the room. After retrieving various herbs and necessary items, he directed Chen Qingyuan to remove his shirt and sit within the icy basin. Chen Qingyuan complied, adopting a tranquil demeanor as he awaited further instruction. "Recently, I have heard whispers of a significant event, the union of Dongi Palace and Tianyuan Sect. Are you aware of this matter, young master?" The old man rasped, continuing to prepare the herbs. "I understand." Chen Qingyuan gently nodded. "Is there anything I can do for you, old man, during this outing?" The elder had thoroughly investigated Chen Qingyuan's background. Moreover, he had ventured to the boundary of the forbidden land of Tianyuan. "No need." Chen Qingyuan shook his head. "The cause and effect have been severed. There is no need for you to concern yourself." "That is good to hear." The elder placed various precious herbs into an ice bucket, his murky eyes seemingly perceiving all that exists in the world. Chen Qingyuan gazed at these herbs, filled with astonishment. A hint of red cloud, 8-pointed dark leaves, white moon vine. A casual glance revealed that each was an exceedingly rare elixir, a treasure that one could only hope to encounter. There were also a few other precious herbs, the names of which Chen Qingyuan could not recall, but their worth was undoubtedly greater. "Young master, the process of reconstructing your foundation may be somewhat painful," the elder kindly warned. "Please proceed, senior." I can endure it. Chen Qingyuan nodded resolutely, prepared for what was to come. Thus, a vast and powerful spiritual energy surged within the elder, and the floor of the secret chamber shimmered with light, revealing an ancient formation of intricate patterns. Immediately, the elder struck the ice bucket with his right palm and activated the great formation with his left. A humming sound resonated as the chamber above seemed to manifest countless stars, rippling like an expansive sea of stars. In an instant, Chen Qingyuan felt the world spin around him. His body was immobilized, unable to move. As time passed, he even sensed his soul leaving his body, being sliced by innumerable tiny blades, a torment so intense that he involuntarily let out a muffled groan. Chen Qingyuan gritted his teeth, drenched in sweat. The torment intensified, gradually eroding Chen Qingyuan's resolve. The old man remained impassive, observing Chen Qingyuan's suffering without pause. After a full hour, Chen Qingyuan's face was contorted in agony, his skin lacerated, and his flesh a bloodied mess. Upon closer inspection, his viscera were visible through the rents in his flesh, a gruesome sight. A glimmer of golden light appeared in Chen Qingyuan's chest, resembling a seed. The moment has arrived. The old man's expression shifted, and he hastened to the next step. Dense, frigid air enveloped Chen Qingyuan, mingling blood and medicinal ingredients into a thick, scarlet concoction that inspired dread. Appear. The old man formed a hand seal, and a black box materialized before him. He gingerly opened it, revealing a section of bone within. The black bone, roughly a foot in length, resembled charcoal. Can he withstand it? The old man glanced at Chen Qingyuan, who had fainted from the pain, before turning his gaze to the black bone in the box, muttering to himself. As far as the old man knew, this black bone was the Dao bone of an ancient being who had perished in a cataclysmic battle, leaving behind only this fragment. Not long ago, he had journeyed to the heavenly abyss Forbidden Zone, where he had retrieved the black bone at the behest of the lady in red. Reconstructing the foundation was not the challenge, but rather grafting the black bone into Chen Qingyuan's body. Is it truly feasible? Initially, the old man had been perplexed, unsure of how to proceed. Later, the lady in red had instructed him telepathically to simply activate the Dao formation, and when a golden seed appeared in Chen Qingyuan's chest, to extract the black bone. For destiny would take its course. After a moment, the black bone began to float. With a resounding splash, the layer of substance on the surface of the black bone detached, revealing a hue of pure gold, adorned with many ancient laws that had withstood the test of time. The old man's pupils contracted, his entire being tensed, as he watched the black bone descend upon Chen Qingyuan. Gradually, the black bone seamlessly merged into Chen Qingyuan's body, disappearing without a trace. No matter how the old man probed, he could not uncover its presence. Truly, a remarkable individual. Initially, Chen Qingyuan experienced a sense of repulsion towards the black bone, but this phenomenon swiftly vanished, achieving a perfect compatibility, becoming one entity. Days later, Chen Qingyuan awoke. The old man had vigilantly guarded him, fearing any mishap. Upon seeing Chen Qingyuan awaken, the heavy stone of anxiety in the old man's heart finally lifted. My body. Chen Qingyuan felt no pain. Instead, he perceived an extraordinary lightness, devoid of any scars. In the next moment, he sensed the spiritual energy of the universe, his expression shifting as he hurriedly examined his bodily condition. Golden Dao bone? Chen Qingyuan was astonished, filled with a mix of shock and joy, and exchanged a glance with the old man. Chapter 5. Chong Gong, the sword immortal. Reaching the Xuanqing realm in the past, Chen Qingyuan possessed extraordinary talent. Yet he was merely immortal. According to ancient texts, the golden Dao bone symbolizes a flawless foundation, offering unimaginable advantages for future cultivation. In the vast expanse of the 5 regions, the northern wilderness encompasses an immense territory, home to billions of stars. Once, Chen Qingyuan was considered a renowned prodigy of the northern wilderness, possessing a wealth of experience. Even so, he had never heard of anyone capable of cultivating the rumored flawless golden bone. Chen Qingyuan was acutely aware of the invaluable nature of this golden Dao bone, deeming it priceless. Senior, this. Chen Qingyuan did not remain engulfed in joy. His expression gradually became intricate as he hesitantly remarked, "This is rather too precious. I feel unworthy to accept it. By the decree of the esteemed elder of the Forbidden Zone, the Dao bone is to be bestowed upon you, young master." The old man shook his head, indicating that it was not his merit, and elucidated the specific circumstances. The Forbidden Zone. Suddenly, Chen Qingyuan recalled the girl in red. A tremor of unease coursing through him, inexplicably accompanied by a sense of longing. "Young master, please rest well. I shall take my leave," he said, and with that, the old man exited the chamber. Within the silent confines of the chamber, Chen Qingyuan fell into profound contemplation. After a considerable time, he organized his thoughts, gaining clarity about his situation, and ceased his aimless musings. The Dao bone was flawless, the foundation impeccable. As long as Chen Qingyuan's resolve remained steadfast, his future achievements would be boundless. He donned a clean and tidy outfit and stepped into the courtyard. In a corner of the yard, the old man sat on a wooden bench, his cane beside him, wielding a broken sword to chop firewood. Observing the old man's actions, Chen Qingyuan hesitated for a moment before approaching. "Senior, why squander such a fine sword? The sword is broken. What use is it, no matter how good it once was?" The old man replied dismissively, "My foundation is fractured. Can't you, with your great powers, mend it? Is there truly no remedy for a broken sword?" Chen Qingyuan truly could not bear to see such an exquisite sword used merely for chopping wood. It tugged at his heartstrings. After numerous attempts, all had ended in failure. The old man's actions paused momentarily, a flicker of complex emotions flashing deep within his eyes. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan was at a loss for words. Enveloped in silence, "What is the name of this sword?" After a while, he inquired. "Giang." The old man deliberated for a considerable time before revealing the name of the sword. Giang. It seemed familiar. Chen Qingyuan murmured it several times, a sense of recognition washing over him as he pondered deeply. Moments later, he suddenly raised his head, a look of astonishment crossing his features, which swiftly transformed into reverence as he exclaimed, "You are the Chong, sword immortal." Upon hearing this title, the old man trembled slightly, his expression a tapestry of emotions. His voice hoarse. "It has been many years since anyone has addressed me in such a manner." Clearly, the old man acknowledged his identity. Initially, he had been reluctant to disclose who he was. However, after witnessing Chen Qingyuan's fusion with the mysterious Dao bone, his perspective had shifted. "Is it truly you?" "It is hard to believe," Chen Qingyuan stammered, his astonishment overwhelming, rendering him momentarily speechless. The Chong sword immortal, whose true name was Li Muyang, was once a legendary figure renowned across the lands, hailing from the foremost swordsman of the northern wilderness. Historical records indicated that the last sighting of the Chong sword immortal was a millennium ago. It was said that he journeyed to Zhongzhou, also known as the Imperial Province, where he cleaved the Ziyun Mountain, a symbol of the will of heaven and earth, solely in pursuit of the pinnacle of swordsmanship. The act of severing Ziyun Mountain incited the wrath of the heavenly Dao, resulting in divine retribution. In that great battle, the sword immortal Chong was defeated, and the world believed him to have perished, buried beneath the laws of heaven. From that moment on, the life experiences of the sword immortal became a legendary tale, revered by countless sword practitioners as an insurmountable monument. Yet, all of this was mere empty fame, long dissipated like smoke. Li Muyang regarded such things with indifference. How could a figure of such caliber as the sword immortal remain in this place? Chen Qingyuan had heard tales of the sword immortal since childhood and held him in great esteem. It is no exaggeration to say that, should Li Muyang desire it, he could effortlessly establish a top-tier force. Forging the sword, the emaciated camel is still larger than a horse. No matter how destitute Li Muyang may be, he is not to be compared with ordinary practitioners. Despite countless failures, Li Muyang had never relinquished his pursuits. To hone the sword in such a manner? Chen Qingyuan gazed at the scattered firewood, unable to comprehend for the moment. "Young master, what do you believe is the most crucial aspect for a sword practitioner?" Li Muyang set down the broken sword in his hand and met Chen Qingyuan's gaze. By conventional wisdom, as a sword practitioner, possessing a sword that resonates with oneself is paramount, as well as mastering superior sword techniques. Chen Qingyuan continued, "However, I believe that regardless of the path taken, the most vital element remains the heart of the Dao. To cultivate, one must first cultivate the heart." Upon hearing this response, ripples of contemplation stirred in Li Muyang's eyes, and he remained silent for a time. After a considerable pause, he sighed deeply. "Had I possessed such wisdom as you in my youth, I surely would not have faced such an outcome. The understanding that one must cultivate the heart before the Tao is a truth I have only come to grasp in my later years." Li Muyang was not honing a sword, but rather, he was nurturing his own heart of the Tao. In his youth, Li Muyang considered himself exceptionally gifted, sailing smoothly through life, while his peers dared not raise their heads in his presence. During the height of his prowess, he audaciously proclaimed himself the third strongest in the world, leaving countless sword masters gazing up at him in awe. Why did he claim to be the third? In his view, the universe encompasses the first and second. Thus, he refrained from claiming the top two positions, fearing the wrath of the celestial laws. As time passed, Li Muyang found it increasingly difficult to encounter a worthy opponent among sword cultivators, leading him to believe he had reached an extraordinary level of strength. He set his sights on the revered Ziyun Mountain, drawing his sword with the intent to challenge the very heavens. Alas, he was defeated and subsequently faded from public view. Might one inquire, esteemed elder, what became of the other half of the legendary sword? Chen Qingyuan gazed intently at the rusted broken blade. The sword's corrosion signifies the slumbering of its spirit, reducing it to an ordinary weapon. One day, when Li Muyang rekindles his sword heart, the blade shall awaken, revealing its former brilliance. Li Muyang's eyes wandered to the horizon, lost in profound contemplation. The Ziyun Mountain in the Central Plains is indeed a place of taboo. Chen Qingyuan followed Li Muyang's gaze, remaining silent. In the days that followed, Chen Qingyuan commenced his cultivation anew. On the very first day of his retraining, he ascended to the postnatal realm. The postnatal and innate realms are foundational stages of cultivation, each comprising 9 levels. Within a mere month, leveraging his innate talent and profound comprehension, Chen Qingyuan shattered the 9th level of the postnatal realm and ascended to the innate realm. After solidifying his foundation for several days, he continued to strive for greater mastery. This routine persisted for half a year, during which Chen Qingyuan advanced to the early stages of the Yellow Spirit Realm. Achieving such a solid foundation and reaching the Yellow Spirit Realm in just 6 months is nothing short of remarkable. Li Muyang found it hard to believe, had he not witnessed it with his own eyes. In his recollection, no one could rival Chen Qingyuan, who solely relied on absorbing the spiritual energy of the universe without the aid of elixirs or the teachings of formidable beings. Furthermore, Chen Qingyuan's foundation was remarkably solid, devoid of any flaws. He had finally attained the cultivation of the Yellow Spirit Realm. With this accomplishment, Chen Qingyuan could finally exhale with some relief. He then remained in his chamber, retrieving a dark-hued bracelet from his belongings. It was through a pact with the girl in red that he had managed to emerge alive from the abyss of the Forbidden Zone. He had agreed to assist her in completing 9 tasks, after which their karmic ties would be resolved. Such a demand was one he could not refuse. Only by reaching the Yellow Spirit Realm could he wield the special secret arts bestowed by the girl in red to unlock the bracelet's restrictions. What was the first task she had assigned to him? After an extensive effort, Chen Qingyuan removed the restrictions, allowing a strand of consciousness to enter the bracelet. Chapter 6. The First Agreement. Attending the marriage ceremony within the bracelet lay an independent space, filled with terrifying laws in the void. As Chen Qingyuan's consciousness swept across the surroundings, his soul trembled involuntarily. Suddenly, a law surged forth, and a tightly closed white umbrella materialized before him. The appearance of the white umbrella triggered a certain restriction within the jade bracelet, and a cold voice echoed. Chen Qingyuan, this is a wedding gift for your beloved, and your presence is required. Offering a white umbrella as a wedding gift, wasn't that akin to cursing someone? Judging by the tone, could it be that there was a hint of jealousy? Chen Qingyuan found himself in an awkward situation. He had anticipated that the first matter of their agreement would be exceedingly difficult, yet it turned out to be quite the opposite. Years ago, upon entering Tianyuan, the woman clad in red had sought to become his Dao partner, often teasing him about it. In response, Chen Qingyuan had firmly stated that he was already betrothed, thus directly declining her advances. It was not that the red-clad woman was lacking in beauty. On the contrary, her visage was extraordinarily enchanting, transcending the realm of ordinary mortals. Defying description, while Bai Shishiwei of Dongyi Palace was said to possess a beauty that could cause fish to sink and birds to fall, she paled in comparison to the woman in red. The disparity in their presence was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Chen Qingyuan couldn't help but mutter to himself, sensing a hint of cunning in her demeanor. Initially, Chen Qingyuan had come to terms with the situation, allowing the past to rest. However, the unexpected actions of the woman in red compelled him to confront matters he wished to avoid. One should not presume that leaving the confines of Tianyuan would grant him freedom. If he failed to fulfill his promise, the repercussions would be dire. After a few days of rest, Chen Qingyuan resolved to depart from Mingyue City and return to Xuanqing Sect. Calculating the time, he realized that the union between Tianyuan Sect and Dongyi Palace was but 6 months away. "Senior, I must take my leave," Chen Qingyuan said, having packed his belongings. As he clasped his fists in respect toward Li Muyang, who was seated in the courtyard. "Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to seek me here." Li Muyang offered a solemn promise in return. Indeed, Chen Qingyuan did not engage in pleasantries. Such a vow was akin to a talisman for his safety. Once Chen Qingyuan had departed, Li Muyang gazed into the distance, lost in thought. At Xuanqing Sect's council hall, the members were engaged in discussions regarding the routine affairs of the sect, particularly deliberating on the impending union between Tianyuan Sect and Dongyi Palace, and contemplated sending an elder to oversee the proceedings. The day of the union draws ever closer, and representatives from various factions have set forth, bringing an air of excitement to Dongi Palace. The young master has returned. As Chen Qingyuan arrived at the entrance of Xuanqing sect, the gatekeeper disciples promptly reported his presence. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Chen Qingyuan concealed his cultivation. As long as he wore the jade bracelet, its enchantment would obscure the fluctuations of his spiritual energy. The sword immortal had repeatedly instructed him to keep the matter of his Dao bonus secret, for revealing it could entangle him in terrifying karmic repercussions that might endanger those around him. Furthermore, the sword immortal wished to remain incognito, leaving Chen Qingyuan unable to explain the restoration of his spiritual root. He would seek a more opportune moment to share this with his senior brothers. Junior brother, where have you been for the past 6 months? Elder Dong Wenjun, the protector of the sect, set aside his affairs and hurried out to greet him. I went out for a bit of fresh air, Chen Qingyuan replied with a gentle smile. The elders soon gathered in the back courtyard to engage in casual conversation with him. The last time Chen Qingyuan returned, he left shortly thereafter, and the disciples had yet to sit down together for a cup of tea. His previous arrival had caused quite a stir, with numerous sects eager to meet him and glean information about the forbidden lands of Tianyuan. However, upon hearing that Chen Qingyuan had become a cripple and had faked his death to escape, combined with the firm stance of Xuanqing sect, the various factions refrained from pressing him. Now, with the impending union of the two sects, the attention of the forces in Fully Star Domain has shifted away from Xuanqing sect. The Northern Wasteland is a realm teeming with countless star domains, with the sects of Fully Star Domain alone numbering in the hundreds of thousands. The Xuanqing sect can be regarded as a premier force in this realm, possessing considerable prestige. Junior brother, the woman from Dongi Palace has called off the engagement. It is her loss, so do not dwell on it too much. We shall surely devise a splendid plan to rejuvenate your spiritual roots, allowing you to regain your former glory. A white-bearded elder, presuming that the union of the two sects had caused Chen Qingyuan's discontent, hurried to offer consolation. Thank you, Elder Su, for your concern. Chen Qingyuan felt warmth in his heart, wearing a smile. Today, as we gather so rarely, let us not speak of such troubling matters. Let us raise our cups and drink. The sect leader, Lin Changsheng, occupying the central position, stood to propose a toast. Cheers. The assembly rose, partaking in their beverages, be it wine or tea. The internal cohesion of the Xuanqing sect is remarkable, in stark contrast to other factions that engage in intrigue and self-interest. Of course, occasional minor frictions do arise within the sect, yet they are easily resolved and pose no significant issues. The unity among the senior leadership is largely attributed to the efforts of the Grand Elder, who invested considerable thought into fostering it. Those core elders seated here today, savoring tea and drink, have all benefited from the Grand Elder's kindness. Approximately 2 centuries ago, the Grand Elder brought home an infant still in swaddles, taking the child as his sole disciple. Shortly thereafter, the Grand Elder passed away. Since that time, the elders have placed great importance on the young boy, outwardly acknowledging him as a junior brother, yet treating him with the affection akin to that of blood relatives. In truth, if one were to consider it, the Grand Elder had only ever taken one disciple in his lifetime, and that was Chen Qingyuan. The elders refer to Chen Qingyuan as junior brother out of respect for their calling the Grand Elder uncle. Master brother, I wish to attend the ceremonies of 2 matrimonial unions. As the wine flowed, Chen Qingyuan articulated his thoughts. The moment these words escaped his lips, the hall fell into a profound silence, with all eyes shifting towards Chen Qingyuan, rendered speechless. Why? Lin Changsheng inquired. The crowd gazed at Chen Qingyuan with expressions of confusion and astonishment, their stares unwavering. There is nothing to evade, Chen Qingyuan stated candidly. The assembly pondered, coming to an understanding. Have you truly made up your mind? Lin Changsheng's eyes brimmed with concern. I have, Chen Qingyuan replied with a slight smile. Then you shall accompany junior brother Yan. Lin Changsheng deliberated briefly before nodding in agreement. Thank you, brother, Chen Qingyuan expressed his gratitude. The Xuanqing sect dispatched Elder Yan Minghai to Tianyuan sect with a gift, for regardless of the awkwardness in the relationship between the two families, appearances must still be upheld. 2 months later, Yan Minghai and a dozen others set forth. Aboard a spirit vessel, Yan Minghai donned a long, deep gray robe, standing tall at 7 feet, with hair tinged with gray. Junior brother, recently the sect master has been tirelessly seeking renowned physicians for your sake. However, once your condition is disclosed, no physician is willing to intervene, deeming it hopeless. Yan Minghai stood shoulder to shoulder with Chen Qingyuan, enveloping him in a protective aura of mysterious light. You have troubled master brother, Chen Qingyuan acknowledged, keeping these matters close to his heart. Alas, Yan Minghai sighed softly, reflecting, In those days, you were unparalleled, your name resonating across the northern wilderness. Now, having arrived at this unfortunate outcome, had I known it would come to this, even if we had bound you in the past, it would not have prevented your journey to the abyss. Brother Yin, there is no need for concern. Perhaps this is my fate. The experiences within the abyss are not to be divulged by Chen Qingyuan to anyone, lest calamity befall us. Furthermore, some matters are best kept to oneself. Before long, the worship of the Xuanqing sect reached the domain of the Tianyuan sect. Gazing around, one could see the void filled with various spiritual vessels and treasures, adorned with the banners of numerous sects, creating a magnificent spectacle. The Tianyuan sect is nestled amidst misty mountains, where ancient trees take root in the rocks, reaching towards the heavens and casting shadows upon the land. At the foot of the mountains stood formidable spiritual beasts, alongside a deep green giant serpent coiling in the air and colossal birds engulfed in flames, as well as winged steeds, among others. In just over 3 months, the day of the union between the two sects will arrive. Representatives from various sects may now enter the Tianyuan sect or remain aboard their own warships, awaiting the occasion. Junior brother, let us remain here for the time being. When the day arrives, we shall make our entrance. To accommodate Chen Qingyuan's feelings, Yin Minghai planned to stay temporarily aboard the warship. Brother Yin, we have already entered the territory of the Tianyuan sect. As a representative of the Xuanqing sect, it would be somewhat improper for you not to make an appearance. Go and greet the friends from the various factions. I can manage on my own. Chen Qingyuan did not wish to put Yin Minghai in a difficult position. That may not be appropriate. The Xuanqing sect's warship is anchored here, visible to all. If Yin Minghai does not show himself, it may appear somewhat pretentious to outsiders, affecting our reputation. Never mind, I know my limits, so rest assured. Chen Qingyuan offered Yin Minghai a reassuring glance. After a moment's contemplation, Yin Minghai nodded in agreement. Very well, during this period, you shall remain within the cabin and refrain from venturing outside. Chen Qingyuan watched Yin Minghai depart. Although the Xuanqing sect was no ordinary sect, it was imperative to maintain harmonious relations with numerous top-tier powers, striving to avoid any offense. Thus, although this occasion marked the marriage ceremony between the Tianyuan sect and the Dongi Palace, it provided an opportunity for various sects to converge, fostering mutual exchange and the cultivation of amicable ties. Before long, a figure approached the Xuanqing sect's worship, accompanied by a voice dripping with mockery. Chen Qingyuan, how dare you attend the union of the two sects? Aren't you afraid of embarrassment? The tone was laced with derision, clearly intent on witnessing Chen Qingyuan's humiliation. Chapter 7. My stay or departure is none of your concern within the cabin. Chen Qingyuan caught wind of the taunt and stepped outside, spotting a young man clad in purple suspended in midair. Ah, it is you, Xiaochong. It has been quite some time. Chen Qingyuan's lips curled into a slight smile, his light-colored robe flowing elegantly as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding a scholarly demeanor. You, the purple-clad youth, known as Xiananzhong, a member of the Serpent clan and a former adversary of Chen Qingyuan, remarked, Chen Qingyuan, you remain as unlikable as ever. Having spotted the Xuanqing sect's worship moments ago, Xiananzhong approached, only to discover Chen Qingyuan's presence, prompting him to advance immediately. You are hardly human, Chen Qingyuan retorted sharply. At this, Xiananzhong felt a flicker of irritation. However, upon reflection, he realized that he indeed was not entirely human, and thus, he stifled his retort. However, Chen Qingyuan's words carried a hint of insult, prompting Xia Nan to huff in annoyance. Humph. Over a century ago, Xia Nan and Chen Qingyuan had a tumultuous dispute that culminated in a fierce confrontation. Following that battle, Chen Qingyuan bestowed upon Xia Nan a mocking nickname, Little Bug, which elicited laughter from many. Defeated by Chen Qingyuan, Xia Nan found himself unable to retort and reluctantly accepted the moniker. Are you not aware of the identities of the unions between our families? Xia Nan, suppressing a flicker of anger, chose not to stoop to Chen Qingyuan's level. Indeed, Chen Qingyuan replied with an indifferent expression. Your composure is commendable for someone who still returns. Xia Nan raised his thumb in a gesture of mixed admiration and sarcasm. In your prime, you were unparalleled. Qin Yutong, the young master of the Tianyuan sect, certainly bore the brunt of your prowess. Now that Qin Yutong is to wed by Shishua, are you not inviting humiliation upon yourself? Little Bug, are you genuinely concerned for me? Chen Qingyuan remarked with an ambiguous smile. As if I would concern myself with you. Dream on. Xia Nan harbored a disdain for the nickname. Yet Chen Qingyuan's utterance did not ignite significant ire, as they were both adversaries and allies. Allow me to offer you a word of advice. You have become a mere shadow of your former self. Remaining at the Xuanqing sect is your safest option. Thank you for the reminder. Chen Qingyuan replied dismissively. I may tease you a bit, but others might not be so lenient. With that, Xiaonan lost interest and turned to leave. After their encounter, he confirmed that Chen Qingyuan truly had been rendered ineffective, which brought him a sense of joy tinged with melancholy. After walking a short distance, Xiaonan glanced back at Chen Qingyuan's direction with a soft sigh. Such a prodigy. What a pity. In just a few short days, the news of Chen Qingyuan's arrival in the domain of the Tianyuan sect reached many ears. Practitioners from various sects gazed at the warships of the Xuanqing sect, whispering among themselves. What treasures might lie within the celestial abyss that Chen Qingyuan has uncovered? Did he indeed acquire anything from the depths of the abyss? Questioned a young man from a lofty position. What concern is it of yours? Chen Qingyuan replied coldly, casting a glance at the youth clad in black. He did not recognize this person, likely a figure who had risen to prominence over the past century. How many formidable beings at the god transformation and integration stages perished within the confines of the celestial abyss? What right do you, a mere nascent soul practitioner, have to have emerged unscathed? The black-clad youth persisted, dismissing Chen Qingyuan with disdain. Were this a century ago, I would have easily cast you against the wall with a mere flick of my hand. Chen Qingyuan retorted sharply, Humph. All you can do now is reminisce about your past glories. The black-clad youth, familiar with Chen Qingyuan's accomplishments, recognized his own inferiority. Yet, the present was different. Chen Qingyuan had become a shadow of his former self, and there was no reason to cower. Chen Qingyuan smiled silently, considering conversing with such a fool a sheer waste of time. Thus, he settled at the bow of the ship, savoring fragrant tea while admiring the surrounding scenery, deliberately ignoring the incessant prattle of the youth. In truth, many were eager to uncover how Chen Qingyuan had survived, or to glean some secrets regarding the forbidden zone from his lips, which might prove useful in the future. It was only due to the influence of the Xuanqing sect that practitioners refrained from employing excessive measures against Chen Qingyuan. The lingering mystery remained. Chen Qingyuan claimed to have faked his death to escape, yet what method had allowed him to survive for over a century within the forbidden zone? Should one acquire this method, one might endeavor to enter the abyssal forbidden zone in pursuit of opportunities. Time slips through our fingers, and suddenly the day of the union between the two sects has arrived. Today, a group of elders and disciples from Dong Palace has gathered here, poised to enter the venue. The bride, by Shishue, has yet to make her appearance, as she will only reveal herself on the day of the formal union. Leading the group from Dong Palace is by Shishue's master, Yao Susu, dressed in a simple, light-colored robe, cinched at the waist with a snow-white silk sash. Her long hair is elegantly secured with a jade hairpin. With her hands gently resting on her abdomen, she exudes a dignified and classical presence, radiating exceptional grace. Yao Susu has caught wind of some remarks from the surroundings and instinctively turned her gaze to a distance of 100 paces, where she beheld Chen Qingyuan, halting in her tracks. After a moment's hesitation, Yao Susu resolved to approach him, followed by a throng of over 100 individuals. What brings Elder Chen here? In the presence of esteemed figures, Yao Susu greeted Chen Qingyuan with courtesy, performing a respectful bow. Congratulations. Chen Qingyuan remained seated, casting a fleeting glance upward. The members of Dong Palace perceived his behavior as quite discourteous and were inclined to admonish him, but Yao Susu intervened. It is merely a matter of customary etiquette. There is no need for concern. What truly preoccupied Yao Susu was the reason behind Chen Qingyuan's presence here. Did he intend to disrupt the union of the two sects? Tentatively, she inquired, is it merely to extend congratulations? Of course, I have prepared a gift for this occasion, Chen Qingyuan replied, recalling the white umbrella within the jade bracelet. Although it might be somewhat detrimental, it would not inflict any substantial harm upon the two sections. Moreover, it was not Chen Qingyuan's intention, but rather a circumstance beyond his control. In comparison to the actions of Dong Palace, Chen Qingyuan appears to be a living Buddha. In the past, Chen Qingyuan bestowed upon Dong Palace numerous treasures. Now that the engagement between the two parties has been rendered null, it is astonishing that these gifts have not been returned. On that day, he even attempted to sever all ties with a medium-grade spiritual vein, which was nothing short of a humiliation. At least in Chen Qingyuan's eyes, it was a profound insult. What kind of gift could it be? A sense of foreboding enveloped Yao Susu, stirring an inexplicable anxiety within her. Since it was a gift, it certainly could not be disclosed. In earlier times, Chen Qingyuan would have shown Yao Susu some regard, but now he regarded her as inconsequential. Chen Qingyuan, should you dare to disrupt the union of our families, do not expect Dong Palace to show any nostalgia. Faced with Chen Qingyuan's blatant disregard, Yao Susu abandoned her pretense, removing her mask and warning him with a frigid gaze. Oh, Chen Qingyuan replied, unfazed, with a light laugh. Is there any lingering affection between Xuanqing's sect and Dong Palace? How pitiable you are. To Yao Susu, Chen Qingyuan's words seemed merely a veneer of bravado, a futile attempt to preserve a semblance of dignity. With a disdainful glance, she slowly shook her head. You should be acutely aware of one thing. Cultivators enjoy lifespans that span millennia, while mortals barely last a century. Now that you are incapacitated, even if Xuanqing's sect were to extend your life, it would not be for long. So what? Chen Qingyuan's expression remained devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as tranquil as water. Returning now would be advantageous for both you and Xuanqing's sect. In a bid for safety, Yao Susu sought to compel Chen Qingyuan to retreat. As long as Chen Qingyuan departed from Tianyuan sect, the union would surely remain untroubled. Chen Qingyuan's presence here is akin to a ticking time bomb, with the potential to utter some unspeakable remarks that could result in immeasurable repercussions. My fate, it seems, is not for you to determine. Chen Qingyuan chuckled. This occasion marks the union of my Dong Palace with the Tianyuan sect, thus I possess certain decision-making authority. As Chen Qingyuan refused to depart, Yao Susu's heart grew increasingly uneasy, prompting her to issue an outright eviction order. The Xuanqing sect received an invitation from the Tianyuan sect and traveled great distances to extend their congratulations. Are you truly serious about expelling me? I never realized how utterly detestable this old, which Yao Susu could be. I merely wish to ask Elder Chen to leave, with no ill intentions towards the Xuanqing sect. Yao Susu quickly clarified, aware of the need to speak cautiously as a core elder of Dong Palace. Thousands of eyes bore witness to this scene. Misstatements could carry grave consequences. How audacious! Before Chen Qingyuan could utter a word, a voice filled with ire resonated from within the warship's cabin. Chapter 8. The Protective Senior Brother. Dressed in a gray robe, Dong Wanjun emerged from the door, his expression somber. I have met Elder Dong. In an instant, Yao Susu and her companion's expressions shifted, and they performed a profound bow. Who is Dong Wanjun? He is the esteemed protector elder of the Xuanqing sect, a formidable being at the transcendent stage. The mere presence of such an individual instilled fear and reverence in many. The protector elder of the Xuanqing sect has actually arrived. He is a figure of considerable renown. Surely, the union of our two sects does not warrant the personal attendance of a transcendence-level powerhouse. It appears that the intention is not to seek a marriage alliance. Otherwise, one would have revealed themselves long ago, rather than lurking in obscurity. The gathered cultivators erupted in astonishment, rendered speechless. Dong Wenjun had not departed from the Xuanqing sect for many years, and his clandestine appearance this time was motivated by concerns for Chen Qingyuan, who had been hiding within the ship's cabin. Senior brother, what brings you here? Chen Qingyuan exclaimed in surprise, turning to gaze at the venerable Dong Wenjun, whose hair was as white as snow and whose demeanor exuded authority. I feared for your safety, Dong Wenjun replied. Upon directing his gaze toward Chen Qingyuan, he immediately softened his previously aloof demeanor, revealing a gentle smile and speaking in soothing tones. Having lost a junior disciple once before, he could not bear to endure a second loss. The extinguishing of Chen Qingyuan's soul lamp had struck Dong Wenjun like a bolt from the blue, leaving him in profound sorrow. Later, he knelt before the grave of the Grand Elder, openly expressing his regret for failing to safeguard Chen Qingyuan, burdened by deep remorse. Senior brother. Chen Qingyuan felt a slight sting in his nose, his throat tightening. The protective elder of the sect could only depart in times of dire crisis or urgent matters. Yet, in order to ensure Chen Qingyuan's safety, Dong Wenjun had contravened the sect's regulations. The crowd, upon hearing Dong Wenjun's declaration, was met with a blend of astonishment and envy. To have a senior brother in the tribulation transcending stage safeguarding one was a dream beyond the reach of countless aspirants. In the past, this might have been understandable, for at that time, Chen Qingyuan was a prodigious talent, the hope of a new generation for the Xuanqing sect. Now, however, having been reduced to a mere mortal, it seemed unfathomable that the sect's higher-ups would react in such a manner. My junior brother shall not be bullied by anyone. Dong Wenjun instructed Chen Qingyuan to stand aside, entrusting him with the resolution of these matters. Subsequently, Dong Wenjun stood high above in the heavens, casting a sweeping glance over the various sect cultivators before ultimately fixing his gaze upon the members of Dong Palace. If the two sects are unwelcoming towards the Xuanqing sect, then the Xuanqing sect is free to depart at this moment. Elder Dong's anger subsided, as he reassured, the junior has no such intention. Yao Susu's already bent posture lowered even further, her back drenched in cold sweat. Earlier, she had dared to speak harshly to Chen Qingyuan, dismissing him due to the few inner disciples accompanying him aboard the warship. Had she known that Dong Wenjun was present in the cabin, she would not have dared utter those words, even at the cost of her life. Offending Dong Wenjun's authority meant that the current leader of Dongyi Palace would be compelled to offer an apology. A powerful being in the tribulation stage is among the elite figures in the vast northern wilderness and must not be trifled with. What do you mean by that? Dong Wenjun thundered. I. A terrifying pressure descended upon Yao Susu, akin to being crushed by a mountain, rendering her breathless and weighed down. In the past, out of consideration for the junior disciple, she had exchanged a few words with him and afforded him some respect. However, when it comes to seniority and strength, she lacked even the qualification to meet him. To dare to oppress my junior disciple today is truly an affront. Dong Wenjun. Having watched Chen Qingyuan grow up and indulged him with every delight and amusement, would never tolerate such bullying from others. Had it not been for the presence of several elder statesmen at Dongyi Palace, Dong Wenjun would have resorted to direct retribution, delivering a few resounding slaps to Yao Susu. The younger generation's provocative demeanor had been overlooked by Dong Wenjun, who preferred to turn a blind eye rather than intervene. However, when the elders dared to flaunt their seniority, Dong Wenjun found it intolerable. The younger generation recognized their mistake. Yao Susu, overwhelmed by the pressure of the tribulation period, felt as if her bones were fracturing under the strain and reluctantly offered her apologies. Humph. With a cold snort, Dong Wenjun dispersed the oppressive aura, warning, should this occur again, I shall ensure Dongyi Palace provides you with a proper education. Thank you for your forgiveness, esteemed elder. Despite harboring a myriad of grievances and dissatisfaction, Yao Susu had no choice but to conceal her emotions and express her gratitude. Begone. Dong Wenjun, hands clasped behind his back, regarded Yao Susu with utter disdain. With a mere flick of his finger, he could have easily subdued her. In haste, Yao Susu and her companions departed, not daring to look back. This humiliation was colossal and would undoubtedly become a topic of gossip among many. No one had anticipated that such a formidable figure from the Xuanqing sect would appear. The young man who had just been verbally humiliated fled in fear of retaliation, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The commotion drew the attention of Yan Minghai, who, upon learning of the incident involving Chen Qingyuan, rushed to the scene. Brother Dong. After a brief inquiry, Yan Minghai quickly grasped the events that had transpired. Returning to the warship, he first saluted Dong Wenjun before turning to Chen Qingyuan, his gaze filled with concern. Junior brother, are you unharmed? Suddenly, with a swift kick, Dong Wenjun sent Yan Minghai flying 1,000 meters away. Yan Minghai paused in midair, adjusted his attire, and swiftly returned to his original position. Xiaoqi, how could you be so thoughtless, leaving our junior brother alone on the ship? Had I not accompanied you, who knows how he would have been bullied, scolded Dong Wenjun, pointing an accusatory finger at elder Yan Minghai. It is entirely my fault. I nearly placed our junior brother in peril, Yan Minghai admitted with a sense of remorse. Brother Dong, I am fine. Please do not hold elder Yan responsible. Chen Qingyuan interjected hastily, guiding Dong Wenjun to a seat and pouring him a cup of tea. Brother, take a sip of tea to calm your anger. Dong Wenjun's swift kick had caught Chen Qingyuan off guard, leaving him somewhat bewildered. If our junior brother bears no grudge, let it be, he added. After sipping the tea, Dong Wenjun's fury dissipated significantly. Yan Minghai cast a grateful glance at Chen Qingyuan, relieved to have escaped a severe reprimand. The assembled cultivators regarded this scene with incredulity, unable to fathom why Chen Qingyuan, now rendered incapacitated, continued to receive such affection. Elder Dong, please honor us with your presence at Tianyuan Sect. The Grand Elder of Tianyuan Sect interjected with a smile and a bow. Just as the crowd was still grappling with the notion of Chen Qingyuan's favored status, the Grand Elder stepped forward. I wish to play chess with our junior brother, so I am quite occupied. Dong Wenjun had no intention of indulging Tianyuan Sect's formality and flatly rejected the invitation. The Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback by this response. Regaining his composure, he smiled and said, whenever Elder Dong finds the time, you are always welcome to enter. Tianyuan Sect shall extend a warm reception. Dong Wenjun, disliking such ostentatious formalities, preferred to remain silent. Due to the presence of Dong Wenjun, many esteemed elders revealed themselves, coming forth to exchange greetings. All these trivial matters were handled by Yan Minghai, while Dong Wenjun remained in the cabin, engaged in a game of chess with Chen Qingyuan, sipping tea amidst laughter and joviality. Soon, the day of the union arrived, as a layer of auspicious clouds adorned the sky, stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles. Numerous sects arrived punctually, grandly presenting their congratulatory gifts. The welcoming procession of Tianyuan Sect arrived on time, exuding an air of magnificence that drew the attention of all. 7 serpentine dragons drew a white jade war chariot, which was filled with powerful cultivators, their presence commanding respect. Following closely behind the chariot was a floral sedan chair. Though termed a sedan chair, it resembled a miniature palace on the move, entirely adorned with gold and jade. Many areas were intricately carved with patterns of soaring dragons and dancing phoenixes, enveloped in ethereal white mist. Seated within was Bai Shishue, attired in a flowing pink gown, crowned with a phoenix tiara. Celestial mists wafted gently, painting the sky with hues of dawn. The cultivators gazed from afar, captivated and spellbound. Chapter 9. The Gift of the White Umbrella. Disrupting the ceremony, Bai Shishue arrived, her demeanor cool and aloof, akin to a snow lotus atop an icy peak. A vision both desirable and unattainable. The elders of Tianyuan sect, accompanied by 100 disciples, stepped forth to greet her. Red flower petals began to drift from the sky, converging to form a pathway leading directly to the gates of Tianyuan sect, reminiscent of a breathtaking painting. Clad in a red gown that danced with the breeze, she appeared enchanting and graceful. Adorned with her phoenix crown, her hands rested elegantly before her skin as flawless as sculpted jade, every gesture radiating exquisite charm. The war chariot came to a halt, and the dragon-like creature let out a low roar, instilling fear in the surrounding spirit beasts, which bowed their heads in submission, unwilling to challenge the dragon's might. Shortly thereafter, Bai Shishue emerged from the Huajia Palace, followed closely by a group of remarkably beautiful female disciples. Additionally, at her side stood a middle-aged woman, clad in simple light-colored robes, yet exuding an air of exceptional grace and nobility. This woman was Xuanqing, the current saintess of the Dongi Palace. Naturally, the sect leader could not be absent from this union between the two sections. Saintess Du, please enter. The leader of the Tianyuan sect, Qingyuan, also made his appearance, adorned in resplendent garments, exuding an imposing presence. The leaders of both sects simultaneously turned their gaze towards the worship of the Xuanqing sect. They were well aware that Dong Wanjun had arrived. Yet his demeanor was anything but amicable, rendering it unnecessary to court trouble. Thus, Qingyuan, Xuanqing, and the others proceeded into the grand hall, where the elders and disciples of both sects radiated expressions of delight. After today, the Tianyuan sect and the Dongi Palace would forge an alliance, securing greater influence in this star domain, their status unassailable. Inside the worship, Chen Qingyuan gazed at the throngs of figures and murmured, "What an extravagant display. Junior brother, please take care." Dong Wanjun was uncertain about Chen Qingyuan's determination to attend the union celebration of the two sects, suspecting it might lead to misfortune. "I mean no harm. Rest assured, senior brother," Chen Qingyuan replied with a faint smile. "Regardless of what transpires, I shall protect you. Since I am here today, I am committed to ensuring your safe return home." Regardless of what Chen Qingyuan intends to do, Dong Wanjun has already made various preparations. To that end, Dong Wanjun even discreetly brought along the protective treasure of the sect, just in case. "Thank you, senior brother." A warmth enveloped Chen Qingyuan's heart as he turned towards the grand doors of the Tianyuan sect. Dong Wanjun, a formidable figure at the third stage of tribulation, must undergo a tribulation every 1,000 years at the latest, enduring a total of 9 trials to step into the realm of great transcendence and roam freely between heaven and earth. In recent years, the fluctuations of the laws within Dong Wanjun have become increasingly difficult to suppress. It is likely that before long, he will face his next tribulation, a perilous endeavor. "I am getting old, and I fear I may not survive this trial," Dong Wanjun mused as he gazed at Chen Qingyuan's departing figure. "Years ago, my master bestowed great kindness upon me, and you are the sole inheritor of his legacy. Even if it costs me my life, I shall ensure your safety." A century ago, during the incident involving the Tianyuan treasure, those who entered from the Xuanqing sect perished entirely. Upon receiving this news, Dong Wanjun found it unbearable, his heart aching in anguish. Now that Chen Qingyuan has returned alive, Dong Wanjun cannot allow a similar tragedy to unfold again. The main hall of the Tianyuan sect was teeming with people. Senior members from various sects could proceed to the inner hall for superior service, while ordinary disciples were relegated to the front hall, conversing with peers of the same standing. Chen Qingyuan, he truly dares to enter. It is said that he had a verbal engagement with Bai Shishue of Dongi Palace years ago. Is he here today to cause a disturbance? The Tianyuan sect and Dongi Palace are not ordinary forces, and should Chen Qingyuan dare to create trouble, he would face dire consequences. It seems there will be quite the spectacle to witness. As the crowd beheld the approaching figure of Chen Qingyuan from a distance, their curiosity was piqued, and they were eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Representatives from various sects presented their gifts, while the sky above the Tianyuan sect shimmered with ethereal hues, manifesting an auspicious scene. The Grand Elder, tasked with receiving the offerings, radiated joy as he expressed his gratitude to the guests, meticulously recording the gifts bestowed by different factions. Chen Qingyuan, accompanied by Yin Minghai, made their way to the entrance of the Grand Hall. "Friends from the Xuanqing sect, please enter," called out the elder of the Tianyuan sect, who cast a respectful glance at Chen Qingyuan and offered a courteous bow. Instructions had been given to the welcoming elder regarding Chen Qingyuan, advising against any obstruction. This gesture was a token of goodwill from the Xuanqing sect. Yin Minghai, representing the Xuanqing sect, retrieved a beautifully adorned gift box and gradually unveiled its contents. A faint azure light emanated from within, revealing a blue spirit pearl, neither particularly remarkable nor lacking in charm amidst the array of gifts. "Thank you." The welcoming elder accepted the offering graciously. As Yin Minghai prepared to enter the hall, Chen Qingyuan halted him, saying, "Senior brother Yin, please wait a moment." "What is it?" Yin Minghai paused and turned back. "I have a separate gift prepared," Chen Qingyuan replied, producing a low-grade spirit stone to divert attention, followed by a white umbrella from his bag. By utilizing the spirit stone to activate the bag, he ensured that his true cultivation level would remain concealed. Should news of Chen Qingyuan's re-establishment of his Dao root circulate, it would undoubtedly create a significant uproar. Given his current modest strength, it was imperative for him to remain under the radar, even from his fellow disciples. The welcoming elder and the gathered disciples were momentarily taken aback, soon replaced by expressions of displeasure. On the auspicious day of two unions, Chen Qingyuan unexpectedly presented a white umbrella, a gesture that clearly hinted at ill intentions. Traditionally, white objects are associated with funerals, and upon deeper reflection, an umbrella symbolizes separation. What could Elder Chen possibly mean by this? The expression on Elder Inca's face darkened as he inquired. "A gift," he replied. Had it not been for the obligation to honor the pact with Tianyuan, Chen Qingyuan would certainly not have graced Tianyuan sect with his presence. For him, now that Bai Shishue had chosen another, she was no longer a suitable match. Everything was in the past. If Bai Shishue had truly harbored feelings for Chen Qingyuan, her return would have been marked by resilience against any pressure to stand by his side. Yet, this was far from the truth. Upon realizing that Chen Qingyuan had become a mere shadow of his former self, her guilt ebbed away like a receding tide, leaving her heart untouched. Presenting a white umbrella on the day of the union was akin to sabotaging the event. Once so illustrious, Chen Qingyuan now resorted to such a pitiful display to uphold a semblance of dignity. I had anticipated a grand spectacle, only to be left disappointed by this lackluster affair. The disciples from various sects, who had been observing Chen Qingyuan intently, shook their heads in disinterest. Initially, they had hoped to witness a dramatic outburst from him, filled with derogatory remarks. The umbrella, crafted from humble materials, was nothing extraordinary. Elder Inca had intended to rebuke him, but was interrupted by the sudden command of the Grand Elder. "Accept the gift and avoid unnecessary complications." Obeying the directive, Elder Inca reluctantly set the white umbrella aside. His expression grim as he addressed Chen Qingyuan, "Elder Chen's gift has been accepted by Tianyuan sect. Please, come in." A mere white umbrella. Tianyuan sought to avoid causing a significant stir that might disrupt the overall situation. As long as Chen Qingyuan refrained from excessive actions, Tianyuan would remain indifferent. Having accomplished this matter, Chen Qingyuan and Yin Minghai walked side by side and took their seats in a certain area of the inner hall. The hall was adorned with thousands of tables and chairs, resplendent in gold and jade, while a faint mist of white wafted across the floor. The tables were laden with exquisite fruits and heavenly brews, the rich aroma of wine drifting with the gentle breeze to every corner. "Junior brother, you have been rather reckless," Yin Minghai whispered. "I apologize for worrying you, senior brother," Chen Qingyuan replied. "I understand your frustration," Yin Minghai remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the direction of the Dongyi Palace. "It is not that I blame you, but rather that we should discuss this matter together. If a conflict arises, we must be prepared in advance." Tianyuan would not engage in battle over such trivialities. Chen Qingyuan chuckled lightly. Better to be cautious than to regret later. Yin Minghai was prudent in his actions. "Understood. I will heed your advice," Chen Qingyuan acknowledged, appreciating Yin Minghai's concerns. At that moment, the auspicious hour arrived, and an announcement was made. "We now invite the two newcomers to enter." On the high platform of the inner hall, the Grand Elder of Tianyuan addressed the assembled guests with a booming voice. Chapter 10. The Abyssal Cavern. The marriage alliance is suspended. Dongyi Palace, by Shishue. Tianyuan. Qinyutong. The two, clad in crimson garments, emerged side by side upon the high platform of the inner hall. To the eyes of the onlookers, Qin Yutong and Bai Shishue were a match made in heaven, embodying both talent and beauty. It is said that young Master Qin is a remarkable prodigy. Seeing him today, the reputation is indeed well-deserved. The elders from various factions began to extol. Qin Yutong cast a sweeping glance over the crowd and spotted Chen Qingyuan seated in a corner. A smirk curled at the corners of his lips, his gaze brimming with provocation, clearly mocking. Chen Qingyuan met Qin Yutong's eyes, but exhibited no emotional turbulence. His demeanor remained as tranquil as the clouds. Having spent over a century within the Tianyuan forbidden zone, Chen Qingyuan had undergone numerous trials, making it quite challenging to provoke his ire. Gratitude was extended to the esteemed friends for their attendance. At the center stood the esteemed leader of Tianyuan sect, Qingyuan, bearing a smile and performing a respectful gesture. After a lengthy and intricate speech, Qingyuan announced that henceforth, Tianyuan sect would advance and retreat in unison with Dong Palace. The holy master of Dong Palace, Ruoxing, also took the stage, uttering customary pleasantries. Once these elaborate formalities concluded, the two newcomers prepared to conduct the heavenly offering. Upon the completion of this rite, they would officially become Dao partners, sharing joys and hardships alike. A towering incense stick, approximately 10 meters in height, was ignited, its smoke spiraling upward to the heavens as the celestial ceremony commenced. Observing the impending completion of the rite, a flicker of delight flashed deep within Qin Yang's eyes, tinged with an intriguing nuance. Logically speaking, with the profound heritage of Tianyuan sect, it ranks among the finest in this star domain. As the sect master, Qingyuan surely wouldn't exhibit such exuberance simply due to an alliance with Dong Palace. If a union were to materialize today, Dong Palace would undoubtedly come to regret it. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from afar, reaching the ears of all present. This utterance caused the two newcomers, engaged in the ceremony, to pause. The master need not concern himself. It was undoubtedly the doing of some petty miscreants intent on causing disruption. I shall promptly dispatch someone to address this matter. Qin Yang's expression shifted abruptly. He turned to Ruoxing and offered her a faint smile before communicating telepathically with the elders of the sect, seal all barriers and permit no one to enter. Ruoxing furrowed her brow, a sense of unease washing over her. However, she refrained from halting the marriage ceremony, gazing in the direction from which the sound originated. Eager to discern the situation, the barrier of Tianyuan sect suddenly activated, drawing the attention of the crowd, who were filled with curiosity. Master Qin, what does this mean? Questioned a certain cultivator. This is to prevent any nefarious individuals from causing disruption. Once the union between our two sects is complete, the barriers will be lifted, and there is no need for concern, my fellow cultivators, Qingyuan replied, feigning calmness and urging the guests to exercise a modicum of understanding. Most attendees, upon hearing this explanation, nodded in agreement, though a minority remained skeptical, frowning in contemplation. Proceed. Qingyuan urged the Grand Elder to expedite the marriage alliance ceremony. The Grand Elder understood the unspoken cue and planned to have the newlyweds exchange tokens, perform a blood oath, and sign a soul contract, thus binding them as partners for eternity. Boom. At that moment, a tremendous noise erupted from the eastern barrier. A gash was torn open, and a figure clad in black, exerting all his strength, proclaimed, "Beneath Tianyuan sect lies a suppressed demon lair. Should Dong Palace enter into a union with it, calamity will surely follow." At these words, the crowd erupted in chaos. Countless eyes turned toward Qingyuan, seemingly seeking a definitive answer. Wait, Ruoxing, who had maintained her silence, interjected, halting the proceedings. Master Qin, do you not intend to provide an explanation for this matter? Fabrications abound. Qingyuan vehemently denies it, does he not? Ruoxing's expression is grave. If this were a falsehood, would Lord Qin dare to swear an oath upon his Dao heart? In an instant, the atmosphere becomes intensely silent, as if a pin could be heard falling. Numerous elders of the Tianyuan sect have approached the eastern barrier, intent on subduing the rogue who disrupts the union. The man in black has come here with no intention of leaving alive. I am Wang Ping, once a core disciple of the Tianyuan sect 5 centuries ago. I stumbled into a forbidden area and discovered a demonic cavern, inciting the ire of the sect's upper echelons. Fortunately, I managed to escape with my life. To create a breach in the barrier, I have employed all my life-preserving techniques, seeking to tarnish the reputation of the Tianyuan sect and exact my vengeance. In their ruthless pursuit to draw me out, the Tianyuan sect tortured my loved ones to death. I have evaded them for 500 years, and today, I have finally found an opportunity to reveal everything. A millennium ago, the Tianyuan sect was merely a third-rate power within the flowing meteor domain. Yet it has risen to prominence in just a few hundred years, a rise attributable to the demonic cavern beneath. The Tianyuan sect has continuously extracted resources from this cavern, allowing it to expand unchecked, keeping this matter concealed. Now, the influence of the cavern has become untenable, and the Tianyuan sect seeks to find scapegoats. As I contend with the elders of the Tianyuan sect, I proclaim the truths I know aloud. Within the demonic cavern lie an inexhaustible wealth of resources. The Tianyuan sect has only extracted a fraction, yet has ascended to become a leading force in the flowing meteor domain. To conceal the existence of the cavern and prevent any leaks of information, no more than 5 individuals within the Tianyuan sect are privy to its secrets. As it has developed to the present day, the demonic abyss has grown immense, resembling an endless chasm of darkness. Only now does the Heavenly Jade sect wish to suppress this abyss, yet they find it too late. Consequently, the Heavenly Jade sect has endeavored tirelessly to forge a matrimonial alliance with the Eastern Palace. Once these two families unite, the Eastern Palace will find it exceedingly difficult to remain aloof and must assist the Heavenly Jade sect in addressing the issues surrounding the abyss. Is it possible? I seem to recall a figure named Xuanqing, who mysteriously vanished later on. To speak candidly, the rise of the Heavenly Jade sect is indeed rather peculiar. In merely a few hundred years, it has transformed into a colossal entity within the flowing star domain, which is quite strange. If the claims hold true, and there exists a demonic abyss beneath the Heavenly Jade sect, its eruption would have unimaginable consequences. The crowd listened to Xuanqing's discourse, erupting in a tumult of voices. Chen Qingyuan, seated nearby, did not anticipate that matters would escalate to this point. The intrigue was palpable, and he was grateful for his presence, ensuring he did not miss out. If this were indeed the case, matters would become troublesome. Yan Minghai furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself. The atmosphere grew tense, and the expressions of the guests turned grave. The deeper they pondered, the more alarmed they became. Qin Yang's countenance darkened significantly. His hands clenched tightly within his sleeves as he cast a fierce gaze toward the cloaked figure in the eastern barrier, wishing nothing less than for that individual to suffer 1,000 tortures. Noticing Qin Yang's prolonged silence, Xuanqing sensed that this matter was likely not without foundation. She quickly moved to stand beside Bai Shixue, forcibly severing the connection between Bai Shixue and Qin Yutong, and coldly stated, "If your esteemed sect fails to provide a reasonable explanation, the union between our two sects may prove exceedingly difficult to pursue." After the ceremony concluded, Master Du promised to gradually elucidate matters. Qin Yang wished to persist, hoping to forge an alliance with the Eastern Palace. However, seated in the position of a sect leader, Xuanqing was not easily swayed and stated plainly, "If there is anything to be said, it can be conveyed now. There is no need to wait until later." Boom. Following a fierce battle, Xuanqing was besieged by the elders of the Tianyuan sect and met a tragic end, his body exploding into a mist of blood. No one mourned Xuanqing's demise. Their expressions remained indifferent. The individuals from the Eastern Palace, however, cast a glance toward the direction of Xuanqing's demise, feeling a sense of gratitude. Had Xuanqing not sacrificed himself to reveal the truth, the Eastern Palace would undoubtedly have fallen prey to the Tianyuan sect's schemes. "Master Qin, will you not provide an explanation? The matter of the abyss is of great significance. Should it indeed be true that the Tianyuan sect concealed such information, they would surely become the enemy of all sects within the flowing star domain. We implore you, Master Qin, to be forthright and disclose any hidden truths." The representatives from various sects spoke up, placing immense pressure on Qin Yang. The elders and disciples of the Tianyuan sect appeared utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how the ceremony of union and alliance had escalated to this point. It was no wonder that the Tianyuan sect was so eager to ally with the Eastern Palace. Their intentions were suspect. Given Qin Yang's demeanor, no one doubted the authenticity of the abyss matter. The Eastern Palace had nearly been ensnared. Many felt a chill for the Eastern Palace. Had the alliance been forged, they would inevitably have been entangled in the consequences of the abyss, unable to remain uninvolved. Dong Palace can be regarded as a prominent force within the flowing star domain, adept at alleviating the pressures faced by the Tianyuan sect. Initially, Dong Palace envisioned that an alliance with the Tianyuan sect would bolster its foundation and secure a greater voice in this star domain. Little did they anticipate the depth of the Tianyuan sect's concealment. Given this revelation, let us proceed to a more in-depth discussion, my esteemed companions. At this juncture, Qin Yang realized that the truth could no longer be hidden and chose to lay everything bare before the assembly. Chapter 11. Departure of the assembly. Qin Yang took the lead, with the high-ranking members of various sects following closely behind. Meanwhile, Qin Yutong's countenance was grim, his eyes revealing a hint of suspicion. He was utterly oblivious to the matters concerning the demon abyss. The union with Bai Shixue had been decreed by his father, Qin Yang. Furthermore, Bai Shixue had once been the cherished companion of Chen Qingyuan, which made Qin Yutong all the more eager to pursue her, expending considerable effort in his courtship. Qin Yutong had initially planned to engage in a heartfelt conversation with Chen Qingyuan following the conclusion of the marriage ceremony, perhaps exchanging some unflattering remarks, which he believed would elevate his spirits. However, the sudden turn of events left him bewildered. Bai Shixue, equally confounded, stood amidst the crowd from Dongyi Palace, her expression one of utter confusion, seemingly unable to grasp the unfolding situation. "Senior brother Yan, let us go and take a look," urged Chen Qingyuan, clad in a flowing blue robe, eager not to miss the spectacle, as he pulled Yan Minghai to follow in step with the gathering. "Do not wander off. You must remain by my side," cautioned Yan Minghai, deeply concerned for Chen Qingyuan's safety. He had intended to escort Chen Qingyuan aboard the warship, but yielded to Chen Qingyuan's stubbornness, reluctantly agreeing. Rest assured, Chen Qingyuan would undoubtedly refrain from wandering aimlessly, for this place is not the Xuanqing sect, and one must proceed with utmost caution. Qin Yang meticulously dismantled various restrictions, guiding the group to the forbidden grounds of the back mountain, where a dense forest thrived with vibrant life. Initially, some core elders attempted to engage Qin Yang in a debate, arguing against bringing individuals from various sects to the demonic lair. However, after Qin Yang presented his well-reasoned arguments, the informed elders lost their tempers and ultimately acquiesced. If a solution to the demonic lair was not found promptly, the repercussions of an outbreak would spell disaster for the Tianyuan sect. At that juncture, not only would the Tianyuan sect suffer, but the entire Fulixing domain would also be adversely affected. As they traversed the thick forest, over 1,000 people arrived at a desolate plain. Venturing deeper into the plain, they encountered an abyss with a diameter of approximately 10,000 meters. Its entrance adorned with intricate magical runes, from which thick, malevolent energy emanated. The demonic lair resided at the abyss's depths, situated at the very core of the Tianyuan sect. Due to the numerous barriers established by the Tianyuan sect surrounding the abyss, the malevolent energy was contained and prevented from dispersing. Such a vast demonic lair. To where does it lead? Is it connected to the demon realm? Should any disturbances arise from the lair, the Tianyuan sect would bring calamity upon the entire Fulixing domain. How dreadful. Master Qin, why did you not inform us at the first sign of the demonic lair's emergence? The situation had already taken shape, and should it erupt, the consequences would be dire. The elders of various sects began to hold Qin Yang accountable, their expressions darkening. Listening to their reprimands, Qin Yang remained unfazed, his demeanor calm. He had anticipated such a day and had prepared himself mentally for it. When the crowd grew weary of their accusations, Qin Yang finally spoke. "Esteemed friends, it is indeed true that the Tianyuan sect has erred, and we willingly accept our punishment. However, I kindly request that upon your return, you discuss with your respective sects the matter of addressing the demonic abyss. You must be well aware that should the abyss erupt, it will affect every corner of the Fulyu star domain, and even other star domains. No one can remain aloof from this calamity. Qin sect master, this disaster has been wrought by your Tianyuan sect. Why should we bear the responsibility?" A voice thundered in anger. "The Tianyuan sect is prepared to offer half of our treasury to all sects," Qin Yang declared, rising into the air, his voice resonating with authority. "Once this matter is resolved, the Tianyuan sect is willing to bear the accountability of all the heroes of the realm." He then turned his gaze towards the members of the Dongyi Palace. "Sect Master Du, if the Dongyi Palace is willing to continue our alliance with the Tianyuan sect, we shall gladly present the remaining half of our resources." Though Qin Yang felt a pang in his heart, he recognized the necessity of such a sacrifice. The eruption of the demonic abyss would first spell disaster for the Tianyuan sect, for the future of the sect. He had no choice but to set aside his pride and deplete the sect's resources in order to garner the support of others. "The Dongyi Palace is not fortunate enough to ally with the Tianyuan sect. I believe we should decline." Du Ruoxing rejected without hesitation, unwilling to gamble the future of the Dongyi Palace. Resolving the chaos of the abyss would merely yield an abundance of resources. Should we fail, the Dongyi Palace would surely be dragged down, unable to recover. "Have you not considered this, Sect Master Du?" Qin Yang pressed for a moment longer. To this, Du Ruoxing merely cast a cold glance without offering a reply. Seeing this situation, Qin Yang comprehended Du Ruoxing's determination and ceased to press for further insistence. Subsequently, he uttered a few grandiloquent remarks, urging the esteemed guests to relay the message back to their respective sects, hastening the deliberation of a solution to the demonic lair. What a predicament! To have us clean up after the Tianyuan sect is truly infuriating. Given the gravity of the matter, it is imperative to return and formulate a strategy swiftly. Let us depart. After a period of uproar, the assembly departed in indignation. Before leaving, the Tianyuan sect returned all gifts. Since the two sects would not be uniting in marriage, the celebratory banquet was rendered unnecessary. My esteemed friends, I offer my sincerest apologies. It seemed they wished to avoid offending any sects and sought assistance from various factions. Thus, the elders of the Tianyuan sect each extended their apologies, starkly contrasting their initial arrogance. On the way back, Chen Qingyuan encountered the members of Dongi Palace at the entrance of the Tianyuan sect. Sect leader Du, he greeted, while Yan Minghai, of somewhat lesser rank, performed a fist salute. Elder Yan. Du Ruoxing nodded in acknowledgement, her expression indifferent, concealing her true thoughts. After exchanging pleasantries, Du Ruoxing's gaze fell upon Chen Qingyuan. She scrutinized him deeply, failing to discern anything amiss, and inwardly lamented the fall of a once great talent into a state of ruin. Such a pity. An elder returned the gift from the Xuanqing sect, departing in a dejected manner. Chen Qingyuan regarded the white umbrella in his hand with a slightly peculiar expression, muttering to himself, "Although the gift has been returned, it is not due to my actions. The initial agreement should thus be considered fulfilled, should it not?" The individuals within Dongi Palace found it impossible to ignore the striking white umbrella. Previously, Tianyuan sect had wished to avoid attracting too much attention, and many were unaware of Chen Qingyuan's gift of the umbrella. At this moment, numerous gazes converged upon Chen Qingyuan, accompanied by hushed whispers. "Chen Qingyuan, your gift is indeed quite fortuitous," remarked Du Ruoxing, her expression impassive. "It is merely a coincidence." Faced with the leader of Dongi Palace, Chen Qingyuan remained unperturbed, exuding an air of calmness. "To my knowledge, you are not someone lacking in composure," Du Ruoxing said softly from a distance of more than 10 meters. The elders standing behind wore grim expressions, as this union had devolved into a farce, leaving them utterly humiliated. Bai Shishue, clad in a red dress, stole a glance at Chen Qingyuan from the corner of her eye, feeling a mixture of shame, awkwardness, and helplessness. The decision regarding the sect's union was not within her authority. If given the choice, Bai Shishue would prefer to see this union through rather than endure the scorn of others, thus preserving her dignity. Soon, she convinced herself internally, gradually lifting her head as her gaze transformed. Having embarked on this path, there was no turning back. From this moment forth, she remained a highly talented cultivator, while Chen Qingyuan possessed a lifespan of merely a century. The flicker of guilt within her heart vanished entirely. "I mean no offense, Master Du. Please do not overthink it." Chen Qingyuan replied with a serene smile, slowly retracting the white umbrella. "You are quite fortunate to have emerged alive from Tianyuan. Might you share what transpired within?" Du Ruoxing expressed her keen interest in the Tianyuan. As soon as these words were spoken, many people paused in their tracks, their gazes directed towards Chen Qingyuan, now tinged with hostility. Chapter 12. The Dissolution of Alliances, a stir among all parties. Yan Minghai sensed a myriad of unfriendly pressures, evidently intrigued by Tianyuan, prompting him to swiftly prepare for defense as he took a few steps closer to Chen Qingyuan. Should anyone dare to make a move against Chen Qingyuan, Yan Minghai would be the first to shield him. "Since Master Du is so curious, why not venture inside yourself?" Chen Qingyuan replied with a faint smile, undeterred by Du Ruoxing's imposing aura, casually dismissing the remark. "If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly pay a visit." In front of the gathered crowd, Du Ruoxing could not resort to intimidation or coercion against Chen Qingyuan. Crucially, not far off, within the warship, sat the esteemed elder of the Xuanqing sect, a formidable figure at the tribulation stage. Du Ruoxing had no desire to offend such a powerful being. It was simply unnecessary. "Senior Yan, let us depart." Chen Qingyuan disregarded the individuals from Dongi Palace, not sparing a glance at Bai Shishue throughout the encounter. As Chen Qingyuan had stated, the ties with Bai Shishue had been severed. Perhaps, at one time, Bai Shishue truly cared for Chen Qingyuan, but this was contingent upon his status as a renowned prodigy. Ever since Chen Qingyuan's return, it had become common knowledge that he was now perceived as a cripple, and Bai Shishue exhibited little emotional response towards him, at most feeling a twinge of guilt. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges in finding someone who genuinely reciprocates one's feelings. Although Chen Qingyuan could comprehend Bai Shishue's actions, he could not bring himself to forgive her. From this point forward, they were akin to strangers, each with nothing owed to the other. This young man undoubtedly harbored secrets. Du Ruoxing gazed at the retreating figure of Chen Qingyuan, murmuring to herself. Had Chen Qingyuan emerged a century ago, the practitioners of the world would have shown little interest, merely considering Tianyuan a realm of great terror, unworthy of exploration. Yet, with Chen Qingyuan's reappearance after 100 years, how could it fail to pique the curiosity of cultivators across the land? "Master, is there truly no room for negotiation between Dongi Palace and Tianyuan sect?" asked Yao Susu, summoning her courage. "What? Elder, Yao wishes to play the role of a mediator?" Du Ruoxing turned to glance at Yao Susu, her tone indifferent. "That is not my intention. I implore the master to temper her anger. Yao Susu quickly bowed, acknowledging her misstep. Du Ruoxing scoffed, departing with the members of Dongi Palace. Should the two sects form a union, Yao Susu, as the mentor of Bai Shishua, would undoubtedly see her status rise. Thus, at the behest of a certain elder from Tianyu sect, she sought to make an earnest attempt. The matter of the demon cave was exceedingly grave. Du Ruoxing would not foolishly shoulder that burden for Tianyu sect. An alliance? What a farcical notion. Despite the multitude yearning to glean insights about Tianyuan from Chen Qingyuan, no faction dared to exert pressure. Not far away, the silver-haired Dong Wanjun stood upon the battle vessel of Xuanqing sect, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the direction of Chen Qingyuan. Should anyone contemplate acting against Chen Qingyuan, they would do well to consider whether they could triumph over Dong Wanjun. A mere invalid. Why should he receive such protection? Many found it incomprehensible, their hearts filled with uncertainty. In other sects, becoming an invalid would typically signify death, a situation to be disregarded. The world of cultivators cannot fathom the significance of Chen Qingyuan in the eyes of the higher echelons of the Xuanqing sect. It is a matter of familial ties rather than mere interests. With the imposing presence of Dong Wanjun, Chen Qingyuan safely returned to the warship. The group departed from the Tianyu sect in grand fashion, encountering no obstacles along the way. Before long, news of the annulled alliance spread across the vast lands, including the troubles stemming from the demon abyss. How infuriating it is that the Tianyu sect has monopolized all the benefits, yet now, in the face of great turmoil, expects us to bear the brunt of the consequences. What utter nonsense. It is no wonder that the Tianyu sect seeks to hasten their alliance with the Dongi Palace. They desire a scapegoat before their impending demise. I always wondered how the Tianyu sect could rise to prominence over the centuries. It turns out they have gained immense fortune from the depths of the demon abyss. Now that the situation has spiraled out of control, they wish for us to shoulder the repercussions. Such behavior is truly outrageous. The high-ranking members of various sects, upon learning of this affair, erupted in vehement curses, wishing to raze the Tianyu sect to the ground. However, the Tianyu sect, having amassed numerous formidable cultivators over the years, is not easily challenged. Thus, the other sects could only mutter their grievances in private. In the inner sanctum of the Xuanqing sect, a group deliberated on the matter of the demon abyss. Although Chen Qingyuan had lost his cultivation, he still offered insights while leisurely sipping tea. After much commotion, a voice among the Xuanqing sect proposed that they collaborate with the strong cultivators of other sects to address the issues of the demon abyss and hold the Tianyu sect accountable afterward. Yet, half of the assembly believed that since the troubles originated with the Tianyu sect, it was prudent to refrain from immediate action. Junior brother, what are your thoughts? Lin Changsheng raised his hand, urging the crowd to maintain silence as he turned to the relaxed and content Chen Qingyuan. It is not our concern, and thus there is no need for us to quarrel. Chen Qingyuan expressed his innermost thoughts. The urgency lies with Tianyuan rather than our Xuanqing sect. To entertain a hypothetical scenario, should the demon abyss truly erupt, it would first be Tianyuan that would face destruction, and thereafter we could join forces with fellow cultivators to address the aftermath. I concur with the opinion of our junior disciple. Should we be compelled to act, it would be prudent to wait until after the annihilation of Tianyuan. Many of our senior brothers and sisters expressed their agreement, feeling quite displeased with the actions of Tianyuan. If this continues, we may very well miss the prime opportunity to resolve the demon abyss situation. Once it spirals beyond our control, the number of innocent lives lost could be unimaginable. An elder furrowed his brow, deeply concerned. In my view, we should adopt a wait-and-see approach. Chen Qingyuan understood the worries of the assembly, his expression growing more solemn as he contemplated. Let us refrain from discussing this for now. Lin Changxing interrupted the ongoing debate to prevent discord. Let us first observe the actions of Tianyuan and then deliberate further. As the meeting concluded, Lin Changxing retained Dong Wenjun and Chen Qingyuan, while the others departed. Junior brother Dong, are you aware of your mistake in leaving the sect without permission? Lin Changxing appeared younger than Dong Wenjun, yet was, in truth, significantly his senior and possessed a slightly superior strength. I acknowledge my error, Dong Wenjun admitted, lowering his head in contrition, refraining from making excuses. I understand your concerns for our junior brother's safety, but as a guardian elder of the sect, your responsibilities are immense and cannot be taken lightly. If I were to temporarily leave the sect for certain matters while you were also absent, the consequences of an invasion by nefarious individuals would be dire. Lin Changxing and Dong Wenjun were both disciples of the same lineage, referring to Chen Qingyuan's master as their grandmaster, for they had both benefited from his guidance. The junior disciple willingly accepted his punishment. Before departing, Dong Wenjun contemplated the consequences. You shall face the wall for 3 months and be prohibited from consuming alcohol for half a year, Lin Chongqing stated solemnly. What? Dong Wenjun was taken aback. Then with a wry smile, he replied, Elder brother, facing the wall is acceptable, but can the ban on alcohol be lifted? Absolutely not, Lin Chongqing declared with authority. Very well. Dong Wenjun, a man who had never been swayed by the allure of women but had a profound appreciation for fine wines, found the prospect of abstaining for 6 months exceedingly arduous, yet he had no choice but to accept the penalty. Junior disciple, you have returned, yet have not offered incense to our grandmaster. You should visit him today. Having addressed the matter, Lin Chongqing's stern demeanor softened considerably. All right. Though he had never met Chen Qingyuan's master, Lin Chongqing felt a certain unease regarding his master's passing. After taking Chen Qingyuan as a disciple, the master had soon after passed away, leaving Lin Chongqing to personally inter him, a fact corroborated by many elders. Thus, he had to come to terms with this reality. At that time, Chen Qingyuan was still an infant, entirely oblivious to the world around him. Due to the favors his master had once extended, Chen Qingyuan had reaped numerous benefits. More than half of the senior members of the Xuanqing sect had received the master's blessings and opportunities, particularly Lin Chongqing and Dong Wenjun, who had been repeatedly rescued from dire situations by their master. With this connection, Chen Qingyuan had never faced injustice and was privy to many secrets held by his senior brothers. During the last examination to determine if he had been possessed, Chen Qingyuan, in a bid to prove his innocence, was compelled to sacrifice his senior brothers. It was not that he could not keep secrets. Chen Qingyuan and his companions arrived at the cemetery on the back mountain, where the autumn wind whispered a melancholic tune. Chapter 13, The Second Agreement. The trail of the ghost doctor in the southeastern corner of the graveyard stood a monument inscribed with the tomb of Shangwan Rong, a legendary figure from the Xuanqing sect, and also Chen Qingyuan's unofficial master. Since the beginning of his memory, Chen Qingyuan had never laid eyes on Shangwan Rong. He only knew that he had been brought back by him. Master, your disciple has come to pay respects. Even though Chen Qingyuan had never met his master, he held him in deep reverence, bowing respectfully to offer incense. Uncle Master, Lin Chongqing and Dong Wenjun also inclined their heads in a bow, their eyes filled with admiration. Without the guidance and grace of Shangwan Rong, they would not have ascended to the positions of sect leader and elder protector. They likely would have perished in some forgotten corner. The three tidied the grave of dust and performed some simple rites before departing from the cemetery. Dong Wenjun had been punished to reflect in solitude, while Lin Chongqing remained with Chen Qingyuan in a tightly sealed cultivation cave, discussing urgent matters. Junior brother, I have been inquiring about the restoration of spiritual roots and have made some progress. Senior brother, truly, there is no need for such concern. Everything follows its destined course. Chen Qingyuan noticed that Lin Chongqing appeared somewhat haggard, clearly burdened by worries over his affairs. The world of cultivation was fraught with peril, and human hearts were exceedingly complex. It was not that Chen Qingyuan was unwilling to divulge the matter of his spiritual body restoration. Rather, it was a matter he could not disclose. Once the news leaks, not only will Chen Qingyuan face numerous troubles, but it will also drag the entire Xuanqing sect into turmoil. Having survived a century in the Tianyuan, he has re-established a flawless root of Dao. The revelation of this news to certain powerful beings will undoubtedly provoke unimaginable upheaval. This is what a senior brother ought to do. Lin Chongqing gently shook his head. I have gleaned the whereabouts of the ghost doctor, reportedly located somewhere in the Yunhai Star region. This individual is the most renowned physician of the North Wilderness, having cured numerous perplexing ailments, with rumors suggesting he possesses the ability to revive the dead. I had previously heard of the ghost doctor's name, elusive and with an unknown visage. Chen Qingyuan had known of the ghost doctor's reputation since childhood. He was the most formidable physician in the North Wilderness, reputedly commanding respect even from those of the great ascension stage, who would not dare to be disrespectful. Upon hearing that traces of the ghost doctor have surfaced in the Yunhai Star region, I shall accompany you in search of fortune. To acquire this information, Lin Chongqing must have expended considerable effort and resources. However, every sacrifice is worthwhile if it means healing Chen Qingyuan. Senior brother, if I cannot cure him, will you be greatly disappointed? Chen Qingyuan raised his gaze to meet Lin Chongqing's, his expression slightly grave. Nonsense, you are a harbinger of good fortune. A person of virtue is always favored by the heavens. It is impossible for you to fail. Lin Chongqing hastily reassured him, fearing that Chen Qingyuan might lose hope. Yet, there are exceptions. What if? Chen Qingyuan sought to understand Lin Chongqing's inner thoughts, speaking with solemnity. Observing Chen Qingyuan's serious demeanor, Lin Chongqing fell silent for a long while. After a while, Lin Chongqing spoke with unwavering resolve. if you truly cannot be cured. My elder brother will ensure that you live the latter half of your life without worries. He will find you a suitable match and ensure the continuation of your lineage. After your passing, he will lay you to rest beside your master's grave, visiting periodically to share amusing tales from the sect. In truth, Lin Chongsheng had contemplated the worst possible outcome numerous times in his mind, which would merely entail witnessing Chen Qingyuan grow old and perish as an ordinary mortal. Nonetheless, as long as Chen Qingyuan drew breath, Lin Chongsheng would not allow him to suffer injustice. This sentiment was shared among the senior members of the Xuanqing sect as well. All right, I understand. Chen Qingyuan suddenly chuckled, shattering the oppressive atmosphere in the room. I haven't even reached the point of death yet, so there's no need to be so serious. Wasn't it you who broached this topic? Why the sudden reversal? Lin Chongsheng's gaze was piercing. My mistake. Let us not dwell on it. Chen Qingyuan felt a warm glow in his heart upon hearing Lin Chongsheng's earlier words. The Xuanqing sect differed from other sects that prioritized profit. The bonds of affection were profound, which is why Chen Qingyuan relied on the Xuanqing sect so deeply. The ghost doctor's whereabouts are exceedingly elusive. We shall set off for the Yunhai Star region at dawn, Lin Chongsheng declared. Are we in such a hurry? Chen Qingyuan asked in surprise. If we miss this opportunity, it may take 100 years to find the ghost doctor again. The implication was clear. Chen Qingyuan had but this singular chance to reshape his spiritual roots. After all, to live in this world as an ordinary mortal was to possess merely a century of time. Senior brother, if you accompany me, what will happen to our home? Chen Qingyuan expressed concern that the Xuanqing sect might encounter turmoil, not wishing to implicate the sect due to his own affairs. Junior brother Dong will remain at home. There will be no issues, so do not fret about such matters. Lin Chongsheng had arranged everything, allowing him the time to leave the Xuanqing sect. For him, the task of restoring Chen Qingyuan's spiritual roots was of utmost importance and could not be treated lightly. Very well. Chen Qingyuan found no valid reason to decline and nodded in agreement. Lin Chongsheng escorted Chen Qingyuan to the cultivation cave and then turned to depart. As night fell into silence, Chen Qingyuan sat by the bedside, retrieving the jade bracelet for careful examination. As his consciousness entered it, he once more felt the terrifying laws enveloping his soul, a suffocating sensation overwhelming him, causing his heart to sink slightly. The first agreement had been reluctantly fulfilled. A chilling voice reached Chen Qingyuan's ears. This jade bracelet harbored an enigmatic and inscrutable power, seemingly capable of connecting to the abyss and facilitating a dialogue with the young woman in red. Now, you must undertake the second task, the woman in red continued. What task? Chen Qingyuan inquired. Travel to the North Song Star Field. There awaits a gift for you. The cold, unyielding words echoed through every corner of the space within the jade bracelet. What gift? Chen Qingyuan was filled with curiosity. You will know once you arrive. With those words, Chen Qingyuan's consciousness was expelled from the jade bracelet. The North Song Star Field. Chen Qingyuan fell into deep contemplation, feeling both anticipation and a hint of trepidation regarding the gift mentioned by the woman in red. Every time Chen Qingyuan reminisces about his century-long existence in the abyss, he is seized by a wave of trepidation. The following day, Lin Chongsheng arrived promptly at Chen Qingyuan's doorstep, ready to escort him to the Yunhai Star domain. Just as the two were poised to embark, an elder from the inner sect rushed in with urgency. Sect Master. This is an invitation from the 18 sects of the Fulyu Star domain, requesting your esteemed presence to deliberate on matters concerning the demon abyss. The Fulyu Star domain boasts a total of 19 elite and top-tier factions, including the Xuanqing sect. The gravity of the invitation from the 18 sects is self-evident. With the demon abyss expanding ominously, it is imperative that all sacred grounds devise a resolution. I have no time for this. Let the Grand Elder attend, Lin Chongsheng replied, a frown creasing his brow as his initial instinct was to decline the invitation, disinterested in engaging in fruitless discussions with the leaders of various sections. Sect Master. This matter is exceedingly grave. It would be unwise for you to abstain, the elder said with a wry smile. Why should I be obligated to negotiate a solution for the troubles caused by the Tianyuan sect? Lin Chongsheng retorted coldly, convinced that it was enough not to exacerbate the situation. The ramifications of the demon abyss escalating will undoubtedly affect our Xuanqing sect as well. You must attend. Perhaps we can secure considerable resources from the Tianyuan sect, the elder insisted, wielding a degree of authority to oversee the sect master's decisions. Brother, you go ahead with your duties, Chen Qingyuan interjected, fully aware of the situation's severity and understanding Lin Chongsheng's desire to accompany him on his quest for the ghostly physician. However, in light of the sect's greater good, as the sect master, Lin Chongsheng could not afford to be absent. Please send someone else to accompany me. Lin Xuanqing turned to Chen Qingyuan, his expression grave, and sighed deeply. After some contemplation, he realized that the greater good must take precedence, prompting him to summon someone. Who could it be? Chapter 14. The benevolent Lin Pingyan Lin Xuanqing had no desire to resolve the troubles caused by Tianyuan sect, yet the matter was of great significance. His absence could potentially lead to adverse consequences. Let Pingyan accompany you on this journey, he decided after careful consideration. Very well, Chen Qingyuan nodded gently, feeling a slight sense of relief. Without Lin Xuanqing's presence, he would be able to seize the opportunity to act independently, alleviating his concerns about revealing his condition. Before long, a young man dressed in white appeared. He was Lin Pingyan, the only son of Lin Xuanqing. Lin Pingyan served as an inner elder of the Xuanqing sect and had attained the pinnacle of the Xuanqing realm. Despite being several hundred years older than Chen Qingyuan, he was obliged to refer to him as Junior Master Uncle due to their respective lineages. Father, Junior Master Uncle, Lin Pingyan greeted, having received the communication. He hastily set aside all his affairs and rushed over, bowing deeply to the two. Initially, Lin Pingyan found it quite challenging to utter the term Junior Master Uncle. However, as Chen Qingyuan showcased remarkable talent, surpassing his contemporaries in the Fuliexing region and gaining renown across numerous star domains in the North Wilderness, Lin Pingyan came to respect him wholeheartedly, shedding any lingering reservations. You shall accompany Junior Master Uncle on this venture. Regardless of what transpires, you must ensure his safety. Do you understand? Lin Xuanqing gently pressed his fingertip to Lin Pingyan's forehead, imparting the trajectory of the ghost doctor's whereabouts, his tone resolute. The child comprehended. Lin Pingyan nodded solemnly, secretly vowing that as long as he remained alive, he would ensure that his young master would come to no harm. Go ahead. Lin Xuanqing had not arranged for too many companions to accompany them, so as to avoid drawing attention. He entrusted Lin Pingyan with the task of safeguarding Chen Qingyuan, confident that any ordinary issues could be effortlessly resolved, provided they did not encounter a formidable being who had cultivated for millennia. Thus, Chen Qingyuan and Lin Pingyan set off. Lin Xuanqing conferred with several elders, preparing to discuss matters concerning the demonic cave. A stone carriage, extending approximately 100 meters in length, could be activated by placing spirit stones in a designated position, allowing it to traverse a distance of 100,000 miles daily at remarkable speed. Chen Qingyuan, seated within the stone carriage, felt no discomfort, instead relishing in tranquility. Little Master, it is estimated that we shall reach the Yunhai star domain in about a month. Although Lin Pingyan's talent did not quite match that of the former Chen Qingyuan, it was still considerable, and the elders of the Xuanqing sect held high hopes for him. Had it not been for Chen Qingyuan's emergence, Lin Pingyan would undoubtedly have become the young sect master. A century ago, the Xuanqing sect had originally decided to appoint Chen Qingyuan as the young master, envisioning him to bear the weight of the sect and lead it towards glory. Unfortunately, things did not unfold as intended. After 100 years, the upper echelons of the Xuanqing sect, having gone through numerous selections and considerations, planned to choose an auspicious day for Lin Pingyan to officially assume the role of young master. Little did they know, Chen Qingyuan would emerge at this juncture, disrupting the Xuanqing sect's original arrangements. Through the elder's demeanor, there remained hope that Chen Qingyuan could be cured, allowing him to assume the leadership of the sect. There was no need to rush. Chen Qingyuan and Lin Pingyan sat within the stone carriage, a selection of spiritual fruits and fragrant tea adorning the table before them. Lin Xuanqing's decision to have Lin Pingyan escort Chen Qingyuan was not a whim, but rather a conclusion drawn after considerable deliberation. Only by having the two of them together could they eliminate unnecessary troubles and even enhance their camaraderie as fellow disciples. Lin Pingyan, having been raised by Lin Xuanqing, was trusted implicitly. It was inconceivable that he would stray from the righteous path, though he might harbor some discontent in his heart. Pingyan, I have heard that the upper echelons of the sect intend to appoint you as the junior sect master, but my presence has complicated the matter. Chen Qingyuan brought this up directly, unwilling to keep it bottled up. Given their respective standings, even though Chen Qingyuan was significantly younger, he felt entitled to speak in a tone befitting an elder. Lin Pingyan merely smiled, his expression betraying no significant change. Were the roles reversed, he would have found it intolerable, surely confronting those who obstructed him or resorting to curses. Chen Qingyuan spoke vehemently, as if he were the one wronged. Look at me. It's not that serious, is it? Of course it is. Chen Qingyuan declared with righteous indignation. You have toiled for years for the position of junior sect master. And a century ago, you lost an opportunity. Now that you have finally encountered a new chance, it has been thwarted by my interference. Truth be told, I feel a sense of injustice and anger on your behalf. Why not vent your frustrations by striking me? Ah, junior uncle, your theatrics are rather excessive. Lin Pingyan donned a white robe, embodying the essence of a gentleman, gentle and refined as jade. He was a person of great rigor, often reticent in his daily demeanor. Junior uncle, I must admit that I have indeed felt a flicker of anger in secret, yet this is merely a natural psychological reaction. Once one comes to terms with it, all is well. Moreover, if I can restore your health, your achievements will surely surpass those of the past. And I would willingly assist you in becoming the leader of our sect, regardless of whether it was a century ago or in the present. Lin Pingyan's noble demeanor was utterly disarmed in the company of Chen Qingyuan. What I find most intolerable about you is this. How can a cultivator be so rational? Chen Qingyuan sighed softly. You do not understand me, nor do you comprehend the intentions of senior brother and the others. What do you mean, junior uncle? Lin Pingyan inquired, his brow furrowing slightly in confusion. I have never aspired to be the young sect master, nor do I possess the capability to bear the responsibilities of the sect. I can only strive to protect it. I have stated this before. Although the sect is vast, it is not my destined home. I yearn for a life of freedom and leisure. With time on their side, Chen Qingyuan resolved to engage Lin Pingyan in a deeper conversation. Pingyan, do you know why your father and the elders wish to compel me to ascend to power? Chen Qingyuan asked. Junior uncle, your prodigious talent suppresses your peers. It is only fitting that you assume the leadership of our sect. Lin Pingyan held great respect for the strong. Thus he willingly addressed him as junior uncle. That is one reason, but not the fundamental one. Chen Qingyuan gently shook his head. Are there other reasons? Lin Pingyan questioned, his tone tinged with uncertainty. Is it because of the supreme ancestor? It is not, Chen Qingyuan replied, shaking his head once more. What is that? Lin Pingyan's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Throughout his life, whether in the outside world or within the sect, he had never suffered a loss. Chen Qingyuan slowly articulated, you are different. Your disposition is too gentle, lacking the necessary ruthlessness. If you were to lead the sect, it would inevitably lead to numerous constraints, and the disciples within would gradually lose their fighting spirit. This would be a fatal blow to any sect. Life is precious. I do not wish to become a butcher. Lin Pingyan had lived for over 500 years, having taken the lives of no more than 10 individuals, all of whom were exceptionally wicked. His excessive compassion rendered him unsuitable for a position of power. This time, the senior brother assigned you to protect me, partly out of trust and partly to temper your character. Accompany me on my journeys. Perhaps you might be influenced by me and rectify these undesirable traits. In the realm of cultivation, mercy is the gravest taboo. Yet Lin Pingyan happened to possess the temperament of a refined scholar. Had he been born in a different sect where internal strife was prevalent, his experience would undoubtedly have been far more challenging. The kind-hearted are often taken advantage of. This holds true for mortals as well as cultivators. Let it be. Lin Pingyan did not wish to be ruthless, but he found it impossible. In his eyes, life was invaluable, unless one was destined to die. He could never bring himself to deliver a fatal blow. It was precisely due to his indecisiveness and excessive compassion that the higher-ups of the sect dared not appoint him as the junior sect master. As a leader, whose hands are not stained with blood, for the sake of the sect's interests, one must sometimes act against their better judgment. Only through such means can a sect thrive, instill fear in its rivals, and protect its disciples. Perhaps, with time, you might change. Chen Qingyuan reclined in his rocking chair, gently closing his eyes. If you can effectuate some change, the position of the future sect leader will undoubtedly belong to you. As your junior uncle, I shall certainly assist you. It may prove somewhat challenging for Chen Qingyuan to guide someone towards goodness, yet there is little pressure in leading them astray. I do not covet power. I simply wish to avoid disappointing my father. Lin Pingyan diligently toiled to become the junior sect leader, motivated solely by the desire to earn Lin Chongqing's approval. Given our current direction and pace, we should pass by Bei Sect tomorrow. Remember to pause for a moment. Chen Qingyuan murmured from his bed. What for? Lin Pingyan inquired. To collect debts. A faint smirk played upon Chen Qingyuan's lips, revealing a hint of mischief. Chapter 15. Collecting debts. A firm stance the following day. The war chariot halted at the borders of Bei Sect. Pingyan, summoned the steward of Bei Sect. Chen Qingyuan sat leisurely, savoring his tea. Understood. Although Lin Pingyan was unaware of the nature of the debts Chen Qingyuan intended to collect, he refrained from probing further and swiftly made his way to the entrance of Bei Sect. He courteously declared his identity and awaited the disciples' announcement at the gate. Observing Lin Pingyan's decorum, Chen Qingyuan felt a twinge of exasperation and called out, "You are an inner elder of Xuanqing sect. It is beneath you to wait at the door." The gatekeeper of Bei Sect lacks proper etiquette. Simply kick the door open, remaining within the war chariot. Chen Qingyuan's words reached Lin Pingyan's ears. Junior uncle, this seems inappropriate. Kicking down the door at the slightest disagreement did not align with Lin Pingyan's principles. What nonsense! The base sect is merely a second-rate sect. As an elder of the Xuanqing sect, how could you not directly invite me in? This is a blatant disregard for the dignity of the Xuanqing sect. If word of this spreads, our disciples will undoubtedly face bullying whenever they venture outside, as everyone will be eager to trample on us. Chen Qingyuan deliberately exaggerated the severity of the situation to apply pressure on Lin Pingyan. Surely, it cannot be that serious. Lin Pingyan glanced back at the war chariot not far away and conveyed through sound transmission, "Am I still not your little martial uncle?" Seeing Lin Pingyan hesitate, Chen Qingyuan decided to leverage familial hierarchy. "Yes," Lin Pingyan quickly replied. "Then heed your little martial uncle's words and kick the door open," Chen Qingyuan commanded sternly. "If you do not kick this door down today, I shall not proceed to the Yunhai starfield, and I shall forego treating my ailments." Upon hearing this, Lin Pingyan grew anxious. If Chen Qingyuan truly refused to heal, Lin Pingyan would live a lifetime burdened by guilt. With no other option, he steeled his resolve and delivered a forceful kick. With a resounding crash, the door of the base sect flew open. In an instant, numerous figures appeared in the sky above the base sect, eager to discern who possessed the audacity to act so recklessly, the atmosphere thick with tension. "Elder Lin, what is the meaning of this?" An inter-sect elder of the base sect approached, having heard of Lin Pingyan's arrival, his expression darkening upon witnessing the door-kicking incident. "It is of no consequence," Lin Pingyan thought to himself, feeling slightly guilty, yet maintaining an outward facade of indifference. Just as the standoff reached a peak, Chen Qingyuan's voice resonated from within the war chariot. Chen Qingyuan produced a commonplace object, a sound tube. This device can amplify sound several dozen or even 100 times, yet it holds little significance for practitioners. Standing at the forefront of the war chariot, Chen Qingyuan raised the sound tube to his lips and shouted towards the direction of the base sect. "Pingyan is a venerable elder of my Xuanqing sect, the direct son of our sect master. He has come to pay a visit to the base sect, yet he has been left outside. Do you not regard my Xuanqing sect with any respect?" Regardless of right or wrong, he sought to place a heavy accusation upon the base sect. It was none other than Chen Qingyuan himself. Many members of the base sect recognized him at once, murmuring quietly among themselves. The base sect had no such intention. A certain elder hastily responded, "According to our regulations, the disciples at the gate must announce the visitor before granting entry." "What absurd regulations?" Chen Qingyuan retorted sharply. If an elder from the Tianyuan sect were to arrive, would the base sect deny them entrance? The base sect's refusal to extend this courtesy to the Xuanqing sect suggests they believe we have fallen from grace and can be easily bullied, does it not? "Elder Chen, please do not take offense. It is indeed the base sect that has acted discourteously, neglecting Elder Lin," an elder from the base sect interjected. The grand elder of the base sect stepped forward, advising others to remain silent to prevent the situation from escalating further. Acknowledging a mistake is commendable. Chen Qingyuan's tone softened slightly. "Elders, please enter. Tea has been prepared inside." The grand elder clasped his fists in greeting. "No need for that," Chen Qingyuan declined. "I have come today to settle accounts, not to partake in tea." "Settle accounts? What accounts?" The grand elder felt a twinge of confusion. Uncertain whether the expression displayed was genuine or feigned, he inquired about the matter with the 13th elder of the esteemed sect. Chen Qingyuan, holding a communication tube in his left hand, raised his voice. Soon after, the grand elder summoned the 13th elder, a slender middle-aged man. "What is the matter?" The 13th elder recounted the events of the past in detail. A century ago, Chen Qingyuan had invested in a business and established a trading association with the 13th elder of the base sect, sharing the profits equally. However, following the incident involving Chen Qingyuan and Tianyuan, the 13th elder failed to fulfill his promise of distributing the association's profits. Chen Qingyuan had conducted a thorough investigation and had come to collect the owed dues. For nearly a century, the association had encountered difficulties, yielding minimal spirit stones. The 13th elder lowered his head, somewhat embarrassed, and remarked, "I am not concerned with your profits or losses. I demand compensation of one medium-grade spirit vein, and this matter will be settled." Chen Qingyuan, disinterested in auditing the association's financial records, had made up his mind prior to his arrival. One spirit vein? How could that be possible? Upon hearing this, the 13th elder suddenly looked up, unable to accept the reality. "For a century, you have withheld this matter from both sects, clearly intending to monopolize the association's benefits. Alas, your incompetence has led to poor management. You have no one to blame but yourself. Requiring you to compensate with one medium-grade spirit vein is already generous. Had this been a century ago, I would have personally rendered you incapable." Despite not being as formidable as he once was, Chen Qingyuan maintained his dignity, unleashing a tirade of invective. Elder Chun, shall we not sit down and discuss this matter? The Grand Elder wished to avoid escalating the situation, concerned about the potential damage to the sect's reputation. There is nothing more to discuss. He is one of your disciples from the 100-Leaf Sect, and the sect must bear this responsibility. Chen Qingyuan showed no regard for the 100-Leaf Sect and continued. If he cannot provide it, then the 100-Leaf Sect shall settle the debt. Could Elder Chen truly be so unreasonable? The Grand Elder's expression darkened, revealing his discontent. If I were to act unreasonably, it would not be to merely demand payment, but to summon the senior disciples of the Xuanqing sect for a debate. Chen Qingyuan was unperturbed by threats. Certain sects only respect the strong and must be dealt with in this manner. Upon hearing this, a flicker of panic crossed the Grand Elder's eyes. He had heard of the Xuanqing sect's treatment of Chen Qingyuan, which was nothing short of adoration, and dared not speak harshly. Lin Pingyan, I shall take a brief nap. If the 100-Leaf Sect refuses to settle the debt in half an hour, then let us engage in a spar with the elders of similar standing. Do not hold back. After uttering these words, Chen Qingyuan retreated into his war chariot, indulging in fruits and tea, disregarding the members of the 100-Leaf Sect. Lin Pingyan bowed in the direction of the war chariot and affirmed, understood. He then turned to face the members of the 100-Leaf Sect, displaying no sign of fear. Regardless of the flattering words from the sect's higher-ups, Lin Pingyan had but one response. Any matter should be discussed with my little master uncle. Half an hour later, the 100-Leaf Sect reached a conclusion. We concede. We truly do not wish to part with a mid-grade spiritual vein, but we cannot afford to refuse. Chen Qingyuan's temperament was notorious in the Flowing Star domain. He was known for his ruthlessness, and his promises were not to be taken lightly. Take it. After today, this debt will be settled. The Grand Elder, with a somber expression, presented the spiritual vein to Lin Pingyan. Gazing at the complete medium-grade spiritual vein before him, Lin Pingyan felt a sense of disbelief. He had not anticipated that the base sect would truly concede. I am quite occupied with affairs below. I will not trouble Elder Lin to come in for tea, the Grand Elder declared, issuing a dismissal as he turned away without a backward glance. Once inside the war chariot, Lin Pingyan placed the spatial ring containing the spiritual vein upon the table, fixating his gaze on Chen Qingyuan. Junior uncle, we have acquired the spiritual vein. Chen Qingyuan stretched lazily, seemingly unfazed by the outcome, his expression devoid of elation. After a moment, he raised an eyebrow and inquired, how does it feel to collect the debt? What? Lin Pingyan was momentarily taken aback. How does it feel to reclaim what is owed? Is it satisfying? Chen Qingyuan reiterated. Well, Lin Pingyan hesitated. Do not stammer. Speak honestly, Chen Qingyuan urged. To be frank, it feels somewhat odd, Lin Pingyan admitted. Initially, I felt a bit uncomfortable, perceiving it as rather crude. Yet, upon truly obtaining a spiritual vein, I found myself immensely pleased, as if I had stumbled upon a windfall. What do you mean by windfall? This is an investment I made a century ago. Chen Qingyuan was never one to engage in unprofitable ventures. At times he appeared as cold as ice, while at others he displayed a slightly cunning demeanor, his character enigmatic and difficult to decipher. Junior uncle, is this truly a collection, or is it not akin to robbery? Lin Pingyan felt a lingering sense of unease. If it were indeed robbery, do you think the matter could have been resolved so effortlessly? Chen Qingyuan took a sip of tea and remarked, the 100-Leaf Sect has shown you disrespect and has deliberately concealed matters regarding the Merchant Association, which is indeed a fault. Offering a medium-grade spiritual vein as compensation, while painful, falls within the capacity of the 100-Leaf Sect to bear. Coupled with the esteemed reputation of our Xuanqing sect, they dare not refuse. Chen Qingyuan did not desire to demand more, but rather, he found it imprudent. Should he open his mouth too widely, he would not only gain nothing, but may also forge an irreconcilable enmity with the 100-Leaf Sect. The current circumstances are different. Though the 100-Leaf Sect harbors discontent towards Chen Qingyuan's actions, they must publicly express gratitude for his restraint and maintain a cordial relationship with the Xuanqing sect. Requesting favors is indeed an art, demanding too much risks offending, while asking too little results in personal loss. One must carefully consider these matters. Junior uncle, this is not a sustainable approach. It would be wise to refrain from such actions, Lin Pingyan asserted, feeling that it was inappropriate to bully others. If everyone from the Xuanqing sect behaved like you, there would be nothing left to drink in the northwestern winds. The spiritual minds of the fully star domain are limited. Fairness is a mere illusion, and it is all about one's own capabilities. Chen Qingyuan found Lin Pingyan's disposition utterly perplexing. Such elegance and kindness seemed ill-suited for survival in the cultivation world. However, he reassured himself that with time, he could gradually guide Lin Pingyan to alter his perceptions. Shortly thereafter, Chen Qingyuan accompanied Lin Pingyan to collect a few debts. An elder from the Yukon mountain had borrowed over 1,000 spiritual stones from Chen Qingyuan, and after a century, the amount owed had swelled to 5,000 due to interest. Would they dare to refuse repayment? Chen Qingyuan promptly instructed Lin Pingyan to confront them. Should they decline to engage in a contest, he would make this matter widely known, tarnishing their reputation. Employing various tactics, Chen Qingyuan successfully reclaimed his due spiritual stones and continued his journey with satisfaction. Similar incidents had transpired on numerous occasions. Chen Qingyuan sat within the war chariot, while Lin Pingyan oversaw the broader strategy. After multiple debt collection attempts, Lin Pingyan inexplicably felt a peculiar sensation as he gazed upon the table laden with spirit stones and treasures, a collection that could rival the entirety of a third-rate faction's wealth. Approaching the Yunhai Star region, Lin Pingyan ceased allowing the chariot to advance autonomously. Instead, he positioned himself at the forefront, skillfully maneuvering to avoid the shattered laws between the star regions, thus preventing unnecessary complications. "Junior uncle, brace yourself," Lin Pingyan intoned, his hands weaving intricate seals as they traversed the celestial sea of two realms. The formidable laws of the domains bore down upon the chariot, threatening to breach its protective barrier on numerous occasions. Yet each assault was deftly suppressed by Lin Pingyan. Meanwhile, Chen Qingyuan lounged comfortably within the chariot, exhibiting no signs of discomfort as he contemplated the subsequent course of action. Several hours later, the chariot emerged from the chaotic storm of the star region, halting at a secluded corner of the Yunhai Star region. "Have we arrived?" Chen Qingyuan inquired, sensing the chariot's cessation. "Indeed," Lin Pingyan affirmed, surveying their surroundings. According to the intelligence gathered, he sought the direction of the ghost doctor, believed to reside in the eastern part of the Yunhai Star region, specifically a place known as Kitchen Star. "Let us take a chance then," Chen Qingyuan resolved, unwilling to disappoint the members of the Xuanqing sect, and thus felt compelled to undertake this journey. Once the opportune moment presented itself, he would concoct an excuse to have Lin Pingyan return, allowing him to act independently. The two continued their journey, encountering a band of robbers along the way, who specialized in ambushes. Lin Pingyan dissuaded them, administering a light reprimand without taking any lives. Chen Qingyuan repeatedly emphasized to Lin Pingyan the necessity of showing no mercy, urging him to act decisively against the thieves. However, Lin Pingyan held the belief that life is precious, thus granting the rogues an opportunity. "Oh, you," Chen Qingyuan sighed in frustration, jesting, "with your incessant talk of benevolence and morality, you would be well suited for the monastic life. I dare say the monks would not possess such magnanimity as you do. You could easily take on the role of an abbot." "Master uncle, please do not jest," Lin Pingyan replied, embodying kindness rather than foolishness, recognizing the underlying sarcasm in Chen Qingyuan's words. "After all these years, do you not grasp a fundamental truth?" Chen Qingyuan instructed. "The realm of cultivation is rife with treachery and vendettas. You may endure bullying without retaliation, but once you strike back, you must do so without hesitation, ensuring your adversary is vanquished." Lin Pingyan understood this principle, yet he acknowledged that while it is simple to articulate, it is far more challenging to execute. He lowered his head in contemplation, letting out a soft sigh. Despite being considerably older than Chen Qingyuan, it was the latter who articulated this wisdom. If you show compassion, it is often those closest to you who bear the brunt of the consequences. Remember, do not allow a moment of weakness to lead to a lifetime of regret. Lin Pingyan took this to heart. He possessed his own approach to matters, and to expect a complete transformation overnight was unrealistic. It required gradual guidance. "Enough of this," he said. "When we arrive at our destination, call for me. How is it that in our Xuanqing sect, a pack of cunning old foxes has raised a little white rabbit? And to think this little rabbit's biological father is the craftiest fox of them all. How absurd." Chen Qingyuan pondered idly. Is Lin Pingyan not the biological son of the eldest disciple? As the thought crossed his mind, Chen Qingyuan chuckled, deeming it utterly impossible. With Lin Changshan's abilities, he could discern his own bloodline at a glance, making such a situation inconceivable. If there were truly an issue concerning bloodlines, it could only pertain to his elder sister-in-law. Suddenly, Chen Qingyuan recalled a detail. He had never encountered his senior brother Lin Changxing's wife, nor had he ever heard any information regarding her identity. Never mind that, he thought. Chen Qingyuan closed his eyes, gathering his energy. After a span of over 10 days, the war chariot touched down upon the surface of the Seven Dust Star. "Little uncle, we have arrived at our destination," Lin Pingyan communicated from within the cabin. "Understood," Chen Qingyuan replied, adjusting his attire before stepping out with measured grace. Not far ahead loomed a colossal city, where three dark golden characters, Pu Su Chong, flickered faintly in the void. According to intelligence gathered by the Xuanqing sect, the ghost doctor was likely within Pu Su Chong. Rumors suggested that the ghost doctor had intervened to save someone 2 years prior, with all leads pointing towards this city. Numerous powerful factions had discreetly arrived in Pu Su Chong, hoping to encounter the ghost doctor and seek an opportunity for assistance. However, no one had spotted the ghost doctor's presence in the past 2 years. The ghost doctor acted based on fate. He paid little heed to fame or power, valuing only the concept of destiny. When the time was right, he would rescue even a beggar without asking for a single coin in return. Conversely, if there was no destined connection, even the most esteemed leaders of top-tier factions could extend invitations and offer various promises, yet he would remain unmoved, turning away without a second thought. This eccentricity contributed to the ghost doctor's legendary status, making him a figure of great renown. In the 7 Dust Star, it seems I have an acquaintance who might be of assistance, he mused. Chen Qingyuan suddenly recalled something, his brow slightly raised, bearing a hint of a smile that was neither here nor there. An acquaintance? A note of suspicion flickered across Lin Pingyan's features. Chapter 17. Friends bound by life and death, seeking the ghost doctor. 7 Dust Stars, Pu Su City. Chen Qingyuan held a vague recollection of this place and thought of a friend. Pingyan, please make your way to the nearby Qianlan sacred ground and deliver this letter to a person named Han Shan. He handed the letter to Lin Pingyan, who scanned its contents with a furrowed brow. Master Uncle, what about you? Lin Pingyan's expression clouded with concern. I can't bear to leave you here alone. I shall remain here, not venturing anywhere. If you are worried, then set up some protective barriers, Chen Qingyuan replied. Is this letter of great importance? Lin Pingyan inquired. Once we locate that acquaintance, it will facilitate matters considerably, and the chances of finding the ghost doctor will increase. Chen Qingyuan nodded slowly. Very well. I shall make haste and return swiftly. As he departed, Lin Pingyan truly confined Chen Qingyuan within the stone vehicle and activated a special protective mechanism. After Lin Pingyan left, a grave expression settled on Chen Qingyuan's face as he murmured to himself, I must devise a way to deceive little Yen back here. Only then can I attend to my urgent affairs. Until now, he had not disclosed the matter of reshaping his spiritual roots to anyone. He understood that only by growing stronger would he evade unwanted attention and prevent chaos from arising. If Han Shan could be persuaded to orchestrate a scheme, it would surely trick little Yen. Chen Qingyuan resolved to take a moment for himself, reclining in the vehicle with his eyes closed, patiently awaiting the passage of time. A few days later, Lin Pingyan returned, accompanied by a young man clad in black. This young man was Han Shan, who upon the first glimpse of the letter recognized the handwriting of Chen Qingyuan. The contents detailed past events with undeniable authenticity. Thus, Han Shan set aside all his affairs and hurried over in great haste. Brother Chen, it truly is you. Upon seeing Chen Qingyuan for the first time, Han Shan was struck with both astonishment and joy. The incident a century ago in Tianyuan had caused quite a stir. Even Han Shan, far away in the Yunhai Star domain, had heard of it. When he learned of Chen Qingyuan's demise in Tianyuan, he lamented for a long while. Yet, upon reading the letter, Han Shan was utterly bewildered. It was through Lin Pingyan's account that he learned Chen Qingyuan had faked his death to escape. A stroke of great fortune. Old Han, I saved your life back then. It's time you repaid that debt, Chen Qingyuan stated directly, showing little interest in reminiscing. A century prior, Chen Qingyuan had ventured into a certain area of the Yunhai Star domain, where he fortuitously met Han Shan, and together they explored a dangerous secret realm. The perils within were immense, and Han Shan nearly lost his life, saved only by Chen Qingyuan's intervention. Of course, I shall repay it. Han Shan nodded earnestly. Let us discuss further inside. Chen Qingyuan gestured towards the stone carriage. In an instant, the scene shifted, and the three found themselves seated within the carriage, sipping tea and engaging in deep conversation. To ensure the confidentiality of their discussion, Lin Pingyan enacted several additional restrictions. Half an hour later, Han Shan began to grasp the circumstances surrounding the matter. During their conversation, Chen Qingyuan gazed at Han Shan with profound eyes, speaking earnestly. Old Han, you are the local authority of the 7 Dust Star. Surely the ghost doctor can be located. I will do my utmost, Han Shan replied, meeting Chen Qingyuan's gaze with a serious expression. Through Chen Qingyuan's look, Han Shan seemed to comprehend something unspoken between them. I have indeed heard whispers regarding the ghost doctor's whereabouts, Han Shan gradually revealed. It is said that this individual conceals himself within the city of Pu Su, where many formidable beings have sought him, yet to no avail. You may stay within the city for the time being. Grant me a period to gather information. Should I uncover any clues, I will inform you immediately. Understood, Chen Qingyuan affirmed with a nod. Lin Pingyan stood and clasped his fists, expressing gratitude. I appreciate your assistance. My friend, there is no need for such formalities, Han Shan replied, casting one last glance at Chen Qingyuan before departing. Once Han Shan had walked a distance away, a hint of concern crossed Lin Pingyan's face as he quietly inquired, Little Master Uncle, can we trust this man? Rest assured, Chen Qingyuan responded. Old Han and I share a bond of life and death. There is no cause for alarm. That is reassuring, Lin Pingyan acknowledged, understanding the need for caution. In unfamiliar surroundings, one should not place blind trust in others, as it may lead to peril. Lin Pingyan stowed the battle chariot into his Qinquan pouch and accompanied Chen Qingyuan into the bustling city of Pusu. The city was vast, housing millions of souls and thriving with activity. To find the ghost doctor within such a bustling metropolis would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The two sought refuge in a secure inn for cultivators, opting for a spacious chamber fortified with barriers, ensuring that no outsiders could intrude. After a night of rest, Chen Qingyuan decided to explore the city. Since he was here, he might as well enjoy himself. Little Master Uncle, let us proceed with caution. Wandering about is ill-advised. The distance from Xuanqing sect was considerable, and encountering trouble could place Chen Qingyuan in peril. For safety's sake, it was prudent to remain within the confines of the cave abode. Why are you so overly cautious? Chen Qingyuan jested. The city is guarded by a military presence, ordinarily. No disturbances arise, making it quite safe. Better to be safe than sorry. Exercising caution is never amiss, Lin Pingyan insisted, resolutely sealing all exits. Little Yen, you are being excessive. Chen Qingyuan had intended to take a stroll and discreetly convey instructions to Han Shan regarding specific operations. However, Lin Pingyan's barricade thwarted that plan. For the sake of his little master uncle's safety, Pingyan had overstepped. Lin Pingyan adopted a solemn expression of righteousness. Seeing this, Chen Qingyuan had no choice but to relent. Reclining on a soft bed to rest. Very well, I shall not go out. After 2 weeks of monotonous existence, Han Shan finally arrived. Han Shan had exchanged communication jade symbols with Lin Pingyan, making it simple to ascertain each other's locations. Little Master Uncle, there is news. Lin Pingyan was quite elated. Really? Chen Qingyuan was taken aback, a curious expression crossing his face, lacking any semblance of joy. Brother Han is currently at East Street. Let us go find him. As he spoke, Lin Pingyan, drawing Chen Qingyuan with a gentle force, rapidly arriving at East Street. East Street, the entrance to a narrow alley. Han Shan stood there, patiently awaiting. Brother Han, Lin Pingyan said, swiftly appearing and cupping his fists in greeting. Brother Lin, Han Shan reciprocated, his gaze darting towards the alley as he lowered his voice, after extensive inquiries. I have eliminated most of the locals and identified several suspicious individuals who have arrived in Pushu City over the past decade. Get to the point, Chen Qingyuan interjected. Currently, I have a dozen candidates, all of whom could potentially be the ghost doctor. We can only approach them one by one, Han Shan replied earnestly. To be frank, Han Shan had indeed exerted considerable effort to trace the whereabouts of the ghost doctor without any deceit. However, this was all to alleviate Lin Pingyan's concerns and prevent him from harboring doubts. From Chen Qingyuan's earlier glance, Han Shan had grasped the underlying intent, to fabricate a false ghost doctor to placate Lin Pingyan. Though Han Shan did not comprehend the full significance of this plan, he acquiesced. The bond of brotherhood, forged through life and death, would not wane even after a century. Chen Qingyuan harbored multiple ulterior motives. As long as he had the pretext of being treated by the ghost doctor, he could publicly claim to have been cured, evading any suspicion while openly revealing his cultivation. Furthermore, by sending Lin Pingyan away, he could attend to his own pressing matters and seize the opportunity to cultivate. For everything to appear plausible, it was essential to convince Lin Pingyan that they had indeed found the ghost doctor who had agreed to assist in healing. Let us enter and take a look. Han Shan led the way forward, with Chen Qingyuan and the others closely following. Chapter 18. The Mysterious Figure in the Bamboo Hut. In a narrow alley resided a mysterious old man, said to have arrived in Pushu City 5 years ago. He seldom ventured outside, and few had glimpsed his true visage. Han Shan shared the information he had gathered, all of which was verifiable. Lin Pingyan could certainly investigate its authenticity. Upon reaching the end of the alley, they encountered a thatched cottage. The door was firmly shut, and the yard was cluttered with firewood, appearing to be the dwelling of an ordinary person. Devoid of any ethereal aura, could the legendary ghost doctor truly reside in such a place? The group pondered silently. Approaching the entrance, Han Shan bowed respectfully and inquired, "Is anyone home?" Upon hearing voices, a cacophony arose from within. An elderly man emerged, his face betraying a look of fear. Upon noticing the fine attire of Han Shan and his companions, the old man fell to his knees, exclaiming, "Esteemed sirs, I am but a humble commoner and cannot afford any spirit stones. Please do not cast me out of the city." It was evident that the old man mistook Han Shan and the others for members of the guard, trembling in his fright. Clearly, he was an ordinary man, lacking any trace of spiritual energy. Witnessing the old man's prostration, Chen Qingyuan and the others exchanged bemused glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief at Han Shan's apparent reliability. Apologies for the disturbance. Han Shan's countenance shifted slightly as he turned to leave. No matter how low-key a ghost doctor might be, it was inconceivable for him to kneel before anyone. Clearly, Han Shan's initial target was now crossed off the list. Exiting the narrow alley, Chen Qingyuan jested, "Old Han, your knack for gathering information is quite impressive." "Enough with the sarcasm. There's more to come," Han Shan replied, his expression darkening with a cold huff. Soon, Chen Qingyuan and his companions encountered a myriad of characters. There was a burly blacksmith who approached them, inquiring if they required weaponry, his body reeking of sweat. An elderly woman selling spiritual herbs caught their attention. Her visage was grotesque, devoid of teeth, and her skin appeared shriveled and darkened. They also came across vagabonds loitering about the streets, among others. In summary, Chen Qingyuan met an array of peculiar individuals, half of whom were undocumented immigrants, having entered through illicit means, thus exuding an air of mystery. The other half consisted of newcomers to the city, having resided there for only a few years, and were relatively unfamiliar. Although many of these individuals possessed some degree of cultivation, the strongest among them was merely at the golden core stage, hardly related to the ghost doctor. "Brother Han, do you truly believe this can work?" Lin Pingyan, who had remained silent until now, could not contain his skepticism. "We must sift through them one by one. There are still a few more to consider," Han Shan replied, slightly embarrassed. After 5 days of searching, they had eliminated 16 candidates. Today, Han Shan once again led the way to a relatively secluded end of South Street, where few frequented. Nevertheless, the scenery was enchanting, with crystal-clear waters and willows swaying in the breeze. They arrived at a dwelling that appeared to belong to an ordinary family, constructed from green bamboo, with a garden flourishing with various fruits and vegetables, resembling a paradise untouched by the world. To the left of the bamboo gate hung a wooden plaque inscribed with a phrase, "Due to a prior engagement, I shall await the decay of the rafters." Chen Qingyuan pondered this phrase deeply, realizing it was fundamentally about destiny. Upon reaching this point, Chen Qingyuan felt that Han Shan had finally become somewhat reliable, indicating that the pivotal moment had arrived. In Chen Qingyuan's perspective, this location was the true strategic setup of Han Shan. Everything prior had merely been a prelude, designed to illustrate to Lin Pingyan the arduous journey of seeking the ghostly physician, a task not easily accomplished. Whether Han Shan could conceal his intentions from Lin Pingyan now hinged on the sophistication of his stratagem, which, at the very least, required the presence of a formidable being with capabilities far surpassing those of Lin Pingyan. Han Shan approached the door and knocked with a resonant sound, inquiring, "Is anyone within?" "We mean no harm." After a prolonged silence, there was no response. "May I ask if anyone is here?" Han Shan called out again. The atmosphere remained steeped in silence, compelling Han Shan to employ his spiritual sense for investigation. However, probing with spiritual awareness could easily offend. Thus, Han Shan had repeatedly called out, and only upon receiving no reply did he resort to this method. Suddenly, as Han Shan's spiritual sense attempted to penetrate the courtyard gate, it was abruptly thwarted by a formidable force, causing him to stagger back several steps. A trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth as he softly coughed. The severance of his spiritual awareness resulted in a backlash, inflicting injury upon him. "Old Han, are you all right?" Chen Qingyuan and Lin Pingyan rushed to his side, concern etched on their faces. Seizing the moment, Lin Pingyan turned away. Chen Qingyuan exchanged a glance with Han Shan, admiration flickering in his eyes. To play the part thoroughly, Han Shan was willing to endure personal harm to deceive the young man. "Old Han, you are quite impressive." Unbeknownst to Han Shan, who was in a state of bewilderment, he remained oblivious to the surrounding barriers of arcane laws enveloping the courtyard. "Had I known, I would not have dared to probe with my spiritual sense. The pain of injury is quite unbearable." "No matter." Han Shan regulated his breath, stabilizing the tumultuous energy within him. Once he regained his composure, he fixed his gaze on the bamboo cottage, his expression tense as he whispered, "There may be a powerful being residing here. We must tread carefully to avoid causing offense." Could it truly be the legendary ghost doctor? Lin Pingyan was rather agitated, glancing at Chen Qingyuan. If they were to find the ghost doctor, there would be a chance for his junior uncle's injuries to heal. Chen Qingyuan silently reflected, realizing he had underestimated Han Shan's capabilities. He would certainly owe Han Shan a celebratory drink afterward. To have arranged such a mystical domain in less than a month is quite impressive. With Chen Qingyuan's discerning eye, he could detect no flaws in the bamboo cottage. I am Han Shan, a core disciple of the Tianyuan sacred land. I inadvertently caused offense earlier. I humbly ask for your forgiveness, esteemed one. Han Shan bowed in the direction of the cottage, revealing his identity in hopes of tempering the other's temperament, so as not to provoke them further. What brings you here? A voice, altered by some arcane method, emanated from within the cottage, rendering it impossible to discern whether it belonged to a male or female. A dear friend has been gravely injured, and I seek a renowned physician for treatment. I dare to inquire, esteemed one, are you the ghost doctor? As the voice resonated, Han Shan distinctly felt a formidable pressure, rendering his body nearly immobile, as if countless mountains were bearing down upon his shoulders. He spoke with great effort. Chen Qingyuan and Lin Pingyan slightly bowed, not daring to be disrespectful. For a long while, silence reigned within the cottage, leaving the group in uncertainty, compelled to wait. After a full hour had passed, Han Shan lost his patience and turned to Chen Qingyuan and Lin Pingyan, whispering, "It seems this individual may be a recluse of remarkable skill, rather than the legendary ghost doctor. Perhaps we should depart. There are several other suspicious candidates to consider." Chen Qingyuan cast a glance at Han Shan, silently admiring his strategy of retreating for the sake of advancement, feigning mystery. A clever maneuver indeed. It is well known that the ghost doctor possesses a rather eccentric temperament, and given the intricate barriers surrounding this place, we cannot leave without confirming their identity. Lin Pingyan, unwilling to forego any possibilities, expressed a desire to wait a bit longer. "Are we truly not leaving?" he inquired, his gaze fixed on Chen Qingyuan. "We must not surrender easily. Let us remain a while longer," Chen Qingyuan replied earnestly. "Very well," Han Shan begrudgingly conceded, gritting his teeth in determination. 2 more hours passed, and as night descended, the full moon began to reveal its silhouette. At that moment, a voice, devoid of emotion, fell upon the ears of the gathered, accompanied by a mystical light that shone upon Chen Qingyuan. "This person shall remain, the rest may depart." In an instant, Han Shan and Lin Pingyan were gently but firmly pushed away by an unseen force, rendered unable to approach the bamboo dwelling. Chapter 19. The Woman in Black. The legendary ghost doctor. The door of the bamboo house slowly creaked open, and Chen Qingyuan was drawn inside by a mysterious force. "Little martial uncle," Lin Pingyan exclaimed, his face etched with concern. However, as the barrier of the bamboo house activated, Lin Pingyan found himself unable to draw near, regardless of how much strength he exerted. "Cease your clamor. Should you dare to continue, do not blame me for my ruthlessness," a sharp rebuke echoed. Instantly, a chilling gust of wind surged toward Lin Pingyan, propelling him 100 meters back. Lin Pingyan quickly fell silent, daunted into submission. Indeed, this was the legendary ghostly physician. The terrifying laws and pressures left no room for doubt in Lin Pingyan's mind. Meanwhile, Han Shan stood frozen in place, never having imagined he would encounter such a formidable power. Though his exterior appeared dazed, his heart cried out, "Brother Chen, my trap is not set here. The next destination is where it truly lies." His intent was twofold: to buy time and to endure several failures, ensuring that his efforts did not seem contrived. Han Shan had orchestrated a ruse with his master posing as the ghostly physician, concealed in a corner of the western city. Great effort had gone into this charade. Yet before his master could reveal himself, they stumbled upon this formidable presence. According to Han Shan's conjecture, the person within the bamboo house was likely the elusive ghostly physician sought by various factions. In recent years, the influx of people into the city had been overwhelming, and Han Shan had randomly selected a dozen individuals, including those he had met during this bamboo house venture. He never anticipated that he would inadvertently stumble upon the ghostly physician. It was indeed absurd. "This information must not be divulged, do you understand?" Came another transmission. "I comprehend," replied the junior. Lin Pingyan was convinced that the person within the bamboo house was indeed the ghostly physician and bowed deeply. "Please, esteemed elder, cure my little master. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command. Leave." The occupant of the bamboo house issued a dismissal. Thus, Lin Pingyan and Han Shan departed, their hearts laden with complex emotions. Han Shan still struggled to believe that by mere chance, he had encountered the ghostly physician in a place he had whimsically chosen. "Brother Han, your efforts this time have been invaluable. Should you ever find yourself in the Lingxing meteor domain and require assistance from the Xuanqing sect, do not hesitate to ask." In Lin Pingyan's view, Han Shan undoubtedly utilized numerous resources, and he felt a profound sense of gratitude, remembering this favor. No, it's nothing. There is no need for such formality, Han Shan replied, slightly taken aback. I shall inform the elders of the sect about this matter, so I will not prolong the conversation. If there is an opportunity in the future, I shall certainly share a drink with Brother Han. After uttering these words, Lin Pingyan soared away with the wind, unwilling to squander time. Remaining here served no purpose. It was far better to return swiftly and report to the elders, allowing them to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. The matter involved the ghost doctor, a topic far beyond the reach of Lin Pingyan's status and strength. Once Lin Pingyan departed, Han Shan gazed toward the bamboo cottage, his expression intricate, murmuring, Brother Chen, do not speak recklessly and offend others. May you seek your own fortune. It was said that the ghost doctor possessed an exceedingly peculiar temperament, displaying no discernible emotions, making interaction quite challenging. Han Shan was uncertain of the trials that Chen Qingyuan might face and could only pray in silence, hoping for another opportunity to see Chen Qingyuan again. Meanwhile, within the enigmatic bamboo cottage, Chen Qingyuan was enveloped by a gentle force that guided him deeper into the courtyard. Here lay a crystal-clear pool of water, surrounded by an expanse of bamboo and lush green grass. Tap, tap, tap. A faint sound of footsteps emerged from the depths of the bamboo grove, prompting Chen Qingyuan to look over. Old Han is being cryptic again. What could he possibly want? Chen Qingyuan initially suspected it was a scheme devised by Han Shan, feeling quite untroubled as he settled onto a nearby stool. Before long, a woman, standing at 6 feet tall, appeared. She donned a light gray long dress and a dark veil, her hair as black as ink, tied back with a strip of black cloth. She approached slowly, her hands resting delicately upon her abdomen, exuding an air of grace and nobility. The veil she wore added an element of mystery to her presence. What connection does this maiden have with Han Shan? This was the first time Chen Qingyuan had encountered the woman in the black dress and assumed she was someone Han Shan had summoned, hence his inquiry. Han Shan? I do not know him, the woman in black replied, her voice unmasked by any mystical concealment, ringing clear like the song of a yellow oriole or the gentle flow of a stream. My lady, there is no one else here. We need not hide. Please find an opportunity to release me. I would be most grateful. Chen Qingyuan rose to his feet, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. You have come to seek me, yet now you wish to depart. What is the reasoning behind this? The woman in black narrowed her eyes slightly, as if attempting to see through Chen Qingyuan's very essence. Due to the concealment of the jade bracelet's principles, she could not discern his cultivation or Taoist foundation, mistakenly assuming him to be a mere mortal. Chen Qingyuan was taken aback, realizing the seriousness in her tone, devoid of jest. Could there have been a misunderstanding? This was unlikely. He began to ponder, his brows furrowing in deep thought. At that moment, a thread of arcane principles emanated from the woman in black. In an instant, the bamboo grove and grassy expanse transformed. An ordinary blade of grass morphed into a 9-leaf spirit flower, while the bamboo forest evolved into ethereal purple bamboos, each leaf imbued with profound spiritual resonance, a treasure beyond measure. The ground was strewn with spiritual herbs and Taoist treasures, causing Chen Qingyuan's expression to shift dramatically, leaving him utterly astonished. This was no ordinary meadow. It was a breathtaking garden of medicinal wonders. Any single herb plucked from this place could incite frenzy among countless cultivators, who would willingly risk their lives for it. Chen Qingyuan felt momentarily dazed, slowly turning his gaze towards the woman in the black dress standing not far away. His expression shifted, revealing a blend of astonishment and reverence. Given the circumstances, he could hardly doubt the identity of the woman in black. The ghost doctor. What on earth was that old fellow Han up to? Wasn't it said that he could easily deceive people? How did he end up summoning the real deal? At this moment, Chen Qingyuan yearned for a face-to-face conversation with Han Shan. Encountering the ghost doctor was indeed a predicament that exceeded his expectations. Initially, he had planned to deceive Lin Pingyan, claiming to have been cured, and then proceed to the location mentioned by the abyss, fulfilling the second agreement. Junior Chen Qingyuan, a disciple of the Xuanqing sect, pays his respects to the esteemed ghost doctor. After a moment of stunned silence, Chen Qingyuan regained his composure and bowed deeply to the woman in black. He had imagined that the legendary ghost doctor would be a frail old man, only to find himself before a strikingly young woman. Although the woman wore a veil, her graceful figure and star-like eyes hinted at a beauty that was undeniable. From your demeanor, it seems you are not here seeking me. The ghost doctor, perceiving Chen Qingyuan's unease, spoke with a cool detachment. I am gravely injured, and my elders in the sect have gone to great lengths to locate the esteemed ghost doctor, hoping I might have a stroke of luck in meeting you. I did not expect to encounter you in person, hence my awkwardness. Naturally, Chen Qingyuan could not divulge the entire truth. Oh, is that so? The ghost doctor's gaze remained fixed upon Chen Qingyuan, sensing something peculiar about him. Rest assured, I would never dare to deceive you, esteemed one. Chen Qingyuan nodded with emphasis. Let me examine your body thoroughly to see if I can provide treatment. The peculiar scent stirred the ghostly physician's curiosity to investigate. Chapter 20, Unfathomable Resilience. With his remarkable skills and past experiences, the ghostly physician could detect the lingering traces of forbidden zones on Chen Qingyuan. The laws governing these forbidden zones were extraordinarily unique, starkly contrasting with the marks of the heavenly path. The younger man was acutely aware of his deteriorated condition and wished not to burden the elder with unnecessary concern. Moreover, he had nothing of value and feared he could not afford the cost of treatment. Thus, he hesitated. Upon hearing the ghostly physician's intention to treat him, Chen Qingyuan quickly interjected, concealing the multitude of secrets he harbored. I only believe in fate when it comes to healing, the ghostly physician declared. Since I have chosen you, I shall not take a single coin. The more Chen Qingyuan resisted, the more the ghostly physician's curiosity grew, prompting him to delve deeper. Please, take a seat. The ghostly physician raised his left hand and gently waved it, summoning a stone table and 2 stone benches. Reluctantly, Chen Qingyuan sat down, contemplating his next course of action. Should the ghostly physician harbor ill intentions, Chen Qingyuan would have to resort to his life-saving trump card. When he departed from Tianyuan, the maiden in red had bestowed upon him a life-saving talisman. If he encountered a perilous situation, he believed that the talisman could avert disaster. However, he had never tested it and was uncertain of its efficacy. Additionally, he found it peculiar that the maiden in red had shown him such kindness. Whenever Chen Qingyuan contemplated this matter, he would indulge in a moment of self-admiration, wondering if his striking handsomeness had inadvertently stirred feelings of affection within her. He extended his hand, and the ghostly physician gestured subtly. Gradually, Chen Qingyuan raised his hand and placed it upon the table. The physician's fingers rested upon Chen Qingyuan's wrist as he commenced his pulse examination. After a dozen breaths, a slight furrow appeared on the physician's brow. Contemplating inwardly, the pulse is steady, unlike that of an injured body. Yet, if he were not harmed, how could his body exhibit no trace of spiritual energy, resembling that of an ordinary mortal? It is indeed perplexing. While inspecting the pulse, the physician discreetly probed Chen Qingyuan's meridians and dantian, finding nothing amiss. The more normal it appeared, the more suspicious it became. Are you concealing something? The physician withdrew his hand and fixed a penetrating gaze upon Chen Qingyuan, as if he intended to dissect him for thorough examination. No, Chen Qingyuan thought to himself, feeling a surge of secret triumph. It seemed the physician had not discovered that his body had already healed, maintaining a facade of calmness as he shook his head and replied, You may stay here for the time being, allowing me to treat you gradually. The physician, intrigued by complex ailments, insisted. Yet, unease settled within Chen Qingyuan. Perhaps this was my fate, and I should not trouble the elder. It would be better for me to take my leave. You wish to depart? I shall not permit it, the physician declared, his temperament peculiar and disinclined toward idle conversation. He pointed to an empty room on the left side of the bamboo hut, saying, You shall reside there. With that proclamation, the physician turned away, leaving Chen Qingyuan to sit in awkward solitude. What manner of situation is this? Chen Qingyuan had never intended to seek out the ghost doctor, for his body had already regained its vitality and was no longer in need of assistance. However, he could not disclose this fact to the ghost doctor, lest he be subjected to dissection for research purposes, particularly concerning the flawless Dao bone within him. Old Han, when the opportunity arises, I shall ensure you pay for this. Chen Qingyuan seethed inwardly, casting the blame for the incident entirely upon Han Shan. Unbeknownst to him, Han Shan was equally bewildered. Who could have anticipated that among the vast multitude, the ghost doctor would be so easily found? Had he known, he might have chosen to sell the information about the ghost doctor, surely reaping a substantial reward. The ghost doctor harbored no ill will towards Chen Qingyuan at that moment. He merely sought to uncover the peculiar marks upon Chen Qingyuan's body. Consequently, the ghost doctor confined Chen Qingyuan within a bamboo hut, employing various methods to probe into all aspects of his background. Residing in the bamboo hut for 5 days, Chen Qingyuan found himself in a state of leisure. Alas, it was all beyond his reach. Surrounded by an abundance of spiritual herbs and precious medicines, he could only gaze longingly, his heart yearning, letting out a sigh. Do I desire them? Finally, after 5 days, the ghost doctor made his appearance. Chen Qingyuan bowed respectfully, his honesty apparent as he nodded in acknowledgement. The ghost doctor, having meticulously gathered information about Chen Qingyuan over the past few days, considered his sincerity. Since the younger generation is so forthright, why not bestow upon him a few spiritual herbs? Seizing the moment, Chen Qingyuan, with his thick skin, pressed forward. The ghost doctor shot him a look that clearly conveyed, "Are you dreaming?" Indeed, even in dreams, he longed for such treasures. Most of the spiritual herbs within the medicinal garden are of the finest quality, and even if one were to scour the depths of the Xuanqing sect's treasury, they would be hard to find. Unexpectedly, Chen Qingyuan responded promptly, causing the ghost doctor to pause momentarily before hastily shifting the conversation. "First, answer a few questions for me. If you are truthful, I might bestow upon you a few spiritual herbs. What would you like to know, esteemed elder?" Chen Qingyuan pondered anxiously. 100 years ago, you ventured into the heavenly abyss. What did you experience there? The ghost doctor, filled with curiosity regarding the forbidden zone, inquired directly. There are numerous terrifying laws within. During that incident, the major sacred sites of the flowing star domain dispatched powerful individuals, most of whom perished beneath the laws of the heavenly abyss, leaving no remains. I narrowly escaped the calamity, losing all my cultivation and being reduced to a mere mortal. Chen Qingyuan's words were a blend of truth and fabrication. It was uncertain whether his deception was skillful or if the protective jade bracelet rendered the ghost doctor incapable of discerning the veracity of his statement. If you indeed escaped by chance, why then did it take you a century to emerge from the heavenly abyss? He questioned. There are too many laws within the abyss. I inadvertently triggered a mechanism and was sealed for 100 years, Chen Qingyuan replied, his eyes unwavering as he spoke earnestly. Once the seal was broken, my cultivation was completely wasted, and only then did I realize that the outside world had changed over the course of a century. Little one, should you dare to deceive me, you must consider the consequences carefully. The ghost doctor feigned ferocity, his eyes glimmering with a bloodthirsty light. I would not, Chen Qingyuan assured. And then you ventured to Minghua City. What was your purpose there? The ghost doctor continued his probing. I went out to clear my mind, Chen Qingyuan replied. The Moonlight City lies a great distance from the Xuanqing sect. Are you truly serious about going there to unwind? The ghost doctor regarded this response with skepticism. Since you have investigated me, you should be aware that recently the Tianyuan sect and Dong Palace have decided to unite through marriage. Once, my beloved departed from me, leaving me in a state of melancholy. I wandered aimlessly, seeking solace, and before I knew it, I had traveled so far. Chen Qingyuan had never considered that this situation could serve as an excuse. As he spoke, a shadow of sorrow crossed his face, and he sighed deeply. Upon hearing this, the ghost doctor found it remarkably reasonable, unable to pinpoint any flaws. After a pause, the ghost doctor pondered, from my intuition, not a single word you utter is sincere. Although Chen Qingyuan's reasoning appeared logical, it failed to inspire genuine belief in the ghost doctor's heart. Senior, I assure you that every word I speak is the truth. You must believe me, Chen Qingyuan stated earnestly, emphasizing the absolute veracity of his words. Chapter 21. The Arrival of the Sword Immortal. After all this discussion, is it not merely to procure a few spiritual herbs? The ghost doctor saw through Chen Qingyuan's intentions and snorted disdainfully. Senior's gift, I dare not refuse. Chen Qingyuan replied with an innocent smile. If I were to decline what you have previously promised, it would be a disrespect to you, senior. Your audacity is quite remarkable. In all my years, having dealt with numerous cunning individuals, I find few who can match Chen Qingyuan. Most importantly, his approach is measured, evoking no feelings of aversion. Quite acceptable indeed. Chen Qingyuan's gaze drifted towards the nearby herbal garden, his intentions unmistakable. Take it. Reluctantly, the ghost doctor, concerned about appearances, conceded. She casually plucked 3 stalks of spiritual herbs and tossed them into Chen Qingyuan's embrace. Thank you, esteemed elder. Chen Qingyuan regarded the herbs as treasures and promptly stored them in an ordinary Tianyuan bag, which required no spiritual energy to activate. Such a sly one. The ghost doctor murmured, turning to depart. In the days that followed, the ghost doctor conducted numerous examinations on Chen Qingyuan, yet found no abnormalities in his physique. Logically, having sustained severe injuries, he should have borne scars. Strangely, Chen Qingyuan appeared as if he had been born a mere mortal, with no signs of any damage to his spiritual body. From the ghost doctor's seasoned perspective, there were only 2 conceivable explanations for this phenomenon. One was that the obliteration of Chen Qingyuan's existence was exceedingly formidable, erasing all traces of injury. The other was that he had employed a certain secret technique or treasure to conceal the true condition of his body. Regardless of which possibility held true, it rendered the ghost doctor pensive and cautious, preventing her from taking rash actions. Surely, she could not resort to soul-probing techniques. She dismissed such thoughts, deeming them inappropriate. Her curiosity regarding Chen Qingyuan was genuine, She had no desire to become his mortal enemy. Moreover, his enigmatic nature prompted caution, steering her away from employing underhanded tactics. Esteemed elder, since you are unable to ascertain my physical condition, could you perhaps allow me to leave? Chen Qingyuan reiterated his request. Not possible, the ghost doctor replied without hesitation. At that moment, a figure appeared outside the bamboo house's barrier, transmitting a voice that resonated. Nan, let him go. Upon hearing this, the delicate form of the ghost doctor trembled slightly, her eyes glimmering with excitement. Simultaneously, Chen Qingyuan displayed a peculiar expression, for the voice was exceedingly familiar. The ghost doctor hastily opened the barrier, welcoming the newcomer inside. An elderly man, clad in simple garments and leaning on a cane, limped into the room. Senior sword immortal. Upon catching sight of the elder, Chen Qingyuan exclaimed in surprise and promptly offered his respects. The visitor was none other than the esteemed Chong sword immortal, Li Muyang. What brings you here? The ghost doctor regarded Li Muyang with profound reverence, as he was her savior. Thousands of years ago, when the ghost doctor's life hung by a thread, it was Li Muyang who intervened to rescue her, forging their bond. For him, Li Muyang directed his gaze toward Chen Qingyuan, stating his intent plainly. What about him? The ghost doctor turned to glance at Chen Qingyuan, her expression filled with confusion and astonishment. He is a young friend of mine. Out of respect for me, please do not make things difficult for him. Let him go. Li Muyang had been quietly monitoring Chen Qingyuan's situation, safeguarding him from the shadows. Upon witnessing Chen Qingyuan in trouble, he felt compelled to step in, while also wishing to see the ghost doctor after many years. He is indeed your friend? The ghost doctor found it hard to believe. Rest assured, I have not harmed him. Senior sword immortal, you are acquainted with each other? Chen Qingyuan approached quickly, astonished. Indeed, Li Muyang replied with a warm smile, exuding a friendly demeanor. Her name is Gong Nan. Had I known earlier, it would have spared me much anxiety during these past days. Chen Qingyuan felt a weight lift from his heart as he exhaled deeply. Kid, I haven't bullied you, have I? Do not wear such a troubled expression, Gong Nan. The ghost doctor admonished with a fierce glare. Had he been aware of the profound connection between Chen Qingyuan and Li Muyang, Gong Nan's demeanor would surely have been markedly different. For the time being, Chen Qingyuan felt no concern. Had it not been for the arrival of the sword immortal, the future would remain uncertain. With Li Muyang present, Chen Qingyuan harbored no fear of Gong Nan, feigning grievance. You, Gong Nan clenched his fists, wishing to deliver a sound thrashing to Chen Qingyuan, and coldly retorted, you truly know how to pretend. You were quite respectful before. Yet now you turn your back on me. It was a matter of compromise, forced by circumstance. No matter how formidable the ghost doctor, he could not rival the once mighty Chong sword immortal. Hence, Chen Qingyuan spoke boldly, unafraid of offending Gong Nan. Enough of this bickering, Li Muyang interjected, putting an end to their quarrel. Young man, if you wish to depart, you may do so at any time. Furthermore, I shall have Nan testify that your injuries have been healed, so there is no need to worry about exposing your cultivation. However, regarding that matter, do not divulge it to anyone, nor display it publicly, for it may invite great calamity. Understood. Thank you, sword immortal. Chen Qingyuan expressed his gratitude with a clasped fist. Though Li Muyang was extending this favor due to the red-clad maiden from the Tianyuan forbidden zone, Chen Qingyuan etched this kindness in his heart, vowing to repay it when the opportunity arose. The matter spoken of by Li Muyang pertains to the enigmatic Dao bone. Standing nearby, Gong Nan gazed with undisguised astonishment, his heart racing. The sword immortal addresses him as young master? It is the first time I have witnessed such deference towards a youth. Who exactly is this Chen Qingyuan? Senior sword immortal, senior ghost doctor, I shall take my leave. Chen Qingyuan had no intention of lingering, deeming it prudent to depart. After bowing, he was no longer hindered by the barrier and vanished into the horizon. Once Chen Qingyuan had left, Gong Nan withdrew his gaze, hesitating to speak. Li Lao, why do you regard this young man with such reverence? Fate. Li Muyang's reply was imbued with a sense of mystery. From what you just said, is this young man's body sound? Gong Nan inquired once more. I have reconstituted his Dao body. He is indeed unharmed, Li Muyang affirmed. Ah, I see. Gong Nan realized with clarity. I wondered why his physique appeared so normal. It turns out it was your intervention, Li Lao. Gong Nan assumed Li Muyang had concealed Chen Qingyuan's physical condition, preventing him from perceiving the truth. To this, Li Muyang offered no explanation, merely smiling in silence. I am aware that you have long sought a remedy for your appearance, yet alas, progress has eluded you for millennia, Li Muyang spoke solemnly. If you have not yet surrendered hope, perhaps you might consider engaging more with young Master Chen. There may yet be an opportunity. Gong Nan's veiled visage was the result of an incident long past, which had marred his beauty. Is there still a chance? Gong's son then gently caressed her face, gazing in the direction where Chen Qingyuan had departed, murmuring to herself, "He is gone." Li Muyang, disinclined to linger over tea, turned and left. Li Lao ambled away. Gong's son then inclined her body in a respectful gesture. "Chen Qingyuan, how is it that you have garnered the esteem of Li Lao? What abilities do you possess?" From this day forth, Gong's son then developed a profound interest in Chen Qingyuan, certain that their paths would cross again. Meanwhile, Chen Qingyuan arrived within the territory of the Qianlan sacred land, intending to catch up with Han Shan. Chapter 22. Introducing a match in a certain city of the Qianlan sacred land, Chen Qingyuan employed a sound transmission technique to reach Han Shan. Engrossed in carefree revelry, Han Shan was suddenly jolted by the sound of Chen Qingyuan's voice, a flood of thoughts rushing through his mind. If Chen Qingyuan was capable of utilizing the sound transmission technique, it implied that his foundational cultivation had been restored. Before long, Han Shan hurriedly approached Chen Qingyuan, scrutinizing him with disbelief etched across his face. "Brother Chen, your body has truly recovered." With the ghostly physician as a guise, Chen Qingyuan felt secure from prying eyes, allowing him to disclose his restored cultivation. Thus, he concealed the essence of his Dao bones within the jade bracelet's principles, revealing only an ordinary spiritual root in the early stages of the yellow spirit realm. The foundational cultivation levels are categorized as postnatal realm, innate realm, yellow spirit realm, Shen spirit realm, earth spirit realm, and heaven spirit realm. Beyond these lie the golden core realm, Yuan infant realm, transformation spirit realm, integration realm, tribulation crossing realm, and the great ascension realm. With Chen Qingyuan's current level of cultivation, he was akin to an ant in the realm of cultivation, easily crushed underfoot. How can one's cultivation be so feeble? After glancing a few times, Han Shan's eyes reflected both astonishment and concern. Alas, such is fate. Being able to retain even a fragment of his cultivation is already a stroke of luck. Chen Qingyuan sighed deeply, feigning sorrow. In truth, his original cultivation had long been rendered void, and he was merely in the process of recultivating. According to the red-clad maiden within Tianyuan, although Chen Qingyuan's initial foundation was relatively superior, it fell short of true perfection. Thus, the maiden gradually dismantled all of Chen Qingyuan's cultivation without harming the essence of his body, a feat requiring considerable skill. What motivated the red-clad maiden to invest such effort in Chen Qingyuan remains a mystery, even to him. Perhaps clarity would only come in due time. "What a pity," Han Shan lamented. "Yet, the restoration of your spiritual roots is certainly commendable. The ghostly physician's intervention is indeed remarkable, living up to the legendary status. Much of this is thanks to your assistance, old Han." At the mention of this matter, Chen Qingyuan's ire began to surface, his gaze sharp. Were it not for the sudden appearance of the sword immortal Chong gong, the ghostly physician would undoubtedly have taken his time studying Chen Qingyuan, not allowing him to depart easily. Ahem. Han Shan sensed the blame in Chen Qingyuan's eyes and cleared his throat to mask the awkwardness. "Brother Chen, you mustn't hold this against me. Who would have guessed that the person I casually approached would turn out to be the ghostly physician?" Han Shan continued. "Had I known earlier, I might as well have sold the ghostly physician's information. I could have made a fortune. Moreover, if I hadn't inadvertently stumbled upon the ghostly physician, it is unlikely your body would have been able to recover. Ultimately, you cannot fault me. You should instead express gratitude. How dare you take credit for this? Truly shameless," Chen Qingyuan remarked coldly. "Do not be so harsh. If we are to speak of shamelessness, I must confess I have learned it from you. Once upon a time, I was an exceptionally virtuous and kind-hearted child. Ever since I met you, alas, it is a long story," Han Shan lamented, growing increasingly melancholic. "Enough." Chen Qingyuan, unfazed by Han Shan's current prowess, delivered a swift kick, jesting, "Old Han, have you ever truly suffered while following me? Indeed, though I often endure disdain from others, my reputation in the sacred land has suffered. Many regard me as shameless, and numerous junior sisters keep their distance," Han Shan replied, reflecting on his considerable wealth, which likely surpassed that of many elders within the sacred land. "If I were in your position, I would certainly be more esteemed." Chen Qingyuan glanced at Han Shan, an air of condescension apparent. "I believe you, despite your apparent downfall. The higher-ups of the Xuanqing sect still protect you. Even Lin Pingyan, the son of the sect leader, holds you in high regard. It is indeed perplexing." Curiosity piqued, Han Shan inquired, "Brother Chen, do you possess techniques yet undisclosed to me?" "Such skills are beyond your grasp," Chen Qingyuan replied. "Do share," Han Shan implored, eager to bask in the same esteem as Chen Qingyuan, envisioning a future where he could stride confidently through the Qianlan sacred land. "After all, you owe me a favor. Do not be so stingy. This is my innate charm. Do you understand?" Chen Qingyuan smirked, unabashedly declaring his allure. Han Shan was momentarily at a loss for words, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Subsequently, the two sought a tranquil spot nestled by the mountains and waters, where they sat to savor tea. After exchanging idle chatter for a while, they turned their attention to serious matters. Han Shan's expression grew more solemn as he inquired, "Brother Chun, should I inform the friends from the Xuanqing sect to come and escort you back?" "Not for now," Chen Qingyuan replied, shaking his head. "I have my own plans." "What plans?" Han Shan asked, puzzled. "That is not for you to worry about," Chen Qingyuan feigned mystery. "I may not concern myself, but given your current cultivation level, encountering ill-intentioned individuals could lead to dire consequences. If such a situation arises, the Xuanqing sect will undoubtedly hold me accountable," Han Shan asserted, shaking his head vigorously, unwilling to let Chen Qingyuan undertake such a perilous endeavor alone. "Have you ever witnessed me suffer a setback in all these years of our acquaintance?" Chen Qingyuan's heart warmed at the sight of Han Shan's furrowed brow. This friendship was indeed invaluable, having endured life-and-death struggles and disputes over interests. Chen Qingyuan placed immense trust in Han Shan. "Indeed, I cannot recall any such instance," Han Shan admitted, contemplating thoughtfully. "Despite my mere Huangling realm cultivation, I possess numerous means of self-preservation." Chen Qingyuan felt compelled to persuade Han Shan, for he would require his friend's cover later on. Considering the passage of time, it was certain that the Xuanqing sect had dispatched skilled individuals to provide assistance. Once the Xuanqing sect arrived, they would undoubtedly whisk Chen Qingyuan away, preventing any danger from befalling him. Although everyone from the Xuanqing sect was deeply concerned for Chen Qingyuan, this concern had also become a shackle, making it difficult for him to act freely. That will not suffice. Han Shan deliberated for a moment, still resolute in his decision to prevent Chen Qingyuan from leaving. "No. Why are you so obtuse?" Chen Qingyuan wished to give Han Shan a thorough beating, but after some contemplation, he decided against it. In the past, it was permissible to tease Han Shan, but now such actions could easily result in Han Shan retaliating. "No matter how many sweet words you utter, I shall not release you. Once the friends from Xuanqing sect arrive, whatever troubles you encounter thereafter will no longer be my responsibility." Han Shan genuinely cared for Chen Qingyuan's safety. Chen Qingyuan sought out Han Shan, partly to reminisce and engage in meaningful conversation about their past, and partly to have Han Shan deal with the people from Xuanqing sect, sparing their elders from undue worry. If Chen Qingyuan were to slip away without a word, he would undoubtedly face a barrage of scolding from his seniors upon his return. "Old Han, let us discuss this matter," Chen Qingyuan said, rising to pour Han Shan a cup of tea, his smile gentle. "You came to see me. Nothing should go awry while you are here. There is no room for negotiation." Han Shan shook his head, indicating he would not drink the tea. "Old Han, I shall introduce you to someone." At this point, Chen Qingyuan was left with no choice but to resort to his trump card. Upon hearing this, Han Shan involuntarily glanced at Chen Qingyuan, his brows furrowing slightly, his expression becoming rather peculiar. Chapter 23. Effortlessly manipulated. Han Shan feigned modesty, arms crossed over his chest, and snorted dismissively. "You uttered those very words a century ago. And then what happened?" Many years prior, Chen Qingyuan had made similar claims, leading Han Shan astray. "That was when I ventured into the abyss and encountered unforeseen circumstances," Chen Qingyuan replied helplessly. "The reason I managed to return alive this time is partly due to the fact that I failed to find you a companion, which weighed heavily on my heart, compelling me to persevere until the end. We are kindred spirits, and promises made must be promises kept." "Is that a solemn vow?" Han Shan, observing the earnestness etched upon Chen Qingyuan's countenance, felt his reservations gradually dissipate. "You mustn't attempt to deceive me. Indeed, it is the unvarnished truth. We are as brothers, though not of the same blood. I would sooner deceive myself than betray your trust," Chen Qingyuan affirmed with a resolute nod, his expression grave and his gaze unwavering. "I remain skeptical," Han Shan countered, his countenance stern. "You nearly allowed your own beloved to elope with another, and now you offer to assist me in the pursuit of a partner? Your proposition lacks credibility." "Hold. My actions were compelled by extenuating circumstances. Refrain from exacerbating the wound," Chen Qingyuan retorted, his countenance darkening. He then launched into a boastful recollection. "In my halcyon days, when I traversed the realms, countless saintesses were captivated by my mere presence. Did you not witness this during your time as my companion?" "Indeed," Han Shan conceded, unable to refute the veracity of the claims. Chen Qingyuan, in his prime, was a figure of considerable renown. Certain saintesses even contemplated employing subterfuge to ensnare him. Fortunately, Chen Qingyuan possessed the alacrity to evade such machinations, preventing any saintess from achieving her desires. Given Chen Qingyuan's prodigious talent at the time, becoming his consort would undoubtedly have been advantageous. The 7 fairies of the flowery pavilion, each a vision of pulchritude. Have you beheld them? Chen Qingyuan inquired, raising an eyebrow. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured ethereal images of the 7 celestial maidens in the air. The little princess of the southern sea dragon clan. Does she not stir your affections? The princess of the northern frontier royal family. The saintess of the eastern jade sacred ground, whose beauty is said to be unparalleled, captivating the hearts of countless young prodigies. In the ancient clan of the Mo family, as he spoke, he vividly depicted the graceful figures of the favored daughters of various sacred lands, as if they were before his very eyes. Han Shan became entranced, instinctively reaching out to touch them. However, just as his fingers grazed the ethereal image, it blurred and was swept away by a gentle breeze. Listening to Chen Qingyuan's introduction, Han Shan's heart began to flutter, losing its initial reserve and indifference, as a rather unsightly smile crept across his face. Brother, do you know these saintly princesses? Of course. Chen Qingyuan nodded affirmatively. Can you converse with them? Han Shan's heart skipped a beat, and the joy on his face deepened as he inquired once more. Certainly, but regardless of whether I can or not. The words are mine to speak, Chen Qingyuan replied with a chuckle. Upon hearing this, Han Shan shifted his chair closer to Chen Qingyuan and began to pour him tea. Brother Chen, my wishes are modest. If I could form a partnership with one of those celestial beauties, it would be my greatest fortune. Too hot, Chen Qingyuan remarked, accepting the cup and setting it down with a flourish. I'll pour you another. Han Shan quickly employed his magical skills to ensure the tea remained at an optimal temperature and poured anew, presenting it before Chen Qingyuan with both hands. The tea leaves are somewhat lacking, Chen Qingyuan critiqued after taking a sip. Unfazed, Han Shan swiftly replaced the leaves with a higher quality variety and brewed another pot. Chen Qingyuan was well aware of Han Shan's temperament. If he did not maintain an air of superiority, Han Shan would undoubtedly grow suspicious. Thus, the more Chen Qingyuan imposed difficulties, the more at ease Han Shan felt, for he had found a resolution to his quest for companionship. Once the matter of a partner was resolved, he believed he could shoulder any burden. Han Shan's reputation in the sacred land was rather poor. Ordinary women did not capture his interest, while those endowed with both talent and beauty looked down upon him. Finding a suitable companion proved to be an arduous task. Brother Chen, considering our bond as brothers, you must fulfill your promise to me, Han Shan said, his voice dripping with flattery. Certainly, certainly, Chen Qingyuan replied, nodding slowly. However, he swiftly shifted the conversation. There are certain matters I must attend to alone. Should individuals from the Xuanqing sect arrive, you need to manage the situation and assure them of my safety. As for how to accomplish this, that is your responsibility. Understood. Han Shan responded after a moment of contemplation, his teeth clenched in determination. Provided that you do not encounter any mishaps, for my transgressions would be substantial. If you are truly concerned, perhaps you could part with a few protective treasures? Chen Qingyuan seized the opportunity. That is rather ungracious of you. Do you intend to take advantage of your brother? Han Shan's expression shifted, a sense of wariness creeping in. If you choose not to give them, then so be it. I am not particularly covetous, Chen Qingyuan retorted dismissively. After scrutinizing the fluctuations of spiritual energy within Chen Qingyuan once more, Han Shan reluctantly produced a jade talisman and placed it upon the table. This is a protective jade talisman, one I acquired with great effort. It can withstand a full-force strike from an ordinary transformation stage cultivator. Oh, to withstand the assaults of the divine transformation realm is indeed a rare treasure. Chen Qingyuan hastily secured it, fearing that Han Shan might reconsider. Old Han, you've been living quite comfortably these years. Just average, Han Shan replied, his heart bleeding from the significant loss. Yet, should this opportunity lead him to a suitable partner, all sacrifices would be worth it. Very well. I leave the subsequent matters in your hands. I shall take my leave now. Chen Qingyuan had no desire to linger in this place. Wary of encountering the elders of the Xuanqing sect, who might forcibly return him, necessitating a troublesome escape. As he spoke, he activated the flying vessel in his possession, vanishing into the mist. Brother Chen, do not forget your promise to me. Do not keep me waiting too long. Han Shan called out loudly in the direction Chen Qingyuan had departed. Long after Chen Qingyuan had left, Han Shan felt an inexplicable sense of being taken advantage of. However, even with the knowledge of being deceived, he could not muster a shred of anger. Was it truly his charm? Han Shan pondered, even taking out a mirror. Lost in self-admiration, Chen Qingyuan is not significantly more handsome than I am. What could it be? The northern Songstar region was Chen Qingyuan's destination. According to the hints within the jade bracelet, the girl in red had left a gift for him, urging him to visit in person. Chen Qingyuan journeyed towards the northern Songstar region at a leisurely pace, pausing to rest in the bustling cities along the way. Previously, he had collected numerous debts, part of which he bestowed upon Lin Pingyan, while retaining the remainder for himself. The abundance of spiritual stones was sufficient for Chen Qingyuan to indulge himself for an extended period. While traversing a certain area, he discovered a hidden paradise and paid a considerable sum of spiritual stones to enter for seclusion. Within the cave, an extraordinary gathering formation was laid out, enhancing the spiritual energy to over 10 times that of the outside world. In merely a month, Chen Qingyuan significantly advanced his cultivation. Reaching the pinnacle of the yellow spirit realm, he chose to pause his progress, refraining from further breakthroughs. If he were to attempt it again, he must solidify his foundation and avoid impatience. Meanwhile, the Xuanqing sect dispatched 5 elders, including Lin Pingyan, to investigate. They noted the absence of Chen Qingyuan's aura on the 7 dust star and grew quite anxious. Han Shan, mustering his courage, contacted the members of the Xuanqing sect, engaging in extensive negotiations. After considerable delay, he finally managed to send them away. In summary, Chen Qingyuan was currently quite safe, preoccupied with significant matters. And Han Shan urged the Xuanqing sect not to worry. Han Shan exerted great effort on behalf of Chen Qingyuan, which was no small feat. Should an opportunity arise in the future, Chen Qingyuan would undoubtedly assist Han Shan, though it remained to be seen whether Han Shan could afford to wait. At long last, after months of effort, Chen Qingyuan arrived in the territory of the North Songstar region. Chapter 24. North Songstar region, the dead zone guided by the jade bracelet. Chen Qingyuan materialized in the western extreme city of the North Songstar region. The girl in red had mentioned leaving a gift there for him to collect personally, marking their second agreement. Yet, there was no specific location provided. Chen Qingyuan found himself in a quandary. The girl in red had not specified where the gift was hidden, only indicating that it was somewhere within the western extreme city. This area was expansive, leaving Chen Qingyuan at a loss as to where to search. After much contemplation, Chen Qingyuan resolved to temporarily reside in Shiji City, contemplating future strategies. Perhaps, in due course, new clues would emerge from the jade bracelet. Upon entering the city, he found a splendid inn for his stay. As night deepened, a strand of his consciousness ventured into the jade bracelet, revealing it unchanged. He decided to let things unfold naturally. Chen Qingyuan retracted his consciousness and commenced meditation. With a complete and unblemished Dao bone, he understood the urgency of his cultivation. Complacency was not an option. Thus, Chen Qingyuan dwelled in Shiji City for 2 months. During this period, he remained in seclusion, solidifying his foundation. Within the confines of his secluded cultivation chamber, peculiar colorful stones thrived in the corners, while a gentle white mist enveloped the floor, swirling counterclockwise around his position. Chen Qingyuan extracted over 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, arranging them before him to slowly refine. A faint white light emanated from his body. As the golden Dao bone within him quivered slightly, the obscure Dao patterns upon it becoming increasingly distinct. After a brief moment, Chen Qingyuan shattered the bottleneck of his cultivation, advancing to the initial stage of the Xianling realm. He gradually opened his eyes, which resembled deep abysses, hollow and profound, imbued with a hint of ancient wisdom. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though he had traversed endless ages, perceiving the essence of all things in the world. This sensation was ephemeral. Chen Qingyuan swiftly returned to normalcy, exhaling a breath of turbid air. What, indeed, was the origin of this Dao bone? As Chen Qingyuan merged with the golden Dao bone, he increasingly recognized its extraordinary nature. After considerable contemplation, Chen Qingyuan could not discern a clue and ultimately resolved to bury the matter in his heart, intending to investigate further when the opportunity arose. Suddenly, he noticed that the jade bracelet he carried was quivering, prompting him to extract it immediately. Subsequently, he infused a wisp of his consciousness into it. A line of text materialized before Chen Qingyuan's eyes, north of Shiji City, the dead zone. In an instant, his awareness was expelled from the jade bracelet. The dead zone? Chen Qingyuan murmured softly, having spent 2 months in Shiji City and acquiring some fundamental information. He was aware that this place was exceedingly enigmatic. It was said that the dead zone was a remnant of a battlefield, existing for no less than 1,000,000 years. Though the true duration had become untraceable, the dead zone of the North Song Star Domain, much like the abyssal forbidden zone of the Flowing Star Domain, was a perilous locale where entry often led to certain death. The abyssal forbidden zone was somewhat more renowned, drawing greater attention. Having just emerged from a den of wolves, was he now to delve into a tiger's lair? To be candid, Chen Qingyuan had no desire to explore the dead zone. However, given the prior agreement, he knew that failing to uphold his promise could lead to troublesome consequences. Alas, it was indeed arduous. With a sigh, he resigned himself to fate. Countless powerful beings had ventured into the dead zone over the years, but few had returned alive. Chen Qingyuan was acutely aware that, with his current cultivation, entering the dead zone would likely result in his demise. If she wished to kill him, it would not require such convoluted measures. Glancing down at the jade bracelet resting in his palm, he felt an inexplicable sense of security, since the lady in red had already indicated the location. He had no choice but to proceed. 2 days hence, Chen Qingyuan prepared to depart from the western extremity city, embarking on a journey to the north. The dead zone occupied a third of the northern Song star domain, vast and boundless, owing to the unique laws of the dead zone. It harbored a plethora of spiritual treasures and elixirs. Consequently, many cultivators, fully aware of the perilous nature of the dead zone, dared to venture within. Numerous individuals roamed the periphery of the dead zone, seeking fortuitous encounters. Indeed, there were many in this world unafraid of death. As Chen Qingyuan entered the realm of the dead zone, he observed a multitude of figures, congregated in groups. Fellow cultivator, to which sect do you belong? Along the way, a dozen sword-wielding Taoists halted, gazing at Chen Qingyuan, who was aboard a flying vessel, and inquired respectfully. I am a solitary cultivator, Chen Qingyuan replied, wishing to avoid interaction with strangers. Upon hearing this, the sword-wielding Taoists ceased their formalities and turned away. Every year, numerous solitary cultivators ventured into the dead zone, hoping to encounter fortune and achieve meteoric success after obtaining its treasures. Such occurrences were frequent, thus inspiring countless cultivators. Although many came to the dead zone annually, Chen Qingyuan pondered why such a multitude had arrived during this particular time. Prior to his journey, he had thoroughly researched the circumstances and found it perplexing. It made no sense. To ascertain the situation, Chen Qingyuan cast aside 100 mid-grade spiritual stones and inquired of a fellow cultivator, what accounts for the recent influx of individuals to the dead zone? The gray-clad cultivator replied candidly, rumor has it that the Grand Master of the Tao has divined a change in the heavenly secrets originating from the dead zone. Various factions have taken heed, believing that some astonishing treasure may emerge from within. Due to an uncertain rumor, various cultivators are willing to take risks, which seems rather reckless. Chen Qingyuan remarked, primarily concerned that the arrival of these forces would disrupt his own plans, making it difficult to act. The Taoist Grand Master is a prominent figure of our time, and his predictions have never been mistaken. If one could obtain the fortunes within the death domain, it would be worth the peril. The gray-clad cultivator scrutinized Chen Qingyuan, seated within the flying vessel, and expressed doubt regarding the Taoist Grand Master's calculations, clearly indicating he was not a local. He inquired, fellow cultivator, are you not from the North Song star domain? Due to the protective barrier of the flying vessel, ordinary practitioners were unable to discern Chen Qingyuan's true strength. Indeed, Chen Qingyuan nodded. No wonder you would voice such sentiments. The Taoist Grand Master possesses immense abilities and cannot possibly err. With this, the gray-clad cultivator clasped his fists in a gesture of goodwill and subsequently departed. Ahead, the fiery expanse of the heavens marked the boundary of the death domain, where numerous individuals were already employing Taoist techniques in search of traces of fortune. This is akin to pushing me into a pit of fire, Chen Qingyuan grumbled, while his body obediently maneuvered the flying vessel, gradually approaching the death domain. To avoid being oppressed by others, he allowed the jade bracelet to conceal his aura of cultivation. As a result, the various powerful figures could not perceive the depths of Chen Qingyuan's abilities and dared not provoke him. Many individuals from the flowing meteor star domain were familiar with Chen Qingyuan, yet here, there were few who recognized him. After all, a century ago, he was merely a Xuanqing realm cultivator, not yet at the level of being widely known. To encounter her here was quite unexpected. It seemed she truly was a prodigy from the North Song star domain. However, among the younger generation of the northern wilderness, Chen Qingyuan was familiar with many, and indeed spotted an acquaintance amidst the crowd. Chapter 25. Murong Wensi. The blood-red earth stretched endlessly, a desolate expanse with no discernible end. This was the periphery of the dead zone, where a casual glance revealed thousands of individuals representing various factions from the northern Song star domain. Not far away stood a woman clad in a light-colored long dress, a ribbon cinching her waist, and a jade pendant adorning her side. Her hair was a soft golden hue, and her eyes, akin to sapphires, sparkled with an exquisite brilliance. Her name was Murong Wensi, who had crossed paths with Chen Qingyuan a century ago. To be precise, she had been misled by him. During an expedition to explore a secret realm, Murong Wensi had been deceived by Chen Qingyuan, who appropriated all the resources for himself. Although she was furious afterward, she refrained from seeking revenge against him. Instead, she harbored a sense of admiration. The members of the Murong clan held great respect for the strong, and Murong Wensi, having been influenced by this ethos since childhood, naturally inherited her family's values. Since Chen Qingyuan was capable of outsmarting her to seize all the resources, it was merely a reflection of his own abilities, and she could only blame her own carelessness. How did he end up here? The periphery of the dead zone was remarkably expansive. Murong Wensi casually cast her gaze and soon spotted Chen Qingyuan in the distance, her eyes shimmering with surprise as she murmured to herself. The elders of the Murong clan, following her gaze, inquired, "Child, who is this person?" From the Flowing Star Domain, a member of the Xuanqing Dao sect, Murong Wensi replied, her complexion as pale as jade. Her red lips alluring as she continued, "A century ago, I ventured to a secret realm in the Flowing Star Domain, and it was he who left me empty-handed. It turns out this individual was once a renowned prodigy, celebrated across various realms. It is said that he ventured into the forbidden land of Tianyuan a century ago and has recently emerged against all odds." Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly recalled the events of the secret realm from 100 years past, an incident that had left Murong Wensi quite distressed for an extended period. Chen Qingyuan did not conceal his whereabouts, deliberately exposing himself to the gaze of the onlookers, as he intended to delve deeper into the realm of death. He wished to accompany familiar faces, thus sparing himself considerable trouble. Yet, Chen Qingyuan was uncertain whether his acquaintances would be inclined to assist him. "Miss Murong." "It has been quite some time." Chen Qingyuan maneuvered his flying vessel to the ground and rose, clasping his hands and greeting towards Murong Wensi. Exuding politeness and wearing a radiant smile, Murong Wensi stepped forward a few paces, her gaze assessing him with a hint of complexity. "I never anticipated encountering young Master Chen here. How fortuitous. This must signify our fateful connection." "Indeed, how fortuitous it is." Chen Qingyuan replied with a beaming smile. "Even if it is fate, it is a cursed one," Murong Wensi retorted with a hint of sarcasm. "Miss Murong, your words possess a certain sharpness." Chen Qingyuan responded, unperturbed, his smile unwavering. "Humph." Murong Wensi could not shake off the memories of being deceived by Chen Qingyuan in their past encounters. Lingering on the matter, "I have heard that you survived miraculously. Now rendered a cripple, why have you forsaken the comforts of Xuanqing's sect to wander here? Recently, I encountered a ghostly physician who inadvertently healed my injuries." "Much to your disappointment," Chen Qingyuan replied. "A ghostly physician?" At this revelation, Murong Wensi's eyes sparkled with excitement, her demeanor slightly animated. "Do you know where this ghostly physician resides? And he has indeed healed your wounds?" "Indeed, it is only natural." Chen Qingyuan nodded. "With my charming disposition, even the eccentric ghost doctor would find it hard to watch me become a mere shadow of my former self." To be candid, Murong Wensi had a strong desire to give Chen Qingyuan a good thrashing. However, with other thoughts swirling in her mind, she chose to flatter him instead. "Young Master Chen, you are exceptionally handsome. Who could possibly dislike you?" Upon hearing this, the smile on Chen Qingyuan's lips froze. There is always something amiss when things deviate from the norm. This woman suddenly claims I am handsome. She must surely harbor ulterior motives. Although I am indeed quite handsome, a fact well known to many, such praise from Murong Wensi cannot be taken lightly. "Miss Murong, do you seek a favor from me?" Chen Qingyuan, preferring directness, stated plainly. Indeed. With the topic laid bare, Murong Wensi did not shy away, taking a deep breath and nodding earnestly. "Let us strike a deal. You will divulge the precise location of the ghost doctor, and in return, the Murong family shall owe you a favor or perhaps grant you a generous reward." Recently, the Murong family had dispatched elders to seek out the whereabouts of the ghost doctor, yet their efforts yielded nothing. It was rumored that the ghost doctor might reside on the 7th dust star within the Yunhai star domain, but the outcome remained the same. No trace could be found. The Murong family, having expended considerable resources alongside various factions, searched in vain for the ghost doctor. In stark contrast, Han Shan, who merely drew lots at random, fortuitously struck gold, locating the ghost doctor and delivering Chen Qingyuan into his hands. Were it not for the appearance of the sword immortal Gong, it is likely that Chen Qingyuan would still be confined by the ghost doctor, perhaps even subjected to dissection for research. What then? Is the Murong family's motive in seeking the ghost doctor? Chen Qingyuan expressed his interest and inquired further. However, there was nothing to disclose. The matter pertained to family secrets, which Murong Wensi could not reveal. Even without explicit words from Murong Wensi, Chen Qingyuan could discern something from the expressions of the Murong clan's powerful members nearby. It seemed that the life of a certain ancestor of the Murong family was in jeopardy, and he pondered whether he could enlist the assistance of the ghost doctor. The demise of any family ancestor would constitute a tremendous loss. How about this? I am quite intrigued by the death domain. Perhaps the Murong family could extend me some consideration. Upon my return from the death domain, I shall certainly inform you of the precise whereabouts of the ghost doctor. With the guardian appearing before him, it would indeed be a grave mistake for Chen Qingyuan not to take advantage of the opportunity. What brings you to the death domain? Is it not due to the pronouncements of the Taoist sect's grand ancestor? Murong Wensi inquired with curiosity. Haha. Chen Qingyuan chuckled lightly. But then his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. No comment. Damn that man. Murong Wensi seethed with frustration, her fists clenched tightly, turning slightly purple with rage. Yet she found herself powerless to judge Chen Qingyuan. Do you agree? Chen Qingyuan coughed softly. If you dare deceive me this time, do not expect to leave the North Song Star domain alive, Murong Wensi threatened, fearful of being outmaneuvered by Chen Qingyuan once more. Why would I deceive you? If not for the intervention of the ghost doctor, I would still be a mere mortal. Do you truly believe a mortal could arrive here? Chen Qingyuan lied with a perfectly composed brow. Immediately thereafter, Murong Wensi turned to her kin, communicating through thought to discuss matters. After a brief moment, the Murong family acquiesced to the request. As long as a single member of the Murong family remains, I shall ensure that no harm befalls you in the dead realm, declared Murong Wensi with unwavering resolve. Chen Qingyuan admired Murong Wensi's straightforward nature and trustworthiness, affirming, I too shall uphold my promises. You shall not be disappointed. The barrier of the dead realm was on the verge of weakening, so let us prepare to enter. All stood at the precipice of the dead realm, awaiting the opportune moment, for a dense crimson mist swirled ominously ahead, fraught with peril. Every few months, this mist dissipated for several hours, presenting the ideal opportunity to venture forth into the dead realm. Chapter 26. Entering the dead realm. The storm approaches. The Murong clan comprised 15 individuals, including Murong Wensi. Their expedition was inspired by the words of the Taoist patriarch, seeking to test their fortunes in the dead realm in hopes of encountering extraordinary transformations. Chen Qingyuan reached an accord with the Murong family as he descended from the flying vessel. Concealed by a jade bracelet, his cultivation remained obscured, making it impossible for the Murong clan's practitioners to discern his true nature. This only solidified their belief in the skills of the ghostly physician, marveling that even one whose spiritual roots had been rendered useless could be healed, showcasing extraordinary prowess and enigmatic abilities. The crimson mist began to dissipate. Let us proceed, urged Murong Wensi, one of the most formidable prodigies of the Murong clan, now boasting late-stage nascent soul cultivation. A century ago, Chen Qingyuan had reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, effortlessly surpassing his peers and earning considerable renown across the vast northern wilderness. However, those who once bested him had now surpassed Chen Qingyuan. Yet, with his exceptional talent, it would not be long before he reclaimed his position at the summit of the younger generation. Stay close to us. An elder glanced back at Chen Qingyuan and reminded him. Soon after, the group hastened into the dead zone, unwilling to squander any time. Based on the experiences of previous cultivators who had ventured into the dead zone, the 3 hours following the dispersal of the crimson mist were deemed the safest. Should they fail to emerge within this time frame, it was highly likely they would be eternally trapped within. Miss Murong, why not take me along? It would be quite unfortunate if I were to lose my way. With his cultivation at the profound spirit realm, Chen Qingyuan found it challenging to keep pace with the members of the Murong family. Among them, the weakest was a golden core cultivator, and the leader was a venerable elder possessing the prowess of the transformation stage. In light of Chen Qingyuan's knowledge of the ghost doctor's whereabouts, Murong Wensi reluctantly acquiesced and tossed out a light-colored fabric strip. As the strip fluttered through the air, a delicate fragrance wafted towards him. Chen Qingyuan grasped the light-colored fabric tightly, the other end firmly held by Murong Wensi. With a rush, various factions set forth, entering a land reminiscent of a blood-soaked red earth, with no end in sight. As they delved deeper, the ground grew increasingly dark red, and an inexplicable sense of oppression permeated the atmosphere. The mountains, stones, fields, and seas were all tinged with crimson. Along their path, Chen Qingyuan and the others beheld chilling white bones, likely remnants of those who had previously ventured into the dead zone. The leader of the Murong clan, an elderly man named Murong Ping, noticed a shattered mirror lodged within the crevices of a stone and recognized its origin. The esteemed Xuanqing has been shrouded in silence for over a millennium, having succumbed to eternal slumber within the realm of death. What a pity, Murong Ping sighed softly. Upon hearing these words, the hearts of the gathered crowd quivered slightly. Those who earn the title of esteemed one are, at the very least, formidable beings who have transcended the tribulations of their path. The 9 tribulations of transcendence demand one to confront life and death at each juncture. It is evident that the esteemed Xuanqing did not reach the final stage, choosing instead to venture into the realm of death, only to face defeat. The victors are crowned as kings, while the vanquished are deemed outlaws, a truth that has persisted throughout history. Every pinnacle cultivator who ascends to the great ascension has invariably traversed the valley of death. Although the precious mirror lies shattered, it still holds immense commemorative value. We shall keep it. Xuanqing carefully tucked the broken Xuanqing mirror into his bosom and bowed slightly towards the void, a gesture of respect for the esteemed Xuanqing. Subsequently, the group resumed their journey. According to the words of the Taoist Qian ancestor, it is highly likely that a treasure of astonishing significance has emerged within the realm of death, though its precise location remains unknown, left to fate's whims. Conventional wisdom suggests that the deeper one ventures into the realm of death, the greater the chance of discovering such treasures. Ahead, it appears that the forces of Wangbo Sect and Yucheng Holy Land are embroiled in conflict. After a brief incense stick's worth of time, the crowd beheld two factions engaged in a fierce battle, the ground trembling beneath the weight of their clash, creating a chilling atmosphere as if frost had formed upon the earth. It seemed they were fighting over a Dao treasure. From a distance, the center of the two opposing forces revealed a Dao treasure, still resonating with the echoes of its essence, undeniably valuable. Let us take a detour and refrain from involvement. Xuanqing wished to avoid unnecessary complications. Chen Qingyuan maintained his silence, closely following the Murong family. Under the auspices of the Murong family, Chen Qingyuan encountered no difficulties along his journey. Recently, several factions had become aware that the Murong family had acquired the Xuanqing mirror, and they dared not attempt to seize it, wary of its power. An hour had passed, yet no one had uncovered any leads regarding the coveted treasure. If we cannot find anything further, we may have to withdraw for the time being and await the dissipation of the crimson mist before resuming our search, someone suggested. Let us continue our search. Xuanqing surveyed the surroundings, where the world was shrouded in a deep crimson hue, making it difficult to discern any clues. At the rear of the crowd, Chen Qingyuan noticed a subtle tremor in the jade bracelet adorning his wrist. Discreetly, he focused a thread of his consciousness to investigate. The bracelet quivered towards the right front, as if guiding Chen Qingyuan on his path. However, he could not openly declare his intention to head in the direction indicated by the bracelet, lest he arouse suspicion among the others. They were already on the fringes of the dead zone, where it was challenging to detect the presence of other factions. He needed to devise a strategy to part ways with the Murong family, otherwise his actions would become cumbersome. Indeed, the preceding stretch of the journey had greatly benefited from the Murong family's protection. Without it, Chen Qingyuan would have undoubtedly encountered numerous troubles. Some factions entered the dead zone in search of opportunities, while others engaged in nefarious acts of murder and pillaging. After all, once a life was taken and a body discarded in the dead zone, there would be no trace left to pursue, eliminating the fear of retribution. What could that be? Just as Chen Qingyuan pondered how to discreetly separate from the Murong family, Murong Wensi noticed the emergence of swirling sands ahead. The crowd immediately turned their attention, witnessing the winds intensifying. It could be the rumored storm of the dead zone. We must move swiftly. Xuanqing's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed. As soon as the words left his lips, the group rushed outside in a frenzy, their speed remarkable. Initially, the storm was slight, but it swiftly escalated into a tremendous tempest, spreading across the desolate realms. In the span of merely half an hour, a mass of crimson mist, intermingled with the chaotic storm, bore down upon Chen Qingyuan and his companions. Typically, the crimson mist dissipates after approximately 5 hours. However, this time, it descended after just over an hour, accompanied by a terrifying gale. Such storms in the desolate realm erupt only once every few centuries, and it was indeed unfortunate that Chen Qingyuan and his companions encountered it. It was dire. Chen Qingyuan glanced back at the approaching crimson tempest, his eyes widening in despair. Utterly devoid of any means of resistance, the thunderous roar of the storm swept through the periphery, devouring countless souls, ensnared by the merciless laws of the desolate realm. Those fortunate enough to escape did so in a state of disarray. As the storm loomed, the practitioners of the Murong clan were preoccupied with their own survival, oblivious to Chen Qingyuan's plight. The crimson mist enveloped everything, and to his astonishment, Chen Qingyuan discovered that he remained unaffected by the laws of the desolate realm. Then, he turned to behold the unconscious Murong Wensi. Bound by a light-colored strip of fabric, they lay in close proximity. Was she alive? Chen Qingyuan approached the unconscious Murong Wensi, the wind and sand assaulting him, the crimson mist swirling with the breeze. Upon closer inspection, he noted that her heart was still beating, albeit with a somewhat erratic rhythm. She had likely sustained injuries from the crimson storm. The reason for Chen Qingyuan's safety was undoubtedly due to the protective jade bracelet he wore. Had I known that this object could defy the laws of the death realm, I would have refrained from reaching an accord with the Murong family. Chen Qingyuan gazed at the unconscious Murong Wensi before him. Her light-colored gown was slightly wrinkled, and strands of her pale yellow hair obscured half of her face, with patches of red earth scattered across her form, creating a disordered yet captivating beauty. Surely, I cannot abandon her here. If I were to forsake Wensi, her demise would be inevitable. Yet, to remain by her side would undoubtedly hinder my future endeavors. Contemplating this dilemma, Chen Qingyuan felt a pang of conflict. How should he choose? Alas, what a vexing situation. Glancing down at the pale fabric lying on the ground, which Wensi had previously used to grasp Chen Qingyuan, he reflected on their transactional relationship. Nevertheless, Chen Qingyuan could not bear to witness Wensi's death. Thus, he retrieved a jade vial containing precious spiritual liquid. Where did this come from? Naturally, it was procured from the hands of the ghostly physician. Chen Qingyuan, possessing a thick skin, had not only pilfered some spiritual herbs from the physician, but also acquired a healing elixir. How fortunate for you. He administered the spiritual liquid into Wensi's mouth. Feeling a sharp ache in his heart, it was indeed a considerable loss. The elixir coursed through her body, eliciting a rapid response, as she trembled slightly, accompanied by the crackling sounds of static electricity. Moments later, Wensi opened her eyes, her vision somewhat blurred. Gradually, she discerned Chen Qingyuan standing not far away, then surveyed her surroundings but found no kin in sight. Suddenly, noticing her disheveled attire, she hastily tugged at it to cover her fair shoulders. Regarding Chen Qingyuan with a wary gaze, "Do you think I would take advantage of someone in distress?" In an instant, Chen Qingyuan comprehended the meaning behind Wensi's gaze and retorted with irritation, "Besides, in your current state, I wouldn't even consider you." You. Wensi pointed at Chen Qingyuan, on the verge of unleashing a torrent of curses, but was interrupted by a fit of coughing, her complexion paling. "Cough, cough. Let us instead contemplate how to escape this wretched place." As Chen Qingyuan's mind raced, he devised a plan to ostensibly discuss an exit from the dead zone with Wensi, while secretly seeking an opportunity to hide away and venture alone towards the direction indicated by the jade bracelet. This strategy would allow him to elude Wensi and keep his own actions concealed. "Have you not seen the others from the family?" Wensi, having regained some strength through meditation, ceased her banter with Chen Qingyuan and adopted a serious demeanor. During her meditation, she had sensed several strands of pure spiritual energy within her, likely a result of Chen Qingyuan's assistance, and she stole a few glances at him. "No," Chen Qingyuan replied, shaking his head. At this, Wensi's eyes reflected a hint of worry, deeply concerned for the safety of her kin. "Why have you not been affected by the laws of the dead zone?" It was only then that Wensi scrutinized Chen Qingyuan closely and discerned something unusual. Her voice tinged with curiosity. "Perhaps it is simply because I am rather handsome," Chen Qingyuan replied unabashedly, raising an eyebrow. Wensi shot him an exasperated glance, finding him insufferable. Everyone harbors secrets. Wensi chose not to press further, her gaze towards Chen Qingyuan growing increasingly complex. The retreating path has been shrouded in a thick veil of crimson mist, rendering escape impossible. If we can endure here for several months until the fog dissipates, there may be a glimmer of hope. Wensi gazed towards the direction they had come from, a sea of blood-red haze filling her eyes with despair. "You stay here," Chen Qingyuan declared. "I will search for another way out." "Wait," Wensi said, suppressing the excruciating pain in her body as she slowly rose to halt Chen Qingyuan's departure. "What is it?" Chen Qingyuan asked, a slight frown creasing his brow. "I will accompany you." A premonition urged Wensi that her only chance of survival lay in following Chen Qingyuan. "I cannot agree to that." Chen Qingyuan was unwilling to bear the burden of an encumbrance. "We had agreed to enter this perilous domain together. Are you now abandoning me?" Observing Chen Qingyuan's resolute shake of his head, Wensi bit her lip and adopted a pitiful demeanor, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, evoking a sense of compassion. "Hey, there's nothing between us. Don't act as if I've callously forsaken you." Chen Qingyuan found it unbearable to witness Wensi's transformation from a fierce tigress to such docility, sending chills down his spine. "A century ago, you deceived me, seizing all opportunities and placing me in peril. Do you intend to repeat such treachery now?" Having spent time with Chen Qingyuan, Wensi was aware that he was more susceptible to gentleness than force, so she feigned vulnerability. "I've already bled profusely to stabilize your injuries. Now you wish for me to carry you as well. That seems rather unfair." Chen Qingyuan, with a hint of difficulty, remarked, "You should be well aware of my character. I never engage in unprofitable ventures. As long as I can make it out alive, the family is prepared to present a grand gift." Wensi responded earnestly. Empty words carry no substantial benefits. Chen Qingyuan remained unfazed. In the eyes of others, a favor from the family would be a tremendous fortune. Unfortunately, Chen Qingyuan cared little for intangible promises. Only tangible wealth held value in his eyes. Moreover, although the family was not weak, they were merely adequate. If it were a promise from a sword immortal, that would indeed be a true blessing. What do you wish for? Murong Wensi, desperate to survive, reluctantly lowered her stance. Chen Qingyuan scrutinized her from head to toe, his gaze unrelenting. Under such intense observation, Murong Wensi felt exceedingly uncomfortable and, gritting her teeth, declared, "If you can truly protect me, we might attempt to coexist. Perhaps we could even become companions on the path." She assumed Chen Qingyuan was indulging in fanciful thoughts, unaware that he harbored no such intentions. He hastily interjected, "Stop. I've made it abundantly clear that I have no interest in you. Do not embellish your worth." Upon hearing this, Murong Wensi's cheeks flushed crimson, a mixture of embarrassment, anger, and dissatisfaction coursing through her. After all, she was a princess of the Murong family, possessing both beauty and grace. How could she possibly be deemed unworthy by Chen Qingyuan? "Why do you regard me so?" she questioned, her tone laced with indignation. "That jade pendant at your waist appears quite fine," Chen Qingyuan remarked with a glance. "Take it." Murong Wensi, perplexed by Chen Qingyuan's intentions, removed the white jade from her waist and tossed it to him. Chen Qingyuan promptly caught it, inspecting it closely before breaking into a satisfied smile. "This is exquisite white spirit jade, a rare treasure indeed. And the jade bracelet you wear." He tucked away the white jade and continued, "It contains my personal belongings, which are rather inconvenient to disclose." The jade bracelet was Murong Wensi's spatial artifact, housing numerous resources and personal items. Chapter 28. Do people like you have friends? Who desires your personal effects? Produce everything. The rest belongs to me, Chen Qingyuan stated bluntly. For reasons unknown, Murong Wensi felt a profound sense of humiliation regarding her appearance, her eyes nearly igniting with fury. Were it not for the necessity of survival, she would have undoubtedly drawn her sword, eager to unleash her pent-up rage upon Chen Qingyuan. After a moment's hesitation, Murong Wensi utilized a simple Tianyuan bag to store her personal possessions, then handed over the jade bracelet along with all its resources to Chen Qingyuan. He appeared thoroughly pleased, resembling a shrewd merchant. "This should suffice, yes?" Murong Wensi remarked, her teeth clenched in indignation. "During this time, I have endeavored to protect you. Which means you owe me a favor. The items I relinquished cannot be trifled with, nor can your gratitude be disregarded. You have taken all my possessions and expect me to remember your favor. What sense does that make?" Murong Wensi vociferously challenged. "Such matters cannot be articulated in this manner. Allow me to clarify." Chen Qingyuan solemnly remarked, "Had I not intervened to save you just now, you would likely be beyond rescue. And all these resources would undoubtedly belong to me. However, out of kindness, I utilized an exceedingly precious medicinal herb on your behalf. A gesture that far outweighs the value of these resources. For the foreseeable future, you shall accompany me, significantly impacting my safety and well-being. Is it not reasonable for you to owe me a favor?" The medicinal herb was indeed rare, yet Chen Qingyuan had shamelessly acquired it without incurring any real cost. Strangely, as he expounded his illogical reasoning, Murong Wensi found herself perceiving a semblance of truth in his words. Taking a deep breath, she relented once more. "Very well. Consider it that I owe you a considerable favor, which I shall repay in due course." "Such understanding." Chen Qingyuan grinned, unable to suppress his admiration. "It is indeed rare to encounter a woman as wise and beautiful as you, Miss Murong." "Humph." Murong Wensi scoffed, casting him a disdainful glance. "I seldom meet someone as avaricious as you. I cannot help it. I have been impoverished since childhood. How could I possibly compare to someone like Miss Murong?" Chen Qingyuan sighed lightly. "You are poor," Murong Wensi retorted, her displeasure evident. "The Xuanqing sect has pampered you to such an extent. Do you dare lament your poverty?" "You fail to comprehend," he replied. "Although the sect treats me well, resources are limited, and the meager monthly allocation is hardly sufficient to foster my own development. I must seek opportunities externally." To this day, Chen Qingyuan had only suffered a setback once, and that was with Bai Shishue from Dongyi Palace. At that time, Chen Qingyuan was deeply moved by Bai Shishue's unwavering determination, and he found himself falling in love, eager to unite with her as a partner on the path of life. He generously bestowed upon her many resources he had acquired. Alas, how fleeting is the passage of time, circumstances, and people change. "There are few in this world as shameless as you," scolded Murong Wensi. "Thank you for the compliment," Chen Qingyuan replied with a disarming smile. Remarkably, he remained unfazed by her harsh words. Instead, he felt a sense of lightness in his heart. At this juncture, Murong Wensi conceded defeat, falling silent. They continued their journey side by side until they reached a nearby mountain range, where they sought refuge in a secure cave. Here, they could escape the chilling winds of the death domain and enjoy a semblance of tranquility. Along the way, they encountered numerous corpses, recently deceased. presumably victims of the crimson mist storm that had claimed their lives. The sight of these lifeless bodies weighed heavily on Murong Wenxi's heart, deepening her worries about her kin's fate and whether they still survived. Once ensconced within the cave, they ignited a fire to dispel the darkness. Reflecting on the earlier events, Murong Wenxi recalled how wisps of red mist had approached with the cold wind, yet curiously veered away from Chen Qingyuan, moving in other directions. Had he been touched by the mist, a dire fate would surely have awaited him. How peculiar, she mused, filled with curiosity yet refraining from voicing her thoughts. Let us remain here for several months until the red mist dissipates, then we shall depart. After much contemplation, Chen Qingyuan resolved to ensure Murong Wenxi's safe passage before stealthily returning to the death domain himself. Since one is not influenced by the laws of the dead domain, there is no cause for concern. Disguising oneself at that moment will render one unrecognizable. Thank you. Staying close to Chen Qingyuan, Murong Wenxi felt no pressure from the laws of the dead domain and was quite at ease. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, reserve some good items for me in the future and present them during our next encounter. Chen Qingyuan did not require verbal acknowledgments, as they held no real significance. Indeed, one cannot afford to be courteous with this fellow, who tends to take advantage. As Murong Wenxi attempted to meditate and heal, he discovered that he possessed not a single spirit stone, which left him feeling quite distressed. After much hesitation, he glanced at Chen Qingyuan, who sat nearby with closed eyes, and softly called out, "Hey, what are you doing?" Chen Qingyuan did not open his eyes, appearing languid. "I've given you all the spirit stones I had. Could you possibly lend me some?" If it were feasible, Murong Wenxi truly did not wish to make such a request. Borrowing spirit stones could be negotiated. Chen Qingyuan slowly opened his eyes, sensing a business opportunity. This is precisely why he could amass such accounts. He was not a shrewd merchant, but rather someone who derived pleasure from helping others while earning a modest fee. "How many do you wish to borrow?" he inquired. 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Murong Wenxi calculated the time he might need to stay and thus requested a larger sum. "Very well," Chen Qingyuan nodded. "But let us agree on this. If you borrow 1,000, you must return 3,000 in due time. You are quite the merchant." Murong Wenxi retorted, displeased. "Will you borrow or not?" Chen Qingyuan pressed, adopting a demeanor that suggested he would lend only if it pleased him. "I shall borrow." Taking a deep breath, Murong Wenxi suppressed the tumultuous emotions simmering within her and gritted her teeth in agreement. "Let us formalize this with a written agreement." As she spoke, Chen Qingyuan produced paper and ink, along with a seal of red clay for the handprint. Murong Wenxi was taken aback by Chen Qingyuan's familiarity with this procedure. "Do you have friends that would engage in such dealings?" "Indeed," Chen Qingyuan responded, recalling a few mischievous acquaintances, a grin spreading across his face. "Shall I introduce you to them?" "Never mind, that won't be necessary." With a sense of grievance, Murong Wenxi signed her name and pressed her handprint, unwilling to associate with someone like Chen Qingyuan any further. "From now on, I shall be your creditor. Miss Murong, do take care of yourself. And remember to repay me when you come into wealth." Chen Qingyuan carefully stored the agreement, a solid proof against any denial. Gazing at the 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones before her, Murong Wenxi felt tears welling up, her emotions a tangled web. These spirit stones bore the seal of the Murong family. They were originally hers. To use her own spirit stones, she was now required to sign a debt note, and the interest had tripled. "Chen Qingyuan, how have I fallen into such misfortune by knowing you?" With a mix of indignation, Murong Wenxi began to refine the spirit stones, striving to mend her injuries. "Since I have some idle time, I might as well have a bite to eat." Chen Qingyuan, relishing the pleasures of life, set up an iron rack over the flames and sliced some meat from spirit beasts to commence his grilling. Chapter 29. The Dog of a Man. As Chen Qingyuan savored the delectable feast, it felt as though he were on a vacation in the realm of the dead. On one side, Murong Wenxi was meditating to heal his injuries, absorbing the scattered spirit stones before him, which dimmed and transformed into mundane rocks. After a month, his condition had significantly improved, allowing him to temporarily cease his healing efforts. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Chen Qingyuan, who was leisurely reclining against a stone, eyes closed in serene repose. Seeing Chen Qingyuan so relaxed inexplicably irritated Murong Wenxi. He picked up a stone from the ground and threw it towards him. With a dull thud, the stone struck Chen Qingyuan's calf, prompting him to lazily glance over. "What are you doing?" he inquired. "Nothing," Murong Wenxi replied with a slight huff. "I just find you displeasing. There are many who feel the same. You hardly rank among them." Chen Qingyuan remarked nonchalantly. Unfazed, he added, "If I allowed the opinions of others to sway me, I would have perished long ago. Indeed, you do not rank among them. You are quite detestable, which must have earned you a fair share of enemies," commented Murong Wenxi. Ah, but those individuals cannot bring about my demise. They can only watch in frustration. Chen Qingyuan responded, seamlessly continuing the exchange. I am curious, have you never faced any setbacks in your life? Wensi inquired. Unless we count exceptional circumstances. I would say not, Chen Qingyuan replied, a fleeting memory surfacing of the numerous resources he had bestowed upon by Shishua, a substantial loss, indeed. Apart from that incident, he had never engaged in a losing venture. What kind of exceptional circumstances? Do enlighten me. Wensi expressed a hint of intrigue. Why should I share that with you? Humph. Chen Qingyuan cast a sidelong glance, then abruptly shifted his tone, teasingly remarking, if you are willing to pay a fee for the pleasure of hearing a story, I could reluctantly indulge you in a conversation. How is it that you resemble a rogue? What kind of training did you receive at the Xuanqing sect? With no immediate prospect of leaving, Wensi found herself feeling somewhat bored and curious about Chen Qingyuan's past, after all. He was once a figure of considerable renown in the northern wilderness. Free range, Chen Qingyuan replied candidly. Do you think this is a cattle ranch? Free range indeed. Wensi chuckled at his words. The two sat 10 meters apart, positioned at an angle to one another. The fire pit had long since extinguished, leaving only a dim, pale spirit pearl suspended in the air, illuminating every corner of the cave. If you have nothing to do, close your eyes and meditate. Do not disturb my slumber. He added. The spirit pearl was indeed his possession, though he had forgotten where he had acquired such a trinket, and he was too lazy to recall. I refuse to comply with your wishes. What can you do about it? Wensi playfully retorted. Suddenly, Chen Qingyuan stood up and slowly approached her. As he drew near, Wensi instinctively leaned back and braced herself defensively, her gaze sharp and expression serious. What do you intend to do? She demanded. In an unexpected move, Chen Qingyuan bypassed Wensi, bending down to grasp a long, flat stone behind her. He then returned to his original position, resting his head comfortably against the stone. Reclining, he couldn't help but taunt. What else with such a grand reaction? Wensi found herself once again outsmarted by Chen Qingyuan. Her cheeks flushed with indignation and a hint of anger. It's merely a stone. Can't you retrieve objects from a distance? Must you create such a commotion? Surely, this is intentional. She reiterated her disinterest, adding with a touch of irony, I must remind you, despite my handsome appearance and exceptional charm, do not harbor any feelings for me, lest misfortune befalls you. As she uttered these words, Chen Qingyuan glanced at Wensi, raising an eyebrow with a smile. In response, Wensi retorted, how can you be so vain? It is a fact you cannot alter, Chen Qingyuan replied, seemingly unaffected by the derision. His ears appeared to filter any sarcastic remarks, transforming them into praise in his mind. Rest assured, even if I were to develop an affection for a pig, you would not even cross my thoughts. The implication was clear. Chen Qingyuan was deemed inferior to even a swine. That's good to hear, he said nonchalantly, his lips curling into a faint smile. By the way, you claim to possess extraordinary charm, yet why did Bai Shishua abandon you? Suddenly, Wensi recalled this point, deeming it the perfect rebuttal against Chen Qingyuan. Upon hearing this, the smile on Chen Qingyuan's lips gradually faded, his expression shifting to one of complexity as he pondered for a moment. Perhaps it was a matter of fate, he finally responded. If she truly loved you, she would not have sought solace in another within a mere century, even amidst adversity. It may be that from the very beginning, her affection was scant, driven more by the allure of mutual benefit. Wensi had finally found a topic to engage Chen Qingyuan, and she was determined to press on and seize this opportunity. As Chen Qingyuan slowly propped himself up, he turned to meet Wensi's gaze, his eyes profound, as if they carried the weight of ages, imbued with an inscrutable sense of melancholy. In that fleeting moment of connection, Wensi felt her consciousness transported to a vast, sandy river, hazy and burdened by an inexplicable heaviness. The mocking expression that once adorned her features had dissipated without her noticing, replaced by a serious curiosity and a hint of perplexity. This was her first glimpse of another facet of Chen Qingyuan, one filled with untold stories and the wisdom of experience. Previously, Chen Qingyuan had been known for his mischievousness, overwhelming narcissism, and a hint of darkness within. What had compelled him to choose her as a companion in the past? In that moment, he seemed transformed, evoking a sense of unfamiliarity in Wensi. He bore a striking resemblance to a dear departed friend of mine. Chen Qingyuan gazed out at the dim, oppressive sky beyond the cave. A departed friend? Curiosity sparkled in Wensi's eyes. She recalled a figure from her dreams, vividly real yet ethereal. At times, she found herself pondering whether the experiences within her dreams had ever truly existed. What are you saying? Wensi asked, bewildered. Do you believe in past lives? Chen Qingyuan suddenly inquired with earnestness. I do, Morong Wensi replied, nodding. Powerful beings can indeed experience a second life, reincarnating to cultivate anew. Although such occurrences are rare, they are documented in ancient texts. However, you hardly resemble a reincarnated sage. Do not attempt to deceive me. Such tactics are futile now. If I were indeed a reincarnated sage, would I find myself in this predicament? Chen Qingyuan remarked with a hint of self-deprecation. Indeed, Morong Wensi replied, from your words. It seems that Bai Shishua bears a striking resemblance to your former beloved, which explains your kindness towards her. That is roughly the sentiment, isn't it? Chen Qingyuan hesitated for a moment before nodding. Regrettably, they are not the same person. Their likeness is merely superficial. My karmic bond with Bai Shishua has come to an end. The memories from dreams are akin to illusions, easily shattered with a mere touch. Chen Qingyuan did not dwell on these thoughts. Upon learning of Bai Shishua's union with another, he felt neither anger nor sorrow, but rather an inexplicable sense of liberation. Initially, he should have never consented to Bai Shishua's wishes. Yet, since he had made a promise, he felt compelled to see it through, even if it meant offending the enigmatic maiden of the Tianyuan forbidden zone. Ironically, it was not Chen Qingyuan who faltered at the end, but rather Bai Shishua. I apologize. Observing the sorrow etched on Chen Qingyuan's face, Morong Wensi expressed her regret. However, the apology lacked sincerity. If you truly felt remorse, a gesture of goodwill would suffice. Suddenly, Chen Qingyuan's expression shifted, a smile dancing on his lips. Morong Wensi's earlier sympathy vanished without a trace, and she silently cursed. What a scoundrel. Chapter 30. Delving into the realm of death. Advancing alone just moments ago, Chen Qingyuan had appeared sorrowful and haggard, but without any warning, he reverted to his former demeanor, incessantly demanding benefits, leaving one utterly speechless. In that fleeting moment, Morong Wensi inexplicably felt a twinge of sympathy for Chen Qingyuan, chiding herself for nearly being deceived by his fa once again. In the ensuing months, Chen Qingyuan and Morong Wensi engaged in little conversation, each immersed in their own meditative practices. Time passed swiftly until the moment the crimson mist dissipated arrived. Gazing at the mist retreating into the depths of the death realm, Morong Wensi's face lit up with joy. At last, the awaited moment had come. Let us proceed. After a brief pause, Chen Qingyuan confirmed that the mist had cleared and the barrier had loosened, turning to Morong Wensi to speak. The two set forth, preparing to depart. After approximately 2 hours, Chen Qingyuan and Morong Wensi arrived at the boundary of the death realm. The instant they stepped out of the realm, Morong Wensi felt her body become considerably lighter, as if an inexplicable weight had suddenly vanished. She promptly reached out to contact her kin. Standing silently beside her, Chen Qingyuan observed a flicker of sorrow on her countenance. Once her conversation with the clan elder concluded, Morong Wensi cast a glance towards the direction of the death realm. During the previous storm, over half of their companions had perished. It was unfortunate, a pity indeed, Chen Qingyuan lamented. Perhaps there truly exists some extraordinary treasure within the death realm. Yet, it seems the Morong family is destined to forego it. This encounter with the storm had claimed the lives of several elders from the Morong family. While it did not cause irreparable damage, it nonetheless affected their morale, leaving them with no choice but to abandon their pursuits. You have sustained an injury. It would be prudent to return promptly lest you fall victim to the treachery of cunning individuals. After all, the realm of cultivation is fraught with chaos, and not everyone possesses my benevolence. In the earlier part of his statement, Chen Qingyuan was relatively courteous, yet the latter half rendered Morong Wensi both amused and exasperated. To label Chen Qingyuan as benevolent may hold some truth, for he refrained from exploiting Morong Wensi's vulnerabilities and was willing to offer assistance. However, the term benevolent seems somewhat out of place when describing him. Avaricious and narcissistic would be far more fitting. Should Morong Wensi be asked to appraise Chen Qingyuan, she would describe him as a cunning narcissist with a firm moral compass, concealing a past shrouded in intrigue. Although my Morong family has not fully protected you, it seems you have taken on the role of my protector. Nevertheless, I am eager to ascertain the whereabouts of the ghost doctor. Name your price. Morong Wensi did not lose sight of the matter at hand and spoke with earnestness. In light of our acquaintance, I shall offer you this information free of charge. Chen Qingyuan replied after a moment of contemplation, deciding to forego any reckoning with Morong Wensi this time. Yunhai Star Domain, 7 Dust Star. Subsequently, Chen Qingyuan delineated the precise location where the ghost doctor had previously resided. Thank you. Morong Wensi quickly noted the details, expressing her gratitude. Whether the ghost doctor can be persuaded is a matter for your Morong family to contend with. Furthermore, I cannot guarantee the ghost doctor's continued presence. It is all a matter of fate, Chen Qingyuan remarked. To receive such detailed intelligence was indeed a fortuitous outcome. This time, the Murong family ventured into the death domain in hopes of acquiring certain fortunes to aid an elder within their clan. Given the arduous nature of the path through the death domain, seeking the ghost doctor appeared to be their only recourse. Let us part ways here, Chen Qingyuan concluded, turning away without a backward glance. Gazing in the direction where Chen Qingyuan had departed, Murong Wensi lingered, her eyes unyielding as she murmured, Chen Qingyuan, will you ever stand once more at the center of the grand stage, rekindling the splendor of your past? A century ago, Chen Qingyuan was a force so formidable that it rendered Murong Wensi feeling inferior. He single-handedly overshadowed the talented youths from over a dozen star domains. At that time, a well-meaning individual compiled a list of the most exceptional prodigies from the northern wilderness, aptly named the 10 Talents of the North, with no particular order of ranking. And Chen Qingyuan's name prominently featured among them. The title of the 10 Talents of the North was no mere trifle. Each prodigy listed was more daunting than the last. Regrettably, shortly after being named one of the 10 Talents, Chen Qingyuan faced the calamity of the abyss. Rumor had it that many prodigies sought to challenge him to elevate their own status. 100 years later, how many in the younger generation still remembered Chen Qingyuan? After parting ways with Murong Wensi, Chen Qingyuan feigned a journey elsewhere, but instead took a circuitous route back to the dead domain. This time, he disguised himself and utilized the power of a jade bracelet to conceal his presence. Ensuring that no one was around, he plunged into the dead domain. At that moment, the crimson mist had once again spread to the borders. However, Chen Qingyuan had no intention of waiting for the mist to dissipate before entering. With the jade bracelet as his protection, it would allow him to evade encounters with others, thus sparing him considerable trouble. Had he known earlier that the jade bracelet could defy the laws of the dead domain, he would have avoided dealings with the Murong family altogether. Upon re-entering the dead domain, Chen Qingyuan felt the guiding influence of the jade bracelet, leading him further into its depths. Throughout his journey, Chen Qingyuan encountered numerous skeletal remains, along with remnants of spiritual treasures and items such as Qingquan bags. What a fortune! He collected everything, his smile radiant, his lips never closing. In such a perilous realm of death, where countless mighty beings trembled in fear, Chen Qingyuan felt as though he had returned home, moving freely and unencumbered, devoid of any pressure. As he strolled leisurely for months, not only did he acquire many treasures, but he also advanced his cultivation to the pinnacle of the profound spirit realm. With perfect roots, his training progressed swiftly and his foundation remained solid. Moreover, Chen Qingyuan originally possessed the cultivation of the nascent soul realm, thus facing no obstructions. Although the red-clad maiden had once crippled his cultivation, she had not harmed his body. Now, as he resumed his training, it was remarkably effortless for him. He mused to himself, surely I must be far from the borders of the realm of death now. Gazing at the dark red soil, he glanced back, lost in thought. At this point, it was increasingly rare to see bones or treasures, for few could venture this far, not even those intent on courting death. The silence was profound, the desolation pervasive, with not a hint of life in sight. Chen Qingyuan felt as if he could hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat, even the pulsations coursing through every part of his body. As he ventured deeper, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped him, compelling him to tread cautiously. Are we still within? He retrieved a jade bracelet, observing the direction it indicated. Raising his gaze to the distance, his brow furrowed in concentration. Having come this far, Chen Qingyuan had no reason to return empty-handed. Moreover, this was his second promise to the girl in red, and he was determined to fulfill it. Since she had invited him here, she surely meant him no harm. If she truly wished to take his life, it would be as simple as a breath, without the need for such elaborate schemes. Chen Qingyuan was confident that the girl in red would not lay a trap. There was simply no necessity for it. After 2 more months of travel, Chen Qingyuan's vision brightened as he finally made a new discovery. Chapter 31. The Graveyard, the Silver Spear. What was this discovery? Not far ahead, the soil had transformed from a dark red to an inky black. As he advanced cautiously, Chen Qingyuan noticed the sky draped in a shroud of somber hues, an invisible pressure settling upon him. Gravestones. After walking a short distance, he found himself before a graveyard, utterly astonished. As he gazed around, countless gravestones came into view, varying in size and height. All were rendered in a deep black, exuding an aura of solemnity and an enduring melancholy that time could scarcely conceal. Some gravestones stood upright, while others leaned precariously, and a few had succumbed to the earth, buried beneath dark soil and yellow sand. For reasons unbeknownst to him, as Chen Qingyuan beheld these gravestones, he felt not only an overwhelming shock, but also an overwhelming sadness. Indeed, it was sadness. Why did he feel so uncomfortable? He pressed a hand to his chest. his brow furrowing slightly, puzzled by the sensation. Tick-tock. Unaccountably, a single tear slipped from the corner of Chen Qingyuan's eye. As he felt the tear trace a path down his cheek, his vision blurred, and within this graveyard, he perceived numerous figures as well as a remarkably harrowing battlefield. With the flutter of Chen Qingyuan's eyelids, the previously indistinct scene abruptly vanished. The gentle tremor of the jade bracelet liberated Chen Qingyuan from his tangled thoughts. Following the bracelet's guidance, he ventured deeper into the cemetery. After a prolonged journey, the gravestones became increasingly sparse. Upon reaching the cemetery's end, he found himself in an expanse devoid of ordinary gravestones for miles. At the terminus lay a dark red coffin, each surface bearing the marks of time, as if it had endured an unimaginable conflict. Adjacent to the coffin stood a stone pillar, approximately 3 meters high. Coffin, pillar? Chen Qingyuan remained paralyzed, his gaze fixed upon them in astonishment. Perhaps due to the passage of endless years, or perhaps because of Chen Qingyuan's arrival, the stone pillar began to fracture, the cracks spreading across its entirety. Witnessing this phenomenon, Chen Qingyuan instinctively took several steps back, his body tense and filled with apprehension. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the pillar disintegrated into countless shards, revealing what lay within. It was. Chen Qingyuan gasped, his mouth agape, overwhelmed with astonishment. A silver-white spear, approximately 9 feet in length, with a sharp dragon-shaped tip and a smooth, flawless shaft. The spear's tail resembled a round orb, akin to a snow lotus about to bloom. At the sight of the silver spear, Chen Qingyuan stood in stunned silence. In his recollection, no weapon or treasure could rival the silver spear. Its intangible aura radiated an imposing might, conjuring gusts of wind that transformed the once silent and eerie graveyard into a lively tableau. The howling winds akin to the cries of a battlefield. Suddenly, the jade bracelet in Chen Qingyuan's hand levitated, drifting beside the silver spear. The bracelet's message was unequivocal. The gift mentioned by the girl in red was indeed this silver spear. Is this truly a gift for me? Despite his usual avarice, Chen Qingyuan found himself hesitating, caught in a moment of indecision. A gentle ripple of Taoist patterns emanated from the jade bracelet, as if responding to Chen Qingyuan's inquiry. Steadying his resolve, he cautiously approached, closing the distance to a mere half-meter from the spear. After a prolonged internal struggle, he tentatively extended his right hand and grasped the silver spear. In that instant, a terrifying force erupted from the spear, surging outward in all directions. The overwhelming pressure exceeded anything Chen Qingyuan had ever encountered. It was likely that even formidable beings in the tribulation stage would kneel beneath its weight. Strangely, the oppressive force from the spear did not harm Chen Qingyuan in the slightest. After several breaths, an unusual silence enveloped the graveyard. As Chen Qingyuan gradually exerted himself, he discovered that he could indeed lift the silver spear with relative ease. This revelation left him perplexed yet exhilarated. Logically, such a divine weapon should possess a form of sentience, rendering it beyond the grasp of ordinary cultivators. However, not only had Chen Qingyuan effortlessly seized the spear, but he could also wield it with remarkable finesse. Chen Qingyuan gazed intently at the silver spear clasped tightly in his hand, and after a moment's hesitation, uttered 2 words. Since the silver spear showed no aversion towards him, Chen Qingyuan slightly lowered his guard and resolved to engage in a dialogue with the spear's intellect. Thus, a fragment of his own consciousness delved into the silver spear. At that moment, he discovered that the spear's intellect had been shattered into numerous fragments, rendering communication utterly impossible. Remarkably, despite the destruction of its intellect, the spear maintained its pristine appearance, which was truly astonishing. Chen Qingyuan marveled aloud. What a pity. The fragmentation of its intellect signified that the spear could unleash less than 1% of its original power. Nonetheless, even this diminished capacity left Chen Qingyuan profoundly awestruck. I lack the ability to restore you. Whether I shall ever possess such an opportunity in the future remains to be seen. After examining the silver spear for a considerable time, Chen Qingyuan attempted to activate the restrictions of the jade bracelet, successfully drawing the spear within its confines. Acquiring this silver spear marked the fulfillment of his second promise to the lady in red. He yearned to swiftly conclude his entanglement with her and inquired through the jade bracelet, "What is the third promise?" To extricate himself from the lady in red was Chen Qingyuan's utmost desire. "We shall discuss this once you have regained your golden core realm," replied the cryptic space within the jade bracelet. Upon reading this, Chen Qingyuan resolved to set aside thoughts of the promises for the time being. Very well. I shall return home first. It had been some time since he departed from the Xuanqing sect, and he intended to revisit. After all, the matter of the demon lairs in the flowing star domain remained unresolved, and the experts from various sects were undoubtedly overwhelmed with their pressing duties. Chen Qingyuan turned away along the original path, casting a heavy glance back at the desolate graveyard before bowing in solemn reverence. Thereafter, he commenced his journey homeward. After 6 months of arduous travel, he finally emerged from the dead zone. On his return, he took a slight detour, discovering numerous treasures along the way, which filled him with joy. The act of unearthing hidden gems is indeed a significant fortune in one's life. As he exited the dead zone, Chen Qingyuan continued to disguise himself, concealing his true appearance. Upon reaching a safe haven, he shed his disguise, revealing his authentic self, and summoned his spiritual treasure, the flying vessel, setting course towards the flowing meteor star domain. What transpired within the depths of the dead zone's graveyard? And what of that coffin, whose weapon is the silver spear? While seated within the flying vessel, Chen Qingyuan found himself unable to suppress the torrent of thoughts regarding these enigmas. His brow furrowed with profound concern and curiosity. Days later, he noticed an individual materializing before his vessel, obstructing his path. Chapter 32, The 10 Prodigies of the Northern Wastes. Wu Junyan Chen Qingyuan approached the front of the vessel, and upon recognizing the visitor, his expression subtly shifted. "It is you." The newcomer, clad in a splendid purple robe, stood at an impressive height, his long hair tied elegantly, exuding an extraordinary presence. "I heard you were still alive, so I came to see." His name was Wu Junyan, the foremost prodigy of the Northern Song Star Domain, who also bore another title as one of the 10 prodigies of the Northern Wastes. "Having seen you, surely you will make way now." Chen Qingyuan gestured for Wu Junyan to clear the path for among the nearby star domains. He was perhaps the only one of his contemporaries bold enough to speak to Wu Junyan in such a manner. If it were any other peer, Wu Junyan would have decisively suppressed them with a single strike, without hesitation. "Years ago, when we agreed to battle, you broke your promise." As fellow elites of the Northern Wilderness, Wu Junyan sought to measure his strength against Chen Qingyuan. On a certain day a century ago, the two became acquainted, sharing a few drinks and engaging in conversation. Upon parting, Wu Junyan proposed a duel. To dismiss Wu Junyan, Chen Qingyuan casually mentioned a time, intending to brush him off. "Brother, I nearly lost my life back then. How could I fulfill the promise of battle?" Unexpectedly, not long after, Chen Qingyuan encountered trouble in Tianyuan, rendering their duel null and void. A promise is a promise. As long as one is alive, they must uphold their word, regardless of the circumstances. Your absence at that time is your own issue. Wu Junyan places great importance on commitments, valuing them even more than his own life. "Why are you being unreasonable?" Chen Qingyuan complained. "I can understand your feelings, but you must honor the duel we agreed upon. I cannot bear to wait for so many years." Wu Junyan's expression was icy, as if someone owed him a debt. "I have just found a ghostly physician to heal my spiritual roots. And now you wish to take advantage of me?" Chen Qingyuan said impatiently. "Shall I concede defeat, then?" "No," Wu Junyan replied, shaking his head. "I will not take advantage of you. I insist on a fair duel." "There is no such thing as fairness in this world," Chen Qingyuan retorted. "Choose another time, and I shall suppress my realm to fight you." The duel from a century ago has remained etched in Wu Junyan's mind. If he does not settle the score with Chen Qingyuan, it is certain that, over time, it will transform into a lingering inner demon. Is it truly necessary? Chen Qingyuan found it difficult to comprehend Wu Junyan's train of thought. Yet, what was the necessity of it? Wu Junyan, sparing with words, nodded slowly. "In a battle of the same realm, should you emerge victorious, all would be well. However, should you face defeat, what a disgrace it would be. Heeding my counsel, the challenge of yesteryears has long passed. Let us not dwell on it, shall we?" Chen Qingyuan urged. "Can matters of promise be treated lightly?" Wu Junyan scoffed softly, his gaze piercing. "A person who breaks a promise deserves naught but death." As he spoke, a strand of his breath locked onto Chen Qingyuan. With words having ventured this far, Chen Qingyuan dared not decline. He quickly assented. "Very well, I shall comply with your wishes." Upon hearing this, Wu Junyan nodded in satisfaction. "What shall be the time for our next duel?" 10 years hence, what do you think?" Chen Qingyuan replied. Initially, he contemplated suggesting a century, but reconsidered, knowing it would only lead Wu Junyan to ponder excessively. A decade's time could provide a brief respite. After all, that is acceptable. After a moment's reflection, Wu Junyan nodded in agreement. "When the time arrives, I will surely seek you out." "You are quite obstinate indeed," Chen Qingyuan remarked with exasperation. "It is merely a duel. Yet you treat it with such gravitas. You do not understand. Wu Junyan's existence is anchored in trust. Common folk would not comprehend such a sentiment." "Indeed." Chen Qingyuan sighed softly and produced 2 fine jugs of wine, gesturing. "Would you care to join me for a drink?" "Certainly." Wu Junyan, unreserved, stepped directly into the flying vessel. The two sat across from each other, sipping wine and reminiscing about the past. Suddenly, Wu Junyan turned the conversation towards Chen Qingyuan. Speaking candidly, I have heard that you have been jilted. Chen Qingyuan has recently been perturbed by the frequent mention of this matter, which only serves to exacerbate his frustration. What business is it of yours? He retorted casually. Wu Junyan possesses a cold demeanor, seemingly never having forged deep connections with others. Firstly, his personality makes it exceedingly difficult for anyone to engage with him. Secondly, as one of the 10 prodigies of the northern wilderness, mere mortals lack the standing to be considered his peers, let alone friends. She will come to regret her actions. The she referred to by Wu Junyan undoubtedly points to Bai Shishua, who had cast aside Chen Qingyuan. I have long lost the charm of my youth. What is there for her to regret? Chen Qingyuan mused with a self-deprecating smile. Not at all. Although Wu Junyan may not perceive the ethereal essence within Chen Qingyuan, his innate sensitivity, befitting one of his extraordinary caliber, allowed him to assert with conviction. In my view, you have merely descended from the mountain for a brief sojourn. Soon, you shall return to your lofty peak, surveying the vast expanse of the world below. How can you be so confident in me? Chen Qingyuan inquired, puzzled. If you lack such potential, you are unworthy of being my rival, Wu Junyan replied, taking a sip of his drink and reflecting. Are you praising me? Or are you extolling your own virtues? Chen Qingyuan continued to navigate the vessel, the rich aroma of wine permeating every corner of the craft. Both, Wu Junyan answered candidly. Speaking of our duel, have you encountered any of the other 10 prodigies of the northern wilderness in recent years? Chen Qingyuan was genuinely intrigued by this topic. Indeed. Wu Junyan nodded. Have you crossed swords with any of them? Chen Qingyuan asked, his gaze fixed intently upon Wu Junyan. Not yet, Wu Junyan replied, a hint of regret in his tone. In a world teeming with extraordinary beings, why do you fixate on me? Chen Qingyuan's gaze bore a hint of melancholy. Engaging in battle with them would lead to a contest of strength and possibly life or death. With you, it need not be so. In Wu Junyan's heart, he recognized that despite Chen Qingyuan's avarice and cunning, he was a man of principles, worthy of association. Most importantly, being in Chen Qingyuan's company allowed Wu Junyan to remove his mask and feel utterly at ease, a sensation he had never experienced before. Do you fear death? Chen Qingyuan was taken aback. Surely not. Death holds no terror. It is simply not yet the time for a desperate struggle. Wu Junyan spoke solemnly. Indeed, the future holds infinite possibilities. Should the time for a life and death fight arise, it must occur on the grand stage of the world, not here, where we cannot afford to halt our advance. The northern wilderness is vast, yet it is not the end. It is said that in the far-off imperial capital lies the center of the world, teeming with formidable powers and extraordinary beings. Only upon reaching the imperial capital can one behold the vibrant tapestry of the world stage, rendering this life worthwhile. Chen Qingyuan, I have heard that you emerged alive from the abyss. Will you not greet an old acquaintance? Just as Chen Qingyuan and Wu Junyan were engrossed in their discussions of the future, an ominous voice echoed from a distance. Previously, Chen Qingyuan had made his presence known in the realm of death, engaging with the Murong clan. His arrival in the northern Song star domain had reached the ears of many acquaintances, and naturally, they wished to witness him. However, those coming now might not be as agreeable as Wu Junyan. They were likely to revel in his misfortune. Chapter 33. Depart. Who dares obstruct my path? Chen Qingyuan inwardly cursed, lifting his gaze towards the outside. Upon casting a glance, his expression shifted slightly, as he remained seated and proclaimed loudly. I thought it was someone significant, but it turns out to be the candidate saint of the lotus yonder sacred land. In uttering this, Chen Qingyuan deliberately emphasized the word candidate. The lotus yonder sacred land boasts 4 candidate saints, one of whom is named Li Jinxing. A century ago, Li Jinxing and Chen Qingyuan clashed, resulting in a confrontation. As for the outcome, it was naturally Chen Qingyuan who emerged victorious. Due to this encounter, Li Jinxing's formal appointment as a saint was indefinitely postponed. After all, the lotus yonder sacred land would not wish for a defeated contender to lead the younger generation, tarnishing its reputation. 100 years have passed, and Li Jinxing's strength has significantly increased, surpassing that of the other 3 candidates. Many speculate that in the coming years, Li Jinxing may finally shed the title of candidate. Chen Qingyuan, do you not have the courage to confront me? Li Jinxing, clad in a dark brocade robe, sneered as he gazed at the tightly sealed flying vessel. Indeed, I am rather timid. I have never engaged in perilous endeavors. Have you come here today to take advantage of my moment of weakness and reclaim your honor from our past? Chen Qingyuan chuckled lightly. Are you still fearful? Li Jinxing retorted with a scoff. How many adversaries did you offend back then? I never witnessed you displaying cowardice. Furthermore, Your audacity to step into the abyss is not the action of an ordinary person. Enough of this chatter. Just tell me why you obstruct my path, Chen Qingyuan replied. As he and Li Jinqing were hardly friends, lacking the time to engage in such trivial disputes, I invite you to the Lotus Yu sacred land for a visit, where you shall be graciously entertained. Perhaps it is in an effort to reclaim the dignity lost a century ago. Or perhaps the Lotus Yu sacred land is intrigued by the circumstances within the Tianyuan. Li Jinqing has sealed the surrounding void, rendering the airship incapable of traversing it. Declining the invitation, Chen Qingyuan openly refused. The decision to go is not yours to make. Since Li Jinqing has arrived, he is unlikely to relent easily. Are you serious about taking action against me? Chen Qingyuan set down his cup, his voice resonating. You have lost the charm of your former self. Do not attempt to flaunt your authority before me. Chen Qingyuan, the Lotus Yu sacred land has no intention of taking your life. They merely wish to invite you for a cup of tea. Come forth. In times past, Li Jinqing would not have dared to confront Chen Qingyuan, avoiding him at all costs. Now, however, with Chen Qingyuan having fallen from grace, it seems anyone can approach and trample upon him. You are so arrogant. Have you consulted my friends? Chen Qingyuan expressed no fear, proclaiming loudly. Friends? Li Jinqing chuckled. Do you truly believe someone like you has friends in the North Song Star domain? Even if you did, I would remain indifferent. After a century of cultivation, Li Jinqing's influence within the Lotus Yu sacred land has significantly increased, and he considers himself a notable figure within the North Song Star domain. Inside the airship, Chen Qingyuan deliberately lowered his voice. Old Wu, it is your turn to take action. Wu Junyan stared intently at Chen Qingyuan, remaining silent. Do not look at me like that. It is quite frightening. Chen Qingyuan pointed to the exquisite wine on the table, earnestly stating, this wine was crafted with countless efforts. Having consumed my creation, should you not lend me a hand? 5 spice delicacies are widely available in many restaurants, Wu Junyan remarked nonchalantly. Although Wu Junyan elucidated the origin of the beverage, Chen Qingyuan felt no embarrassment. Instead, he confidently asserted, alcohol is easily acquired, but sincerity is hard to find. Old Wu, had it not been for the time spent drinking with you, I would have already departed from the northern Songstar region and would have never encountered that fellow, Li Jinqing. Now I find myself in a predicament. Shouldn't you step forward to assist me? It has nothing to do with me, Wu Junyan replied, disinterested in involving himself in the matter. Enough of this, Sai? Chen Qingyuan lamented, feigning sorrow. Had I known you were so heartless and ungrateful, I would not have indulged in merriment with you. If I were to perish today, our duel would be rendered void. I have but one request. Should I die, do not disturb my grave or complain that I failed to uphold my promise. With the conversation reaching such a dire point, Wu Junyan could no longer endure it. He set down his cup and slowly rose. Old Wu, I always knew you to be a kind-hearted young man. Chen Qingyuan exclaimed joyfully, praising him. To know you is a complex affair. Wu Junyan turned to glance at Chen Qingyuan, his expression intricate and cold. Regardless of what Wu Junyan said, Chen Qingyuan maintained a smile. Ultimately, as long as Wu Junyan was willing to lend a hand, anything he said was justified. Hey, why is there no response? Outside, Li Jinqing, having heard no word from Chen Qingyuan, grew impatient and called out loudly. Chen Qingyuan, have you made up your mind? If you do not come out soon, do not blame me for being rude. As the barrier of the flying vessel loosened, a triumphant smile appeared on Li Jinqing's face, as if he could envision Chen Qingyuan's dismay, which brought him great delight. However, events did not unfold as Li Jinqing had anticipated. The figure emerging from the vessel was not Chen Qingyuan, but rather Wu Junyan. Upon catching sight of Wu Junyan, the smile on Li Jinqing's lips froze, his pupils widening in shock, rendered speechless. Young Master Wu, what brings you here? Li Jinqing exclaimed, utterly astonished, never having expected to encounter Wu Junyan in this place. Is it necessary for me to report my whereabouts to you? Wu Junyan replied coldly. Not at all, Li Jinqing responded, his countenance dimmed, suppressing any ire he might have felt in the face of Wu Junyan's retort. Begone, Wu Junyan commanded. Among the nearby star domains, the only peer worthy of Wu Junyan's regard was Chen Qingyuan. He regarded others with palpable disdain, hardly acknowledging their presence. I have come to invite Chen Qingyuan to the Lianyo sacred land as a guest. Li Jinqing, reluctant to leave in such a pitiful manner, invoked the name of the sacred land. Do not presume to know my thoughts. Not even you, nor the master of the Lianyo sacred land, would dare to threaten me. Wu Junyan's audacity was evident, for the Lianyo sacred land was a formidable force within the North Song Star domain, yet he exhibited no fear, speaking with unwavering confidence. Upon hearing this, Li Jinqing cast a lingering glance at the flying vessel, gritting his teeth and clasping his fists. I take my leave. With no courage to confront Wu Junyan, Li Jinxing turned and departed. Despite his exhaustive contemplation, he could not have anticipated that Wu Junyan would choose to remain by Chen Qingyuan's side, even willing to stand up for him. In the perception of countless individuals within the northern Songstar region, Wu Junyan was known for his solitary nature, indifferent to others, and devoid of any friendships. The leaders of various sacred grounds had cautioned their disciples that should they encounter Wu Junyan, they must not engage in hostility, lest they invite trouble upon their sect. Wu Junyan's background was shrouded in mystery, with few privy to its details. Chen Qingyuan himself was not particularly well informed on the matter. "Old Wu, you are quite impressive. With just a word, you could scare this lad away," Chen Qingyuan remarked in admiration. Chapter 34. Return to Xuanqing Sect. Dao Academy. Wu Junyan remained silent, exhibiting an air of indifference. "Are you coming in for a while?" Chen Qingyuan inquired as he stepped outside. "Never mind," Wu Junyan replied, unwilling to indulge Chen Qingyuan's whims. "You are too cunning. Spending too much time with you would lead to my downfall." "Such words. I am not that kind of person." Chen Qingyuan feigned irritation. Having known Chen Qingyuan for some time, Wu Junyan was well acquainted with his temperament, not to be misled by superficial appearances. "I am leaving," he declared, taking to the winds. "How carefree. Truly enviable," Chen Qingyuan murmured as he watched Wu Junyan depart. Soon after, Chen Qingyuan embarked on his journey back to the flowing meteor star region, quickening his pace. This time, he concealed his aura with a jade bracelet to avert any potential encounters. As long as misfortune did not befall him, he should not encounter any trouble. After several months, Chen Qingyuan finally stood upon the soil of the Xuanqing domain, feeling an immense sense of relief. He decided to return home first. Not long after, Chen Qingyuan arrived at the Xuanqing sect. Upon learning of his return, the elders rushed to greet him, their joy palpable. "Qingyuan, where on earth have you been?" one exclaimed. "Ah, your aura. There are fluctuations of spiritual energy. Have you truly restored your spiritual roots? You rascal. You actually thought to return. If it weren't for the late master uncle, I would have given you a thorough beating today. The outside world is perilous. Why have you been running around without informing us?" Dozens of voices expressed their concern for Chen Qingyuan. Once the senior brothers and sisters calmed down, he finally revealed the carefully crafted lie he had prepared. He claimed that the ghost doctor had healed him and that he was tasked with assisting the ghost doctor on a matter that must remain confidential. Chen Qingyuan deftly shifted the blame to the ghost doctor, knowing that it could not be directly verified. "Was the task the ghost doctor assigned you difficult?" one of the senior sisters inquired with concern, stepping closer to examine Chen Qingyuan for any signs of injury. "Not at all. It was quite manageable and has been successfully completed," he replied, resembling a well-behaved child with a radiant smile that was utterly soothing. "It is just good to have you back safe." The others ceased their reproaches, recognizing that this was not Chen Qingyuan's fault, but rather the consequence of seeking the ghost doctor's aid. "Junior brother, to what extent has your cultivation been restored?" The group held Chen Qingyuan in high regard, refraining from using any spells to investigate his condition. "The past cultivation cannot be reclaimed. One must start anew. Chen Qingyuan has demonstrated his prowess at the Earth Spirit realm. Once his spiritual roots are restored, the former glory shall swiftly return. Patience is essential." Although it is somewhat regrettable, the crowd harbors no profound sadness. Instead, they are filled with joy. Given Chen Qingyuan's capabilities, even if he begins afresh, he is destined to ascend to great heights. After an extended discussion, the elders gradually departed. Through their conversations, Chen Qingyuan gained a general understanding of the matters concerning the demon abyss. The Tianyuan sect is willing to allocate all its resources and invites various sects to jointly suppress the demon abyss. Initially, the Xuanqing sect was reluctant to intervene, yet, with numerous sects already committed, they found it impossible to remain uninvolved. After much deliberation, the Xuanqing sect ultimately consented to lend their support. The benefits received by the various sects would undoubtedly elicit their utmost cooperation, significantly diminishing any grievances towards the Tianyuan sect. The Xuanqing sect alone has acquired a top-tier spiritual vein, over a dozen mid-tier spiritual veins, along with numerous spiritual herbs and treasures. The flowing meteor domain boasts a total of 19 first-rate forces, and the spoils acquired by the other sects will surely rival those of the Xuanqing sect. One can only imagine the immense wealth the Tianyuan sect has amassed over the years, thanks to the demon abyss. When shall the demon abyss be resolved? Within a mist-laden courtyard, Chen Qingyuan sits across from his senior brother, Lin Xuanqing, savoring tea. It is said that the Tianyuan sect has invited a master of formations. And once the formation is set, we shall jointly act to seal the demon abyss. According to the timeline provided by the Tianyuan sect, it is unlikely to exceed 10 years. For cultivators, a decade is but a fleeting moment, a mere snap of the fingers. Some mighty beings require hundreds or even thousands of years for a single retreat. Are you confident in finding a resolution? Chen Qingyuan, having perused ancient texts, is acutely aware of the terrors that lie within the abyss. The infernal chasm beneath the heavenly jade sect has reached a critical point after years of accumulation. It is hard to say. Lin Chongqing's countenance grew solemn as he slowly shook his head. Once the chasm erupts, it will inevitably wreak havoc across every corner of the flowing star domain, leaving endless repercussions in its wake. There is no need for concern, senior brother. Since we are here, we shall remain at ease. In Chen Qingyuan's view, the true source of anxiety should be the heavenly jade sect. Should the chasm malfunction, it is the sect that will bear the brunt of the disaster, unable to flee from the consequences. Well, let us set aside these troubling matters for the moment. Lin Chongqing decided to divert the conversation towards Chen Qingyuan. Junior brother, there is something I must discuss with you. What is it? Chen Qingyuan sensed Lin Chongqing's gravity and felt an inexplicable tightening in his chest. You have now restored your spiritual roots, and it is impossible for me to confine you within the Xuanqing sect indefinitely. Your future path must be forged by your own efforts. However, I have taken the liberty of making a decision on your behalf, and I hope you will not take offense. Lin Chongqing continued to gaze into Chen Qingyuan's eyes, contemplating deeply. A decision? Chen Qingyuan inquired, perplexed. To participate in the assessment of the Dao Academy, Lin Chongqing proclaimed. The Dao Academy. What manner of place is this? After much contemplation, Chen Qingyuan posed a question, as there were no fragments of memory regarding the Dao Academy within his mind. It is a rather enigmatic locale. I have heard whispers of it before, yet I have never set foot there. Regarding the Dao Academy, ancient texts offer scant information, leading us to speculate that its lineage is rather ancient. Lin Chongqing had once ventured out for training and had heard whispers of the Dao Academy, shrouded in mystery and elusive in its whereabouts. Brother, why didn't you mention this before? Chen Qingyuan asked with a wry smile. To be honest, I was unaware of the academy's location myself, Lin Chongqing replied with a sense of resignation. Then what is the situation today? Chen Qingyuan inquired, astonished. Not long ago, an unusual fluctuation of laws emanated from the cave where our master once practiced. I went to investigate and discovered a box containing a letter and an unassuming wooden tablet. Lin Chongqing's thoughts drifted to the past as he recounted. The box was left behind by our master, and the letter simply expressed a hope that you might take the wooden tablet to the Dao Academy. Should you secure a position there, it would yield immense benefits for both yourself and the Xuanqing sect. Previously, the box was sealed with our master's protective laws, thus overlooked in the corner. It was only when the laws weakened recently that I became aware of its existence. The wooden tablet serves as a token of the Dao Academy. Possessing it is essential to locating the academy. As for how the Supreme Ancestor came by this tablet, that remains a mystery. Lin Chongqing found it peculiar. After their master passed, he had meticulously cleared the cave and had found no sign of this box. How had it suddenly appeared? Though peculiar, Lin Chongqing was certain that the handwriting on the envelope belonged to his esteemed master, bearing the unmistakable marks of the unique techniques of the Xuanqing sect, rendering any doubt unfounded. So, where is the wooden token now? Chen Qingyuan comprehended. I accidentally crushed it. Lin Chongqing replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan's astonished expression froze. Chapter 35, A Glimpse of 5 Years, Attaining the Celestial Spirit Realm. Lin Chongqing quickly explained. According to the letter from my master, once the wooden token is shattered, it allows your name to be inscribed, thereby transmitting your message to the Dao Academy. Brother, you might have at least asked me. This situation has caught Chen Qingyuan off guard. Originally, I intended to wait for your return to discuss it, but the moment I retrieved the wooden token, I inadvertently crushed it. This incident indeed carries an air of mystery. It seems that my master had long ago established a restriction. Once the box is opened, it activates the barrier, thereby shattering the token. Consequently, even if Chen Qingyuan wished to decline attending the Dao Academy, he would find himself unable to refuse. Lin Chongqing recounted the circumstances to Chen Qingyuan, expressing his own helplessness. The shattered token signifies that you have now become a candidate for the Dao Academy. At the appointed time, representatives from the academy will come to seek you for the assessment. Junior brother, do you have any further inquiries? Lin Chongqing inquired. Given the circumstances, what more can I say? Chen Qingyuan replied with a wry smile. This is my master's final wish. I hope you do not disappoint him. The true origins of the Dao Academy remain a mystery to all. Lin Chongqing harbored no doubts that his master would not harm Chen Qingyuan, and thus felt little concern. I understand. Chen Qingyuan replied with a subtle nod, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. His rather troublesome master certainly had a knack for stirring up trouble. The so-called Dao Academy was an enigma. Its arrival remained uncertain. Your body has only just recovered, so take the time to rest well, Lin Chongqing advised. The fully star domain is increasingly unstable. It would be wise for you to stay indoors for the time being. All right. Chen Qingyuan returned to his secluded chamber, pondering the recent events. It felt as though an invisible hand was orchestrating everything, guiding him onto a new path. Whether it was the graveyard of the dead domain or the silver spear or the news of the Dao Academy, all hinted at a future fraught with challenges for Chen Qingyuan. The carefree days he enjoyed at the Xuanqing sect might soon be a thing of the past. Thus, Chen Qingyuan lived quietly for 5 years. During this time, his cultivation advanced remarkably, reaching the pinnacle of the heavenly spirit realm. He was but a step away from entering the golden core realm. Once he crossed that threshold, further advancements would prove considerably more arduous. The path ahead would only grow more challenging. Countless cultivators had devoted centuries to reach the golden core realm, while Chen Qingyuan had reformed his Dao bone in less than a decade. He anticipated that this next step would not require an extended period. Throughout these years, aside from his cultivation, Chen Qingyuan relished moments of camaraderie with his senior brothers over wine and tea, leading a life of contentment. Wherever he went, the disciples within the sect held him in high esteem, addressing him as Little Master Uncle. Little Master Uncle, here's the account we've just retrieved. Please take a look. Lin Pingyan pushed the door open and placed a high-quality Tianyuan bag on the table. In an effort to rectify Lin Pingyan's indecisive nature, Chen Qingyuan presented numerous overdue bills, compelling Lin Pingyan to venture out and collect debts. Initially, Lin Pingyan was reluctant, convinced he would not succeed in this endeavor. However, under the formidable pressure of Chen Qingyuan's position as a junior master, Lin Pingyan had no choice but to comply. At times, when Lin Pingyan was unable to recover certain debts, he would return to report to Chen Qingyuan. Subsequently, Chen Qingyuan would guide him on the appropriate course of action, such as confronting debtors directly, hiring individuals to shout insults, or blockading entrances. Gradually, through this process, Lin Pingyan became increasingly adept at these operations. After a few years, it was no longer necessary for Chen Qingyuan to intervene. Lin Pingyan could easily manage these affairs himself. All of this is yours, take it. To instill a profound understanding of his past mistakes, Chen Qingyuan allocated all acquired resources to Lin Pingyan. At first, Lin Pingyan hesitated, outright refusing. Yet, through Chen Qingyuan's insistence and reasoned arguments, the resources were forcibly placed into Lin Pingyan's hands. Thank you, Junior Master. Gazing at the abundance of resources, Lin Pingyan suddenly felt a sense of newfound wealth. Don't mention it, we are like family. Chen Qingyuan approached and gently patted Lin Pingyan's shoulder, speaking earnestly. I have faith in you. The future is bright. Through Lin Pingyan's eyes, Chen Qingyuan realized that his years of mentorship had not been in vain. The once gentle and refined Lin Pingyan had transformed significantly, his demeanor markedly altered. In those days, Han Shan was also a fine young man, but after meeting Chen Qingyuan, he gradually became avaricious and rather miserly. Today's Lin Pingyan is similarly inclined. However, Chen Qingyuan has always adhered to his principles. While he may be greedy, he distinguishes between business and personal conduct, refusing to conflate the two. Moreover, the resources Chen Qingyuan has acquired are merely debts he extended many years ago, with slightly elevated interests. He had clarified the terms with the borrowers at the outset, one party willing to lend and the other to borrow. Master Uncle, I shall take my leave now. Lin Pingyan departed, his heart brimming with joy. Following recent developments, many have become aware of Chen Qingyuan's miraculous restoration of his spiritual roots, which many find hard to believe. Having been tainted by the laws of the abyssal zone, he was rendered a husk. How could he possibly regain his ability to cultivate? Even though the ghost doctor possesses extraordinary medical skills, it seems implausible that he could dispel the residual laws that lingered around Chen Qingyuan. Numerous powerful figures find this matter rather suspicious and have repeatedly infiltrated the vicinity of the Xuanqing sect, seeking to uncover the truth behind it. They suspect that this is a deliberate ruse orchestrated by the Xuanqing sect to obscure what opportunity Chen Qingyuan may have gleaned from the abyss. As long as Chen Qingyuan remains indoors, even if the various powerful factions harbor doubts, they dare not act openly. On this day, the formidable sects of the fully star domain convened to deliberate on the matter of Chen Qingyuan and reached a resolute decision to confront the Xuanqing sect in person and demand answers. The celestial phenomenon witnessed a century ago within the abyss must surely signify the emergence of some earth-shattering treasure. Having spent a century within the abyss, Chen Qingyuan undoubtedly holds many secrets. On this day, formidable figures from 10 prestigious sects gathered, amounting to over 100 core elders of the transformation stage. convened in a grand assembly. Sect leader, a grave matter has arisen, exclaimed an elder who had been gathering intelligence, promptly reporting the situation. Upon hearing this, Lin Chongsheng's expression darkened. He gripped the armrest of his chair tightly and pondered, summon all elders to the council hall and instruct all disciples abroad to return. After issuing this command, Lin Chongsheng turned to an elder beside him and instructed, prepare tea and receive our guests. Understood, came the reply. The entire Xianshui sect was placed on high alert, ready to confront any potential developments. Meanwhile, Chen Qingyuan, who remained indoors, was well aware of the unfolding events and murmured to himself, when I first returned, various sects had already harbored intentions of interrogation. In the past, my severed spiritual roots, coupled with the sect's protection, deterred external forces from taking excessive actions. Now that I have resumed my cultivation, those individuals must believe that the great opportunity of Tianyuan has fallen into my hands, or they are privy to the truth. Their intentions are far from benign. Stepping out of his cave dwelling, Chen Qingyuan stood atop a mountain peak, gazing into the distance with a furrowed brow. 2 hours later, the formidable beings from various sects made their appearance. Chapter 36. The Arrival of All Heroes, interrogating the secrets of Tianyuan. Among those present, the weakest were formidable cultivators of the transformation stage, with several ancient beings at the tribulation stage. The attendees included the Tianyuan sect, Dongyi Palace, Nanjing Great Enlightenment Temple, Wanjin Lingmen, the Beihai Dragon Clan, and many others. Over half of the elite forces from the Flowing Star domain had arrived, having secretly reached an agreement to collectively pressure the Xianshui sect into compelling Chen Qingyuan to divulge every detail regarding Tianyuan. Esteemed friends, please enter. Elder Huzong, Dong Wenjun, personally greeted them at the door, clad in a black brocade robe. Though advanced in years, he exuded an extraordinary aura of martial prowess. To safeguard Chen Qingyuan, Lin Chongsheng dispatched Lin Pingyan to watch over him, ensuring that Chen Qingyuan would not depart from the cave dwelling. 100 esteemed cultivators gradually entered the gates of Xuanqing sect, observing the disciples on either side, each wielding sharp blades, their expressions stern and resolute. These disciples, aware that the attendees were individuals of great prominence seldom seen, displayed no hint of trepidation. Their eyes sparkled with determination, their bodies steadfast as mountains, unwavering in resolve. Should the sect face peril, every disciple would be prepared to fight to the death, harboring no regrets. Witnessing such vigor and spirit among the disciples of Xuanqing sect, the hearts of the powerful were filled with admiration and even a tinge of envy. Within the grand hall, the esteemed cultivators took their seats on the right, while the elders of Xuanqing sect occupied the left. Outside the hall, over 10,000 disciples donned white robes, standing in formation, maintaining an eerie silence. With not a whisper exchanged among them. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit today? Lin Chongsheng sat elevated, casting a stoic gaze upon the eminent figures from various sections. The sect master is an astute individual. He must surely comprehend our intentions. The elder who led the group, known as Shinshiji, was the supreme ancestor of Tianyuan sect, a veritable powerhouse at the tribulation stage. If it is not known, I implore you to speak plainly, he stated. Feigning ignorance, Lin Chongsheng sought to retain control of the dialogue, unwilling to be led by the noses by the cultivators of other sections. In that case, I shall speak. If my words cause offense, I beg your pardon. Shin Shiji stroked his white beard thoughtfully. It has come to our attention that Elder Chen Qingyuan of your sect has restored his spiritual roots. We have come to extend our congratulations. In addition, we wish to glean information regarding the abyss from Elder Chen's lips. It appears this matter is of significance. I recall that the Xuanqing sect had provided an answer in the past. Back then, the junior disciple was sealed within a barrier, enduring a century before he fortuitously escaped. Lin Chongsheng remarked, Master Lin, do you truly expect us to believe such claims? Shin Shiji chuckled. Whether you choose to believe it or not is of little concern to me. I have spoken my piece, Lin Chongsheng replied with an indifferent demeanor and a flat tone. The elders seated to the left possessed sharp gazes, fixated intently on the formidable figures from the opposing sects, their expressions grave. Perhaps we should invite Elder Chen forth. Once we clarify these matters, we can depart, thus preserving the camaraderie among our sects, Shun Shiji proposed. Elder Shun, I advise you to manage your own affairs first, lest you provoke the emergence of the demon lair. Otherwise, the Tianyuan sect may find it exceedingly difficult to endure in this world, Lin Chongsheng countered, his words laced with a veiled threat. Were it not for Lin Chongsheng representing the dignity of the Xuanqing sect, he might have resorted to outright cursing. The matter of the demon lair will be resolved without your concern, Master Lin, Shin Shiji replied with a thinly veiled smile. Today, Our discourse shall solely revolve around Elder Chun and the Abyss. All else can be addressed at a later time. Indeed, let us call upon Elder Chun for an audience," remarked a voice from beside Shin Shiji. It belonged to Lu Ruoi, the guardian elder of Dongyi Palace, a middle-aged woman clad in light-colored robes, still embodying grace and poise. "In the past, our sect suffered significant losses in the Abyss. It is only reasonable that we seek to understand the current state of affairs within," another voice chimed in. Three formidable beings in the tribulation stage simultaneously turned their gaze towards Lin Chongsheng, amplifying his pressure immensely. Were he an ordinary sect leader, he would have likely succumbed to panic, hastily acquiescing to these powerful individuals to avoid offending them. However, Lin Chongsheng was no common man. He rose to his feet, his eyes sharp as blades, and spoke in a deep tone. "My junior disciple has narrowly escaped death, and it is only through the healing of the ghost doctor that he can once again embark on the path of cultivation, whether you choose to believe it or not. The truth remains." With that, Dong Wenjun and the others stood up, exuding an intimidating aura. Should Lin Chongsheng issue the command, they would not hesitate to expel their guests. As for the consequences, they cared little. With adversaries encroaching upon their home, it would be wiser to dig a grave for oneself than to linger in hesitation and endure such indignities. "Master Lin, please do not be agitated. We bear no disrespect towards the Xuanqing sect. As long as Chen Qingyuan allows us to probe his soul, we will not cause him any fundamental harm. Should this matter be resolved, we shall depart immediately. The soul-searching technique reveals the life experiences of others and can significantly impact the one subjected to it. Naturally, if a practitioner of immense power were to intervene and the subject offered no resistance, their physical well-being would remain largely intact. Every cultivator harbors secrets. Under normal circumstances, no one would willingly permit another to delve into their soul." Preposterous. Dong Wenjun could no longer contain himself. A powerful aura erupted from him, toppling the table before the assembled strongmen and shattering the teacups upon it. The intensity of Dong Wenjun's reaction startled the crowd momentarily, but they quickly regained their composure. Upon hearing the proposal for soul-searching, it is entirely reasonable for the typically irascible Dong Wenjun to exhibit such behavior. Taoist Dong. If Chen Qingyuan is indeed, as previously stated, sealed within a mysterious realm for over a century, it would confirm that the Xuanqing sect has not deceived us, and we shall certainly offer our apologies. However, should Chen Qingyuan be concealing the truth, many lives from various sects have perished in Tianyuan, and they possess the right to know. Shen Shiji, whose cultivation is on par with Dong Wenjun, effortlessly dispelled the oppressive aura emanating from him with a light-hearted jest. "The Xuanqing sect has granted you face, has it not?" Dong Wenjun scolded the assembly vehemently. Lin Chongsheng cast a glance at Dong Wenjun, prompting him to swallow back his coarse remarks. Subsequently, Lin Chongsheng stood elevated, hands clasped behind him, gazing outside the hall, his voice resonating like the tolling of a bell. "Disciples of the Xuanqing sect, listen closely. If anyone intends to bully our esteemed junior uncle, do you consent or not?" "We do not consent." The resounding chorus of thousands of disciples echoed through the air, reverberating far and wide. In the past, when Chen Qingyuan prospered, he generously bestowed numerous benefits upon the disciples within the sect, cultivating goodwill. He also contributed to the construction of valuable amenities, such as enhancing the living conditions in the servant quarters and increasing the allocation of spirit stones for inner disciples' monthly cultivation needs, as well as providing annual gifts for outstanding disciples. Thus, the disciples of the Xuanqing sect held Chen Qingyuan in high esteem, their calls of junior uncle arising from genuine affection. Earning money is no simple task. It is all for the sake of family. Chen Qingyuan seldom possessed an abundance of resources, as they were all purposefully utilized. Conversely, Han Shan from the Yunhai Star domain only emulated Chen Qingyuan's avarice, failing to recognize his contributions, thus sullying his own reputation within the sect. In reflection upon Chen Qingyuan, even though the disciples of the sect are well aware of his avarice, not a single soul dares to utter a word of disparagement behind his back. If you refuse to comply, so be it. Lin Chongsheng directed his gaze towards the formidable figures from various sects, his tone momentarily halting before he thundered, "Because I too shall not acquiesce." Upon uttering these words, Lin Chongsheng's fury erupted, emanating an overwhelming aura of a calamity transcending expert, which shattered the floor of the hall, causing the atmosphere to shift dramatically, with a colossal vortex forming in the heavens above. Chapter 37. The Emergence of Chen Qingyuan. Tensions rise. Lin Chongsheng's unexpected aggression caught everyone off guard, their hearts tightening and expressions shifting drastically. "Lin Sect Master, what are your intentions?" inquired Shin Shiji from Tianyuan sect, his voice hoarse with apprehension. It is not about what I intend to do, but rather what you wish to accomplish, Lin Chongqing retorted solemnly. Do not presume that your gathering here can instill fear in the hearts of the Xuanqing sect. Should you be ignorant of prudence, then let us engage in battle. We merely seek to uncover the truth. If Chen Qingyuan were to cooperate, the soul-searching would not jeopardize his foundation. Why must we reach such an impasse? Shun Shiji and the others furrowed their brows, taken aback by the unyielding stance of the Xuanqing sect. Finding themselves in a precarious position, had my master and grandmaster still been among the living, you would have been swiftly subdued for your audacity within the Xuanqing sect. Lin Chongqing reminisced fondly about the past. When the Xuanqing sect stood as a formidable powerhouse, arguably the most potent force in the Flowing Star domain. The Xuanqing sect had little interest in the pursuit of power or hollow fame, never coveting the resources or territories of others. Moreover, the Xuanqing sect has long instilled in its disciples the values of unity and mutual assistance, emphasizing that one must not sacrifice camaraderie for personal gain. This principle is the very foundation of the Xuanqing sect, and no one is permitted to contravene it. Had it been in the past, when the esteemed elders of the Xuanqing sect were still among the living, they would have swiftly expelled individuals like Xin Shiji with a mere flick of their feet, leaving no room for their arrogance to flourish. Is there no room for negotiation? Xin Shiji, as the representative figure, inquired with a grave expression. If Elder Shun would permit me to conduct a soul search, I would be willing to consider it. Lin Chongqing retorted with a cold smile. At this juncture, Xin Shiji grasped Lin Chongqing's implication, his countenance darkening as the spiritual energy within him surged rapidly. How could Xin Shiji possibly acquiesce? His secrets were far too numerous, encompassing not only the infernal abyss beneath the heavenly Jade sect but also countless past actions. His unwillingness to submit to a soul search, while desperately seeking to probe into Chen Qingyuan's soul memories, was utterly ludicrous. In an instant, everyone rose to their feet, both sides poised for a standoff, ready to engage in combat at any moment. Should a conflict erupt, the Xuanqing sect would surely face annihilation. Yet, the Xuanqing sect stood unperturbed, its disciples forming a lethal formation, prepared for battle. The powerful figures from various sects found it incomprehensible that such extreme measures would be taken for one Chen Qingyuan. In any other sect, the disciples would have been surrendered for the greater good. In truth, even if the incident had not involved Chen Qingyuan but any other disciple, the Xuanqing sect would remain resolute. A life may be lost, but dignity must never be trampled upon. The predecessors of the Xuanqing sect have conveyed their will through steadfast actions, striving to make the sect a sanctuary for all disciples, a place of belonging. Without faith, the sect would crumble in an instant when faced with adversity. Activate the protective formation, Lin Chongqing commanded. The elder Dong Wenjun raised his hand, triggering the grand array of the Xuanqing sect. The formation's laws ensnared Shun Shiji and others, and an imminent clash loomed. Although the overall strength of the other sects surpassed that of the Xuanqing sect, this was their stronghold, should an uncontrollable battle erupt. The likely outcome would be mutual destruction, resulting in countless casualties. Even those in the tribulation stage would find it challenging to ensure their own safety. The situation became a stalemate, with neither side daring to strike first for fear of catastrophic consequences. What to do? Initially, we believed that applying pressure on the Xuanqing sect would compel them to yield. Yet, how did matters escalate to this point? The Xuanqing sect proved to be a tough nut to crack. To be honest, being a disciple of the Xuanqing sect is indeed a blessed circumstance. Free from the fear of being bullied, the strong from various sects communicated silently, their gazes fixed upon the Xuanqing sect members, their bodies tense. In this moment, a twinge of envy arose in many hearts, evoking memories of the intrigues within their own sects during their youth. Lin Chongqing slowly descended from his elevated position, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Xin Shiji, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, and boldly called out his name, Xin Shiji. You have been overshadowed by my master and uncle for a lifetime. Now, I wish to test your mettle. Regardless of how formidable your master may be, it is of little consequence if he ultimately succumbs before the frailty of age. Xin Shiji, now in the twilight of his years, recognizes that his time is limited. Thus, he ardently seeks an opportunity from Chen Qingyuan to enhance his cultivation and extend his lifespan. At the very least, he wishes to live a life of splendor, far surpassing yours. Lin Chongqing remarked, I am most curious to witness whether your fists possess the same audacity as your words. With that, Xin Shiji stepped forward, poised for a substantial contest with Lin Chongqing. At this juncture, as the leader, he could not afford to retreat. Otherwise, the other powerful figures would surely lose faith, leaving them vulnerable to the Xuanqing sect. Ah, how lively it is. Just as the two sides appeared ready to engage in battle, Chen Qingyuan sauntered through the entrance. Close at his side was Lin Pingyan, whose downcast eyes remained glued to the floor, avoiding any direct gaze with the elders. To extricate himself from Lin Pingyan, Chen Qingyuan had exerted considerable effort. After a series of entanglements, he finally succeeded. In an instant, all eyes converged upon Chen Qingyuan, junior uncle. Outside, thousands of disciples, clad in pristine white garments, offered their respectful salutes. Greetings to all. Chen Qingyuan glanced at the assembled disciples, offering a warm smile and nod. He then proceeded into the grand hall. Junior brother, what brings you here? Lin Xuanqing and the others displayed concern on their faces should a conflict arise. It would be challenging to safeguard Chen Qingyuan. I came to see senior sister. An elder, her face lined with wrinkles, directed her thoughts towards Chen Qingyuan through a sound transmission. Chen Qingyuan did not retreat. Instead, he reassured Lin Xuanqing and the others, urging them not to be overly anxious. There is no need for such tension. Allow me to handle this matter. Lin Xuanqing furrowed his brows and directed a stern inquiry at Lin Pingyan. Lin Pingyan, I instructed you to guard your little master uncle. Why did you disobey? Father, I apologize. Lin Pingyan offered an apology first, preparing to explain. Before Lin Pingyan could elucidate the reasons, Lin Xuanqing erupted in anger. What good does an apology do? In such close proximity, if the powerful figures of various sects were resolute in their intent to strike against Chen Qingyuan, even with the protective formation of their sect, Lin Xuanqing could hardly ensure that no unforeseen incidents would arise, leaving him in a state of anxiety. Master brother, please do not scold Xiaoyan. This is my fault. Today, Chen Qingyuan donned a light-colored long robe, his dark hair elegantly secured with a wooden hairpin, exuding a refined and scholarly aura. Trust me. Lin Xuanqing and Chen Qingyuan locked eyes deeply. He found himself unable to refuse and slowly nodded. All right. Subsequently, Chen Qingyuan turned to face the powerful figures of the various sects, his countenance revealing not a trace of fear, maintaining an air of calm and composure. Chapter 38. Such absurdity in robbery. The moment Chen Qingyuan stepped into the room, Shen Shiji and the others began to scrutinize him, discovering the flow of spiritual energy within him, indicating that Chen Qingyuan was capable of cultivating once more. Shen Shiji felt a surge of joy, believing that Chen Qingyuan had likely encountered some extraordinary fortune within the Tianyuan forbidden zone. If he could seize such fortune for himself, the future would surely hold limitless possibilities. You all traveled thousands of miles to my Xuanqing sect, seeking to learn about my experiences in the Tianyuan. Am I correct? Chen Qingyuan moved a stool and seated himself in the center of the hall, his back to his senior brothers and sisters, while facing the formidable figures from various sections. Indeed, acknowledged an elder from one of the sections. I previously stated this, yet you did not believe me. What are we to do about it? Chen Qingyuan sighed in frustration. If Elder Chen were willing to open his mind for me to probe his soul, all issues would be resolved effortlessly. This suggestion was put forth by Shen Shiji. The elders, upon hearing such words once more, were visibly incensed, itching to engage in battle, as they believed fear had no place among the disciples of the Xuanqing sect. However, with Chen Qingyuan having taken the stage, they chose to trust him and remain silent. Soul probing, you say? That is quite manageable. Chen Qingyuan waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was not a significant concern. Junior brother, interjected Dong Wenjun, unable to contain himself, signaling Chen Qingyuan to refrain from making a foolish decision. The matter of soul probing could have dire consequences. Should Chen Qingyuan possess any secrets, revealing them before the crowd would be highly inappropriate, even if he had no secrets. Allowing such an intrusion would not only tarnish the sect's reputation, but could also lead to the implantation of poison or harm to his essence, jeopardizing Chen Qingyuan's future development. Elder Chen, your righteousness is commendable. I admire you greatly, Shen Shiji remarked with a feigned smile, pretending to express admiration as he clasped his fists. You have not come to the Xuanqing sect as guests, but rather to exert pressure upon us. If that is the case, let us settle the score, Chen Qingyuan declared. Settle the score? What do you mean by that? The representatives from various sects exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend his intent. Behold the spilled tea upon the ground, brewed from the finest leaves of our esteemed Xuanqing sect. You have not come here as mere guests, but rather with ulterior motives. Thus, this tea shall not be served without charge. After all, no household would invite those of ill intent to partake in their refreshments. Chen Qingyuan exclaimed, his expression betraying a sense of anguish at the sight of the mess. The elder's intentions became clear to me. The Xuanqing sect seeks to collect payment for the tea, remarked Shen Shiji. This old gentleman is indeed astute. Although Chen Qingyuan recognized Shen Shiji, He refrained from addressing him with any honorifics. Upon receiving Chen Qingyuan's commendation, Chen Shiji felt an uncomfortable prickling sensation, akin to the bite of an ant. Nevertheless, in pursuit of valuable information from within the Tianyuan, he suppressed his discomfort, saying, "The Xuanqing sect is a grand establishment. Could it truly be in need of such trifling tea money?" "Indeed, we are in need," Chen Qingyuan emphasized. "Unlike the opulent Tianyuan sect, we must be frugal to sustain our existence. Just this single cup of tea demands 100 high-grade spirit stones, a considerable expense. A mere cup of water costing 100 high-grade spirit stones? Surely you jest," scoffed a prominent cultivator from another sect, his brow furrowing in disbelief. "The ratio of spirit stone quality is 1 to 100. Thus, 1 high-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 mid-grade spirit stones. In other words, a cup of tea necessitates 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, a sum that would represent the annual income of many third-rate factions. With over 100 esteemed cultivators present and countless cups of tea spilled, the total would exceed 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. This is nothing short of extortion. The true worth of this tea likely falls below a single high-grade spirit stone." Upon hearing Chen Qingyuan's remarks, Lin Chongsheng and the others could not help but twitch their lips in silent disbelief. In such circumstances, the junior disciple still sought to deceive and engage in commerce. His nature was indeed difficult to alter. "I am not speaking nonsense. This is the truth," Chen Qingyuan asserted, his face unwavering and his words resolute. "The tea grove behind the Xuanqing sect is tended to daily by dedicated personnel who fertilize and water it with utmost care, nourished monthly with spiritual water, and occasionally treated with superior spiritual herbs ground into powder and applied to each leaf bud. It takes a millennium for the flowers to bloom, another millennium for the fruits to bear, and a full millennium for them to mature." Just as Chen Qingyuan was poised to continue his embellishments, Shen Shiji could no longer contain himself and called for a halt. "Enough. I have not yet finished," Chen Qingyuan insisted, gaining momentum. "Moreover, I have yet to account for the broken tables and chairs, as well as the cracked floorboards. Young man, these damages are not our doing, but rather the result of the sect's protective elder," someone retorted in indignation. Nevertheless, Chen Qingyuan shifted the blame entirely onto the cultivators of various sections. "If you had not come, would such incidents have occurred?" The crowd was acutely aware that Chen Qingyuan was attempting to leverage this situation for his own benefit. "That is quite excessive. I cannot possibly agree to 10,000 high-grade spirit stones," an elder sighed. Everyone understood that Chen Qingyuan was merely trying to take advantage of the moment for personal gain. With a resigned sigh, he lamented, "Alas, you exhibit no sincerity whatsoever. You are not true guests, and after drinking the tea, you refuse to pay. Very well. Then let it be." As he spoke, Chen Qingyuan rose to his feet and kindly warned, "After today, it is likely that the Xuanqing sect will be reduced to ruins. And among those present, few will survive. You all are prominent figures in the flowing star domain, yet you are unwilling to even provide the cost of tea. How can I trust that you will not play tricks when searching souls?" After a moment of contemplation, Shen Shiji gritted his teeth and acquiesced, "Elder Chun, it is merely the cost of tea. I shall give it to you." In truth, it was not about the cost of tea, but rather the unsettling realization that this was merely Chen Qingyuan's ruse, yet he felt compelled to comply. It felt as though Chen Qingyuan had extended a foot, and a group of individuals were desperately trying to cling to it, enduring the humiliation of their intelligence being insulted, which caused considerable discomfort. Thus, at Chen Shiji's signal, each person retrieved hundreds of high-grade spirit stones. Upon receiving the spirit stones, Chen Qingyuan immediately donned a new expression, his face beaming with a smile. "You esteemed seniors are truly generous. Thank you." He then turned to Lin Pingyan, who stood outside the door, "Xiao Yanzi, what are you dawdling for? Can't you see that the tea has been spilled on the ground? Hurry and serve fresh tea to the seniors." No. "The tea from your esteemed sect is a rare treasure. We cannot afford it." The crowd quickly waved their hands in refusal, their words laced with sarcasm. Although Chen Qingyuan discerned the mocking tone, he feigned ignorance, though the tea leaves are precious, considering the magnanimity of all the esteemed seniors. "I can offer a 50% discount." "No thank you." The crowd was left red-faced with anger. Was this young man genuinely foolish? Or was he deliberately trying to provoke them? Well, let it be. Chen Qingyuan initially intended to exploit this group of local tycoons further, but it appeared that such an opportunity had slipped away. Upon witnessing Chen Qingyuan amass a substantial fortune, Lin Pingyan's eyes gleamed with profound admiration, leading him to realize that his understanding of the art of making money was woefully inadequate, barely reaching a fraction of his esteemed junior's prowess. He acknowledged the necessity of learning, and with diligence. From birth, Lin Pingyan had lived a life of restraint, but it was only after receiving guidance from Chen Qingyuan that he grasped the sheer comfort of being affluent. It is time we address serious matters, Shun Shiji stated gravely, his tone somber. Should Chen Qingyuan dare to engage in any further mischief, Shin Shiji would find it impossible to endure. Indeed, Chen Qingyuan replied, retracting his smile and adopting a solemn demeanor. Now, we must discuss compensation for emotional distress. What? Shin Shiji and the others were left bewildered, their minds clouded with questions, nearly overcome with indignation. Were it not for the deterrent presence of figures like Lin Chongsheng, they would have already launched an all-out assault. Chapter 39. A look of sympathy. Compensation for emotional distress. What is this? Not only were Shun Shiji and his companions perplexed, but even the members of the Xuanqing sect found themselves at a loss. Countless pairs of eyes were fixed upon Chen Qingyuan, creating an atmosphere that was palpably awkward and profoundly silent. After a prolonged period, an elder from a certain sect broke the stalemate and inquired, Chen Qingyuan, are you suggesting that we owe you money? Indeed, that is precisely my point, he replied. After all, you all intended to probe my soul, which has undeniably impacted my personal safety. It would be utterly unreasonable not to compensate for my emotional distress. Chen Qingyuan bestowed upon the elder a reassuring glance, cheerfully remarking, wasn't it given to you just moments ago? At this juncture, Shun Shiji felt little wrath, his mind still reeling. The elderly senior had become somewhat forgetful with age. Chen Qingyuan hastily clarified, what I provided earlier was merely the team money. Confusion enveloped the gathering. You, lad, are exceedingly greedy, exclaimed Lu Ruoyi from Dongi Palace, her voice laced with indignation. It is you and your entourage who have come to Xuanqing sect, wielding your influence. Who, then, truly exceeds the bounds? With that, Chen Qingyuan's smile faded, his demeanor turning as frigid as ice. He held no reservations against the individuals from Dongi Palace. In the past, out of regard for Bai Shishua, he had gone to great lengths to support Dongi Palace, providing resources in abundance. Yet, how had Dongi Palace repaid his kindness? Upon his recent return, they had dispatched Yao Susu, bearing a medium-grade spiritual vein, in a feeble attempt to placate him, a gesture that was utterly distasteful. Were it not for Chen Qingyuan's restraint, he would have erupted in anger. As for the so-called compensation for mental anguish, I shall never acquiesce. The term old hag intensified Lu Ruoyi's ire. Despite her advanced years, she had maintained her appearance remarkably well, exuding a lingering charm. Refuse, will you? Chen Qingyuan then turned to Lin Chongsheng, his expression grave. Brother, if a conflict were to erupt, do you believe we could withstand it? Should Xuanqing sect fall today, I assure you, few present would escape with their lives. I pledge that none from Dongi Palace shall survive. Lin Chongsheng apprehended Chen Qingyuan's intent forthwith, exclaiming with fervor, very well, then. In the impending fray, disregard my fate. Should the sect be vanquished, my existence would be rendered meaningless. Senior brothers and sisters, prioritize the elimination of the aged crone from the Eastern Palace, showing no mercy. Even if she is a formidable figure of the tribulation stage, our collective spittle shall suffice to drown her. Chen Qingyuan turned towards Dong Wenjun and the others, stating, very well. This old woman has long harbored displeasure towards the Eastern Palace. A volatile senior sister advanced a step, her gaze filled with ire. To attempt to gnaw at the bone that is my Xuanqing sect, we shall ensure that the majority of the Floating Star region's forces rue the day. Dong Wenjun, as the sect protecting elder, second only to sect master Lin Chongsheng in power, was undoubtedly entitled to utter such words, were our masters and granduncles not deceased. Even the combined forces of the Floating Star region would be unable to shake the foundations of the Xuanqing sect. Listening to the pronouncements of the Xuanqing sect's elders, each more impetuous than the last, one elder even shattered a white jade pillar behind him, displaying formidable might. Observing this scene, the powerhouses of the various sects felt a slight trepidation. They had initially believed this expedition would be effortless, undoubtedly leading to the Xuanqing sect's capitulation. Who would have foreseen that the Xuanqing sect's members possessed such unyielding resolve? The Xuanqing sect disciples outside the hall had already formed battle formations, their posture suggesting a willingness to engage in battle with elders who had cultivated for millennia, displaying no fear of death. The elders of the various sects had come here merely to inquire about the news of the heavenly abyss, with no intention of truly risking their lives. To initiate a battle over a mere disagreement, thereby forfeiting one's life, would be an utter waste. Martial brother, the battle has yet to commence, and you have already destroyed a spirit pillar, truly a wasteful act. Observing a fellow disciple's overwhelming prowess as he shattered a white jade spirit pillar, Chen Qingyuan felt a pang of regret and reproached him. My apologies, I was overly excited just now. Rather than feeling embarrassed, The robust martial brother, chastised by the junior, sheepishly rubbed the back of his head and offered a shy smile. If we survive this skirmish, you shall use your private funds to restore the pillar. Since his youth, Chen Qingyuan had engaged in numerous businesses, amassing considerable wealth for the Xuanqing sect. I fear your savings might not suffice for the repairs. Might I be permitted to owe you a little? The martial brother's imposing demeanor deflated as he murmured discreetly, completely disregarding Shen Shiji and the others. I recall that your private funds were rather ample, were they not? Chen Qingyuan inquired, perplexed. Do not mention it. 2 years ago, your sister-in-law discovered them and confiscated everything. Speaking of this, the burly martial brother appeared quite aggrieved. Upon hearing this, the male elders of the Xuanqing sect cast sympathetic glances at the martial brother, lamenting the loss of his hidden savings accumulated over millennia, a truly tragic fate. The female disciples, however, merely scoffed, inwardly thinking it served him right. They had already formed a partnership, and yet he dared to hide private funds for over a millennium. Chen Qingyuan felt it inappropriate to express anger. Instead, offering sympathy, martial brother, in the future, you could join forces with Xiao Yinzi to earn some money. This lad has barely graduated and is sure to bring you substantial profits. Really, thank you, junior brother. The martial brother's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had glimpsed a multitude of spirit stones hurtling toward him, just as the camaraderie between the brothers began to blossom. The formidable figures from various sects wore expressions of discontent, unable to contain their resentment any longer. Hey, we are still here. Do you truly disregard us? With tensions escalating, who would care for your petty squabbles? Chen Qingyuan glanced back at Shen Shiji and the others, rolling his eyes in exasperation, retorting, is it too much to ask to converse with my senior brother before facing our demise? In truth, many of the powerful cultivators felt an unsettling dread. They harbored no desire to gamble their lives. The members of the Xuanqing sect were exceedingly fierce, with none fearing death. Their combat prowess was undeniably formidable, a force that could not be easily resisted. Young friend, do not be so irritable. We have not stated that we would deny you any compensation for emotional distress. Shen Shiji stifled his anger and managed a strained smile. Hadn't he, that old hag, just declared otherwise? Chen Qingyuan cast a sidelong glance at Lu Ruoyi of the Dongyi Palace, his lips curling in a smirk. Lu Ruoyi, grasping the armrest of her chair, left deep imprints in the wood. As a revered elder protector of the Dongyi Palace, she was accustomed to respect. However, she had not anticipated being humiliated multiple times by Chen Qingyuan in front of the other sect elders. Although Lu Ruoyi was on the verge of exploding with rage, she was dissuaded by the silent communications of her peers. For the sake of the greater good, she was compelled to suppress her fury, striving to prevent the situation from escalating further. You better hope you never fall into my hands, or you shall find it exceedingly difficult to escape death. Lu Ruoyi harbored a deep-seated grudge against Chen Qingyuan, wishing to dismantle him piece by piece. Chapter 40. Provoking a Group of Titans. Tension in the air. Elder Lu's remark was merely a moment of vexation and not a consensus reached among us. Shen Shiji mused that once he acquired the information from the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone, he could turn the tables at any moment. For now, avoiding conflict was the most prudent choice. After all, no amount of resources would matter if one's life is lost. All would be in vain. The crux of the matter was that if a murderous intent truly arose, Shen Shiji had no absolute confidence in his survival beyond the confines of the Xuanqing sect. In that case, it seems that esteemed seniors are willing to compensate for my mental anguish. Chen Qingyuan's demeanor shifted dramatically, transforming from icy indifference to a warm smile. Indeed, Shen Shiji pressed his parched lips together, nodding in agreement. How much do you desire? That depends on the sincerity of you esteemed seniors. Chen Qingyuan understood the necessity of maintaining control, refraining from revealing his true limits. Moments later, the powerful figures from various sects communicated through sound transmission, collectively offering 20,000 high-grade spirit stones. Is that all? Chen Qingyuan scrutinized the amount of spirit stones before him, his smile waning. You are all significant figures from the flowing star domain. How can you be so stingy? What do you propose? Shen Shiji restrained his irritation, asking in a low tone. At the very least, I require tenfold more. Otherwise, there is nothing to discuss. Chen Qingyuan feigned contemplation, speaking with gravity. Given that such a sum has already been offered, an additional amount would not pose a problem. Thus, everyone contributed a bit more, culminating in a total of 220,000 high-grade spirit stones, all laid before Chen Qingyuan. He produced a large Qingyuan bag, which could only contain a fraction of the total. Master sister, may I borrow your Qingyuan bag for a moment? Chen Qingyuan turned to gaze at an elder sister. Take everything. The senior sister decisively tossed out all her spatial bags. Junior brother, use mine. And mine too. Junior brother, borrowing my spatial bag comes with interest. You cannot renege later. The abundance of spirit stones left Wu Shixiang and the others in a state of astonishment as they eagerly retrieved their own spatial artifacts, even engaging in trade. As the sect leader, Lin Chongqing couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. He found the antics of these unruly youngsters intolerable, each one more avaricious than the last, as if they had never encountered wealth before. However, Lin Chongqing himself felt a twinge of temptation. Such a vast quantity of spirit stones could purchase several second-tier powers. A single spiritual vein, when fully mined, would yield at most 100,000. The amount here was equivalent to the total output of 2 high-grade spiritual veins, truly astounding. Once Chen Qingyuan had finished packing the spirit stones, he tucked them into his clothing, which bulged noticeably. Now, can I proceed with the soul-searching? Shen Shiji's expression turned grave. His patience had reached its limit. The main event was finally upon them. The members of Xuanqing sect immediately became vigilant, preparing for a fierce battle. Lin Chongqing bitterly smiled to himself. Even if Chen Qingyuan had deceived them into acquiring such resources, it would ultimately not alter the final outcome. No matter how abundant the resources, life itself was irreplaceable. Initially, Chen Qingyuan had deliberately thrown out a smokescreen, planting the notion among the powerful factions that they could achieve their goals without resorting to battle. Immediately, Chen Qingyuan began to fish, extracting spiritual stones from their pockets. It was a mutual agreement. After all, the overall strength of the Xuanqing sect was formidable, and their stance was unwavering. No one wished to fight to the death. At this juncture, what course of action should Chen Qingyuan take? It seemed he had already prepared a response. Clearing his throat, he spoke with utmost seriousness. Indeed, I previously stated that the matter of soul-searching could be discussed, and there is room for negotiation. Chen Xiaoyu, it would be prudent to honor your promise, for the consequences of failure could be dire. Upon hearing this, Shen Shiji and the others believed Chen Qingyuan had acquiesced, and they felt quite satisfied. However, Lin Chongqing and the others grew anxious. Could it be that they would truly allow their junior disciple to undergo a soul search? They had promised their master to take good care of him. How could they push him into the fire? Although the technique of soul searching would not claim lives, there was no guarantee that those with ulterior motives would not covertly employ their own means. Furthermore, this matter not only pertained to Chen Qingyuan's safety, but also to the dignity of the Xuanqing sect. If this were to proceed, Lin Chongqing felt he would have no face to meet his ancestors in death, unworthy of being interred within the sect's cemetery. Lin Chongqing exchanged a glance with Dong Wenjun, and they resolved to act, determined to protect Chen Qingyuan at all costs. After careful consideration, I have decided to reject the notion of soul-searching. The atmosphere between both parties grew exceedingly tense as Chen Qingyuan stated earnestly. Suddenly, a terrifying force erupted from Shen Shiji and the others, who growled, "Chen Qingyuan, are you toying with us, the elderly?" At the same moment, Dong Wenjun appeared before Chen Qingyuan, obstructing the terrifying pressure that loomed. Yet, Chen Qingyuan remained unaffected. From the very beginning, I never promised to allow you to invade my soul. I merely mentioned the possibility of negotiation. The compensation you offered for mental distress is grossly inadequate, and after a thorough contemplation, I have resolutely declined your impudent request. No one has ever dared to toy with me. Old fool, do you truly believe we lack the courage to act here? Shen Shiji stepped forward, unleashing the formidable aura of the tribulation stage that engulfed every corner of the Xuanqing sect. Its sound deafening, akin to thunder echoing through the heavens. Boy, I shall ensure that you do not perish easily. You will suffer a fate worse than death, filled with regret. Lu Ruai stood shoulder to shoulder with Shen Shiji, their patience having reached its zenith, their expressions twisted with barely contained fury, eyes fixed intently on Chen Qingyuan. The others hastened to summon their powers. Tension palpable in the air. In that instant, Chen Qingyuan received a voice transmission. With a deep breath, he finally managed to hold on until this moment. Swiftly, he turned his gaze towards the entrance of the hall and called out loudly, "Old Han, over here." Having recently learned of the impending arrival of formidable foes from various sects, the Xuanqing sect had promptly confined Chen Qingyuan to safeguard him. Without delay, Chen Qingyuan utilized the exceedingly rare Two Worlds communication stone to summon his good friend Han Shan, who was far away in the Yunhai star domain, to seek out the ghost doctor. To ensure Han Shan's earnestness, Chen Qingyuan emphasized the gravity of the situation and promised that he had already found a suitable match for him. Thus, Han Shan exerted immense effort to reach the location of the ghost doctor. Uncertain if the ghost doctor would offer assistance, he could only utter the name Chen Qingyuan. Given Chen Qingyuan's previous experiences and his connection to the illustrious Chong sword immortal, Han Shan was confident that the ghost doctor would extend her aid. Consequently, Everything Chen Qingyuan had done earlier was primarily to buy time, while also earning a bit of pocket money. After all, they were enemies, deception was warranted, and there was no need for mercy. At that moment, everyone turned their gaze towards the void outside the hall, where two figures approached at an astonishing speed. Chapter 41. The arrival of the ghost doctor. For the sake of his own happiness and the safety of his comrades, Han Shan spared no expense on this journey, significantly reducing his travel time. He utilized numerous major teleportation talismans, using over a dozen in haste, along with many other treasures. It was likely that the wealth of many prominent cultivators paled in comparison to Han Shan's. This young man was a hidden tycoon. After a mere breath or two, the ghost doctor, adorned in a flowing black gown and a dark veil that concealed all but her eyes and forehead, materialized, exuding an air of mystery. Han Shan, panting and exhausted, trailed behind her, his condition starkly contrasting with her noble demeanor. Ghost doctor, dear sister, you have finally arrived. Chen Qingyuan exclaimed as he swiftly approached the ghost doctor standing at the entrance of the hall, beginning to voice his grievances. I have repeatedly told these individuals that my injuries were healed by you, dear sister. Yet, they refuse to believe me. They even wish to search my soul. This is sheer bullying. The ghost doctor exchanged a glance with Chen Qingyuan, momentarily taken aback by his incessant reference to her as sister, leaving her mind awash with questions. Chen Qingyuan, are we truly that familiar? She pondered, recalling the time when the illustrious Chong sword immortal was present, and Chen Qingyuan's demeanor was markedly different. Now, he seemed eager to flaunt their relationship, as if to assert his dominance through her reputation. How utterly shameless. Although the ghost doctor prided herself on her composure, she found herself easily rattled in Chen Qingyuan's presence. Was she truly the ghost doctor? Was the ghost doctor indeed a woman? The crowd scrutinized the ghost doctor with a mix of confusion and astonishment. The legend spoke of a grizzled old man. Yet no one had ever witnessed the ghost doctor's true visage. It was said that she concealed her appearance with arcane arts while administering treatment, shrouded in mystery. Perhaps this was merely an impostor summoned by Chen Qingyuan. One must remain vigilant against deception. Deep within the hearts of the people, a consensus lingered that the ghost doctor was an unpredictable and unsightly old man. After all, her reputation in the world was far from favorable. Chen Qingyuan was known for his clever tricks and penchant for deception, leading the crowd to doubt the authenticity of the woman before them. Not only did Shen Shiji and others harbor suspicions, but even the members of the Xuanqing sect expressed disbelief, convinced that this was a ruse concocted by their junior brother to intimidate the various sections. The elder Dong Wenjun privately mused, my junior brother has been rather careless. Even if he seeks to instill fear among the esteemed sects, he should not employ a delicate woman to impersonate the ghost doctor. At the very least, he appeared to be an elderly man on the brink of death, bearing a countenance that inspired trepidation. Yet, a woman, possessing a figure that was quite alluring, seemed difficult to take seriously. Chen Qingyuan, are we truly so acquainted? The renowned ghost doctor, Gong Nan, disregarded those present. Her gaze fixated on Chen Qingyuan as she spoke coldly. We are well acquainted indeed. Chen Qingyuan, unabashed and unconcerned about his own image, grinned broadly. Humph. Gong Nan let out a contemptuous snort, unable to tolerate Chen Qingyuan's brazen demeanor that was impervious to criticism. If you wish for me to testify on your behalf, then kindly refrain from speaking. Your voice is irksome. Were it not for the esteemed reputation of the Chong sword immortal and the words spoken by the immortal in the past, Gong Nan would never have journeyed such a distance for this trivial matter concerning Chen Qingyuan. Who is Gong Nan, after all? She is renowned across the various star domains of the northern wasteland, and it is said that even the elusive great cultivators, who are rarely seen, grant her a modicum of respect. The notion that she would personally come to provide false testimony for the trivialities of Chen Qingyuan was indeed astonishing. Given the lofty status of the ghost doctor, the assembly could scarcely believe that Chen Qingyuan had managed to summon her. Cowering behind Gong Nan, Chen Qingyuan was apprehensive of any ill-advised individuals who might suddenly strike out, posing a threat to his safety. With Gong Nan's presence, the weight of anxiety that had burdened him gradually lifted, and emboldened, he addressed the powerful figures of various sects, saying, esteemed seniors, I have exerted considerable effort to invite Sister Ghost Doctor to testify. It is somewhat awkward to accept your compensation for emotional distress, hence let us clarify everything at once. Feel free to raise any questions. However, I may not necessarily respond. The crowd, their faces flushed with indignation, could no longer endure Chen Qingyuan's insufferably cunning expression, yearning to strike him. A mere child, untainted by the world. I cannot believe she is the legendary ghost doctor, scoffed an elder, voicing his innermost thoughts. How dare she impersonate the ghost doctor to deceive us? The assembly was rife with skepticism, their gazes towards Chen Qingyuan laced with animosity. Not long ago, their intelligence had been ruthlessly toyed with by him, and now he sought to further mislead them. Intolerable. While I cannot discern the depths of your cultivation, it is evident that you have employed some arcane method or artifact. What benefits has this young scoundrel bestowed upon you to dare deceive us, without considering the consequences? Lu Ruoyi of Dongyi Palace forcefully struck the armrest of her chair, rising with an aura of chilling cold emanating from her gaze, her demeanor frigid. Chen Qingyuan wore a mocking expression. This time, he truly had summoned a real ghost doctor. Should you choose disbelief, any ensuing discord shall bear no relation to me. For I have made my position abundantly clear. Consequences? Gongsun then took a few steps toward Lu Ruoyi, his hands gently clasped before him. An unseen force dispelling Lu Ruoyi's oppressive aura. I am quite eager to hear. Odd. Lu Ruoyi sensed her pressure inexplicably dissipating, her heart tightening, her gaze sharpening. Should you confess to colluding with Chen Qingyuan, perhaps we might forgive your ignorance. Yet, if you remain obstinate, it may prove exceedingly difficult for you to see the morrow. Nevertheless, Lu Ruoyi remained unconvinced that Gongsun Nan was indeed the ghost doctor, suspecting it to be another ruse orchestrated by Chen Qingyuan. The powerhouses from various sects were on high alert, unwilling to be manipulated by Chen Qingyuan repeatedly. It was time to bring this farce to an end. While they were wary of initiating a conflict with the Xuanqing sect, it did not mean they lacked the courage to do so. Previously, they had hoped to resolve the matter with spirit stones, enduring Chen Qingyuan's antics. However, Chen Qingyuan's brazen behavior had ignited their suppressed anger. It has been many years since anyone dared to threaten me, Gongsun Nan remarked with a smile, perhaps amused by their ignorance or stirred by a hint of anger. Ghost doctor, they are truly foolish, refusing to believe anything. Chen Qingyuan whispered from behind Gongsun Nan. Give them a lesson, so they may understand that there are realms beyond realms, and people beyond people. You're trying to use me as a weapon, aren't you? Gongsun Nan glanced back at Chen Qingyuan, her eyes icy. How would I dare? Chen Qingyuan quickly shook his head, vehemently denying the accusation. If it weren't for that person's sake, I would have dealt with you as well, Gongsun Nan muttered, issuing a warning. Hee, if the ghost doctor wishes to discipline me, I certainly won't resist, and will submit to your will, Chen Qingyuan responded, acting like a rogue. Gongsun Nan silently recited the incantation for peace of mind, preventing Chen Qingyuan from affecting her. The thickness of this young man's skin surpassed everything in the world, impervious to any divine weapon. If you perceive this as a threat, then so be it. Just as Gongsun Nan was seething with anger, Lu Ruoyi sprang forth. Then you may certainly give it a try. An opportunity for venting was presented to Gongsun Nan, and he would not let it slip away. One does not shed tears until faced with a coffin. Until now, Lu Ruoyi remained convinced that all of this was part of Chen Qingyuan's scheme, designed to intimidate the formidable individuals present. Lu Ruoyi's pride had been trampled by Chen Qingyuan several times, and despite her disbelief in such misfortune, she was determined to expose his cunning ploy and subject him to severe torment. As she spoke, Lu Ruoyi struck towards Gongsun Nan with a palm, exuding an icy aura that instantly froze the surrounding void. The moment Lu Ruoyi made her move, the joy on Chen Qingyuan's face was unmistakable. As he thought to himself, this old witch has finally fallen for the trap, bringing misfortune upon herself, which is of no concern to me. In the next instant, the icy palm approached Gongsun Nan, and a fierce cold wind erupted, toppling many tables, chairs, and columns within the hall. The members of the Xuanqing sect prepared for battle, each summoning their respective Dao soldiers. Just as Lin Chongqing and the others were about to strike, Gongsun Nan waved his sleeve, shattering Lu Ruoyi's icy palm intention, and, like a phantom, appeared before Lu Ruoyi, gripping her neck with an untraceable speed. With a slight pressure from his right hand, Lu Ruoyi found herself suspended in midair. 16 silver needles emerged from her body, sealing her meridians, rendering her immobile and unable to harness the spiritual energy within. In other words, at this very moment, even an ordinary person wielding a knife could easily take her life. Gongsun Nan's speed was astonishing, leaving none in attendance able to discern his movements. When Lu Ruoyi was seized by the throat and lifted by Gongsun Nan, a wave of panic washed over the crowd, akin to a thunderclap, causing their hearts to momentarily cease. The attendees were left in shock, their bodies stiffening as they beheld the astonishing scene before them, struggling to grasp the reality. As a formidable figure in the tribulation stage, Lu Ruoyi was unexpectedly subdued in an instant, her life hanging perilously by the whims of another, a truth that was difficult for anyone to accept. Yet, it was an undeniable fact. The 16 silver soul needles, The unparalleled mastery of the ghost doctor. Chen Qingyuan, well versed in the arcane, recognized the origin of the needles merely by a glance at those embedded in Lu Roi, exclaiming in astonishment. The silver soul needles of the ghost doctor possess the dual capacity to save or to slay. She truly embodies the legendary ghost doctor. A collective realization dawned upon the crowd, leaving them utterly speechless. In that moment, no one dared to disrespect Gongsun Nan. Instead, they were filled with reverence and trepidation. Trembling in fear, Lin Chongqing, the head of the Xuanqing sect, had encountered the esteemed ghost doctor before. He was the first to regain his composure. Descending from the high platform to bow respectfully to Gongsun Nan. I pay my respects to the esteemed one. Dong Wenjun and others, momentarily taken aback, suppressed their inner astonishment and hastily returned the gesture. No one was privy to the exact level of the ghost doctor's prowess. But there were whispers that even certain great ascension cultivators held the ghost doctor in high regard, unwilling to offend. Furthermore, the ghost doctor's formidable display in subduing Lu Roi was sufficient to illustrate her terror. We beseech your forgiveness for our ignorance in not extending our greetings sooner upon your arrival. Chen Qingyuan, having lost his earlier bravado, bowed his head in reverence. The powerful figures of various sects promptly followed suit, daring not to harbor even a hint of skepticism. The turn of events came as a complete shock. No one anticipated that Chen Qingyuan could truly summon the elusive ghost doctor, and their rapport appeared remarkably intimate. Otherwise, who would dare to address the ghost doctor as sister? One could only wonder if such a title would not invite dire consequences. The enigmatic ghost doctor was indeed acquainted with Chen Qingyuan. How could this rascal possess such extraordinary capabilities? Everyone was bewildered, casting furtive glances at Chen Qingyuan, struggling to comprehend the situation. There's no need for excessive formality, Gongsun Nan spoke with a frigid tone. The crowd rose cautiously, their gazes fixated on Gongsun Nan, no longer daring to scrutinize as they had in the beginning. Why had this scoundrel, Chen Qingyuan, managed to summon the ghost doctor in person? Did he truly wield such influence? Today's events promised to be fraught with complications. The leaders of various factions inwardly cursed, wishing fervently to dismantle Chen Qingyuan into minuscule pieces to feed to the dogs. If you enjoy deception, then see it through to the end. Why have you suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, actually managing to summon the true essence of the ghost doctor? What are we to do now? The crowd trembled, utterly at a loss. Chen Qingyuan yearned to speak on Lu Roi's behalf, but refrained from provoking the ghost doctor, choosing instead to remain silent, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Moreover, if the ghost doctor were to take offense, his own predicament would become precarious, leaving no room to consider others' fates. Lu Roi, her throat constricted, could not conjure any incantations, rendered speechless. Her face flushed crimson, blood stagnating, revealing a slightly grotesque expression, her eyes brimming with terror. Had she known that the individual before her was not an impostor, she would never have dared utter such disrespectful words, even at the cost of her life. Lu Roi felt tears welling in her heart, lamenting the calamity that Chen Qingyuan had brought upon her. Who gave you the audacity to threaten me? Gongsun Nan fixed his gaze upon Lu Ruo's eyes, amplifying the dread that lurked deep within her soul. Lu Ruo desperately opened her mouth, yearning to speak. Yet no sound escaped her lips. With a thud, Gongsun Nan cast Lu Ruo to the ground. Coughing violently, she clutched her throat, attempting to soothe the blocked meridians. In an instant, she relinquished her pride and knelt, pleading for mercy. I was unaware of your esteemed identity as the ghost doctor. I beseech your forgiveness for my rudeness. With the silver needle still embedded in her body, Lu Ruo dared not make any sudden movements, fearful that the needle might penetrate deeper and potentially threaten her life. Her fate rested solely in Gongsun Nan's hands, at his whim. He could extinguish her existence in a heartbeat. Chen Qingyuan and the others were not unwilling to assist, but rather found themselves powerless. The ghost doctor's prowess surpassed that of the others, and even if they all intervened, it would likely exacerbate the situation beyond repair. The only viable course of action was to bow down and admit fault. Gongsun Nan glanced at Lu Ruo, dismissing her entirely. He then turned to Chen Qingyuan at his side, his voice icy. What do you think should be done with her? I do not know. I leave the decision to the ghost doctor, Chen Qingyuan replied, reluctant to bear the burden of blame. Although he harbored a desire to eliminate Lu Ruo, he refrained from voicing it in front of Gongsun and was acutely aware of Chen Qingyuan's ulterior motives and, unwilling to be used as a pawn, decided to pardon her transgressions. That seems rather inappropriate. Chen Qingyuan urged, after her blatant disrespect towards you. If you were to forgive her so easily, it would be quite humiliating if word got out. Lu Ruoyi fixed her gaze on Chen Qingyuan, as if she wished to devour him whole. The others silently mused about the wickedness of this young man's intentions, seeking to incite discord. Chapter 43. Digging a pit for Chen Qingyuan. Gongsun then understood Chen Qingyuan's intentions all too well, choosing not to expose them. Although Chen Qingyuan's words were tinged with personal grievances, they held a kernel of truth. To let Lu Ruoyi off the hook so readily would diminish Gongsun Nan's own standing. After much contemplation, Gongsun Nan resolved to administer a lesson. With a flick of his finger, he declared, "I shall spare your life, but you will certainly endure some suffering." A mystical light emanated from Gongsun Nan's fingertip, descending upon a silver spirit needle, causing it to tremble slightly. In an instant, Lu Ruoyi emitted a heart-wrenching scream, a manifestation of soul-crushing agony that was almost unbearable, echoing her torment. The onlookers felt a chill run down their spines, their skin prickling in fear. They had no desire to experience the torturous methods of a ghostly healer. For a full quarter of an hour, Gongsun then extended his left hand, opening his palm. With a swift motion, the spirit needles embedded in Lu Ruoyi's body detached themselves, soaring back into Gongsun Nan's hand, vanishing from sight. Lu Ruoyi's body continued to tremble gently, ensnared in the lingering torment of her recent suffering. However, after a period of recuperation, Lu Ruoyi swiftly regained her composure. Despite enduring such torment and humiliation, she displayed neither anger nor resentment. Instead, she offered a respectful bow to Gongsun Nan, expressing her gratitude in a weak voice. "Thank you, Venerable One, for your mercy." Gongsun Nan narrowed his eyes slightly, inwardly acknowledging that Lu Ruoyi possessed remarkable composure and was indeed no ordinary woman. "This young man shares a connection with me, and I have invested considerable effort in rebuilding his constitution. If you were to cripple him, would you not be slapping my face?" Gongsun Nan said, casting a sweeping glance at the assembled experts from various sections. "We would never dare to do such a thing," Shin Shiji and the others responded with a bow. "You are all old fellows with one foot in the grave. Refrain from bullying the younger generation and preserve some dignity for yourselves. Of course, if this young man is trampled upon by his peers, he deserves his fate, and I will not intervene." Gongsun Nan cautioned the crowd, simultaneously placing Chen Qingyuan in a precarious position. The older generation is forbidden from harming Chen Qingyuan, but the younger generation is not. The elders of various sects have lost considerable face today, and they will not dare to hold Gongsun Nan accountable, but will seek retribution from Chen Qingyuan. "Is the Venerable One's statement genuine?" An elder from a certain sect ventured to ask. "It is genuine," Gongsun Nan affirmed with a nod. If Chen Qingyuan were to be defeated by his peers, regardless of life or death, the Venerable One would not intervene? The elder pressed further. "In a contest among peers, if one is inferior in skill, death is a deserved outcome. I have no intention of seeking justice for a useless individual." When Gongsun Nan uttered these words, he cast a sidelong glance at Chen Qingyuan standing beside him, his gaze imbued with a hint of provocation. It was evident that Gongsun Nan sought to retaliate against Chen Qingyuan, ensuring that his future would not be a smooth one. Listening to this exchange, Chen Qingyuan's expression grew increasingly grim. "The esteemed one possesses profound wisdom that we cannot hope to match," Shin Shiji praised. "Let us take our leave." Subsequently, the formidable figures from various sects departed from the Xuanqing sect in a dejected manner. As they exited, Lu Ruoyi shot a venomous glare at Chen Qingyuan, attributing the entirety of today's humiliation to him alone. In truth, Chen Qingyuan felt quite aggrieved. He had not been the one to instigate the conflict and bore no responsibility. He had merely nudged the situation slightly. Furthermore, he had spoken the truth. The incoming party was indeed the ghost doctor, yet none of this group had chosen to believe him. Now, having lost face, they turned their ire towards him. Once all the sect leaders had departed, Lin Chongsheng approached Gongsun Nan, clasping his hands in invitation. "Esteemed one, having traveled such a distance, why not take a moment to rest? I have arranged for fragrant tea and exquisite fruits." "No need," Gongsun Nan replied coldly, rejecting the offer. With that, he strode towards the exit. At this moment, Chen Qingyuan hastened to follow, glancing back at Lin Chongsheng and the others, offering an assuring look. "Sister Ghost Doctor, may we discuss a matter?" Chen Qingyuan said, his expression one of obsequiousness. Gongsun Nan, who was sparing with words, truly wished to avoid excessive interaction with Chen Qingyuan to maintain his tranquility of mind. Why not serve as a revered elder in my Xuanqing sect? Chen Qingyuan did not mince words, articulating his thoughts candidly. "A patron?" Gongsun Nan paused, glancing at Chen Qingyuan with a sardonic smile. "Although the Xuanqing sect holds some renown in the flowing star domain, it cannot sway me. If you could provide me with a premium spiritual vein every year, I might entertain the idea. Before they could depart the grand hall, Lin Chongqing and the others could overhear their exchange. At the mention of a patron, everyone's heart skipped a beat, their eyes alight with excitement and anticipation. Securing the ghost doctor as a patron elder would undoubtedly bestow immense benefits upon the Xuanqing sect. However, Gongsun Nan's response plunged their spirits into despair, eliciting bitter smiles. A premium spiritual vein each year. Who could afford such a luxury? Premium spiritual veins are rare treasures, not easily obtained. The vast Xuanqing sect possesses only a single premium vein, which serves as the foundation of the sect, and can only be mined every few years without jeopardizing its essence. One premium spiritual stone is equivalent to 100 superior stones, 10,000 medium stones, or 1,000,000 inferior stones. The value of such a treasure is beyond measure. Meeting is a matter of fate. Let us refrain from discussing such mundane matters. Chen Qingyuan remarked with a smile. Then why do you speak so trivially? Hearing Chen Qingyuan's words, it was evident he desired Gongsun Nan to become a patron while simultaneously wishing to avoid substantial sacrifice, an archetypal case of wanting to reap without sowing. I am but a common man, thus I cannot escape the trivialities, he continued. But the ghost doctor is different. You are a celestial being descended to earth, untainted by the mire, and unblemished by the pure waters. To engage in discussions of spiritual stone resources between us would be a sacrilege against the esteemed ghost doctor. Chen Qingyuan flattered with utmost sincerity. Gongsun Nan felt a sense of satisfaction within, yet he could not allow it to show. Emitting a cold snort, flattery is but empty words, devoid of significance. Sister Ghost Doctor, I implore you to reflect thoughtfully. Chen Qingyuan relentlessly pursued Gongsun Nan, unwavering in his determination. It was only when Gongsun Nan quickened his pace and vanished into the horizon that Chen Qingyuan finally halted, gazing into the distance with a few soft sighs. Having come all this way, could he not have left me some precious medicine? How stingy! Chen Qingyuan murmured to himself. For the sake of this trivial matter, Gongsun Nan had traversed to the dual realms, and it was fortunate enough that he did not demand any compensation. Yet he ended up sacrificing quite a bit. Should she hear such words, her inner fury would surely be unleashed, and she would deliver a resounding slap. Upon returning to the Xuanqing sect, Chen Qingyuan discovered Han Shan still lingering at the same spot, watching him with eager anticipation. Old Han, is everything well at home? Why have you not left? Chapter 44. We are brothers, and I shall not deceive you. The corners of Han Shan's mouth twitched slightly, his expression darkening. You scoundrel, I have gone to great lengths to save you, and now that the ordeal is over, not even a word of gratitude is spoken. Yet you regard me with disdain as if to usher me away. Han Shan took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to thrash Chen Qingyuan, and managed to force a smile. Brother Chen, might you offer me a cup of tea? Oh, of course. Chen Qingyuan called to Lin Pingyan beside him. Little Yin, hurry and serve old Han some tea. The council hall was rather chaotic at present, so the group settled in a side chamber. Before long, Lin Pingyan approached with a cup of tea in hand. Brother Han, please enjoy. Thank you. Han Shan politely took a sip of the tea. After he finished the cup, Chen Qingyuan inquired, is it good? It's acceptable, Han Shan instinctively replied. Of course, this cup of tea is worth 100 high-grade spirit stones. Chen Qingyuan raised an eyebrow. Upon hearing this, Han Shan instinctively began to gag, hastily expelling the tea from his stomach. 100 high-grade spirit stones? Why don't you go rob someone instead? What are you doing? Chen Qingyuan looked at Han Shan, who was forcefully retching, with disdain. This tea is too expensive, I can't afford it. I'm returning it to you. Han Shan came from a wealthy family, but was notoriously stingy. I never said you had to pay. Just stop it, you're making me nauseous. Chen Qingyuan exclaimed, fearing that Han Shan might actually vomit. Why didn't you say so earlier? Han Shan ceased his retching and turned to Lin Pingyan, saying, Brother Lin, could you please bring me 10 cups of this tea? Huh. Lin Pingyan was taken aback, but nodded, sure. Wait, it's free, right? Han Shan called out to Lin Pingyan, who was about to leave. It's free. Look at you being so stingy, Chen Qingyuan remarked, nearly expressing his distaste openly. One must save where they can, but this tea is excessively priced. After receiving confirmation that it was indeed free, Han Shan signaled Lin Pingyan to prepare the tea and leaned back in his chair. Subsequently, Chen Qingyuan recounted all that had transpired to Han Shan. Upon hearing it, Han Shan was astonished and filled with admiration, as expected of you, being able to swindle something during such a time. What does it mean to deceive? This is merely a trivial expense. Chen Qingyuan shot Han Shan a sidelong glance. All right, whatever you say. Han Shan was acutely aware of his own standing and knew he could not contend with Chen Qingyuan. He did not dwell on it. Once you've finished your tea, feel free to leave at your discretion. I have many matters to attend to and cannot spare the time to host you. As he spoke, Chen Qingyuan rose, preparing to take his leave. Wait. Han Shan quickly grabbed Chen Qingyuan, who was about to depart, and squinted his eyes. Brother Chen, have you forgotten something? Forgotten what? Chen Qingyuan feigned ignorance. Are you not supposed to introduce me to a companion? Observing Chen Qingyuan's act, Han Shan pointedly clarified. Oh, that matter. Chen Qingyuan slapped his forehead, feigning a moment of realization. I was startled by those old fellows earlier and nearly overlooked it. It was not too late to recall it now. Were it not for the quest to find a suitable partner, Han Shan might not have been so diligent. To hasten his journey, he had utilized several precious teleportation talismans, which others would consider vital for survival. As long as he could find a wife, he could endure these costs. Han Shan was unwilling to face the prospect of dying alone. Such a fate was too agonizing. Brother Han, please enjoy. At that moment, Lin Pingyan approached with 10 cups of tea, placing them on the table. Han Shan fixed a penetrating gaze on Chen Qingyuan, interrogating, Chen Qingyuan, are you attempting to deceive me again? Not at all, Chen Qingyuan quickly refuted. If he continued to mislead Han Shan, seeking his assistance in the future would become quite challenging. We are brothers bound by life and death. How could I deceive you? Then, where is the companion you mentioned? In an effort to avoid a confrontation with Chen Qingyuan, Han Shan finished all 10 cups of tea, let out a burp, and stood up, pointing at Chen Qingyuan. With a quick thought, Chen Qingyuan swatted Han Shan's finger away, his demeanor grave. I will summon her to meet you shortly. I assure you will not be disappointed. However, you must attend to your appearance. If you fail, it will be your own fault. Is it really true? Han Shan was taken aback, having lost hope. Am I deceiving you? Chen Qingyuan scoffed. Han Shan scrutinized Chen Qingyuan, noting his serious expression, which seemed genuine. With a sycophantic smile, he said, with such kindness from Brother Chen, if I were to harbor doubts, would I still be human? Just wait. Chen Qingyuan replied. For how long? Han Shan inquired impatiently. Which celestial maiden are we speaking of? Enough with the prattle. Wait as I instructed. Chen Qingyuan turned and walked away. This time, Han Shan refrained from stopping him, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Old Chen speaks with such conviction. It cannot be false, he thought to himself, retrieving a mirror to groom his appearance, quite ostentatiously. After leaving the side hall, Chen Qingyuan headed straight for the western mountain of Xuanqing Sect. On Jade Bamboo Peak resided the female disciples. In a moment of urgency, Chen Qingyuan thought of someone, the eldest sister of the younger generation on Jade Bamboo Peak, renowned as one of the 3 beauties of the flowing star domain, possessing both beauty and talent. Having encountered the young master, over a dozen female disciples clad in white skirts stood at the foot of Jade Bamboo Peak, bowing respectfully to the newly arrived Chen Qingyuan. No need for formalities, he declared, exuding the authority of an elder, and nodded, indicating, I have matters to discuss with Xiaoran. Please lead me to her. Certainly, one of the disciples replied, taking the lead. They traversed through a dense thicket, crossed a jade bridge over a clear lake, and ascended to the summit of Jade Bamboo Peak, where a palace crafted from jade stood shrouded in mist, appearing both real and ethereal, imbued with mystery and radiance. The eldest disciple of Jade Bamboo Peak, Lu Lingran, awaited at the entrance of the Jade Palace. Already aware of Chen Qingyuan's arrival, dressed in a light white gown, with a ribbon cinched at her waist cascading gracefully, she appeared like a vision dancing in the breeze. Standing at a height of 1.70 meters, her hair was neatly tied back, her delicate features captivating, with ruby lips and pearly teeth that could mesmerize any onlooker. What brings you to Jade Bamboo Peak, little master? Lu Lingran inquired with a respectful bow. I have matters to discuss with you, Chen Qingyuan replied, hands clasped behind his back. Please, come in, Lu Ling and gestured towards the open door of the Jade Palace. Once inside, she personally poured tea for Chen Qingyuan. Her gaze fixed upon him. Chen Qingyuan signaled for the surrounding disciples to leave, as the matter was not meant for others' ears. Soon, only Chen Qingyuan and Lu Lingran remained in the hall. Please speak candidly, little master, Lu Lingran urged, her heart filled with curiosity about Chen Qingyuan's intentions. Well, Chen Qingyuan hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After a moment, he ventured, Xiaoran, has the little master treated you well? Fairly well, she replied. When Lu Lingran first embarked on her journey, she received guidance from Chen Qingyuan, who also dispensed the rewards for task completion, benefiting many within the sect. My esteemed master is currently in a predicament. Could you lend a hand? Chen Qingyuan inquired softly. What sort of assistance do you require? An instinctive apprehension gripped Lu Lingran, prompting a frown. I would like you to accompany someone on a blind date, to become acquainted. Chen Qingyuan replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Lingran's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 45. Oh, little master, you are truly fickle. Your change of demeanor is astonishingly swift. Dear master, is it truly appropriate to engage in such matchmaking? As she uttered these words, Lu Lingren's gaze sharpened, her tone unyielding. Rest assured, it will merely be a charade. Your reputation shall remain untarnished. Furthermore, with someone as lovely, gentle, and understanding as you, we cannot allow that scoundrel to benefit. Chen Qingyuan recognized the impropriety of the request. Yet, to preserve their brotherly bond and avoid being seen as disloyal, he had no choice but to resort to this strategy. If it were a blind date with you, dear master, I might consider it. Others are simply unsuitable. Lu Lingran remarked with a half-smile, the truth of her words ambiguous. Oh, please do not jest at my expense. I implore you to assist me. Chen Qingyuan pleaded, setting aside his pride. Dear master, do you find me beautiful? Observing Chen Qingyuan's anxious demeanor, Lu Lingren's ire subsided significantly. Of course, you are unparalleled. No one in the world can compare to you. In remorse, Chen Qingyuan silently prayed that his insincere words would not bring about calamity. Although Lu Lingran indeed possessed extraordinary beauty, she did not quite overshadow the world. At least, in Chen Qingyuan's recollection. There were a few individuals who surpassed Lu Lingran in various aspects. Then why must you arrange for Xiaoran to court others? Lu Lingran pressed. It is merely an act. Not to be taken seriously, Chen Qingyuan insisted. Even if it is a performance, it should not be conducted in such a manner. I have heard that a man's possessiveness is rather intense. Even if a woman is not his own, he would not allow her to be taken by another. If you truly believe Xiaoran is beautiful, such an action would be inconceivable. At this point, Lu Lingran deliberately paused, a slight smirk gracing her lips, her gaze teasing. Unless Xiao Shu has undergone a drastic change and is no longer a typical man. What do you mean? Chen Qingyuan found the conversation increasingly peculiar. Xiao Shu, could it be that the matter involving Bai Shixue has altered you, leading to a disinterest in women? Lu Lingran feigned surprise. No wonder Xiao Shu has been so close to senior brother Lin Pingyan lately. You two wouldn't have something going on, would you? Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan's expression shifted dramatically, and he scolded vehemently. You insolent girl, uttering nonsense. Be careful, or I shall punish you. Xiao Shu, you cannot defeat me now. Perhaps you should abandon that thought. Lu Lingran retorted confidently, her red lips curving into a smile as radiant as a blooming garden. You. Chen Qingyuan found himself at a loss for words. It became evident that discipline must be administered early, lest the child grow up and become unmanageable. After sipping a cup of tea, Chen Qingyuan calmed his temper and resolved to make a bold move. Initially, he intended to invite Lu Lingran for a friendly cameo, hoping to earn a modest fee. However, Lu Lingran was not easily swayed. Thus, Chen Qingyuan had no choice but to speak candidly. Xiaoran, I assure you this endeavor will not tarnish your reputation, and it could prove quite lucrative for you. Oh, pray tell, Lu Lingran replied, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding situation, as if everything was within her grasp. Given her familiarity with her junior master, she knew he was never one to suffer losses and must have something to gain. When you meet Han Shan, he ought to present you with a gift, right? After all, I have diligently found him a suitable match. Surely I deserve a fee for my efforts. Just a token of appreciation, nothing more. I am not one to covet wealth, Lu Lingran retorted dismissively. Yet, Chen Qingyuan perceived her as being rather like a country squire. With a little coaxing, the gift would undoubtedly be substantial. Chen Qingyuan had long set his sights on Han Shan's fortune, believing it necessary to exploit the rich to assist the needy. I will consider it. But I require half of your fee, Lu Lingran boldly declared. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan grew displeased and invoked memories from the past, lamenting, Xiaoran, you have changed. Remember when you first entered the sect? Your junior master bestowed upon you the Yuzhufeng token, guided you in your cultivation, enlightened you on the various rules of the Xuanqing sect, and even gifted you resources for your practice. Master, spare me the theatrics, Lu Lingran interjected. Lu Lingran hurriedly interjected, exasperated by her little master's antics. She was merely teasing, yet it seemed to have escalated unnecessarily. I shall not covet the hardship fee. Is that acceptable? It's settled, then. In an instant, Chen Qingyuan's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. Are you a dog? Your mood changes so rapidly. Lu Lingran was at a loss for words. Xiaoran, I am merely looking out for you. Do not mistake my intentions for exploitation. Chen Qingyuan adopted a concerned expression. Speaking earnestly, our Xuanqing sect is vast and prosperous, with prodigious female disciples aplenty. For instance, there are Sun Lan from Bixiao Peak and Gu Yuxiao from Luing Peak. Although they may not rival your beauty or your understanding nature, gentility, and enchanting allure, they are still sufficient to capture Han Shan's affections. I am doing this for your benefit, to help you acquire some cultivation resources. Xiaoran, you should be grateful to me, understand? The more he spoke, the more fervent he became, as though he were entirely sincere. On the surface, Chen Qingyuan's words were meant to reassure Lu Lingran not to feel wronged, emphasizing the abundance of potential suitors, yet in truth, they served to extol her virtues. Lu Lingran was amused, responding, "All right, thank you, little master, for being so considerate. That is good to hear." Chen Qingyuan had exhausted every compliment he could conjure to praise a woman, and fortunately, his genuine sentiments managed to sway Lu Lingran into agreeing to participate. The sole disappointment was that Lu Lingran was not merely making a guest appearance. What a pity, little master. Isn't Han Shan your brother? Why treat him in such a manner? Lu Lingran could not comprehend this. Among brothers, such treatment was unfathomable. This young man is a local tycoon, while we are impoverished to the core, undoubtedly compelled to devise means of earning a livelihood. Chen Qingyuan was unaware of the true extent of Han Shan's wealth, only cognizant that this fellow was affluent enough to financially overpower his own father, compelling his master to feign the role of a ghostly physician to deceive others. However, none anticipated that a mere casual acquaintance would indeed lead to the discovery of an authentic ghostly physician. By dazzling the master with gold and persuading him to set aside his dignity to perform, this singular event is sufficient to illustrate Han Shan's immense wealth. He is a veritable vault of riches. Junior Master, did you not just manage to bamboozle the elders of various sects and reap a considerable profit? Is this plethora of spirit stones not ample for your needs? Lu Lingran inquired. The essence of spirit stones is that no one ever finds themselves with an excess. Moreover, the profits are not solely for my own benefit. They are intended for the sect, Chen Qingyuan proclaimed with righteous fervor. Lu Lingran believed this assertion, for the many edifices and regulations of the Xuanqing sect were conceived by Chen Qingyuan, benefiting all disciples and ensuring a more equitable distribution of resources. You are merely pretending to be brothers, Lu Lingran quipped. Nonsense. Han and I are brothers bound by life and death, Chen Qingyuan retorted, casting a glare at Lu Lingran. This endeavor not only allows us to earn some spirit stones, but also affords brother Han an opportunity to experience the nuances of courtship. He must be reveling in it. It is a threefold gain, with no party at a loss. Lu Lingran regarded Chen Qingyuan with a peculiar gaze, thinking that if she were to believe his words, she would be a fool. Prepare yourself. Soon, we shall witness your performance. Chen Qingyuan resolved to depart, intending to confer with Han Shan regarding the matter of remuneration. Chapter 46. The Mysterious Origins of Han Shan, the True Local Tycoon. Hello, dear Junior Master. You are quite mischievous. Upon recalling how Han Shan had been duped, Lu Lingran could not help but chuckle. I assure you, I am a person of integrity. Do not make unfounded judgments, Chen Qingyuan proclaimed, puffing out his chest as he strode towards the guest reception hall. Having promised Chen Qingyuan to handle this matter well, Lu Lingran knew she could not afford to be negligent. She needed to carefully contemplate her words and prepare herself mentally. As time passed in the side hall of the Xuanqing sect, Han Shan grew increasingly agitated, unable to remain seated, pacing back and forth. Upon spotting Chen Qingyuan, who arrived like a celestial being gliding through the clouds, Han Shan exclaimed joyfully, Brother Chen. With Lu Lingran settled, Chen Qingyuan approached with confidence, exuding an air of authority. Brother Chen, when will the ferry arrive? Han Shan inquired with a flattering smile. Just wait and see. Chen Qingyuan entered the side hall and took a seat on a nearby chair. Han Shan eagerly followed suit, settling beside him. You must tell me who it is. Otherwise, I will be left in suspense. Have you heard of the 3 fairies of the flowing meteor domain? Chen Qingyuan refrained from revealing the answer directly, opting instead to guide Han Shan gradually. Vaguely, I have heard tales that the 3 fairies of the flowing meteor domain are all exceptional beauties, renowned for their unparalleled grace. Han Shan interjected, happy to engage in the conversation about beauties. The one I am introducing to you is none other than the Lingran fairy of the Xuanqing sect. A true paragon of virtue and grace, revered as a goddess by countless young aspirants, an existence that seems utterly unattainable, Chen Qingyuan praised fervently. Han Shan was so overwhelmed with emotion that he found himself at a loss for words. After a considerable pause, he finally managed to compose himself and grasped Chen Qingyuan's hand. Brother Chen, I misjudged you. It turns out you have genuinely exerted yourself on my behalf, rather than simply finding someone to deceive me. Release my hand, Chen Qingyuan retorted, shaking off Han Shan's grasp, his disdain evident on his face. We are brothers, albeit not of the same parents. It is impossible for me to fool you. That makes sense, Han Shan nodded emphatically. Although I introduced you to immortal Lingran, The outcome ultimately hinges on your own capabilities. During your first meeting, don't be too stingy. Prepare an acceptable gift. Chen Qingyuan began to encourage him. Indeed, the gift must be substantial. First impressions are vital, Han Shan readily agreed. There is one more thing. Chen Qingyuan cleared his throat, his gaze indicating his concern. I have been running around for you, and it has taken quite a toll on me. In an instant, Han Shan understood and produced a Tianyuan bag, generously offering it to Chen Qingyuan. Brother Chen, take this. With the reward laid before him, Chen Qingyuan had no reason to decline. As he seized the Tianyuan bag, he politely remarked, "This is too much. A token gesture would suffice. Please don't give more than necessary." Immediately, Chen Qingyuan opened the Tianyuan bag, and as a wisp of divine consciousness entered, he was taken aback. A medium-grade spiritual vein, he exclaimed. If fully extracted, it could yield approximately 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones. If mined gradually, ensuring the source of the vein remains intact, it can provide an endless supply over time. What a grand gesture. When Dongyi Palace once sent Chen Qingyuan, it was merely a middling spiritual vein. In comparison to Han Mountain, the first-rate Dongyi Palace seems remarkably petty. Chen Qingyuan suddenly lifted his gaze, astonished and incredulous as he regarded Han Mountain. Old Han, when did you become so affluent? Although we are greedy for wealth, a gentleman acquires riches through honorable means. We must not resort to underhanded tactics. Where are your thoughts wandering? Han Mountain retorted, this is all my own money, with a provenance far cleaner than yours, at least 100-fold. With a slight scoff, Han Mountain continued, what have you been up to during my 100-year confinement in the abyss? To be frank, had it been a legitimate endeavor, Chen Qingyuan would have eagerly interjected. After all, there is no shame in profiting alongside a brother. The situation was somewhat convoluted. Han Mountain reminisced briefly, letting out a sigh. Speak, Chen Qingyuan urged, eager for brevity. Han Mountain, having no intention to withhold, turned his back to Chen Qingyuan as he prepared a token of their meeting, and began to recount. I was taken in and raised by my master from a young age. A century ago, I unexpectedly encountered a group of mysterious individuals who claimed I was the scion of a certain faction, having inadvertently found myself here. I found them exceedingly unattractive, certainly not even a fraction as handsome as I, and suspected ulterior motives. Thus I declined to accompany them. They then stated that my family would understand and offered me several properties to manage, ostensibly as a form of assessment. Han Mountain continued, should I fail this assessment, I would be compelled to return and receive guidance, inheriting a portion of the family estate. They spoke extensively, yet I paid little heed. Later, those individuals introduced the head of the industry to me, an opportunity too good to pass up. Chen Qingyuan listened to this conversation, feeling somewhat bewildered. Failing in entrepreneurship meant returning home to inherit the family business. What nonsense was this? Was this fellow merely toying with me, having perhaps acquired a fraction of my skills? With a hint of skepticism, Chen Qingyuan scrutinized Han Shan. However, upon reflection, if Han Shan's claims were not true, how could he exhibit such financial extravagance? Yet, the assertions made by Han Shan were utterly outrageous, almost beyond belief. Old Han, what industries are we talking about? Chen Qingyuan inquired softly. According to their established rules, divulging such information was forbidden. Otherwise, it would be deemed a failure on his part, leading to his compulsory relocation to some undisclosed place. At that moment, he had been too preoccupied with examining the accounts and the treasures surrounding him to grasp the details. Something along those lines, perhaps. Han Shan replied, you little rascal. You've suddenly become quite insufferable. Chen Qingyuan's curiosity was piqued, yet he received no satisfactory answer, which was an exasperating feeling. You may not be able to defeat me now, but if you attempt to strike, I shall retaliate. Han Shan turned to meet Chen Qingyuan's gaze, a mischievous smile gracing his face. If I reach a resolution with Lingran, I'll treat you to a lavish gift. Get lost. Chen Qingyuan kicked Han Shan playfully. Han Shan brushed off his clothes, unfazed. An hour later, dusk descended. Lu Lingran emerged gracefully from Yuzhu Peak, adorned in a gown of pure white, its hem trailing approximately 3 meters, as she danced with ethereal elegance. She wore a plain veil, her long hair elegantly tied at the back, with strands cascading down to her waist in harmony with her white dress. As Lu Lingran approached with a grace akin to blossoming lotuses, Han Shan's eyes nearly bulged in astonishment. Each step she took resonated deeply within him. Truly, she was one of the 3 celestial maidens of the flowing star domain, living up to her illustrious reputation. What are you staring at? Hurry and express your greetings. When Lu Lingran reached the entrance of the side hall, Han Shan remained in a daze, prompting Chen Qingyuan, standing nearby, to hastily speak up. Regaining his composure, Han Shan suppressed his inner excitement, courteously clasping his hands together and smiling. Greetings, Fairy Lingran. I am Han Shan. I believe Brother Chen has already mentioned me. Han Daoist. It is a pleasure to meet you, Lu Lingran replied, bowing slightly in respect. Here is a token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Han Shan retrieved a finely crafted bag of holding, his heart racing. Thank you, Lu Lingran said without hesitation, accepting it directly. Shall we step inside to converse? Han Shan gestured towards the hall with an inviting motion. Certainly, Lu Lingran responded, entering and giving Chen Qingyuan a quick wink. Brother, I'm not trying to deceive you. I simply have no other choice. Chen Qingyuan hastily concocted an excuse and slipped away. Inside the side hall, only Lu Lingran and Han Shan remained engaged in conversation. Junior brother, halt. Just as Chen Qingyuan was about to return, many senior brothers, having completed their tasks of tidying the main hall, appeared before him. Chapter 47. The disdain of a newly wealthy individual. Blocked by his seniors, Chen Qingyuan found himself awkwardly frozen in place. Senior brothers, is there something you need? You, my dear fellow, have amassed quite a fortune. Do you not think to share a portion with your senior brothers? The straightforwardness of the elder brothers was evident, as one candidly expressed their intentions. Ah, so it is this matter at hand, a simple request indeed. Chen Qingyuan feigned a sudden realization. We have all borrowed your Qingyuan bag and expect to collect interest. Young junior brother, it is not that we are miserly. Rather, we find ourselves in dire financial straits. The elder brothers present, having lived for millennia, possess little in material wealth, often appearing somewhat diminished in stature compared to others. Were it not for their pressing circumstances, they would never lower themselves to request spiritual stones from Chen Qingyuan. Casting a glance at the gathered seniors, most of whom had established families, he recognized the difficulty in amassing personal savings. One senior brother, clad in a Daoist robe of dark hue, bore a patch that made Chen Qingyuan's heart quiver slightly. How could it be that a respected elder of the Xuanqing sect, a master of the transformation realm, finds himself in such a state of frugality? The Xuanqing sect neither encroaches upon the resources of other sects nor engages in underhanded thievery or plunder. Thus, despite the profound cultivation of these elder brothers, their financial circumstances are rather meager. With the secret realms of the Fuliixing domain having been nearly exhausted and few new realms emerging, the lives of the elder brothers have become quite strained. Fortunately, their sisters-in-law manage the finances, seemingly having anticipated this day. They periodically provide the elder brothers with ample resources for cultivation. However, the spiritual stones for revelry and merriment are strictly off-limits. One must devise their own means. Take it. Chen Qingyuan had recently profited from Han Shan, and with newfound wealth, he intended to share generously with all present. A senior brother gazed at the 800 medium-grade spirit stones in his hand, then turned his gaze toward the extravagant Chen Qingyuan, uttering the most cowardly words with the fiercest expression. Little junior brother, I truly cannot stand your nouveau riche demeanor. If you possess any real skill, why not throw some spirit stones at me and see how it feels? Everyone cast a sidelong glance at the senior brother, silently cursing his shamelessness. I'm not boasting, but 1,000 years ago, even this meager amount of spirit stones wouldn't have caught my eye. If they were to fall on the ground, I wouldn't even bother picking them up, deeming it too tiresome. In recent years, resources had been consumed excessively, and with no avenues for earning income. The meager monthly stipend was hardly sufficient. It truly was a struggle. In truth, our Xuanqing sect is not impoverished. The treasury is filled with valuable treasures. However, to maintain the various spirit formations across regions, and to prepare for unforeseen circumstances, we are forced to endure a more austere existence. Little junior brother, how about I serve as your protector for a while? You could provide me with a bit of a stipend each month. The senior brothers exchanged remarks, each contributing to the narrative of their recent hardships. Despite their profound cultivation, should they wish to earn spirit stones, countless methods are at their disposal. Yet, they all prefer to remain within the Xuanqing sect, unwilling to become patrons for certain merchant associations, relying solely on their monthly salaries to make ends meet, which is why they appear so destitute. In summary, the word is laziness. Unless absolutely necessary, they would never venture out to earn money. That should suffice. It will keep you entertained for a while, Chen Qingyuan mused, unconcerned about the senior brother's cultivation resources, for the sisters-in-law were well aware. When they acquired spirit stones, they would merely purchase fine wine or indulge in the bustling locales. What a miser! Although everyone benefited from Chen Qingyuan, they departed with a grumble. Chen Qingyuan, unfazed, chuckled and shook his head. Subsequently, he allocated a portion of the spiritual stones to his senior sister, retained some for himself, and deposited the remainder in the task hall to enhance the rewards for disciples upon the completion of their missions. The tasks within the hall were quite standard. For instance, A report of bandits committing murder and robbery in a certain location, detailing their cultivation level, allowing competent disciples to undertake the missions. This approach not only bolstered the reputation of the Xuanqing sect, but also provided the disciples with practical experience and the opportunity to earn additional cultivation resources, an endeavor that yielded multiple benefits. The task hall was an initiative established by Chen Qingyuan, significantly elevating the overall proficiency of the disciples. Beyond this, Chen Qingyuan implemented numerous initiatives to gradually enhance the sense of belonging among the disciples. An hour later, Han Shan arrived at Chen Qingyuan's cultivation cave. How did the conversation go? Chen Qingyuan inquired, pouring a cup of tea for Han Shan, a smile gracing his face. Alas, it was somewhat inappropriate. Han Shan sighed softly. What happened? Chen Qingyuan asked with curiosity. Fairy Ling'an is exceptional in many aspects, yet there is a lamentable detail, Han Shan continued. I seek a partner who adores jasmine, but Fairy Ling'an prefers roses instead. And then, Chen Qingyuan probed further. Then I took my leave, concluding this fateful yet ill-matched romance. Han Shan felt a twinge of regret but harbored no remorse. You truly are remarkable, Chen Qingyuan praised, giving a thumbs up, filled with admiration. A life partner should not be chosen lightly. If two individuals lack shared interests, their future together is destined for unhappiness. Initially, Lu Ling'an was uncertain how to articulate her refusal, but unexpectedly, Han Shan spoke first, candidly admitting their incompatibility, offering an apology before departing. Leaving Lu Ling'an in a state of bewilderment, Han Shan held lofty expectations for his partner, desiring not only exceptional talent and beauty but also a meeting of minds. Old Han, I hope you find the ideal companion you seek, Chen Qingyuan remarked, patting Han Shan on the shoulder, truly exasperated. Fate is not something to be forced. It must unfold naturally. In truth, Han Shan found Lu Ling'an commendable in every regard, yet he could not cultivate that instant spark of affection, feeling only a superficial admiration for her beauty. That makes sense, Chen Qingyuan agreed. I just came over to say hello. I must be on my way. With that, Han Shan waved and strode away. Take care. I shan't see you off. As Chen Qingyuan watched Han Shan depart, a twinge of guilt tugged at his heart, for he had inadvertently led his friend astray. However, it wasn't long before his spirits lifted considerably. Occasionally leading a friend into a predicament is not a grave issue. After all, Han Shan had similarly teased Chen Qingyuan in the past, tit for tat. When it came to matters of real danger, both were well aware of the boundaries and refrained from jesting. Meanwhile, as the formidable figures from various sects returned to their respective factions, the news of the ghost doctor's arrival at the Xuanqing sect reverberated throughout the Xuanqing domain, sparking widespread astonishment. The rumored ghost doctor turned out to be a woman. It is said that the enigmatic physician, known for their peculiar temperament, has taken a particular interest in Chen Qingyuan, even visiting the Xuanqing sect to lend support. Rumor has it that Chen Qingyuan affectionately refers to the physician as sister, earning their tacit approval. In a display of power meant to instill fear among rivals, the physician effortlessly subdued the protector elder of the Dongyi Palace, compelling her to kneel in supplication, thus narrowly escaping with her life. Despite the pressure exerted on the Xuanqing sect by various major sects in an attempt to extract valuable information about the Tianyuan, they not only failed to elicit any useful intelligence, but also suffered a significant loss of face. This incident has become a topic of fervent discussion across various regions, creating quite a stir. Furthermore, the revelation of Chen Qingyuan's potential for cultivation has sent ripples of astonishment through many practitioners. Bai Shixue, adorned in a simple long dress, gazes into the distance, lost in thought. Chapter 48. Bai Shixue enters Yensno City, bewildered. Upon hearing that Chen Qingyuan has once again embarked on the path of cultivation, Bai Shixue's emotions are a tumultuous blend. Ever since the annulment of the marriage alliance between Dongyi Palace and Tianyuan sect, her situation has become rather precarious, often besieged by gossip that weighs heavily on her heart. Nevertheless, Bai Shixue has no regrets about her past decisions, as she believes that even in the absence of Qin Yutong from Tianyuan sect, a future with Chen Qingyuan would have been improbable. Although Bai Shixue is not the foremost prodigy of her time, she possesses a promising future ahead. In contrast, Chen Qingyuan, now rendered a wastrel, faces a lifespan of merely a century, his fate seemingly sealed. Having come to terms with this reality, Bai Shixue has resolutely refrained from reminiscing about her past with Chen Qingyuan, steadfastly adhering to her choices, her heart as unyielding as iron, devoid of any regret. At this moment, Bai Shixue's heart stirred with an array of emotions, her gaze fixed upon the distant horizon, shimmering with a complex light. She remained silent, her hands tightly clutching her garment, betraying her inner turmoil. Biting her crimson lips, She drew blood, yet refused to release her grip. Time slipped away before she finally averted her gaze. Her eyes now reflecting a newfound determination as she murmured to herself, even if he is able to embark on the path of cultivation once more, he shall never ascend to the heights he once reached. The peers, once trampled under his feet, have long since surpassed him. Bai Shishue remained resolute, unwilling to concede her stance. I shall rise to greater heights, watching you climb step by step, even without your assistance. I shall carve out my own domain and behold the world's more exquisite landscapes. Bai Shishue could not repudiate her choices, for such denial would undoubtedly tarnish her resolve and lead to a disarray of spirit. Regardless of the circumstances, she could not acknowledge this misstep. She would tread her path unwaveringly. She understood Chen Qingyuan's temperament well. Their fates had been irrevocably severed, and the past could never be reclaimed. Since returning to former days was impossible, the only course was to strive for excellence, ensuring she would harbor no regrets nor succumb to despair. My dear, you are aware of the recent events at the Xuanqing sect, are you not? At that moment, Yao Susu descended gracefully beside Bai Shishue. Master. Bai Shishue greeted with a respectful bow, rising to speak. I am indeed informed. Chen Qingyuan has allied with the ghost doctor, and his spiritual roots have been restored. His fortune is truly remarkable, Yao Susu remarked softly. If you still harbor feelings for him, consider rekindling your relationship. Upon hearing these words, Bai Shishue displayed no hesitation and resolutely declared, Please, master, do not speak further. I have severed all ties with Chen Qingyuan. Very well. Observing Bai Shishue's unwavering determination, Yao Susu was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the intensity of her response. Master, I wish to enter the Yanzhou city. Instantly, Bai Shishue made a decisive resolution. Are you out of your mind? Yao Susu furrowed her brow, astonished. I am not mad. I merely seek to test my limits, Bai Shishue replied. She wished to strengthen herself, and this path was the only way. Yanzhou city, a hidden realm within the Dongyi Palace, was fraught with peril and intricate mechanisms. Since the establishment of the Dongyi Palace, the founding ancestor had laid down a rule. Only those who pass the trials of Yanzhou city may ascend to the positions of Saint Son or Saint Daughter within the palace. Considering the passage of time, it had been over 3 millennia since the Dongyi Palace appointed a Saint Son or Saint Daughter. The grounds of Yanzhou city were littered with the remains of core disciples, with scarcely a few having emerged alive. It is not that I underestimate you. Rather, Yanzhou city is exceptionally dangerous, not a place for the faint-hearted. Yao Susu cautioned. My mind is made up. I implore you, master, to report my intentions to the sect. Bai Shishue's gaze was resolute. Rather than endure the whispers and scorn of others in secrecy, she would rather stake her life on this gamble. Either she would navigate the myriad challenges of Yanzhou city, emerging with glory and attaining the position of Saint Daughter, or perish within its depths, which would be preferable to the torment of her own inner turmoil. Bai Shishue had finally stabilized her resolve, resisting any inclination toward regret. However, as time passes, she fears that she may not endure, ultimately losing her composure and becoming the subject of ridicule. Observing Bai Shishue's eyes, Yao Susu seems to comprehend the reasons behind her distress and ceases her attempts to dissuade her, nodding solemnly. Days later, under the watchful gaze of the high-ranking officials, Bai Shishue stepped into the city of Yanzhou within the secret realm. One misstep can lead to a cascade of errors. The sovereign of Dongyi Palace, Xuanqing, once emerged from Yanzhou city, advancing boldly to attain her current stature. Given her understanding of the perilous nature of Yanzhou city, she deemed Bai Shishue's chances of survival exceedingly slim. No one anticipated that Chen Qingyuan would be able to embark on the path of cultivation once more. Not only that, but he also garnered the favor of the ghost doctor, who was willing to safeguard him. An elder from the inner sect sighed deeply, evoking a sense of melancholy. Without the command of the sovereign, no one is permitted to take action against the Xuanqing sect or Chen Qingyuan. Those who defy this order shall face the consequences dictated by the sect's regulations. Xuanqing sensed a hint of unease, fearing that the protective elder Lu Rui might seek vengeance against Chen Qingyuan after suffering humiliation, thus ensnaring Dongyi Palace in a troublesome quagmire. Indeed, the assembly acknowledged their orders, unwilling to defy the sovereign's will. In a certain location within the flowing meteor domain, after departing from the Xuanqing sect, the ghost doctor did not return immediately to the Yunhai star domain, but rather ventured to a more secluded city. The celestial sword immortal Chong resides there, and the ghost doctor came to pay a visit. During their last meeting, the celestial sword immortal had shared his whereabouts with the ghost doctor, inviting him to seek him out should the need arise. Knock, knock, knock. The ghost doctor stood outside the door, feeling a surge of excitement within, and gently rapped on the door. Come in. The celestial sword immortal of Chong recognized the visitor as the ghost doctor. A thought was cast, and the great door slowly creaked open. Upon entering the courtyard, the ghost doctor beheld the unadorned figure of the celestial sword immortal, who was wielding a rusted, broken sword, diligently chopping dried wood. "Senior," the ghost doctor greeted respectfully. "Is there something you require?" The celestial sword immortal did not lift his gaze, continuing with his task. "Having assisted Chen Qingyuan in resolving a matter, I thought it prudent to pay my respects now that I have come to the flowing meteor domain." The ghost doctor had no urgent business. Has young Master Chen encountered difficulties? The celestial sword immortal remained sequestered within his abode, showing little interest in the happenings of the outside world. Unless Chen Qingyuan faced life-threatening peril, the celestial sword immortal remained oblivious. It is as follows subsequently. The ghost doctor succinctly outlined the general situation, including Chen Qingyuan's invitation for him to serve as a venerable elder. "You declined?" The celestial sword immortal inferred this from the ghost doctor's tone regarding the elder's invitation. Indeed, the ghost doctor nodded. "Foolishness." The celestial sword immortal set down his work, slowly lifted his head, and met the ghost doctor's gaze, exhaling a gentle sigh. Chapter 49. The Ancient History of Xuanqing Sect. Pardon? The ghost doctor was taken aback, utterly perplexed. To serve as a venerable elder in the Xuanqing sect is a thankless endeavor. What is amiss in declining? Moreover, I am accustomed to solitude and do not fancy being constrained. If young Master Chen were to extend such an invitation to this old man, I would certainly accept. The celestial sword immortal pondered for a long while before stating plainly, "What?" Upon hearing these words, the delicate figure of the ghostly physician trembled slightly, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Sword immortal, are you jesting with me?" she exclaimed. "Do you truly believe that I would indulge in such folly?" Long Gong, the sword immortal, retorted, "Do you think an old man like me would engage in such trivialities? You were once a revered figure, suppressing countless formidable warriors in the empire. The third greatest swordsman in the world. A person of your stature, even if diminished from your former glory, is beyond the offerings of the Xuanqing sect." In reality, Long Gong was recognized as the third greatest swordsman, yet he was, in truth, the most formidable master of the sword in that era, unmatched by any. He referred to himself as the third, implying that the heavens had only one and two above him. That year, Long Gong aspired to take a step forward, to rightfully claim the title of the world's foremost, issuing a challenge to the celestial paths. Alas, he was defeated, suffering a loss that compromised his foundation and shattered his treasured sword. From that moment on, the world believed Long Gong had perished, leaving behind a legendary tale. Even after the passage of 10,000 years, no swordsman dared to claim the title of the third, let alone the first or second. For the impact of Long Gong's legacy was simply too profound. "My dear girl, you do not comprehend." Long Gong gazed skyward, his voice hoarse. "You have not yet reached that level. If I were to divulge this to you, it would only bring you harm." "Senior, I..." The ghostly physician's mind was in disarray, her speech faltering as she struggled to find the right words. "For you, and for me, becoming a venerated figure in the Xuanqing sect is undeniably a fortuitous blessing. Regrettably, you have cast aside the opportunity that was within your grasp. Now that I have unveiled the truth, should Master Chen cease to extend his invitation, you must not broach the subject yourself. Otherwise, what could be a fortunate opportunity may transform into a calamity," mused the sword immortal Chong. "If you assert that this is indeed an opportunity, why must I refrain from taking the initiative?" The ghost doctor, for the moment, chose not to ponder why this was deemed an opportunity, but rather grappled with the perplexity of how fortune could metamorphose into misfortune. In matters of cause and effect, a harmonious encounter brings tranquility, while a contrarian approach invites peril. I have discerned the essence of this opportunity. Thus, you must not mention it, lest you attract grave karmic repercussions that you cannot bear. The sword immortal Chong admonished with a grave expression. What if Master Chen were to extend his invitation once more? Given that even the sword immortal Chong refers to Chen Qingyuan as master, the ghost doctor felt compelled to speak. "In that case, you may accept, for there is no danger therein." Chong nodded in agreement. "Is there a significant difference in this regard?" The intricacies of cause and effect are ethereal and elusive. The ghost doctor, with his current abilities, could not fathom them. "There is indeed a profound distinction," the sword immortal Chong explained. "When Master Chen invites you, it signifies a benevolent cause. If you pursue only the opportunity with overt intent, you may encounter considerable troubles in the future." "I find myself somewhat perplexed," the ghost doctor remarked, akin to a child in training, standing still and at a loss. "Fear not. In time, you shall comprehend," Chong replied with a gentle smile. "Is not the Xuanqing sect merely a force supporting the meteor domain? How could it possibly involve such significant karmic implications? The ghost doctor expressed his deep confusion regarding this matter. Oh, foolish girl, the greatest significance in karma does not lie with the Xuanqing sect, but with Chen Qingyuan himself. However, this insight was one that the sword immortal Chong Gong chose to withhold. The ghostly healer may have misunderstood, but it is true that the Xuanqing sect is not as simple as it appears on the surface. Are you acquainted with the Xuanqing Taoist? The Chongqing sword immortal deftly shifted the topic. Indeed, I am familiar with him. He was a formidable figure, renowned throughout the Dzhu a millennium ago, compelling many ancient sacred places to apologize. The ghostly healer had visited Dzhu and had heard of this matter. Do you know the origins of the Xuanqing Taoist? Chongqing sword immortal continued to guide the conversation. I do not know, replied the ghostly healer, shaking his head. Please, elucidate. The Xuanqing Taoist was the former holy master of the Xuanqing sect, spoke Chongqing sword immortal slowly. What? At these words, the ghostly healer was momentarily rendered speechless, his mind a blank. After a long pause, he exclaimed in shock, how can this be possible? If the Xuanqing sect possesses such a background, why remain in the Fuliexing region? This tale is rather lengthy. It was by mere chance that I came to learn of it, and I hold a deep admiration for the Xuanqing sect. The former holy master of the Xuanqing sect was named Xuanqing, and his most devoted disciple was Xuanqing. Long ago, Xuanqing abruptly departed, and shortly thereafter, news of his ascension spread. The Xuanqing sect was left leaderless, and the atmosphere was fraught with anxiety. Subsequently, only the elder, Xuanqing, remained to stabilize the situation, elevating Xuanqing to the holy master's throne, urging the disciples to foster harmony and mutual assistance, lest they be blinded by greed. This was also the mentor of Qingyuan. However, not long after Qingyuan accepted Qingyuan as his disciple, it was rumored that a mishap in cultivation led to his demise. From that point on, all the elder powerhouses had ascended, and the weight of the Xuanqing sect fell upon the shoulders of Xuanqing and his peers. To my knowledge, the previous holy master of the Xuanqing sect was named Chongxian, who bears no connection whatsoever to the illustrious Xuanquan Taoist. The ghostly physician inquired about Chen Qingyuan's origins while simultaneously delving into the history of the Xuanqing sect. Xuanquan Taoist is merely a pseudonym, chosen to conceal one's true identity and to prevent the younger generation of the sect from becoming entangled in endless karmic repercussions. The sword immortal Chong Gong intended to enlighten the ghost physician and elaborated. The Xuanqing sect boasts an ancient lineage, with its ancestral grounds situated in the imperial province, rich in heritage. Once, the ancestors of the Xuanqing sect discovered a demonic abyss and, in collaboration with various factions of the imperial province, resolved to suppress it. However, within a certain corner of the imperial province lies a demonic abyss whose terror surpasses the imagination of the common folk. Approximately 300,000 years ago, the founding ancestor of the Xuanqing sect, along with hundreds of formidable beings, took action and ultimately sealed the abyss. Due to the immense karmic burden borne by the sect's founder, he perished a few years after this event. Before his demise, the ancestor left a parting message, stating that the matter of the demonic abyss had not been truly resolved and that the seal must be reinforced every 10,000 years. Initially, the major factions of the imperial province readily agreed, for the eruption of the abyss would jeopardize the safety of all. Yet, as time passed, aside from the Xuanqing sect, the other factions gradually ceased to heed this responsibility. The powerful individuals of those factions were loath to risk their lives in such endeavors. After a lifetime of arduous cultivation, they had finally reached the pinnacle of their world and were reluctant to rush towards the abyss before they had properly savored leisure. Although the top-tier experts of the Xuanqing sect were incensed, they found themselves powerless. Since the various sects were unwilling to take risks, the Xuanqing sect resolved to act independently. The words left behind by the progenitor shall surely be fulfilled by the descendants. Gradually, all the prominent figures of the Xuanqing sect ventured into the abyss of demons, with few returning alive, resulting in a significant decline in the sect's strength. 100,000 years ago, a revered master of the Xuanqing sect made a pivotal decision to depart from the imperial province and sought a more suitable place to establish their roots. If circumstances permitted, the Xuanqing sect would undoubtedly prefer to remain in the spiritually rich imperial province. Might the Xuanqing sect one day return to the imperial province? The master gazed skyward with a long sigh, filled with reluctance and regret, as he journeyed towards the northern wasteland. In such dire circumstances, this was the only way to preserve a semblance of the sect's lineage. Chapter 50. I want to strangle you once. The Xuanqing sect boasted abundant resources. However, without top-tier combat power, countless forces in the imperial province descended upon the sect like ravenous beasts. Should the Xuanqing sect choose to remain, it risked losing even its foundational roots. A millennium ago, the Daoist Xuanqing broke through to the great ascension realm, inheriting the will of his ancestors. And his strength surged rapidly in a short span. Simultaneously, he delved into the history of the Xuanqing sect. Upon entering the imperial province, Daoist Xuanqing began to challenge various factions, provoking and suppressing many renowned powerhouses. The factions, perhaps recognizing their own shortcomings, or perhaps unwilling to confront the seemingly deranged Daoist Xuanqing head-on, or perhaps seeking to utilize him to maintain order in the abyss of demons, refrained from escalating conflicts. After venting his pent-up fury, Daoist Xuanqing did not forget the teachings of the progenitor and proceeded towards the abyss of demons. Since that time, Daoist Xuanqing has not been seen again. The Xuanqing sect truly possesses a remarkable legacy. The ghost doctor harbored no doubt regarding the historical account recounted by the Chong sword immortal, for the sword immortal had no reason to deceive her. The current state of the Xuanqing sect is a far cry from its former glory. With a sigh, the Chong sword immortal remarked, "In my youth, I once brewed tea and debated the affairs of the world with the Tsongxian Daoist, and this matter was brought to light. The Tsongxian Daoist chose not to designate a successor before his disappearance, deliberately wishing to spare the younger generations from bearing such a burden. According to the ancestral teachings of the Xuanqing sect, the matters concerning the abyss of demons must not be disseminated, but rather conveyed to the next holy master through a unique method of inheritance. The Tsongxian Daoist, harboring his own intentions, did not wish for the already declining Xuanqing sect to sever its last ties of lineage, desiring that all causality come to a halt at that point. Thus, upon his departure, he did not impart the memories of this inheritance to Lin Chongsheng. Were the powers of the imperial continent truly unconcerned? Through the narration of the Chong sword immortal, the ghost doctor developed a profound admiration for the sages of the Xuanqing sect, feeling a deep sense of loss for its current plight. If you were asked to sacrifice your life, would you comply? The Chong sword immortal retorted. The ghost doctor fell silent, unable to provide a definitive answer. Human hearts are inscrutable, and few can steadfastly adhere to their true nature. Upon introspection, the Chong sword immortal deemed himself inferior to the illustrious sages of the Xuanqing sect. Are those individuals still alive? The ghost doctor inquired softly. I do not know. The Chong sword immortal gently shook his head. I have never ventured into the abyss of demons and am unaware of its specific circumstances. Guarding the abyss of demons for over 300,000 years is a feat worthy of admiration and respect. Once a dominant force in the imperial continent, the sect now stands as a premier sect within a star domain of the northern wilderness, evoking a myriad of emotions. This merit, the heavens must be able to perceive it. The celestial sword immortal gazed into the boundless sky, pondering silently. After this conversation with the sword immortal, the ghost doctor no longer underestimated the Xuanqing sect. She had initially thought that the sword immortal's courtesy towards Chen Qingyuan was merely a gesture of respect for the illustrious ancestors of the Xuanqing sect. However, that was not the case. Various factions within the flowing meteor domain had issued notices permitting peers to confront Chen Qingyuan to reclaim their dignity. For the time being, Chen Qingyuan would remain within the Xuanqing sect, denying those individuals the opportunity to bully him. Within the confines of the cultivation cave, Chen Qingyuan was deeply engrossed in contemplation. What exactly is the origin of the Dao Academy? When will they come to seek me? According to Lin Chongsheng, the Dao Academy is an exceedingly mysterious force in the northern wilderness, boasting an ancient lineage and unfathomable depth. How could my rather unconventional master have established a connection with the Dao Academy? It is truly perplexing. Chen Qingyuan found himself unable to unravel this conundrum. If the Dao Academy indeed possesses significant influence, then the Xuanqing sect, with its capabilities, should not qualify for admission, should it? This situation was undoubtedly orchestrated by Shangguan Rong, who had dealings with the Dao Academy, thereby securing Chen Qingyuan an opportunity for enrollment. As long as Chen Qingyuan can establish a firm foothold at the Dao Academy, even if the historical foundation of the Xuanqing sect were to be exposed, there would be no fear of harm from those eminent forces in the imperial capital. Moreover, Shangguan Rong and the former Holy Master Feng Chongxian had conferred, resolving to settle this burden upon their generation, ensuring it does not continue to spread. Should the Dao Academy be willing to intervene, they should be able to sever the ties between the Xuanqing sect and the abyss of demons, thus safeguarding the continuity of the sect's bloodline. The letter left by the master clearly stated that after shattering the wooden tablet, Individuals from the Dao Academy would arrive at the Xuanqing sect in approximately 10 years. Now, with 5 years having passed, it seems prudent to prepare oneself mentally. Chen Qingyuan found himself perplexed by these matters, and rather than dwelling on them, he resolved to strive towards breaking through to the golden core stage. One day, while Chen Qingyuan was in meditation, he suddenly sensed a faint sound within the room, prompting him to open his eyes in surprise. Before him stood the ghostly physician, Gong Nan, pouring tea, which she then brought close to her veil-covered red lips. After sipping the tea, Gong Nan offered Chen Qingyuan a gentle smile. "Ghostly physician, what brings you here?" Chen Qingyuan exclaimed. "I came to see you," Gong Nan replied, her veil concealing her true visage and adding an air of mystery. "How did you manage to enter?" Chen Qingyuan's reaction was one of astonishment and caution, rather than joy. He mused internally, could this old hag possibly be seeking trouble with me? "Do you think the protective array of the Xuanqing sect could hinder me?" Gong Nan chuckled. "Indeed." Chen Qingyuan conceded, coming to a realization. He tentatively inquired, "Ghostly physician, is there something you wish to discuss with me? I consider myself upright, benevolent, and a staunch opponent of evil. I cannot fathom how I might have offended you. You informed the Murong family of the North Song Star domain about my whereabouts. Did you not?" Gong Nan revealed. "I have never disclosed anything regarding your location," Chen Qingyuan asserted vehemently. "I would never admit to such a thing. To honor your presence, I offered some assistance to the Murong family," he added. When the Murong family initially sought the assistance of Gong Nan, there was a reluctance to extend a helping hand. However, upon hearing the name Chen Qingyuan from the Murong family, Gong Nan pondered for a moment and decided to lend aid. Later, Gong Nan learned the reason behind their plea. An ancestor of the Murong family had encountered a grave mishap during cultivation, teetering on the brink of demise. Through Gong Nan's intervention, the ancestor was spared and stabilized from the brink of death. The Murong family expressed profound gratitude, presenting numerous gifts to Gong Nan, who graciously accepted them, having expended considerable energy to save a life. This matter held little significance for him. Chen Qingyuan was eager to discern the circumstances of the Murong family, but found herself unable to inquire directly, opting instead to feign ignorance. "Aren't you going to express your gratitude to me?" Gong Nan squinted. "Sister Gidi, I am utterly impoverished, truly devoid of funds." Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan became anxious. "I do not require spirit stones." Gong Nan shot her a disdainful glance. "Do not harbor any ulterior motives. I maintain a respectable demeanor. If not spirit stones, then what do you desire?" "I wish to strangle you. And here you are inviting me to be a venerable elder. I would surely accept. Why did you not extend the invitation?" Yet, Gong Nan could not address the matter directly, lest it cease to be a fortuitous connection. "Leave." Gong Nan's expression darkened. "Sister, this is my dwelling. Would it not be inappropriate for me to depart?" Chen Qingyuan muttered softly. "So, does that imply I should take my leave?" Gong Nan shot her a fierce glare from her seat. "Do not dare. I shall take my leave immediately." Chen Qingyuan, fearing persecution from Gong Nan, swiftly fled outside. Chapter 51. The unrepentant are unconquerable. Gong Nan's visit instilled considerable pressure within Chen Qingyuan. After wandering within the sect for several hours, he returned to his room, murmuring softly, "It has been quite a while. Surely she must have departed by now." However, reality did not unfold as Chen Qingyuan had anticipated. Gong Nan remained seated in the courtyard, basking in the gentle breeze, savoring flowers and tea. "Sister, you have yet to leave?" Chen Qingyuan's body shuddered. "I have matters to attend to and will occasionally visit Senior Li, hence my temporary stay in the Felixing domain." Gong Nan offered an excuse, referring to the esteemed Li as Chong Jianxian, whose true name is Li Muyang. "Oh, I see." Chen Qingyuan understood, nodding gently. "Sister Ghost Doctor, you wish to consider the Xuanqing sect as a refuge, do you not? My nature is peculiar. I prefer not to engage with strangers. Since we are acquainted, it is more suitable for me to remain here for the time being." Gong Nan's demeanor appeared cool and her tone indifferent. Yet internally, she felt a flicker of joy. "You rascal, my intentions should be quite clear. Why haven't you yet extended an invitation for me to become a venerable elder? How much longer must I wait?" Gazing into the depths of Chen Qingyuan's eyes, she was filled with anticipation. Should Chen Qingyuan extend the invitation this time, Gong Nan would undoubtedly agree without hesitation. On that day, Chen Jianxian had remarked that if Chen Qingyuan were to invite him actively, he would willingly become a venerable elder of the Xuanqing sect, thus forging a bond of goodwill. If Chen Qingyuan were aware of this, he would undoubtedly go to great lengths to invite the illustrious Chang Gong Sword Immortal, making a grand display to ensure that everyone knew. However, matters of causality and benevolence cannot be forced, otherwise, the results may be counterproductive. In the world, Everything hinges on the concept of fate, which cannot be coerced. This matter is easily resolved. Chen Qingyuan mistakenly believed that Gongsun Nin wished to reside at the Xuanqing sect and did not contemplate other possibilities. With a cheerful demeanor, he said, "Sister, I can arrange for you to stay in a tranquil and elegant place. What do you think?" "That sounds agreeable." A promising disciple indeed. Gongsun Nin was quite pleased, a faint smile gracing her lips. However, Chen Qingyuan's subsequent remarks shattered Gongsun Nan's composure, compelling her to slap him. "Considering our fateful connection, I shall charge you a service fee of 100 mid-grade spirit stones daily. This price is already quite reasonable. Of course, if my sister the ghost doctor lacks spirit stones, medicinal herbs may also be accepted." It was evident that Chen Qingyuan had set his sights on the medicinal herbs in Gongsun Nan's possession. The smile concealed beneath her veil froze, her delicate hand tightening slightly as she glared at him. "What did you say? You expect me to pay?" Coughing nervously, Chen Qingyuan, taken aback by her fierce gaze, retreated a couple of steps, bracing himself to flee at any moment. "Sister, I find myself in dire financial straits. Surely, you do not wish for your whereabouts to be known, nor to be disturbed by others. Although there are many vacant halls in the Xuanqing sect, one must submit a certain amount of spirit stones to reside there. Was it not I who intervened when you were besieged by the various forces of the Fulixing domain?" Gongsun Nan let out a cold snort. "Thank you, sister, for your assistance. Should fortune smile upon me in the future, I shall certainly repay you handsomely." Chen Qingyuan said solemnly, clasping his fists. "By the time you attain wealth, the golden flowers will have withered." Gongsun Nan retorted with irritation. "Just arrange for me a suitable place to stay. However, I shall not part with any money, so do not even think of it." "Very well." Chen Qingyuan replied with resignation, realizing he would have to cover the rental expenses himself. The Xuanqing sect would undoubtedly waive any fees if they were aware that Gongsun Nan was borrowing a place, and they would treat her with utmost respect. The crux of the matter was that Chen Qingyuan found it difficult to discern Gongsun Nan's intentions. He could not expose her whereabouts and had to handle everything discreetly. Thus, the requisite spirit stones must be provided. "Look at your stingy demeanor. Must it truly involve payment? Is there no other way?" Gongsun Nan probed tentatively. "Sister, you have stealthily come here, and you surely wish to remain undetected. I intend to arrange for you a splendid residence, but I cannot leverage your name. Therefore, I must bear the costs myself." Chen Qingyuan sighed. "Alas, if only you could become a venerable elder of my Xuanqing sect, everything would be much simpler. As long as your requests are not excessive, the sect would strive to accommodate you. Unfortunately, the Xuanqing sect is too modest to house someone of your stature. Let us not dwell on the matter of the elder position, lest I provoke your ire." With that, Chen Qingyuan bowed respectfully to Gongsun Nan, exchanged a few more words, and departed. "Sister, I shall go and arrange your accommodations." Upon hearing the mention of the elder position, Gongsun Nan's eyes brightened, her mouth agape in anticipation, eagerly awaiting Chen Qingyuan's invitation. However, Chen Qingyuan, this unpredictable fellow, left Gongsun Nan in a state of disarray. Glancing in the direction Chen Qingyuan had departed, Gongsun Nan crushed a teacup on the table, muttering in frustration, "Chen Qingyuan, you truly deserve a slap." Unbeknownst to Chen Qingyuan, Gongsun Nan harbored her own secret schemes. He genuinely believed her excuse, thinking she merely sought a place to stay in order to visit the esteemed sword immortal. During Chen Qingyuan's rather audacious invitation last time, Gongsun Nan had mentioned that she required a prime spiritual vein each year and might consider it under such conditions. The Xuanqing sect was far too impoverished to sustain such a revered figure as Gongsun Nan. To avoid further humiliation, Chen Qingyuan would naturally refrain from repeatedly extending invitations, lest he provoke her disdain. Chen Qingyuan worked with remarkable efficiency. Within merely an hour, he had arranged for Gongsun Nan to discreetly relocate to a serene cultivation palace, surrounded by barriers to prevent disturbances. Moreover, he provided her with an abundance of exquisite fruits and fragrant tea. "Sister, you shall reside here for the time being. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," he stated, eager to escape the pressure of her presence. "Is there nothing you wish to discuss with me?" Gongsun Nan, clad in a black gown, narrowed her eyes slightly, implying something more. After pondering for a considerable time, Chen Qingyuan found nothing amiss, shaking his head. "I don't believe there is anything to say." "Very well," Gongsun Nan sighed wearily. Had she known the Xuanqing sect's significant background, she would have surely agreed to become an esteemed elder that day. Alas, the opportunity had slipped away, and she could only wonder how long she would have to wait for another. Gongsun Nan resolved to reside permanently within the Xuanqing sect, confident that an opportunity would surely arise. "I shall take my leave now." Before departing, Chen Qingyuan remarked, "Sister, should you find my efficiency commendable, a slight reward would not go amiss. The audacity of some is truly unparalleled. Upon hearing this, Gong Sanan's expression darkened. Get lost. Very well. Chen Qingyuan, undeterred by embarrassment, turned and dashed away. Just as he reached the threshold, Gong Sannan casually tossed a jade box in his direction. This can aid in establishing a superior foundation, beneficial for cultivation. Take it and hurry on your way. Thank you, Sister Ghost Doctor. You are truly magnificent, like a celestial being descending to earth. Chen Qingyuan exclaimed joyfully, securing the jade box and uttering a few words of praise before departing. Chapter 52. Do not seek me for combat if you lack funds. Dealing with this young man is indeed vexing. Gong Sannan pressed her forehead, her expression one of resignation. However, moments later, a light chuckle escaped her lips, her gaze softening somewhat. For many years, she had been reclusive, her emotions devoid of fluctuation. Yet, since encountering Chen Qingyuan, she seemed to have rediscovered the rhythm of life, experiencing joy and sorrow, her emotions becoming intricate. Upon returning to her cave dwelling, Chen Qingyuan cautiously opened the jade box, revealing a white-bearded jade spiritual root, the essence of a supreme medicinal herb, encapsulating the entirety of its potency. I've struck gold, Chen Qingyuan exclaimed with delight. A complete and flawless jade spiritual root. Such a treasure is absent even from the Xuanqing sect's vault. But why has she been so generous? After the initial excitement, Chen Qingyuan felt a twinge of caution, pondering silently, could there be ulterior motives at play? As he spoke, Chen Qingyuan retrieved the jade bracelet, employing its unique properties to examine the jade spiritual root. After a meticulous inspection, he found that the jade spiritual root had not been tampered with. Everything appeared to be in order. It was rather perplexing. Furrowing his brow, Chen Qingyuan pondered, could it be due to the influence of the sword immortal? Or perhaps my striking good looks have incited some unwelcome thoughts in the ghostly physician. Why the word also? That young woman in red within the Tianyuan forbidden zone had proposed a partnership upon merely laying eyes on him, leaving Chen Qingyuan still feeling uneasy. Yet, why dwell on her? One should not pass up an opportunity. Chen Qingyuan chose to dismiss these thoughts, feeling a slight headache. Should he successfully refine the jade spiritual root, he would undoubtedly ascend to the golden core stage, reclaiming his place upon the grand stage of the world. However, he decided against such haste, opting instead to solidify his cultivation for a time, prioritizing the establishment of a robust foundation. There was no need to rush into breaking through to the golden core stage. He would consider that in a few years' time. Having stowed away the jade spiritual root, Chen Qingyuan prepared to meditate. Suddenly, a voice filled with urgency echoed from outside the cave dwelling. Little Shu, there are many people looking for you. You should come out and see. Can't they quiet down? Chen Qingyuan felt a surge of irritation, quite vexed. Stepping outside, he encountered an inner disciple who promptly reported. There are over 100 people gathered outside the mountain gate, all elite disciples from various holy lands, eager to challenge you. Little Shu, who are they? Chen Qingyuan inquired further. The young master of the Tianyuan sect, Qin Yutong, and the monk Pushing from the Daiju temple of the southern Ming, along with several others from the three sacred mountains, were mentioned by a disciple. They were merely past adversaries. In those days, Chen Qingyuan had subdued his contemporaries in the fully star domain, rendering them unable to lift their heads in his presence. Yet now, they dared to come forth and challenge him. The situation was rather intricate. It was unwise to drive them away directly, so we could only allow the junior master to handle it. The elders of the Xuanqing sect had attempted to expel these individuals, but to no avail. They could not bully the weak. Such actions would inevitably invite ridicule upon the Xuanqing sect. Moreover, it had been made abundantly clear during the visit of various sects that if contemporaries were to provoke Chen Qingyuan, the older generation would not intervene, leaving matters to their own capabilities. Very well, Chen Qingyuan said with impatience. At the edge of a cliff on a certain peak, a group of white-haired senior brothers stood, gazing towards the entrance of the mountain. Could the junior brother resolve this predicament? Though he was in the midst of recultivating, one should not underestimate him. If he could not subdue his former subordinates, he would not be called Chen Qingyuan. The junior brother was full of clever ideas. Failure was not an option for him. Let us enjoy the spectacle. The elders watched with keen interest, unperturbed by any potential trouble. At the entrance of the Xuanqing sect, over 100 elegantly dressed youths hovered in the air, vocally berating and attempting to provoke Chen Qingyuan into revealing himself, all in an effort to restore the lost dignity of their elders. Additionally, the grievances from when they had been trampled underfoot by Chen Qingyuan lingered in their hearts. Now, with such a prime opportunity at hand, they certainly could not let it slip by. Chen Qingyuan, do you intend to remain a timid turtle for all your days? In my opinion, a simple bow and an apology from you would suffice, and we could easily take our leave. Once, you were brimming with youthful vigor. Yet now you cower within the confines of your sect, lacking even the courage to face us. The crowd mocked him, their laughter sharp and derisive. As Chen Qingyuan approached the mountain gate, he raised his gaze to this familiar assembly, finding the encounter rather tedious. Whether in the past or present, he had never regarded these individuals as rivals. They were merely stepping stones on his path of cultivation. To speak candidly, even if you were to resume your training, you would no longer be worthy of the title of the 10 elites of Beihuang. Tianyuan, clad in a dark brocade robe, once nearly became a partner to Bai Shixue. His feelings for her were hardly profound. His motives lay in an alliance with Dongyi Palace and a desire to vex Chen Qingyuan. A century ago, Chen Qingyuan had swept through the flowing star domain, surpassing his contemporaries, including Qin Yutong. Nonetheless, Qin Yutong, unwilling to concede defeat, had repeatedly challenged Chen Qingyuan, only to be vanquished time and again. Over the years, instead of striving for improvement, Qin Yutong had fostered a grudge against Chen Qingyuan. Have you not grown weary of your incessant taunts? Chen Qingyuan remained unperturbed, unaffected by the scornful remarks of others. At last, you have revealed yourself. The moment the crowd laid eyes on Chen Qingyuan, their expressions sharpened, and the atmosphere grew tense. How could we tire of berating you? It is, after all, a most delightful endeavor, Qin Yutong sneered. To travel all the way to Xuanqing sect to seek trouble with me. Your minds must be quite deranged. Chen Qingyuan moved a stool and sat down, gazing up at Qin Yutong and the others in the void, and spoke loudly. We have come here to challenge the legendary 10 heroes of the northern wilderness. Do you dare to accept? At that time, Chen Qingyuan was renowned, eliciting both admiration and fear. Since his demise, only 9 heroes were acknowledged in the northern wilderness. When Qin Yutong mentioned the 10 heroes, it was laced with mockery rather than respect. Why should I accept the challenge? Chen Qingyuan retorted. It is merely a matter of peer rivalry, a discourse of skills, Qin Yutong replied. And then what? Chen Qingyuan took a sip of tea from his bag. Do you dare or not? Qin Yutong questioned loudly. You must be out of your mind, Chen Qingyuan scolded, pointing at Qin Yutong in front of many. Is this your first day knowing me? Are you unaware of my rules? To challenge me, you cannot come empty-handed. There must be a stake involved. Your greed will eventually lead you to succumb to your inner demons, he continued. Listening to Chen Qingyuan's rebuke, Qin Yutong's face turned ashen as he cursed. That is my concern, none of your business. Chen Qingyuan shot back. I cannot be bothered to waste my breath on you, a bunch of paupers. What will you wager? A young man, unable to tolerate Chen Qingyuan's attitude, felt compelled to step forward and confront him. At the very least, let it be 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. With no upper limit. A hint of mockery flashed in Chen Qingyuan's eyes. The bait was set, and a lucrative opportunity awaited. Truly, there are many fools in the flowing meteor domain. The crowd's expressions shifted upon hearing this. Such a sum of spirit stones was no trivial matter. Indeed, they are all impoverished souls. If one lacks wealth, they should refrain from seeking a confrontation with me. Observing the awkward expressions of the crowd, Chen Qingyuan intentionally mocked them, employing a tactic of provocation. Chapter 53. Preparing for a duel with Qin Yutong in response to Chen Qingyuan's derision. Qin Yutong and his companions turned pale with indignation. This was the territory of the Xuanqing sect, and they dared not act impulsively. After deliberation, they reached a consensus. None wished to bear the substantial burden of the wager alone, so each contributed a portion, amassing a total of 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Who shall engage in battle? With over 100 individuals exchanging glances, they could only select one to contest with Chen Qingyuan, seizing the opportunity to teach him a lesson. I shall go. Qin Yutong volunteered, harboring resentment towards Chen Qingyuan for quite some time. The strength of the young master of the Qin family is beyond doubt. However, Chen Qingyuan is not an ordinary adversary, and one must not underestimate him. A flicker of unease crossed someone's mind as they cast a glance at Chen Qingyuan. His unwavering confidence may conceal some hidden trump card. Furthermore, as they scrutinized him, they could not discern the specifics of his cultivation, which instilled a sense of trepidation. Cloaked by the protective jade bracelet, Chen Qingyuan's form seemed shrouded in a veil of mist, making it impossible for anyone to see through. I understand your concerns. I assure you that I will suppress Chen Qingyuan. As the esteemed young master of the Tianyuan sect, Qin Yutong's talent is self-evident. A century ago, he encountered the exceptionally formidable Chen Qingyuan, who consistently overshadowed him, making it difficult to showcase the prowess befitting a genius. In truth, Qin Yutong had already attained the Golden Core realm 100 years prior and currently stands at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. His prolonged failure to ascend to the Xuanqing realm was not due to a lack of resources or talent, but but rather because his inner turmoil remained unresolved. Only by vanquishing Chen Qingyuan could Qin Yutong attain clarity of heart and step into the Xuanqing stage. Today presented a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that Qin Yutong must seize. Thus, he entrusted this battle to Qin Shaozong. After some contemplation, the others readily agreed. Among their ranks, Qin Yutong was considered to possess unparalleled strength, and it was believed he would not be outmatched by the recently reconstituted Chen Qingyuan. No matter how prodigious Chen Qingyuan might be, it was implausible for him to cultivate to the Xuanqing realm in just a few short years. Qin Yutong hurled a bag containing over 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones towards Chen Qingyuan, his gaze sharp as a blade. Take this. Chen Qingyuan likewise produced an equal amount of spirit stones, placing both bags to the side. Whoever emerges victorious may claim them. Do you dare to accept the challenge now? Qin Yutong was indifferent to the spirit stones. His sole focus was on defeating Chen Qingyuan with all his might, humiliating him thoroughly. Let me clarify. Is this battle a lawless brawl where life and death are disregarded, or shall it be a fair contest at equal cultivation levels? Chen Qingyuan sensed the animosity in Qin Yutong's eyes. The world of cultivation was merciless. Fairness was a mere illusion. The implication was clear. In a lawless fight, death would be deserved. Qin Yutong would rather sacrifice his dignity than engage Chen Qingyuan on equal footing, as that would be inviting disaster. He could easily leverage his cultivation advantage to crush his opponent. Why would he choose to suppress his own power? Such an understanding would only be acceptable in a friendly sparring match. However, Qin Yutong and Chen Qingyuan are adversaries, and suppressing one's cultivation is an act of folly. I comprehend your intent. In response, Chen Qingyuan exhibited little emotional fluctuation, maintaining an enigmatic smile upon his lips, regardless of the approach chosen by Qin Yutong. It poses no threat to Chen Qingyuan. In a contest of equal realms, it can be asserted that Qin Yutong stands no chance of victory. Thus, it is precisely for this reason that Qin Yutong refrained from making such a foolish choice. Yet, does Qin Yutong truly believe that he can vanquish Chen Qingyuan solely based on his advantage in cultivation? Chen Qingyuan's willingness to accept the challenge today undoubtedly stems from his confidence. He would not hastily acquiesce. If you are afraid, plead for mercy, and perhaps I shall consent to lead you and your companions away from the Xuanqing sect. Qin Yutong sneered. The onlookers focused intently on Chen Qingyuan, their faces alight with the certainty of victory, as if they could already envision Chen Qingyuan's defeat. Qin Yutong, despite being bested by me on numerous occasions in the past, you remain unwise. Chen Qingyuan chuckled softly, shaking his head in resignation. Alas, you have presented yourself for me to strike back at. Do not blame me. Ladies and gentlemen, please retreat to a safe distance. Qin Yutong turned his gaze towards the young disciples of various sects, a sword materializing in his hand. As the impending battle loomed, the crowd quickly withdrew, hovering in the void, their attention unwavering. Chen Qingyuan stepped forward slowly, clad in a long green robe, his dark hair tied back with a coarse cord. His elongated fingers lightly tapped the void beside him. With a hum, the space around him subtly distorted, resembling ripples on water, extending towards Qin Yutong. With each step that Chen Qingyuan took forward, an undeniable shift in his aura transpired, revealing the gradual emergence of his cultivation. From the postnatal realm to the innate realm, and then to the yellow spirit realm. It was not until he reached the pinnacle of the celestial spirit realm that his cultivation aura ceased to fluctuate. The palpable surge of Chen Qingyuan's cultivation left everyone astounded. Calculating the time, it had merely been 5 or 6 years since the esteemed ghost doctor had healed his injuries. How could he have already ascended to the celestial spirit realm once more? Not only were the prodigies from various sects taken aback, but even the members of the Xuanqing sect were struck with astonishment, their expressions shifting dramatically. When had the junior disciple reached such a level of cultivation? Does anyone know? Within a certain palace of the Xuanqing sect, Lin Changsheng gazed at a group of elders, yearning for an explanation. Uncertain, the elders collectively shook their heads. When Chen Qingyuan returned 5 years prior, he had showcased his prowess at the earth spirit realm. Subsequently, he continued to employ unique methods to obscure his growth from others. In a mere 5 years, Chen Qingyuan had leaped from the earth spirit realm to the pinnacle of the celestial spirit realm, leaving the sect leader Lin Changsheng and others utterly astonished. The speed of the junior disciple's cultivation had accelerated remarkably compared to the past. It was truly formidable. The elders marveled inwardly. At the mountain gate, after the initial surprise, the prodigies from various sects concocted a plausible explanation. Chen Qingyuan's innate talent was indeed extraordinary. And having already laid a foundation, it was not difficult for him to recover to this stage in a short period. Qin Yutong, with a stern demeanor, perched high above surveying the slowly advancing Chen Qingyuan, as if everything were well within his grasp. Chen Yutong was a cultivator at the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm, and despite Chen Qingyuan's extraordinary abilities, he could not escape from his grasp. The humiliation of the past demanded to be avenged today. Casting a glance at Chen Qingyuan, Chen Yutong silently resolved to seize the moment, firmly gripping his sword as a tempest of sword energy surged forth towards Chen Qingyuan. The overwhelming force of the sword advanced with an imposing might. However, Chen Qingyuan did not flinch or retreat. He pressed onward. Disperse. With a casual flick of his sleeve, Chen Qingyuan effortlessly shattered Chen Yutong's formidable sword momentum. This spectacle left many witnesses in a state of disbelief, their expressions shifting dramatically. Although they had not anticipated that Chen Qingyuan would be suppressed by a mere sword force, how could he, as a mere heavenly spirit realm cultivator, so easily dispel the oppressive aura of a golden core pinnacle master? Chapter 54. Astonishing power. Chen Qingyuan's nonchalant dismissal of the swords might left many in awe and astonishment. Initially, many believed that he would struggle against such force, yet he handled it with such ease. Chen Yutong's gaze sharpened. He could no longer underestimate Chen Qingyuan and resolved to unleash his full strength, leaving no opportunity for reprieve. The notion that such pressure could harm him was laughable. In that moment, Chen Qingyuan recalled his century-long existence within the abyss, a time that felt like an eternity. The girl in red often cast him into terrifying, lightless realms, honing his character and teaching him to confront his fears. At times, she would subject him to an unknown and terrifying pressure, training his capacity to endure. In summary, despite emerging from the abyss in a seemingly frail state, the wealth of experience and growth he acquired was beyond description. Though challenging, it is not enough to induce a headache. Ever since Chen Qingyuan merged with that golden Dao bone, he has never truly engaged in combat. This time, he intends to confront Chen Yutong, not only to instill fear among the petty adversaries, but also to ascertain the authenticity of his own combat prowess. Initially, Chen Qingyuan acquired a silver spear in the death realm of the North Song Star domain, and he has been diligently studying it these days, yet he remains utterly perplexed. The only certainty he possesses is that the silver spear is an unparalleled Dao treasure, which should not be revealed lightly unless absolutely necessary, lest it incite others' covetousness. In his battle against Chen Yutong, Chen Qingyuan does not intend to reveal all his hidden cards. A mere demonstration suffices. With the audience keenly watching, he thought it appropriate to borrow a weapon. Chen Qingyuan glanced back at the fellow disciples standing near the mountain gate and called out, "Little Shu, this is my treasured sword. Please take it and use it. This is the Xianbing blade, a spiritual treasure I obtained from a secret realm. Use mine." A multitude of core and inner disciples tossed their weapons into the air, clamoring eagerly. The battle between little Shu and the young master of Tianyuan sect captivated everyone from the Xuanqing sect. Except for those elders and disciples who were required to remain on duty, all others were secretly observing, filled with excitement. Little Shu and Chen Yutong are indeed rivals in love. Today's battle is sure to draw considerable attention. Aside from a penchant for wealth and a sharp tongue, our little Shu is practically perfect. Bai Shishue from Dongyi Palace must be blind to have the audacity to look down upon little Shu. If, perchance, my esteemed junior disciple emerges victorious, it would undoubtedly elevate his prestige and leave Dongyi Palace in remorse. It is said that when the Tianyuan sect and Dongyi Palace forged an alliance, my junior disciple presented a white umbrella. Might one speculate whether he harbors lingering affections for Bai Shishue? It is implausible. My junior disciple is no sycophant, unworthy of sacrificing his own prospects for a woman lacking in sentiment. Regardless of the setting, there is no shortage of individuals eager to engage in gossip. The disciples of the Xuanqing sect, who once whispered in secrecy, now brazenly speak their minds. Indeed, even certain elders have joined the fray, indulging in idle chatter. Gazing at the myriad of spiritual treasures suspended in the air, Chen Qingyuan's eyes flitted across them, finally resting upon a jade sword, approximately 3 feet in length. Resplendent and translucent, akin to a flawless work of art. "It is my treasured sword." "Huzzah!" exclaimed a female disciple from the inner sect, her joy palpable. "Junior disciple, deliver a thorough thrashing to Chen Yutong. Do not show him any mercy." The crowd clamored. "Indeed, junior disciple, let the world witness your prowess." It must be said, Chen Qingyuan's renown within the Xuanqing sect is considerable, and many eagerly anticipate the spectacle of his formidable skills on display. The disciples of the Xuanqing sect appeared exhilarated, though an undercurrent of trepidation lingered in their hearts. No matter how exceptional Chen Qingyuan may be, he is, for the moment, merely a cultivator at the heavenly spirit realm. Can he truly contend against the peak of the Golden Core realm, Qin Yutong? Grasping the jade sword, Chen Qingyuan faced off against Qin Yutong. Let us change our location. Do not disturb the sanctity of the Xuanqing sect's mountain gate. After a brief impasse, Chen Qingyuan uttered these words and turned, hastening towards a nearby clearing. Qin Yutong immediately pursued, fearful that Chen Qingyuan might escape. All eyes were drawn to the unfolding scene. Some wielded their mystical arts to observe, while others retrieved spirit mirrors to project the battlefield. Chen Qingyuan, your demise is imminent. Qin Yutong suddenly sneered, his tone laced with derision. In response to the clamor, Chen Qingyuan, unyielding, unleashed a swift strike. A brilliant beam of sword light erupted from his jade sword, descending upon Qin Yutong's position. Qin Yutong raised his sword to defend, emerging unscathed. Wielding another's treasured sword against me, you cannot possibly unleash its full potential. You are merely courting death. Weapons possess a spirit of their own, and Chen Qingyuan held no soul bond with this jade sword, rendering it akin to a mere sharpened mundane blade, devoid of lethal force. Chen Qingyuan, however, remained silent, deliberately allowing Qin Yutong to feel genuine despair, ensuring that he would forever regret opposing him. With a swift motion, Qin Yutong's sword danced like a dragon, carving a long scar into the void before him, as the clouds churned and stretched for miles. Chen Qingyuan, employing the simplest of defenses, effortlessly countered Qin Yutong's formidable strike, sustaining no injury whatsoever. How can this be? Qin Yutong was taken aback at the sight of Chen Qingyuan standing resolute with his sword. He had channeled all his spiritual energy into that strike, believing it would be nearly impossible for even the most exceptional individuals of his realm to withstand. So weak, Chen Qingyuan scoffed with disdain. Was it possible that his cultivation surpassed merely the celestial spirit realm? Qin Yutong could not help but ponder. However, when Chen Qingyuan made her move, she emanated a palpable aura of the celestial realm, which could not possibly be feigned. Previously, I was oblivious to her intentions, but now I may have begun to comprehend. In a fleeting moment, the words of the girl in red echoed in Chen Qingyuan's ears, to shatter the foundation and disperse the cultivation. All for the sake of Chen Qingyuan, to re-establish a flawless foundation. A towering edifice must arise from the ground, and to aspire to greater heights in the future. The groundwork must be impeccable, devoid of any blemish. It must be an illusion. Qin Yutong steadied his heart and launched another assault. Suddenly, the battle intensified, with Qin Yutong taking the offensive and Chen Qingyuan on the defensive. Regardless of how ferocious Qin Yutong's onslaught was, Chen Qingyuan effortlessly parried every strike. After half an hour, having exhausted most of his trump cards, Qin Yutong found himself unable to subdue Chen Qingyuan, and a sense of unease began to creep into his heart. Throughout the confrontation, Chen Qingyuan maintained an air of calm indifference. This is what you have compelled me to do. Initially, Qin Yutong had merely intended to teach Chen Qingyuan a lesson. But now he had altered his resolve, committing his entire being without reservation. A resonant sound of the Dao reverberated through the heavens. Golden light radiated from Qin Yutong, with an ethereal golden elixir hovering above his head, radiating brilliance. Chapter 55. Chen Qingyuan became serious, and the battle escalated. The phenomenon of the golden elixir, akin to a blazing sun, spanned approximately 10 miles, with flowing golden patterns, dazzling in its brilliance. Qin Yutong no longer held back, revealing the manifestation of his golden elixir, thereby allowing anyone to discern his true strength. Most importantly, should the vision of the golden core suffer any damage, it would inevitably jeopardize the foundation of Qin Yutong. At this critical juncture, Qin Yutong's heart was solely fixated on eliminating Chen Qingyuan, willingly accepting the peril of his own foundational harm. The young master of the Qin clan was prepared to fight to the death. The elites from various sects instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation, their hearts tightening. The flawless golden core represents a superior foundation. Indeed, the prowess of the young master of the Qin clan is formidable, and I find myself lacking in comparison. A young man, filled with self-reproach, gazed on in astonishment. Ultimately, Chen Qingyuan was merely a practitioner at the heavenly spirit realm, incapable of withstanding the imminent onslaught from the young master of the Qin clan. The realms of postnatal, innate, yellow spirit, mysterious spirit, earth spirit, and heavenly spirit constitute the 6 physical realms, establishing one's foundation. The subsequent realms of golden core and nascent soul, among others, pave the path to transcendence. Possessing the power to alter fate and wielding unfathomable might, attaining the golden core extends one's lifespan by a millennium, while entering the nascent soul realm could allow one to live for 10,000 years. Should one reach the great ascension realm, with ample elixirs and resources, it might even be possible to live for 30,000 years. Do you seek my life? Chen Qingyuan sensed the unmistakable killing intent emanating from Qin Yutang. Within the Xuanqing sect, a group of elders wore grave expressions, unwilling for the situation to spiral out of control. Sect Master, allow me to put an end to this conflict. A female elder implored Lin Chongqing, anxious for Chen Qingyuan's safety. Qin Yutang was clearly intent on killing the junior disciple, and given the latter's current cultivation level, it seemed exceedingly difficult for him to withstand the assault. The elders voiced their concerns, their worry palpable. Lin Chongqing had been intently observing the fluctuations in Chen Qingyuan's expression, pondering for a considerable time. My junior brother is no ordinary person. Let him handle this matter on his own. If he cannot even resolve this minor trouble, how can he aspire to greater heights in the future? In truth, Lin Chongqing harbored deep concerns within, though he refrained from expressing them. Over the past few years, he had been preoccupied with the affairs of the Dao Academy. Should Chen Qingyuan prove unable to withstand the pressure exerted by Qin Yutang, his future endeavors at the Dao Academy would be fraught with greater challenges. It was not that Lin Chongqing lacked compassion. Rather, he could only place his trust in Chen Qingyuan. Furthermore, he harbored a suspicion that the envoy from the Dao Academy had already infiltrated the territory of the Xuanqing sect, covertly observing Chen Qingyuan's performance. Should Chen Qingyuan's display be deemed insufficient, it could adversely affect his chances of becoming a student at the academy. With Lin Chongqing's decree, the elders, despite their desire to intervene in the battle, found themselves powerless to act. Within a refined hall, Gong Nan employed a secret technique to project the battlefield before him. How will you navigate the challenge of a confrontation that spans a significant realm? Gong Nan was deeply intrigued by Chen Qingyuan's innate talent and strength, observing discreetly. On the battlefield, Qin Yutang launched another assault. The brilliance of his sword, akin to a thunderbolt, cleaved through the heavens, aimed directly at Chen Qingyuan's crown. The oppressive force of the golden core's manifestation bore down relentlessly, warping the very fabric of space around Chen Qingyuan, creating a stifling atmosphere. In the face of Qin Yutang's onslaught, Chen Qingyuan tightened his grip on the jade sword and executed a delicate sweep. The blade shimmered with luminous radiance, its residual power radiating in all directions. I had intended to engage with you playfully. Alas, you have surpassed that threshold. Chen Qingyuan's expression grew exceptionally solemn. A rare sight indeed. Throughout his life, he has exuded an air of cunning and eccentricity, resembling a sheltered scion oblivious to the complexities of the world. Yet, when he is earnest, he is ruthless and unyielding, showing no mercy. It was evident that Qin Yutang intended to take Chen Qingyuan's life, harboring murderous intent. In response, Chen Qingyuan would no longer toy with Qin Yutang. He would make him comprehend the true meaning of despair and the chasm that lay between them. A sword is not wielded in such a manner. With a whisper, Chen Qingyuan's gaze became piercingly sharp. Suddenly, he shifted from a defensive stance, advancing towards Qin Yutang. As the aura of his sword surged like a tidal wave, engulfing the space around them. Years spent in the confines of the Forbidden Zone, under the relentless tutelage of the crimson-clad maiden, forced Chen Qingyuan to peruse countless ancient texts and esoteric methods. She insisted that he attain a profound understanding of various weaponry, even reaching a level of mastery. Should Chen Qingyuan fail to meet the maiden's stringent demands, he would be cast into the abyss, shrouded in an interminable darkness and solitude, compelled to reflect and contemplate. Alternatively, he might face the excruciating torment of having his meridians severed and reconnected by the maiden, enduring inhumane suffering. It was precisely due to the years of relentless trials that when the crimson-clad maiden proposed to become his Dao partner, he trembled in terror. A century of torment had been ample. The mere thought of such a union was daunting. Thus, at her benevolent behest, Chen Qingyuan was bound to fulfill 9 promises to resolve their intertwined fates. Mastery over the sword through the heart is the pinnacle of skill. Although Chen Qingyuan could not communicate with the jade sword in his hand, he could perceive the trajectory of its Dao patterns, amplifying them in succession to unleash a unique swordsmanship technique. In an instant, he appeared before Qin Yutang, merely 1,000 meters apart. Chen Qingyuan thrust the sword forward. Devoid of ostentatious techniques or imposing might, the simplicity of his moves resembled that of an ordinary mortal wielding a sword. Having clashed with Chen Qingyuan numerous times, Qin Yutang was acutely aware that Chen was far more formidable than he appeared, and thus, he did not dare to be careless. Transitioning from offense to defense, he raised his sword to parry. In the blink of an eye, Chen Qingyuan's blade struck at Qin Yutang's chest. Fortunately, Qin Yutang had prepared his defenses in advance and managed to block the blow with his sword. The moment their blades met, Qin Yutang realized the correctness of his decision. What seemed to be a simple attack was, in truth, a return to the essence of swordsmanship. It was only upon contact with a physical object that its true brilliance could be revealed. The jade sword in Chen Qingyuan's grasp erupted with a shocking sword intent, akin to a colossal mountain exploding, upheaving the void, and sending Qin Yutong reeling back for several dozen miles. The fact that the junior brother's swordsmanship had reached such a level of refinement was astonishing. In my recollection, the junior brother was not a sword cultivator. Don't look at me. I have no idea either. The elders were left utterly bewildered, each person unclear about the current situation. Typically, only sword cultivators who had practiced for over 1,000 years and possessed exceptional talent could attain such a realm. Yet, Chen Qingyuan had previously been an adept in magical arts, with little involvement in swordsmanship. Could it be? Suddenly, everyone recalled the forbidden zone of Tianyuan. Exchanging glances filled with hesitation. Do not speak of what should remain unspoken. Let us observe quietly, Lin Chasheng cautioned. The gravity of the situation dawned upon them, their expressions turning solemn. Should the outside world discover that Chen Qingyuan had once been utterly ignorant of the sword path, it would undoubtedly stir a multitude of conjectures and create significant troubles. Chapter 56, Standing Tall, Overlooking Peers in His Youth. My junior disciple had trained in the sword path alongside me for several months. A prodigious talent, the accomplishments he has achieved today have indeed exceeded my expectations. An elder, a seasoned swordsman with many years of practice, began to weave fanciful tales, stroking his beard with a look of contentment. The other elders exchanged knowing nods. Outside, the prodigies of various sects were taken aback by the earnestness with which Chen Qingyuan wielded his sword. Their faces paled in astonishment. How could it be that Chen Qingyuan was, in fact, a top-tier sword cultivator, yet had never been mentioned before? The crowd was astonished, realizing this was the first time they had discovered such a talent. These skills, of course, had been forcibly acquired by Chen Qingyuan. In the past, he had nearly succumbed to despair. Why was that? The girl in red had inundated him with an overwhelming amount of knowledge, so much that he could scarcely articulate it all. Then, one day, she suddenly struck, gradually crippling his cultivation, leaving him desolate. I refused to believe it. Qin Yutong, having staked his very foundation, found himself unable to overpower Chen Qingyuan, his emotions surging as he muttered fiercely. Naivety, Chen Qingyuan replied, his expression impassive as he relinquished his jade sword, allowing it to move freely, exuding a chilling aura of sword intent. Both sides prepared to engage once more, neither willing to retreat. A radiant golden elixir, akin to a blazing sun, flickered before Qin Yutong, gradually enhancing his prowess and simultaneously instilling a palpable pressure upon Chen Qingyuan, whose soul felt as though it were suffocating. Without hesitation, Chen Qingyuan seized the moment, guiding his jade sword to pierce towards Qin Yutong. The sounds of clashing metal echoed, clang, boom, thundering. For the time being, Qin Yutong found himself momentarily restrained by the jade sword, unable to close the distance to Chen Qingyuan. The formidable aura of the golden elixir seemed to have little effect on Chen Qingyuan, as if it were non-existent. Unbeknownst to Qin Yutong, Chen Qingyuan was diligently harnessing the concealed power of the golden Dao bone within his body, striving to bridge the chasm between their realms. The golden Dao bone was adorned with intricate ancient inscriptions, a significant portion of which was shrouded in a veil of white mist. Only a few strands of the inscriptions shimmered with golden light, nourishing Chen Qingyuan's physique and rendering the spiritual energy within him exceptionally pure, thereby significantly amplifying his strength. Had it been his former self, such feats would have been unachievable. Chen Qingyuan mused inwardly, marveling at the advantages bestowed by the reconstruction of his foundation. Although he had once been a prodigy, the disparity between him and the elite of various realms had not been insurmountable, making it arduous to contend across such vast realms. The manifestation of the golden elixir could be shattered with a mere flick of the finger. Chen Qingyuan commanded the sword with his mind, forcing Qin Yutong into a defensive stance for the time being. Subsequently, he channeled the spiritual energy within him, silently reciting incantations as he concentrated his power at the fingertip of his right index finger. Boom. Moments later, as Qin Yutong sent the jade sword flying, he noticed a thick vortex of spiritual energy forming beneath Chen Qingyuan's feet, sparking a sense of unease within him. Hastily, Qin Yutong charged towards Chen Qingyuan, intent on averting any unforeseen calamities. As the ominous presence of Qin Yutong approached, a terrifying aura enveloped the space occupied by Chen Qingyuan. The ground beneath him cracked like a spider's web, extending for hundreds of miles, transforming the landscape into a desolate ruin. Stripped of his sword, he resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter. Many observers focused on this confrontation believed that, having lost his treasured sword, Chen Qingyuan would be unable to confront Qin Yutong head-on. Just as Chen Yutong was about to close the distance between them, Chen Qingyuan suddenly raised his gaze towards the blazing golden sun hanging in the heavens. With a flick of his finger, a flash of white light darted forth, descending upon the golden sun at an imperceptible speed. You think you can damage my foundation? Dream on. Chen Yutong, momentarily oblivious to any anomaly, laughed derisively. A sharp sound echoed as the sword sang, piercing the air. Chen Yutong did not relent, thrusting his blade toward Chen Qingyuan's forehead. In a critical moment, Chen Qingyuan shifted his body, evading the strike while extending his right hand to grasp the incoming sword between his index and middle fingers, just as Chen Yutong prepared to unleash another sword technique. Aiming to sever Chen Qingyuan's hand, an unexpected event transpired. A fissure appeared in the high-hanging golden sun, causing Chen Yutong's body to suddenly feel heavy. He turned back, his expression transforming into one of disbelief. No, it cannot be. Just moments ago, Chen Qingyuan's finger had pointed out, seemingly obstructed by the barrier of the golden sun's phenomenon. How could it possibly harm the manifestation? This was a reality that Chen Yutong found impossible to accept. As the fissure continued to lengthen, it spread additional cracks across numerous areas of the golden core manifestation. Chen Yutong distinctly sensed an abnormal condition within his body, prompting a sense of panic to rise within him. With a deft motion, Chen Qingyuan secured his sword and, with a slight exertion, produced a resonant tremor. Instinctively, Chen Yutong relinquished his grip on his weapon, fearing the residual force might inflict harm upon himself. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Qingyuan delivered a palm strike towards Chen Yutong with his left hand. Without hesitation, Chen Yutong mirrored the action with a punch of his own. Initially, the two remained locked in a stalemate. Yet as the cracks in the golden core manifestation proliferated, they directly compromised Chen Yutong's foundation, causing him to spew blood. His breath becoming erratic, he was propelled backward for thousands of meters, crashing heavily to the ground. With a thud, a deep crater was formed, and Chen Yutong lay within it, his body marred by multiple wounds that bled profusely. The golden core manifestation in the void began to sway and gradually became indistinct. In mere moments, the phenomenon dissipated. Chen Yutong's foundation was severely injured, his complexion ashen. From a higher vantage point, Chen Qingyuan cast the sword he had seized into the earth beside Chen Yutong. Overlooking him from above, Chen Qingyuan's gaze was cold and devoid of warmth, exuding an intense chill that caused the surrounding temperature to plummet. Chen Yutong had fallen. He had been bested by Chen Qingyuan, who possessed merely the cultivation of the heavenly spirit realm, while his own golden core bore cracks, damaging his foundation. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the scene before them. How could the esteemed Qin Shaozong be defeated? The elite disciples of various sects were incredulous, their expressions a tapestry of disbelief. How could this have happened? Many found it hard to bear, gazing upward at Chen Qingyuan, who stood defiantly amidst the clouds, his figure particularly blinding and difficult to behold. It was inconceivable to lose, utterly impossible. Chen Yutong repeated this phrase, unable to endure the humiliation he faced. In the past, Chen Yutong had lost to Chen Qingyuan, which had created a psychological barrier. This time, he was defeated by Chen Qingyuan, whose cultivation was far inferior to his own, transforming his mental block into a haunting demon. Unless Chen Yutong dispels this inner demon, he shall never advance a single step in his life. His cultivation will be forever stifled. The earnest demeanor of the junior disciple was truly striking. The elders of the Xuanqing sect were equally astonished, never having anticipated that this battle would conclude in such a manner. They believed that even if Chen Qingyuan unleashed his strongest cards, he would at best reach a stalemate with Chen Yutong. To their shock, Chen Qingyuan dominated the entire match, overpowering Chen Yutong beyond the limits of their understanding of cultivation. Do you wish to challenge me? Chen Qingyuan's gaze swept over the elite of the various sects, and no one dared to meet his eyes. The members of the sects lowered their heads, awed into silence by Chen Qingyuan's imposing presence. Chapter 57. Unparalleled Elegance, A World in Shock. The prowess displayed by Chen Qingyuan astounded all present. Despite Chen Yutong exerting every ounce of strength, he could not subdue Chen Qingyuan. Naturally, others would not dare to engage him in battle. In the depths of the pit below, Chen Yutong stared vacantly, his golden core shattered, giving rise to his inner demons. This battle had utterly shattered his pride, leaving him to deeply experience the taste of despair. Chen Qingyuan, how ruthless your methods are. At that moment, an elder appeared, the grand elder of the heavenly jade sect. He had been concealed in the background, observing the battle, convinced that Chen Yutong, having unleashed his full potential, would inevitably vanquish Chen Qingyuan. However, the unfolding events took an entirely unexpected turn. leaving the Grand Elder in a state of bewilderment for quite some time. With a mere flick of his finger, Chen Qingyuan shattered the foundation of Qin Yutong's golden core, executing his move with such swiftness that none could intervene in time. How is this possible? Chen Qingyuan met the Grand Elder's gaze without a hint of fear, his voice indifferent as he remarked, "Is it only permissible for your heavenly Jade sect to take lives, while others are forbidden to resist?" This was the territory of the Xuanqing sect, and the Grand Elder dared not issue any threats. He cast a deep, lingering look at Chen Qingyuan before departing with the already dazed and numb Qin Yutong. "Are you not leaving? Do you wish for me to invite you for tea?" Chen Qingyuan shot a cold glance at the assembly of talented individuals from various sects, stating, "The tea of the Xuanqing sect is not inexpensive. Can you afford it?" His words not only repulsed the more than 100 ill-intentioned elites, but also served to humiliate the powerful figures from the various sects once more. "Let us go." The crowd, their faces ashen, turned away, no longer daring to boast or challenge as they had before. Once they had departed, Chen Qingyuan promptly retrieved the 2 Tianyuan bags that had been left near the mountain gate. The frigid and indifferent expression that had adorned his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a satisfied smile. Subsequently, Chen Qingyuan picked up the jade sword that had fallen on the battlefield and returned it to its rightful owner, bestowing upon her some spirit stones. "Thank you, little master uncle, you were so cool just now." As she accepted the jade sword, the female disciple gazed at Chen Qingyuan with admiration, her eyes sparkling like stars. Only the unvarnished truth is spoken. Chen Qingyuan, filled with delight, generously bestowed additional spirit stones as a reward. "Junior Master, I want some too." A group of exceptionally beautiful female disciples rushed over, beaming with smiles and extending their hands. "What? I can't hear anything." Chen Qingyuan quickly feigned deafness, gazing skyward. With his cultivation at the celestial spirit realm, he had incapacitated the peak golden core cultivator. Qin Yutong, truly, Junior Master, is extraordinary. The disciples of Xuanqing sect sighed in admiration, their reverence for Chen Qingyuan intensifying. "Junior Master." Many called out to him, chattering enthusiastically, creating a lively scene. Unable to endure such attention, Chen Qingyuan hastily sought an excuse to slip away. Primarily, he feared that the spirit stones he had just earned would be divided among the crowd of eager girls. The mere thought of it gave him a headache, so it was best to depart swiftly. Truly deserving of being the sole direct disciple accepted by our late master, his talent surpasses all of us combined, lamented an inner sect elder. As long as we can safeguard our junior brother's growth, the future of Xuanqing sect will undoubtedly echo throughout the world, flourishing and prosperous. The elders began to envision the promising days ahead with eager anticipation. "This lad harbors numerous secrets," Lin Chongqing mused inwardly. Whether it was the sword intent exhibited by Chen Qingyuan or the finger technique that shattered Qin Yutong's foundation, these were abilities previously unseen. Based on Lin Chongqing's conjecture, these skills were likely intertwined with the abyssal forbidden zone. However, in a bid to protect Chen Qingyuan's safety, Lin Chongqing and others concocted numerous fabrications to deceive the world. A certain elder of the Sword Pavilion, either intentionally or inadvertently, boasted to his disciples about Chen Qingyuan's extraordinary talent for swordsmanship, claiming that he had trained under him for several months during his childhood. The elder, as he recounted the tale, came to believe it himself, taking pride in this narrative. To obscure the truth of Chen Qingyuan's mastery of various arts, the first step was to deceive his own kin. Consequently, many disciples within the Xuanqing sect were indoctrinated with the story of Chen Qingyuan's rigorous training from a young age, seeing him as their aspiration and striving earnestly. In reality, however, Chen Qingyuan had hardly practiced at all during his childhood. He often tugged at the beard of the sect's elder, Dong Wenjun, pilfered spirit fruits from the medicinal garden, or crafted slingshots to shoot at the windows of his senior brothers' homes. In summary, there was no connection between Chen Qingyuan and diligent study or hard work. Being the sole heir of the supreme ancestor, combined with his endearing appearance, the senior brothers and sisters doted on him, rarely scolding him, and at most, only reprimanding him verbally. Had it been anyone else, they would have faced severe consequences for such mischief. In the flowing meteor domain, amidst various sects, the notion that Chen Qingyuan could be so formidable is utterly astonishing. Even if the ghost doctor were to heal him, it is said he would need to begin his training anew. Yet, merely a few years have passed. How could he manifest such terrifying strength, directly incapacitating the heir of the Tianyuan sect? In his youth, Chen Qingyuan was celebrated as one of the 10 heroes of the northern wilderness, a reputation truly well-deserved. The frieliest camel is still larger than the horse. The northern wilderness boasts countless stellar domains, with prodigies and geniuses in abundance. To be ranked among the 10 heroes was no ordinary feat, far beyond the reach of most. This battle has had a profound impact, igniting a tempest of discussions among countless individuals. Once overlooked by the world, Chen Qingyuan has once again graced the stage, subtly hinting at a resurgence of his former glory. Looking across the flowing meteor territory, few of his contemporaries can stand against Chen Qingyuan. He is indeed an extraordinary individual. Those who once competed with Chen Qingyuan, upon hearing of this battle, were initially taken aback, and after a prolonged silence, they could only sigh deeply. Even though Qin Yutong has been incapacitated, the Tianyuan sect refrained from sending anyone to stir trouble at the Xuanqing sect. Firstly, in the realm of peers, defeat is simply defeat. There is no justification for seeking conflict. Secondly, as the matter of the demon cave remains unresolved, the Tianyuan sect dares not provoke the Xuanqing sect further. In an effort to address the issues surrounding the demon cave, the Tianyuan sect not only enlisted the help of a renowned master of formations, but also sought assistance from other star realms, exhausting their resources. Although their foundation may be depleted, should the Tianyuan sect navigate through this perilous crisis, they will surely find ways to regain their resources. Leveraging the resources from within the demon cave, the overall strength of the Tianyuan sect has experienced rapid enhancement. As long as they endure, there remains hope. Alas, many within the Dongi Palace, upon learning of Chen Qingyuan's resurgence, fell into a long silence, culminating in a deep sigh. Fortunately, Xixue has already entered the secret realm. Otherwise, upon hearing this news, she might have faltered in her resolve, with unpredictable consequences. Yao Susu, the master of Xixue, played a pivotal role in orchestrating the union between the Tianyuan sect and the Dongi Palace. However, due to the issues surrounding the demon cave, their union has faltered. Xixue has entered Yanxue City, and to this day, no news has been received from her. If she were to return alive from the secret realm of Yansno City, she would become the saintess of Dongi Palace, eligible to accept the inheritance and elevate her status. In truth, Chen Qingyuan had never harbored hatred towards Xixue. At that time, the world believed Chen Qingyuan had perished in Tianyuan, and it would be unkind to let Xixue live out her days in solitude. It can only be said that fate had not favored them, and their love lacked the requisite depth. By severing the karmic ties with Xixue, Chen Qingyuan felt considerably relieved, as it alleviated one source of distress. However, he still wore a frown, troubled by the matters concerning Dao Academy and the challenge posed by Wu Junyan. Wu Junyan, one of the 10 prodigies of the Northern Wasteland, was the foremost genius of the Northern Song star domain. The last time Chen Qingyuan encountered Wu Junyan, they had agreed to a contest of equals a decade hence, determined to establish a victor. Alas, what need is there for conflict? I am a person who cherishes peace. Chen Qingyuan sat within his chamber, releasing a series of soft sighs. Suddenly, there came a knock at the door. Chapter 58. The Murong family comes to express gratitude. The new list of the 10 prodigies of the Northern Wasteland. Chen Qingyuan used his divine sense to investigate and discovered it was an inner door disciple on duty. Who conveyed? What is it? Young master, envoys from the Murong family of the Northern Song star domain have arrived, expressing their desire to thank you. The inner door disciple reported. Oh, I see. Chen Qingyuan mused, considering that the Murong family had traveled vast distances of millions of miles. Their visit surely entailed more than mere verbal gratitude. In the guest hall, Lin Chongqing personally entertained the distinguished visitors from the Murong family, where the table was adorned with fine wines and exquisite dishes. The Murong family held considerable prestige within the Northern Song star domain, warranting Lin Chongqing's utmost respect. Thank you for the hospitality of the Xuanqing sect. On this occasion, the Murong family dispatched a formidable elder, along with over 10 key figures, among whom was Murong Wensi. Indeed, Lin Chongqing greeted them with utmost courtesy and a warm smile. Shortly thereafter, Chen Qingyuan approached leisurely. This must be Elder Chen Qingyuan. The elder of the Murong clan immediately rose, lowering himself in deference, and clasped his fists in a gesture of goodwill towards Chen Qingyuan on behalf of the Murong family. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your assistance, Elder Chen. Without your influence, the ghost doctor would undoubtedly have refrained from intervening, leaving the Murong family in dire straits. One of our ancestors has succumbed to a perilous state of cultivation and may lose his life at any moment. Among the myriad star realms surrounding us, only the legendary ghost doctor possesses the capability to save him. In pursuit of a remedy for our ancestors' affliction, the Murong family dispatched numerous individuals to seek assistance. One group venturing into the dead zone, where they encountered Chen Qingyuan. That fateful expedition to the dead zone resulted in the loss of over half of the Murong family's members, a devastating blow. As for Murong Wensi, Had it not been for Chen Qingyuan's protection, she would surely have met a tragic end. You are too kind, Chen Qingyuan replied courteously, to express their gratitude. The Morong family prepared a modest gift, urging Elder Chen not to take offense. As he spoke, the elder produced a spatial ring and offered it to Chen Qingyuan from a distance. While the contents of the ring remained a mystery, the Morong family, being a prestigious clan, would undoubtedly not present anything meager. Chen Qingyuan accepted without hesitation, tucking the ring into his pocket, his smile radiating warmth as he expressed his thanks. The Morong family is truly gracious. Since this is a token of your sincere intentions, I shall shamelessly accept it. Lin Xuanqing, a mere observer of the unfolding drama, discreetly pressed his forehead, caught in a blend of laughter and tears. Elder Chen, true to his generous nature, exemplified the qualities of a young prodigy. The clan elder expressed heartfelt admiration for Chen Qingyuan, acknowledging his many virtues. Laughter erupted from the Morong family, who raised their glasses in a toast to Chen Qingyuan as a token of gratitude. They accorded him considerable respect, leaving him somewhat flustered as he hurriedly reciprocated the gesture. After several rounds of drinks, Chen Qingyuan found solace beneath a tree in the side hall. Suddenly, a sorrowful voice pierced through the merriment. You didn't utter a single word to me earlier. Isn't that a bit excessive? Upon turning, he discovered it was Morong Wensi. Today, she donned a flowing light blue gown that trailed on the ground, resembling a celestial expanse that perfectly accentuated her exquisite figure. Her light yellow hair was elegantly tied with a soft red ribbon, her delicate features reminiscent of a fallen fairy. I have nothing to discuss with you, Chen Qingyuan replied, pursing his lips, unperturbed by the prospect of offending her. You insufferable man, scoot over a bit. Morong Wensi gently nudged Chen Qingyuan's back with her foot, snorting disdainfully. Why should I? Chen Qingyuan retorted, turning to her. I believe your current position is quite advantageous for enjoying the scenery, she offered as her rationale. Isn't it all the same? He replied casually. Are you going to move or not? The coldness in Morong Wensi's tone was palpable as she awaited his response. A good man does not quarrel with a woman, he stated. Chen Qingyuan shifted his position modestly, moving a meter to the side. Consequently, Morong Wensi occupied the spot that Chen Qingyuan had just vacated, still feeling a trace of lingering warmth, which caused her cheeks to flush slightly, though she discreetly concealed it. After a moment of silence, Morong Wensi feigned indifference and inquired, I heard that you, with your cultivation at the heavenly spirit realm, incapacitated an opponent at the peak of the golden core realm. Is that true? False, Chen Qingyuan replied without hesitation. You dog of a man. Can't you engage in conversation? Morong Wensi inhaled deeply, striving to maintain her composure, suppressing her irritation. I've inquired, and it appears to be true. If you already know it's not false, why ask? Are you unwell? Chen Qingyuan glanced at Morong Wensi, his eyes tinged with a hint of pity. Do you believe I wouldn't dare to poke you? Morong Wensi retorted, her patience fraying, as she picked up a stick from the ground in a threatening manner. Let us communicate civilly and not ignite anger. Chen Qingyuan chuckled awkwardly. Humph. Morong Wensi scoffed, perplexed at her own inclination to seek conversation with Chen Qingyuan, realizing it was a self-imposed hardship. If you dare to provoke me again, do not blame me for being unkind. Alas, my plight is arduous, Chen Qingyuan sighed inwardly. Miss Morong, do you not have anything else to discuss? After an extended silence, Chen Qingyuan broke the stillness with a soft inquiry. I do, Morong Wensi replied coldly, but I do not wish to speak of it now. Please don't. Chen Qingyuan and Morong Wensi sat closely beneath the tree. Occasionally a gentle breeze would waft by, carrying with it a hint of fragrance that was utterly intoxicating. I was mistaken earlier. I should not have spoken in such a manner. Is that satisfactory? Morong Wensi said, her tone softening as she acknowledged her misstep. All she needed was an opportunity to retreat gracefully. After all, she was a young lady, her pride delicate, unlike Chen Qingyuan, who seemed utterly unperturbed. I am all ears, Chen Qingyuan replied. A century ago, you were honored as one of the 10 heroes of the northern wilderness. Although news of your demise in the abyss of heaven circulated later, your title was never officially rescinded, though it has become somewhat of a hollow honor. Recently, there have been announcements regarding a new generation of the 10 heroes, and the former luminaries have been replaced with new nominees. As she spoke of this matter, Morong Wensi's expression grew grave, revealing a hint of concern. What does this have to do with me? Chen Qingyuan furrowed his brow slightly. It has everything to do with you, and the connection is significant. Morong Wensi turned to meet Chen Qingyuan's gaze, pondering deeply. Your name is conspicuously among them. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan was momentarily stunned, doubting his own hearing. At first, I too found it hard to believe. However, after thorough verification, it is confirmed that you indeed feature on the list of the new 10 heroes of the northern wilderness. Morong Wensi herself felt perplexed, How could Chen Qingyuan, who had clearly become weak, possibly uphold the title of a tin hero, even after a potential resurgence in strength? Yet, this absurdity had inexplicably come to pass. Which fool compiled this list? Is this not a plot to ruin me? Chen Qingyuan let out a furious exclamation. Chapter 59. A Gentleman's Revenge. 500 years is not too late. I advise you to exercise caution in your words. The roster of the 10 talents of the Northern Wilderness has been established since ancient times, and the forces working behind the scenes possess unfathomable capabilities. To this day, no one knows who issued the list of the 10 talents. The power behind it remains shrouded in mystery. What instills terror in the hearts of the people is that each era has witnessed similar lists, all originating from the same formidable force, steeped in antiquity and profound heritage. How difficult it has become for me. Chen Qingyuan yearned for a few years of peaceful living, yet it appears to be an insurmountable challenge. It is said that numerous individuals are intent on coming to the Falling Star domain to seek you out and engage you in battle. Should they succeed in defeating you, they would use you as a stepping stone to ascend to the list of the 10 talents of the Northern Wilderness. Upon arriving at the Falling Star domain, Xuanqing came both to express gratitude and to caution Chen Qingyuan, urging him to remain vigilant and prepare in advance. Why do they seek to challenge me? Chen Qingyuan instinctively voiced his discontent. What do you think? Xuanqing responded with a knowing glance directed at Chen Qingyuan. The 10 talents of the Northern Wilderness, apart from Chen Qingyuan, are all extraordinary prodigies, none of whom could be underestimated. While Chen Qingyuan was indeed a prodigy in the past, he is now considered a mere invalid, lacking the qualifications in the eyes of the young elites from various star domains. Many harbor intentions to teach Chen Qingyuan a lesson while simultaneously seizing the opportunity to make a name for themselves. After all, those endowed with talent are often youthful and impetuous, brimming with pride and unwilling to concede. They harbor fear towards the other members of the 10 talents of the Northern Wilderness, yet they feel no trepidation towards Chen Qingyuan. My life has been exceedingly tragic, to the extent that even the simplest, most stable existence feels utterly out of reach, Chen Qingyuan lamented. In due time, many prodigies will undoubtedly seek you out. You ought to be prepared, murmured Xuanqing, feeling helpless to assist Chen Qingyuan and resorting instead to silent prayers. During these days, Chen Qingyuan had not left the Xuanqing sect, rendering him oblivious to the latest news from the outside world. However, given the intelligence reports from the Xuanqing sect, he should have been aware of the affairs concerning the 10 prodigies of the Northern Wilderness. It was likely that Lin Chongqing and others were reluctant to inform him, fearing it would disturb his peace of mind. Can I voluntarily remove myself from the list of the Northern Wilderness 10 prodigies? Chen Qingyuan pondered, genuinely wishing to evade being pursued by a throng of adversaries, the very thought sending shivers down his spine. Do you know who compiled that list? Xuanqing inquired, her curiosity piqued. In response, Chen Qingyuan shook his head, indicating his ignorance. If you do not even know who is behind it, how can you hope to withdraw voluntarily? Observing the distressed expression on Chen Qingyuan's face, Xuanqing's lips curled into a slight smirk, relishing his misfortune. This is what you get for retorting at me earlier, she thought with a haughty snort, though the furrow in her brow deepened with concern. If anything were to befall Chen Qingyuan, it would surely weigh heavily on her heart. I must leave at once. Remaining in the Xuanqing sect is no longer an option, Chen Qingyuan resolved, unwilling to remain passive in the face of adversity. Retreat is the wisest strategy. Hey, why are you being so timid? Xuanqing exclaimed in exasperation. You possess the ability to defeat enemies across a vast realm. Can't we maintain a shred of dignity? You can stand there and speak without feeling the weight of the situation, but at this juncture, what dignity is there left to uphold? Is it truly dignified for me to be besieged by a horde of formidable foes? Chen Qingyuan cast a sidelong glance. Nevertheless, Xuanqing interjected, you are now one of the newly appointed 10 talents of Beiwang. To retreat without a fight would be quite disgraceful. Disgrace is trivial. Being thoroughly beaten is what truly terrifies me. If Chen Qingyuan were currently at the Xuanqing stage, he would suppress every last one of them without retreating a single step. However, as he stood at the Tianyuan stage, facing the genuine elite of Beiwang, he had no chance of victory. A century ago, many of those top-tier prodigies had already ascended to the Xuanqing stage. Now, after another 100 years, who could fathom how much their strength has proliferated? They far surpassed Qin Yutong of Tianyuan sect. Indeed, it is wise to bide your time and avoid confrontation until you have grown stronger. After some contemplation, Xuanqing found merit in Chen Qingyuan's words. If one does not make a timely escape, it would be too late when besieged. A gentleman takes his revenge. 500 years is but a brief interlude, Chen Qingyuan declared fiercely. With that, he swiftly retreated to his cave, leaving Moron Wensi in a state of bewilderment beneath the tree. What a scoundrel, he truly runs fast, she murmured, watching Chen Qingyuan's departing figure. Then, casting her gaze downwards at the spot where she sat, her fingertip gently brushed against the surface, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. How peculiar I am. After a while, a gentle breeze caressed Moron Wensi's face, rousing him from his reverie. He shook his head slightly, dispelling the frivolous thoughts. At this very moment, within the cave dwelling, Chen Qingyuan meticulously packed his belongings, preparing to make his escape. As he pushed the door open, he unexpectedly collided with Lin Xuanqing. Senior brother. Lin inquired, what are you doing? Peering through the ajar door into the empty interior, he immediately posed the question. I intend to embark on a journey for some training. Chen Qingyuan replied, fabricating a pretext. Training at this juncture? Lin Xuanqing's brow furrowed, and he lowered his voice. Have you forgotten about the matters concerning the Dao Academy? I have not forgotten. When the time is ripe, I shall return, Chen Qingyuan insisted, feeling the urgency of the situation and wishing to defer the matter. This is nonsense. Lin Xuanqing admonished sternly, this is the dying wish of our master. If you depart and the Academy's envoy arrives, how shall I explain your absence? Well, senior brother, did you not say that the Dao Academy possesses remarkable powers? Surely they will be able to locate me when the time comes. Chen Qingyuan forced a smile. That is not acceptable. I cannot allow any mistakes in this matter. Lin Xuanqing firmly rejected the suggestion. Senior brother, have you heard about the recent list of the 10 heroes of the Northern Wilderness? Chen Qingyuan found himself compelled to confess. I only learned of it recently. Lin Xuanqing replied, unable to hide the truth any longer, nodding gently. Whoever compiled that list has thrown me into a predicament, he lamented. If I do not make a swift exit now, it seems I will no longer have any peaceful days ahead. Chen Qingyuan harbors a deep resentment towards those on the rankings. This matter, it turns out, has affected him greatly. Lin Xuanqing is keenly aware of this. Though he feigns ignorance, the credibility of the 10 talents of the Northern Wilderness is remarkably high. The youth are ambitious and proud, particularly those who are exceptionally gifted, unwilling to be overshadowed by others. Among the entire group of 10 talents, only Chen Qingyuan is seen as easy prey, someone they can trample upon to ascend. Such an opportunity is coveted by many. Big brother, you surely wouldn't want to witness me being besieged by others, would you? Chen Qingyuan forced a smile. To be honest, I find myself rather looking forward to it, Lin Xuanqing murmured softly, clearing his throat. Chen Qingyuan was taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief. Is this something a senior brother should utter? Do you genuinely wish for me to leap into the flames? The top talents of the Northern Wilderness are not to be compared with those of the Flowing Star Domain. Many of them are at the nascent soul stage. It is no exaggeration to say that Chen Qingyuan's current cultivation is far too weak, making it easy for others to suppress him. Do not fret. As long as you do not leave the Xuanqing sect, those individuals surely cannot breach our defenses. Lin Xuanqing could not allow Chen Qingyuan to be exposed. If the emissaries of the Dao Academy were to arrive, he would have no explanation to offer. While he spoke thus, it remained perilously risky. Allow me a few centuries of cultivation and solitude, and I shall return to subdue them all. Chen Qingyuan was not afraid of momentary humiliation. Rather, he feared the absence of opportunities for redemption. Practitioners should not be overly concerned with present honors and dignity, but should cast their gaze further into the future. That won't he do. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xuanqing shook his head, once again declining. Senior brother, do not pressure me. Chen Qingyuan's words were laced with a hint of menace. Oh, what do you intend to do? In response, Lin Xuanqing exhibited no fear, provocatively inquiring with an air of amusement. If you do not allow me to leave, I shall incessantly bother Xiao Yanzi, leading your precious son astray. After considerable deliberation, Chen Qingyuan seemed to conclude that this was the only viable option. Very well, do as you please. Lin Xuanqing replied, his heart momentarily racing, fearing he had inadvertently become ensnared by Chen Qingyuan's schemes. Do not regret it, Chen Qingyuan warned. I shall not regret, Lin Xuanqing affirmed with a nod. Agreed. With that, Chen Qingyuan turned and strode into the room, firmly shutting the door behind him, leaving Lin Xuanqing outside. Years later, Lin Xuanqing often reflected on that day with profound regret, even beginning to reminisce about the benevolent and cultured Lin Pingyan. In the ensuing days, Chen Qingyuan frequently engaged in playful antics with Lin Pingyan, generously imparting his insights on wealth accumulation without reservation. Lin Pingyan was no longer the innocent boy he once was. He had evolved into a shrewd and calculating individual. Many elders noticed the transformation in Lin Pingyan's character, exclaiming it to be impossible. Over the years, the higher echelons of the Xuanqing sect had repeatedly instructed Lin Pingyan against being overly compassionate. emphasizing that a leader must possess a certain degree of cunning to guide the sect forward. Yet, at that time, Lin Pingyan remained impervious to such counsel. After years of association with Chen Qingyuan, Lin Pingyan seemed to have undergone a metamorphosis, deftly outsmarting certain elders. It is unwise to allow Pingyan to constantly accompany the junior apprentice, as it may lead to unfavorable influences on the child, proposed a certain elder. Surely not. The majority of the elders did not believe that Lin Pingyan would turn astray, for his image as a well-behaved child had already taken root in the hearts of many. From my perspective, should Pingyan indeed stray, it could paradoxically be a fortunate occurrence. When the time is ripe, we could assess Pingyan for the position of the junior sect master, remarked the elder Dong Wenjun, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Although the junior apprentice is somewhat avaricious, he has never crossed any lines. Even if Pingyan were to follow him, it is unlikely he would overstep any boundaries, so there is no need for excessive concern. Regarding the matters between Lin Pingyan and Chen Qingyuan, the elders convened for a lengthy meeting lasting 3 hours. The esteemed guests of the Morong family had been residing at the Xuanqing sect for half a month and were preparing to depart. Before leaving, Morong Wensi arrived at Chen Qingyuan's abode. "Hey, I am about to leave. Aren't you coming out to see me off?" she called out, addressing the tightly shut door of the cave dwelling. "You have legs of your own. Is my presence truly necessary for your departure?" came Chen Qingyuan's distant voice. "If you dare to speak to me like that again, I shall withhold all future news from you." Truth be told, had it been anyone else, Morong Wensi would have already taken action. Sometimes, she herself could not fathom why. Despite Chen Qingyuan's irksome demeanor, she found it difficult to harbor true disdain, feeling merely a fleeting annoyance instead. With a clatter, the door swung open. Chen Qingyuan emerged slowly, inquiring, "Is there any new information?" "Humph." Morong Wensi cast a frigid glance at Chen Qingyuan, visibly displeased, and remained silent with a cold huff. "Are we not good friends who have faced life and death together? Can I even make a joke?" Noticing her anger, Chen Qingyuan sought to ease the tension, responding with a cheerful smile. "In the Tianqi star domain, there are Wang Qiushan, and in the Mo Su star domain, Yin Qianling. They were once part of the northern wilderness 10 outstanding figures a century ago, but the emergence of a new list has led to their exclusion. If anyone intends to target you, these two would undoubtedly be your formidable foes." "One should not hold grudges over trivial matters," Morong Wensi resumed speaking, her tone serious. "Why didn't you inform me of such an important matter last time?" Chen Qingyuan was well acquainted with these two, both renowned prodigies in the northern wilderness, each boasting at least the cultivation level of the nascent soul stage. "You left before I could finish speaking, yet you still dare to blame me," Morong Wensi retorted with a disapproving glare, her voice laced with playful reproach. "Is there any other crucial news?" Due to Lin Chongqing's obstruction, Chen Qingyuan found himself unable to leave the Xuanqing sect. Otherwise, he would have slipped away long ago. "That is all," Morong Wensi concluded. "Very well." Chen Qingyuan turned and walked towards the interior of the room. "You." Watching him turn so decisively, Morong Wensi kicked a small stone on the ground, sending it bouncing towards him. "What is the matter?" Chen Qingyuan glanced back at her, feigning confusion. "Nothing," she replied, biting her red lip, her expression icy, before turning away. After Morong Wensi departed, Chen Qingyuan retracted his indifferent demeanor and murmured to himself, "Child, do not allow your heart to be swayed by me. It will bring you no good." Chen Qingyuan treated Morong Wensi this way to prevent her from developing feelings, maintaining a certain distance between them. He understood the importance of not delaying her emotions. After pondering for a considerable time, Chen Qingyuan entered the secluded and tranquil palace, where Gongsun Nan resided. Only he was aware of Gongsun Nan's presence in the Xuanqing sect. "Sister Ghost Doctor, have you been living comfortably lately?" Chen Qingyuan asked with a flattering smile. "One does not visit the Three Treasures Hall without reason. If you seek something, speak." Gongsun Nan, sitting in the courtyard with her eyes closed, smirked. "Truly worthy of your renowned title, you have discerned my thoughts at a glance. I am in awe." Chen Qingyuan seized the opportunity to flatter her. "You wish for me to take you away from the Xuanqing sect? That is out of the question." Before Chen Qingyuan could articulate his intentions, Gongsun Nan directly exposed them. Given her prowess, it was effortless for her to learn of recent events. "Oh no." Chen Qingyuan grew anxious, stepping forward. "Sister, do you truly wish to see me bullied?" "Indeed." Gongsun Nan nodded with a smirk. As Chen Qingyuan was about to plead further, Gongsun Nan suddenly opened her eyes and chuckled. "Young man, it is too late for you to consider leaving now." In that fleeting moment, she sensed numerous formidable presences nearby the Xuanqing sect, most likely converging towards Chen Qingyuan. Chapter 61. The Gathering of Talented Individuals at the Xuanqing Sect. A storm approaches through the narration of Gongsun Nan, Chen Qingyuan gained a general understanding of the circumstances surrounding the Xuanqing sect, where numerous formidable prodigies had congregated. He realized that there was no chance of slipping away unnoticed now. A sense of dread began to envelop him. Venturing outside at this moment would undoubtedly result in an encounter with those ill-intentioned visitors. If he wished to avoid confrontation, the only course of action was to remain behind closed doors. Once he departed from Gongsun Nan's residence, Chen Qingyuan isolated himself within his quarters, refusing to see anyone. In the midst of organizing his belongings, he stumbled upon an IOU, the borrower being Xuanqing. Years ago, during their time in the death domain, Xuanqing had sustained severe injuries and required spirit stones for her recovery. Consequently, Chen Qingyuan had lent her a sum of spirit stones and documented the transaction. It struck him as peculiar that he had not sought repayment from her earlier. It was a lapse in judgment. Due to a myriad of recent troubles, Chen Qingyuan had inadvertently overlooked the matter of repayment. Although the Morong family had extended considerable tokens of gratitude, those gestures were mere formalities and should not be conflated with the debt owed. Had she forgotten as well? Or was she merely biding her time, intending to use it as an excuse to seek him out again? Chen Qingyuan harbored no desire for excessive entanglement with Xuanqing, letting out a soft sigh. While he was undeniably handsome, it would be prudent for her not to develop feelings for him, lest she end up hurt. After storing away the IOU, he resolved not to dwell on the matter further. The debt must be settled, and he would seek an opportunity to request repayment from Xuanqing in due course. A few days later, a disciple on duty arrived at his door, gently knocking. "Little master uncle, there is someone outside who wishes to meet with you." "Who is it?" Chen Qingyuan did not open the door, his voice carried to the outside. The visitor claimed to hail from the mysterious Void Star domain, introducing himself as Yin Qianling. The attending disciple stated, "He is in seclusion and cannot be disturbed." Chen Qingyuan's eyelids twitched slightly as he decisively replied, "Indeed." The disciple did not inquire further and departed. Inside the room, Chen Qingyuan reclined upon a rocking chair, exuding a languid demeanor. "What a nuisance," he murmured, entirely disinclined to venture out and face a beating. Who is Yin Qianling? A century ago, he was renowned alongside Chen Qingyuan as one of the 10 prodigies of the northern wasteland, an unparalleled figure of exceptional talent. In the latest list of the 10 prodigies, Yin Qianling's name was supplanted by that of another celestial being. Upon learning that the now incapacitated Chen Qingyuan still held a place on the list, Yin Qianling felt a sense of indignation. He journeyed across an expanse of millions of miles solely to challenge Chen Qingyuan. Why, one might ask? Do Yin Qianling and many other prodigies not seek trouble with the other 10 prodigies? The answer lies in the fact that, at present, only Chen Qingyuan appears somewhat vulnerable. After all, such an easily trampled stepping stone is a rarity, and one cannot miss the opportunity to achieve fame and recognition. Outside the gates of the Xuanqing sect, a young man clad in a sky-blue brocade robe stood poised in midair, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of gallant majesty. This blue-clad youth was none other than Yin Qianling, the sole figure who revealed himself, while the other top prodigies lurked in the shadows, observing. Since Yin Qianling had taken the initiative to present himself, the others naturally refrained from stealing his spotlight, choosing instead to watch the unfolding events. "Please return." The attending disciple called out. "The young master is in seclusion and has no time to entertain visitors." "That is of no concern. I am willing to wait until he emerges from his retreat." Before Yin Qianling's arrival, he had contemplated numerous possibilities, anticipating that Chen Qingyuan might adopt a cowardly stance. Through his inquiries, he confirmed that Chen Qingyuan remained within the confines of the Xuanqing sect, not venturing elsewhere. Yin Qianling firmly believed that as long as he lingered near the sect, Chen Qingyuan would eventually reveal himself, unless he intended to remain sequestered for a lifetime. This individual is no ordinary person. The young junior brother might be in considerable trouble. Within the council hall, the elders had unearthed all pertinent information regarding Yin Qianling. Their expressions grave. The holy son of Chak's sacred mountain, with the cultivation of the nascent soul realm. Such prowess could easily qualify one as an intersect elder in many first-rate forces, or even as a ruler in a third-rate faction. Yin Qianling had once been among the 10 talents of the northern wasteland, his strength and talent eclipsing countless prodigies of that region. However, due to the emergence of several formidable geniuses over the past century, the roster of the 10 talents had undergone slight alterations, relegating Yin Qianling from his esteemed position. Nevertheless, his strength remains formidable. I find it perplexing. Our young junior brother has only just returned from the abyss and recently reforged his Dao body and spiritual roots. The clandestine forces responsible for drafting the list should possess an intimate understanding of affairs in the northern wasteland, and thus should not have included our junior brother's name. Don't look at me. I too am bewildered and troubled by this. The ambitious youth would certainly not yield to our junior brother. Seeking to eliminate him from the list to establish their own renown, the assembly deliberated over this matter, their brows furrowed. The rivalry among the new generation of geniuses is a domain from which the older generation should refrain from intervening. Thus, in response to Yin Qianling's provocation outside the door, the Xuanqing sect found themselves unable to expel her and could only feign ignorance. The inclusion of Chen Qingyuan on the list of the 10 prodigies left not only the members of the Xuanqing sect stunned, but also bewildered the formidable individuals across various star domains, rendering them utterly perplexed. Historically, those who ascend to the ranks of the 10 prodigies have always begun their journey at the Yuaning realm. Chen Qingyuan indeed possessed such qualifications in the past, being exceptionally gifted and extraordinarily powerful, earning the respect of the world. However, can he still be deemed worthy now? It seems utterly absurd. Could there be some hidden agenda behind this list? Recently, it appeared that Chen Qingyuan had defeated Qin Yutong, a peaked golden core cultivator, while still at the celestial spirit realm. To overcome an opponent from a significant realm above is indeed remarkable, yet such a feat hardly justifies his place among the 10 prodigies. Allegedly, the top talents from various star domains are dissatisfied with this situation and are preparing to confront Chen Qingyuan. It appears that our fully used star domain is about to become quite lively. The list of the 10 prodigies has already spread to the major star domains of Beiwang, inciting a wave of unrest. As the various sects of fully used star domain gazed upon the names on the list, they were struck silent upon seeing Chen Qingyuan's name among them. His current demonstrated cultivation level is merely at the peak of the celestial spirit realm. Yet he has been recognized as one of the 10 prodigies, which is simply unacceptable. Such an occurrence has not transpired in countless years. Master, why not allow our junior brother to leave early? If he is granted sufficient time for cultivation, he will undoubtedly silence the critics. An elder raised this question. I have my own plans, the master replied. Lin Chongsheng refrained from discussing the matters of the Daoist Academy, for the implications were too profound. The fewer people who were aware, the better. Although his junior disciple remained safe within the sect, perpetual evasion of conflict could render him a subject of ridicule, tarnishing his resolve. Furthermore, the tranquility of our Xuanqing sect was no more. The elders were beset by troubles, each more vexing than the last. This predicament was exceedingly complex and difficult to resolve. Of course, should Chen Qingyuan manage to vanquish all challengers, matters would be considerably simplified. Yet, the notion of a practitioner at the celestial spirit realm defeating numerous top-tier prodigies of the nascent soul realm is, at best, a fanciful dream, an absurdity. Such an occurrence has not transpired in nearly 100 millennia. Days turned into over a fortnight, and Yin Qianling continued to stand at the entrance of the Xuanqing sect, eyes closed, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. He awaited Chen Qingyuan's emergence while engaging in his own cultivation. The affairs of the outside world were of no concern to him. Within the confines of his secluded chamber, Chen Qingyuan had sealed himself off, effectively shutting out the incessant chatter from the outside. It would be folly to venture out and invite demise. Chen Qingyuan felt confident in confronting prodigies below the golden core realm, but found himself powerless against those of the nascent soul. After all, his own cultivation was still too weak, the disparity too significant. Once I grow stronger, I shall uncover the identity of those who conspired against me and exact my vengeance. The list of the 10 prodigies of the northern wasteland had thrust Chen Qingyuan to the pinnacle of notoriety, leaving him with no option for retreat. An increasing number of prodigies congregated within the territory of Xuanqing sect, some drawn by mere curiosity, while others sought the opportunity to best Chen Qingyuan, thereby gaining fame and fortune. In summary, within the jurisdiction of the Xuanqing sect, numerous unfamiliar faces have emerged, each likely bearing a noteworthy background. On this particular day, a man clad in a pale robe appeared at the entrance of the Xuanqing sect, eliciting gasps of astonishment from countless cultivators, their hearts stirred and unable to remain composed. The visitor was none other than Wu Junyan, one of the 10 prodigies of the northern wilderness. Though the roster had undergone alterations, Wu Junyan's name remained steadfastly in place, unyielding to change. The Baitsong star domain, once obscure in the northern wilderness, has garnered attention due to Wu Junyan's illustrious reputation. His life is nothing short of legendary. Reminiscent of mythic tales, it is said that in his youth he was whisked away by a celestial crane, vanishing for a full 3 years. Upon his return to the Baitsong star domain, he left his peers far behind, his formidable strength rendering them utterly incapable of catching up, earning their genuine respect and admiration. You have come as well. Yin Qianling, who had been resting with closed eyes, opened them to gaze at Wu Junyan from a distance, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Wu Junyan glanced at Yin Qianling, remaining silent. Aware of Wu Junyan's aloof demeanor, Yen Qianling held no resentment. After all, Wu Junyan possessed the merit to be proud, evoking no trace of anger, merely a sense of inevitability. Goodness, even Wu Junyan has arrived. Is he here at the Xuanqing sect for Chen Qingyuan? A murmur spread among the crowd. When had this fellow offended Wu Junyan? A spectacle was surely in store. Rumors abound that Wu Junyan has inherited the legacy of an ancient powerhouse, and since his emergence into the world, he has never tasted defeat. This is indeed the genuine North Wilderness 10 heroes, formidable to an alarming degree. As the crowd gazed at Wu Junyan's retreating figure, they were left in a state of profound shock and speechless awe. The higher echelons of the Xuanqing sect, upon learning of the news, sensed that the situation had escalated to an unmanageable level. A prodigy like Wu Junyan would be a distinguished guest in any sect, deserving of exceptional hospitality. As long as Wu Junyan remains alive, he is destined to become a top-tier power in the Great Ascension realm, roaming freely between heaven and earth. What to do? The sect's leaders were in deliberation. To turn him away would be a grave insult. Allow me to handle this. The Grand Elder volunteered. Very well. It is entrusted to you, Lin Chongqing consented. Thus, the Grand Elder, clad in simple robes, approached the mountain gate and respectfully clasped his fists towards Wu Junyan, inquiring, "What brings you to our Xuanqing sect, young friend?" "I have come to confront Chen Qingyuan," Wu Junyan replied, his demeanor cold and his words sparse. Indeed, the onlookers among the cultivators felt a tightening in their hearts, their suspicions confirmed. This is troublesome. The Grand Elder felt a deep sense of worry, his head throbbing. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "Since you are not here as a guest, we at Xuanqing sect have little to offer in terms of hospitality." Wu Junyan remained silent, standing on the clouds, as aloof as an insurmountable snow-capped mountain. While the Xuanqing sect wished to avoid offending a future top-tier powerhouse, the safety of Chen Qingyuan took precedence over all else. With Wu Junyan's arrival, the Xuanqing sect had become a focal point in the grand scheme of things, drawing the gaze of countless observers. Enveloped by a protective barrier, Chen Qingyuan remained oblivious to the unfolding events, seated in meditation to solidify his foundation, awaiting the opportune moment to ascend to the Golden Core realm. "Young man, Wu Junyan of the 10 heroes of the Northern Wilderness has arrived, and your list of adversaries has just grown," Gong Sun Nan conveyed telepathically, his tone tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan abruptly opened his eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips. If it were any other member of the 10 heroes, he would undoubtedly feel discomfort, yet with Wu Junyan, the situation was far more manageable. With a resonating hum, Chen Qingyuan dispelled the barrier and stepped outside. Moments later, he stood at the entrance of the Xuanqing sect, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. "It's him. Chen Qingyuan has actually shown himself. Is he preparing for a challenge?" The anticipation swelled among the crowd, eager for the spectacle to unfold. Yet, many were perplexed by his ranking among the 10 heroes, given his mere heavenly spirit cultivation level. With his own abilities now exposed, Chen Qingyuan chose to abandon the concealment offered by his jade bracelet, confidently displaying his prowess. The spectators, filled with excitement, settled down on small stools to witness the unfolding drama. Yen Qianling, with a cold demeanor, bore a fierce glint in his eyes, his fighting spirit ablaze. "Chen Qingyuan, do you dare to battle me?" he challenged. However, Chen Qingyuan dismissed the invitation for combat, silently musing about the absurdity of such a declaration. "Oh, old Wu, you were quite eager to stir the pot," he thought to himself. Chen Qingyuan turned to Wu Junyan, his heart brimming with joy as he greeted him. "In just a few years, our fated duel will arrive. I came ahead of time to ensure you don't flee." The last time Chen Qingyuan ventured into the dead zone, he was intercepted by Wu Junyan on his return journey. Under Wu Junyan's insistence, they established a 10-year covenant for their battle. Given Chen Qingyuan's recent surge in prominence, Wu Junyan harbored concerns that he might evade the challenge or be defeated by others. Thus, he arrived a few years in advance to prevent any unforeseen complications. For Wu Junyan, this confrontation was of utmost significance, demanding his utmost diligence. He had longed for a match against Chen Qingyuan for many years, but regrettably, Chen Qingyuan had been away in the abyss at the appointed time. "I am a man of my word," declared Chen Qingyuan. "Is that so?" Wu Junyan regarded this statement with a measure of skepticism. "Do not cast such doubtful glances my way. We have known each other for many years. Had it not been for unforeseen circumstances, I would undoubtedly honor my promise." Under Wu Junyan's penetrating gaze, Chen Qingyuan felt a touch of discomfort. "Very well." Wu Junyan chose to believe him, nodding slowly. "There are still a few years until the day of our duel. Why not come in for a drink and a chat?" Chen Qingyuan extended the invitation. At his words, Wu Junyan fell silent, deep in thought. "What is the matter? Are you afraid I might drug you?" Chen Qingyuan quipped. "It's a simple choice. Will you come or not? Lead the way," Wu Junyan lowered his guard and took a step forward. According to various sources, Wu Junyan was known to be reclusive, with no acquaintances to speak of. However, before a multitude of onlookers, Wu Junyan not only expressed his willingness to engage in a normal conversation with Chen Qingyuan, but also intended to share drinks and converse as if they were friends. Many were left astonished and perplexed. Listening to their previous exchange, which included a challenge, indicated they were adversaries. Why, then, did their demeanor appear so amicable, seemingly devoid of a competitive atmosphere? Throughout the encounter, Chen Qingyuan had paid no heed to Yan Qianling and the assembly of prodigies who had gathered from various regions. As long as he remained within the confines of his residence, those talented individuals could do nothing to him. As for reputation, what significance does it hold? Can it serve as sustenance? Chen Qingyuan had never been concerned with hollow fame, if given the choice. He would have long discarded the title of the 10 prodigies of the northern wilderness. Within the courtyard of his estate, Chen Qingyuan produced a fine selection of liquor and personally poured a glass for Wu Junyan. "Old Wu, this is a rare brew from my Xuanqing sect. Do sample it." "Chen Qingyuan, are you plotting something?" Wu Junyan regarded Chen Qingyuan's excessive enthusiasm with narrowed eyes, questioning him. "Ridiculous. Am I that sort of person?" Chen Qingyuan feigned seriousness. "Are you not?" Wu Junyan glanced at the liquor on the table, choosing not to partake for the moment, as he probed from the depths of his soul. "Brother Wu, although we are rivals, we are also friends. There is no need for such hostility," Chen Qingyuan asserted. "Wait a moment, when did we become friends?" Wu Junyan furrowed his brow slightly. "Our relationship has not reached that stage yet. During our last meeting, we shared drinks and conversed together," Chen Qingyuan replied after a moment of contemplation. "You are thinking too much. I do not have friends," Wu Junyan retorted. Wu Junyan coldly remarked, "Is it possible? You don't have a single friend? That is truly pitiable." Chen Qingyuan, seemingly oblivious to the underlying meaning in Wu Junyan's words, adopted a sympathetic demeanor and replied, "No worries. From this moment on, we shall be friends. My intention was to maintain a distance from you, regarding you solely as a formidable opponent, to ensure you understand the nature of our relationship, which is far from that of friends. Why then do you pity me? Do you not comprehend human speech?" Wu Junyan paused momentarily, fixating his gaze on Chen Qingyuan, rendered speechless. "Come, let's drink." Before Wu Junyan could respond, Chen Qingyuan raised his glass and downed its contents in one go. Observing Wu Junyan's lack of action, Chen Qingyuan gestured, "Drink up. Fear not, it is not poisoned." After a prolonged silence, Wu Junyan withdrew his gaze from Chen Qingyuan, casting a glance at the glass before him. After a brief moment of hesitation, he lifted the glass and took a sip. For reasons unknown, upon hearing Chen Qingyuan proclaim that they would henceforth be friends, an indescribable, peculiar sensation blossomed within Wu Junyan's heart. Since his birth, he had seldom engaged in conversation with others, even with kin, remaining as untouchable as an alpine ice lotus. "Old Wu, we must discuss serious matters now." Chen Qingyuan grinned as he spoke. Wu Junyan, ever terse with words, maintained a wary demeanor. "In just over 4 years, our fated duel shall arrive. Should I be vanquished by certain individuals before then, and in our subsequent encounter at the same level, if you were to inadvertently lose or we were to reach a stalemate, would it not allow others to tread upon our heads and gain renown?" Chen Qingyuan pulled his chair closer to Wu Junyan, seeking proximity. "So what then?" Wu Junyan regarded Chen Qingyuan with a look of indifference, curious about his intentions. "Thus, you must go out and deal with those individuals. At the very least, they must not be allowed to cause disturbances for the next few years." Chen Qingyuan articulated his thoughts. "No," Wu Junyan declined. "Please don't." Chen Qingyuan hastily interjected, "Those individuals cannot possibly engage me at the same level. It would simply be an act of bullying. They linger at my doorstep, and if I were to let my anger compel me to confront them, I likely would not emerge victorious. In that case, would there be any need for us to spar? I am unconcerned with such matters. Crushing one's opponent through sheer cultivation is the mark of the weak. For me, true victory is only achieved by defeating you at the same level, thereby solidifying my resolve and aspiring toward greater heights." Wu Junyan sought neither fame nor fortune, only the clarity of thought as he steadily ascended toward the pinnacle of the Dao. "Alas, this matter exhausts me. When the time comes for our battle, my condition will undoubtedly decline significantly, and your chances of victory will increase substantially." Faced with such an obstinate individual, Chen Qingyuan had no choice but to exploit his vulnerabilities. Upon hearing this, Wu Junyan's expression turned grave. For him, a victory devoid of fairness would hold no significance. He placed immense value on promises. Once committed, he would fulfill his obligations, even at the cost of his life. Thus, he and Chen Qingyuan established a 10-year duel date, and he has not yet initiated the challenge. Willing to wait until the appointed day, The duel from a century ago became void when Chen Qingyuan entered the abyss. This time, Wu Junyan is determined to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Regarding the matter of the abyss, it was not Chen Qingyuan's desire to venture into danger, but rather a compulsion to do so. During that period, he felt as though he were in a daze, as if an invisible force were guiding him toward that path. Before our battle, no one shall disturb you. Wu Junyan mused for a moment before making this promise. Indeed, that is the essence of friendship, Chen Qingyuan replied with a smile. This is quite unpalatable, Wu Junyan remarked after taking another sip of his drink. His tone serious, as if he were voicing his inner discontent. This is the finest brew from my Xuanqing sect, Chen Qingyuan retorted. The taste was acceptable earlier, but now it is not. The implication being, it is not the wine that is distasteful, but rather the presence of you, Chen Qingyuan, that has rendered it so. Wu Junyan's manner of reprimanding was rather subtle, leaving Chen Qingyuan momentarily taken aback. Such remarks did not weigh heavily on Chen Qingyuan's mind. As long as Wu Junyan could resolve these issues, he was content. Are you leaving? Chen Qingyuan inquired as he watched Wu Junyan rise to depart. I shall not go back on my word, Wu Junyan replied, stepping through the gate with an air of nonchalance. Truly impressive, Chen Qingyuan praised. To be honest, he felt at ease in Wu Junyan's company, free from the treacherous games of manipulation. In contrast, dealing with a cunning old fox would be like walking on thin ice, requiring utmost caution. In a battle of equal stature with him, at the very least, there would be no torment endured, and the likelihood of victory would be significantly higher. However, engaging with those unscrupulous individuals, where the disparity in cultivation levels is overwhelming, would merely result in relentless beatings. Chen Qingyuan was prepared for a fair contest with Wu Junyan. After all, neither would resort to lethal force, and the resolution of victory and defeat would not pose a significant issue. Outside the gates of the Xuanqing sect, Wu Junyan stood amidst the clouds, casting a glance in all directions with an expression of indifference. His voice resonated across the realms. From this moment forth, no peer shall challenge Chen Qingyuan, nor obstruct the entrance of the Xuanqing sect. Should there be any dissenters, they may come forth to duel with me. Upon uttering these words, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, akin to thunderous exclamations. What is happening? The prodigies who had arrived from various regions were left bewildered. Was Wu Junyan truly extending his support to Chen Qingyuan? What was their relationship? Those who aspired to ascend by stepping on Chen Qingyuan were filled with questions. In my recollection, Wu Junyan rarely intervened on behalf of others. The cultivators from the North Songstar region were somewhat familiar with Wu Junyan, fully aware of his reclusive nature, preferring solitude and eschewing companionship. One particularly outrageous tale suggested that a certain sect's saintess from the North Songstar region had gone to great lengths to orchestrate an encounter, isolating herself and Wu Junyan in a secret chamber, igniting an enchanting incense to awaken his primal instincts. The saintess harbored no ill intentions. She merely wished to forge a fleeting bond with Wu Junyan, hoping that, should he reach the pinnacle of power in the future, he might remember her for the sole connection they shared today. However, what the saintess did not anticipate was that Wu Junyan managed to restrain himself, remaining remarkably clear-headed. Gazing at the saintess before him, utterly bare, Wu Junyan uttered not a single word, his eyes reflecting purity. Subsequently, he approached the entrance of the secret chamber, unleashing blow after blow upon it. Fully aware of the chamber's formidable strength, adorned with countless ancient incantations, Wu Junyan persisted undeterred. His hands became a gruesome mess, his internal energy surging tumultuously, yet he forcefully breached the stone door of the chamber, leaving behind a solitary, desolate silhouette. In this world, there exists no wall that does not whisper secrets. Thus, the tale spread to many ears. Consequently, the news of Wu Junyan's disinterest in the opposite sex circulated, causing quite a stir. A certain powerful figure lamented, "If this youth does not meet an untimely demise, he shall undoubtedly stand at the pinnacle of this era." It is evident that Wu Junyan's reclusive nature rendered him indifferent to the world around him. Yet, his actions at this moment upended the perceptions of countless individuals. What is going on? Many were left bewildered and began to lose their composure. In the void, Yan Qianling, once one of the 10 prodigies of the northern wilderness, furrowed his brow and turned to Wu Junyan, inquiring, "What do you mean by stating that peers are not to challenge him?" Chapter 64. The day of the duel approaches. Visitors from Dao Academy. In a literal sense, upon hearing the words, Wu Junyan met Yan Qianling's gaze and coldly replied, "I have never heard of a prohibition against peers contending. Are you attempting to shield him?" Yan Qianling, wary of Wu Junyan, responded in a grave tone, "He is my rival." Wu Junyan spoke candidly, "Before I engage in battle, no one shall disturb me." "Engage in battle with you?" Yin Qianling paused momentarily. You have always been one of the 10 prodigies of the northern wilderness, a paragon of excellence in this era. If it were the former Chen Qingyuan, he could have been your equal, but does the current him truly possess the qualifications to stand as your adversary? The weak will never comprehend such matters. Wu Junyan offered no explanation regarding this. It was utterly meaningless. Upon hearing these words, Yin Qianling's expression darkened considerably. The onlookers, a gathering of cultivators, widened their eyes in astonishment. Yin Qianling was a renowned figure in the northern wilderness, endowed with extraordinary talent and formidable strength. If someone of his caliber were deemed a weakling, what did that make the rest of them? Nothing at all. They felt a sting of mockery directed at them, yet found themselves powerless to retort. You are indeed powerful and possess the audacity to back it up. However, there are many who surpass you in strength. This statement, uttered by Wu Junyan himself, would have crushed an ordinary cultivator beneath Yin Qianling's heel. There are indeed numerous individuals stronger than I do not deny this. Wu Junyan replied, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone unruffled. At least you do not count among them. You. Yin Qianling gritted his teeth, yearning for a contest with Wu Junyan. Yet, he lacked confidence, and the prospect of victory seemed exceedingly slim. Suppressing his emotions, Yin Qianling resolved to refrain from initiating conflict with Wu Junyan for the time being. Once he had bested Chen Qingyuan and strengthened his own capabilities over the ensuing years, he would undoubtedly regard Wu Junyan as his next target. Individuals like you only perceive those temporarily inferior in strength as rivals, relishing the sensation of assured victory. Regardless of the path you tread in the future, true strength shall remain elusive. Wu Junyan never bullies the weak. His gaze is fixed solely upon loftier peaks. In a confrontation with Chen Qingyuan of the same realm, Wu Junyan harbors no certainty of victory. All remains shrouded in uncertainty. It is precisely this unknown that compels Wu Junyan to continually fortify his foundation, perpetually striving for greater strength to confront the unforeseen. Listening to Wu Junyan's discourse, Yin Qianling's countenance darkened, and he remained silent. Do not elevate yourself too high, lest you risk a fall, Wu Junyan cautioned. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Qianling descended from the lofty heights of the Xuanqing Sect's gate, choosing instead to settle in a nearby city, biding his time for the opportune moment. Should Yin Qianling linger, he would likely find himself under imminent attack from Wu Junyan. After dispersing those who obstructed his path, Wu Junyan sought a comfortable spot at the foot of the Xuanqing Sect's mountain, sitting upon the ground with closed eyes, rejuvenating his spirit. Among his peers, none dared to disregard Wu Junyan's words. In the 4 years to come, any who would dare to provoke Chen Qingyuan or disturb his tranquility would surely face dire consequences. Since when did our junior disciples' rapport with Wu Junyan grow so amicable? The elders of the Xuanqing sect exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by the situation. Matters concerning the youth ought to be resolved by the youth themselves. Once Wu Junyan made his presence known, tranquility enveloped the Xuanqing sect, silencing all discord. Many elders sighed in admiration, acknowledging Wu Junyan's status as a top-tier prodigy among the 10 talents, possessing an undeniable aura of intimidation. Was Wu Junyan truly intending to challenge the junior disciple? Would the junior disciple be able to withstand such a confrontation? A sense of crisis began to permeate among the elders, as they first felt that Chen Qingyuan might not withstand the pressure. The formidable aura brought by Wu Junyan was simply overwhelming. Despite being among the 10 prodigies of Beihuang, why did our junior brother appear so inferior? Elder Dong Wenkuan, tasked with protecting the sect, couldn't help but voice his frustration. Just look at Wu Junyan. How many among his peers would dare to defy his words? In stark contrast, Chen Qingyuan seemed to invite disdain, with everyone eager to undermine him, rushing to assert their dominance, fearful of lagging behind. For the next 4 years, the Xuanqing sect remained tranquil, with no peer daring to challenge them. Even someone as formidable as Yin Qianling had to temporarily retreat from Wu Junyan's brilliance, showing him a degree of respect. Under usual circumstances, other prodigies would never dare to act recklessly. Within the confines of his chamber, Chen Qingyuan dedicated himself to solidifying his cultivation, striving to strengthen his foundation. He had no intention of breaking through to the golden core stage just yet, preferring to wait until after his confrontation with Wu Junyan. Only 10 days remained. After calculating the time, Chen Qingyuan felt prepared for the impending clash, his spirit and vitality reaching an optimal state. At the foot of the mountain, Wu Junyan slowly opened his eyes, murmuring to himself, "This time, I must determine a victor." Whether in victory or defeat, Wu Junyan would resolve a long-held concern, allowing him to step forward and grow even stronger. 8 days passed, leaving merely 2 days until the fateful duel. Suddenly, a visitor arrived at the Xuanqing sect. A tall youth, standing 8 feet high, donned a flowing white robe adorned with an intricate depiction of a flower from the other shore on his left chest. The young man exuded an air of refinement, effortlessly bypassing the gazes of countless onlookers, and strode directly through the grand entrance of the Xuanqing sect, disregarding the barriers that sought to impede him. The gatekeeper elder of the Xuanqing sect and his disciples remained oblivious to the presence of the young man, allowing him to pass by unnoticed. In the next moment, he found himself deep within the inner hall, gradually approaching Lin Chongqing. It was only when the young man closed in to within 10 paces that Lin Chongqing sensed him, turning around like a startled tiger, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Who? Astonishingly, it took such proximity for Lin Chongqing to react. If the young man intended to take Lin Chongqing's life, he could do so with a mere snap of his fingers. The Dao Academy. The young man's form appeared somewhat translucent, as if he were not fully present within this realm, his features obscured by a veil of white mist, rendering them indistinct. Upon hearing this, Lin Chongqing's body trembled slightly, his expression shifting dramatically. He promptly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. "Ah, it is the envoy of the Academy. I am remiss. Where is the person under assessment?" As the token had been shattered by Lin Chongqing, the young man in white was able to pinpoint the location with precision. "It is in the Nexi Hall, 100 miles to the west," Lin Chongqing indicated. "The person is now in my custody," the young man stated, his tone flat yet commanding. Before Lin Chongqing could respond, the young man's figure vanished. Soon after, he arrived at the Nexi Hall, where he found Chen Qingyuan meditating with closed eyes. "Time is up. It is time to depart." A profound voice resonated, rousing Chen Qingyuan from his trance. "Who are you?" he inquired, regarding the suddenly materialized young man with heightened vigilance, his body bristling with tension. "I am from the Dao Academy," the young man replied. After a moment of surprise, Chen Qingyuan remained vigilant and asked, "What proof do you have?" The young man in white, disinterested in elaborating, pointed at Chen Qingyuan, directly sealing his internal spiritual energy, rendering him immobile. Subsequently, the young man in white departed from Yunxiao Palace with Chen Qingyuan, gliding through the protective barrier of the Xuanqing sect like a phantom, unnoticed by anyone. Suddenly, Gong Sunan, who had been seated inside the room, opened his eyes wide, his expression shifting dramatically. "Where is Chen Qingyuan?" It was only when Chen Qingyuan was taken away from the Xuanqing sect that Gong Sunan realized he had vanished, as if he had evaporated from the mortal realm, leaving no trace behind. Was this an illusion cast by the Xuanqing sect, or was it the work of a human? If it were merely an illusion, Gong Sunan could accept it to some extent, for the once mighty Xuanqing sect still retained some remnants of its former glory. However, if it were a human endeavor, he could scarcely fathom the existence behind it, leaving his heart in turmoil. "Senior, I have a crucial confrontation ahead. Could I not depart until it is concluded?" Chen Qingyuan, unable to move his body, pleaded with his words. Chapter 65, The Duel Postponed. Journey to the Dao Academy. The young man in white regarded Chen Qingyuan with an expression devoid of emotion, pausing in his stride, and slowly shook his head, replying, "The time for the assessment has arrived. Delays are unacceptable. Can we not make an exception?" Chen Qingyuan implored once more. "The rules of the Academy are inviolable. Should you arrive even a moment late, you shall forfeit your eligibility for the entrance examination." The young man in white rejected Chen Qingyuan's request, elucidating the gravity of the situation. However, Chen Qingyuan hesitated, uncertain of how to proceed. After a moment's contemplation, he opted for a different approach. "Senior, may I have a brief word with a friend? I assure you, it will not consume much time." "Very well," the young man in white replied, recognizing that should Chen Qingyuan pass the assessment, he would become a member of the Dao Academy. Considering the faint bond of camaraderie that might arise from this possibility, he nodded in acquiescence, as long as it did not impede the main business at hand. Allowing Chen Qingyuan to bid farewell was permissible. "Please allow me to regain my ability to move," Chen Qingyuan requested, a glimmer of joy illuminating his face. With a snap of his fingers, the young man in white dispelled the restrictions placed upon Chen Qingyuan. Without delay, Chen Qingyuan summoned a thread of sound transmission to Wu Junyan, instructing, "Old Wu, come this way." Wu Junyan, standing at the foot of Xuanqing Sect's mountain, caught the familiar voice, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Chen Qingyuan's voice? Why is he not within the Xuanqing sect? With this perplexity, Wu Junyan followed the guidance of the sound transmission, making his way into a secluded mountain nearby. What has happened to Wu Junyan? The surrounding cultivators began to stir, noticing his sudden departure towards an unknown direction. Upon entering the secluded mountain, the young man in white sealed the surrounding space, preventing any external probing with divine sense. "What are you doing here?" Wu Junyan questioned, brow furrowed as he spotted Chen Qingyuan beneath a large tree. This is rather complicated, Chen Qingyuan replied. I will explain everything to you in due time. At this moment, I wish to convey something important to you. Our battle is likely to be postponed. As Chen Qingyuan uttered these words, an awkward smile crept across his face. It was not his intention to back out. Rather, he found himself in an unavoidable predicament. For years, Chen Qingyuan had diligently prepared, never anticipating such a situation. The arrival of the individuals from the Dao Academy was indeed fortuitous, coinciding with the mere 2 days before their scheduled duel. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Wu Junyan's gaze hardened, radiating a chilling intensity that caused the surrounding atmosphere to plummet in temperature. Old Wu, I sincerely apologize for this. I assure you that I will engage in a proper battle with you in the future. If you are unsatisfied, we can have several rounds until you are content. In truth, Chen Qingyuan yearned for a confrontation with Wu Junyan at the same level to fulfill this desire. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. It was truly unfortunate. Chen Qingyuan, you ought to be well aware of my character. The promises I make hold more weight than life itself. Wu Junyan's expression turned exceedingly stern, his tone laced with sharpness, exuding an overwhelming aura of pressure. Previously, when Chen Qingyuan found himself in peril and could not honor their duel, Wu Junyan understood and forgave him. However, now, the fact that Chen Qingyuan was once again considering a withdrawal was simply intolerable, igniting his fury. I understand, hence my intention to engage you in a proper battle. Yet, unforeseen circumstances have arisen. Alas, to be frank, Chen Qingyuan felt a pang of guilt, his heart heavy with remorse. Unforeseen circumstances? Is that merely your excuse? Wu Junyan remained skeptical. I assure you, I have no reason to deceive you. Chen Qingyuan emphatically nodded, affirming the truth of his words. Heh! Wu Junyan let out a cold laugh. If I wished to flee, why would I bother to communicate with you? Seeing Wu Junyan's skepticism, Chen Qingyuan elaborated. You are a master of deception. Who can ascertain whether your intentions are genuine? Hearing that Chen Qingyuan would not have the opportunity to fulfill their duel ignited Wu Junyan's anger, rendering him distrustful of every word uttered by Chen Qingyuan. Just as Chen Qingyuan prepared to clarify the situation, a detached voice resonated from a distance. Time is up. We must depart. Who? Upon arrival, Wu Junyan had not detected the presence of a third individual, only perceiving Chen Qingyuan. The sudden emergence of this voice caused Wu Junyan's heart to plummet, his body tensing in utmost vigilance. The young man in white had been standing beside Chen Qingyuan, shrouded by an arcane technique that concealed his corporeal form and masked his presence. Senior, could you grant us a bit more time? Chen Qingyuan turned to the young man in white. There is no time left. It is not possible. It was not that the young man in white lacked compassion, but rather that time was truly of the essence. They needed to hasten to the Dao Academy to avoid hindering crucial matters. As he spoke these words, the young man in white revealed his true form, finally allowing Wu Junyan to behold him. Who are you? Wu Junyan gazed at the suddenly manifested young man in white, his soul inexplicably trembling, sending forth ominous signals. Nevertheless, Wu Junyan maintained his composure, his visage betraying no hint of fear. The young man in white cast a fleeting glance at Wu Junyan, offering no response. Yet, merely through his gaze, Wu Junyan felt an overwhelming weight descend upon him, as if countless colossal mountains were pressing down, nearly causing him to collapse to the ground. Old Wu, can you comprehend my predicament? Chen Qingyuan spoke with a bitter smile, expressing his helplessness. How could such a terrifying figure appear in the fully used star domain? Wu Junyan exerted all his strength to lift his head, imprinting the general silhouette of the young man in white onto his memory, his heart churning with tumultuous waves. I can understand, yet you have still violated your promise. Wu Junyan's initial words moved Chen Qingyuan, leading him to believe that this matter could be resolved amicably. However, the latter part of his statement caused a tightening in Chen Qingyuan's heart, instilling a sense of unease. Next time we meet, I shall provide you with no excuses for evasion. The day we encounter will mark the onset of battle. This cannot be blamed on me. Please do not harbor resentment. Chen Qingyuan felt quite helpless. Gazing intently at Chen Qingyuan, Wu Junyan remained silent. Whoosh! The young man in white, unwilling to squander time, pointed at Chen Qingyuan and vanished instantly. Deep within the mountains, only Wu Junyan remained, the inexplicable oppressive force gradually dissipating. After catching his breath, Wu Junyan looked into the distance with resolute eyes. When we meet again, it shall undoubtedly lead to a confrontation. Such a formidable presence was indeed beyond Chen Qingyuan's capacity to resist. Nevertheless, while Wu Junyan understood, he could not suppress his anger. A promise, regardless of circumstances, must not be broken. This is the unwavering belief of Wu Junyan throughout his life. After a brief respite, Wu Junyan silently departed from the Fuliu star domain. His whereabouts unknown. Cultivators from various star domains continued to await Chen Qingyuan's appearance, anticipating his battle with Wu Junyan. Yet, when the day of the duel arrived, both were nowhere to be found, leaving countless individuals bewildered and at a loss. Senior brother, where has the junior disciple gone? The elders gazed at Lin Chongsheng, their faces etched with concern. Chapter 66, a backdoor? Is there no assessment required? Lin Chongsheng sighed, contemplating for a moment before deciding to disclose the matters concerning the Academy of Dao. This matter was of utmost importance. He sealed the surrounding void and permitted only the core members of the sect to enter to prevent any potential eavesdropping by certain factions. Are you familiar with the Academy of Dao? Lin Chongsheng scanned the crowd, his expression grave. The elders exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. Subsequently, Lin Chongsheng began to narrate the sequence of events. Meanwhile, within the territory of the Xuanqing sect, numerous foreign cultivators emerged, seeking to create trouble for Chen Qingyuan, hoping to make a name for themselves in the process. Despite their considerable efforts to investigate, they remained oblivious to the reason why Chen Qingyuan refrained from battling Wu Junyan. After much contemplation, they resolved to wait a little longer. However, even if they waited 2 more years, it would be futile, for Chen Qingyuan had already departed from the Flowing Star region. Chen Qingyuan's body was uncontrollable, taken by the young man in white to the shattered rifts of the void, traversing the starry seas with exceptional strength, advancing at a speed surpassing that of the grand teleportation arrays of many top-tier factions. 3 hours later, Chen Qingyuan arrived at a place resembling a celestial paradise. Here, myriad towering mountains were interconnected, and every corner was shrouded in a delicate mist, lending an air of mystery to the locale. Lush greenery blanketed the land, with crystal-clear lakes reflecting the sky, and occasionally, ethereal fish leapt from the waters, tracing graceful arcs in the air. Chen Qingyuan gazed into the distance, as if a magnificent palace loomed above, suspended amidst the encircling mountains, impervious and indomitable. Do not linger, let us proceed. The young man in white released the restraints binding Chen Qingyuan and took a step forward. Oh, Chen Qingyuan came to his senses and swiftly followed the young man's lead. As they walked, he reveled in the enchanting vistas of this mysterious realm, a veritable paradise beyond the mundane world. Old Wu, it is not my intention to go back on my word. When we next meet, I shall certainly engage you in a proper contest. The thought of Wu Junyan's intensely serious gaze prompted Chen Qingyuan to sigh internally, silently affirming his resolve. He understood that Wu Junyan held his commitments in higher regard than life itself, and thus had never contemplated escape, preparing himself instead for a fierce battle. What he had not anticipated was the sudden arrival of the Dao Academy's members, causing yet another missed opportunity for their confrontation. At the foot of the mountain lay a staircase of jade stones ascending to a higher elevation. Each step floated independently in midair, surrounded by swirling mist, as though one were treading upon clouds, soaring towards the heavens. The young man in white led the way, guiding Chen Qingyuan upward. As they approached, a colossal palace came into view, leaving Chen Qingyuan awestruck. Above the entrance, 2 characters were faintly inscribed, Dao Yi. The palace and its interior structures were predominantly white, crafted from extraordinarily precious jade. The grand gate of the academy stood approximately 30 meters high, its entrance shrouded in a transparent barrier, where wisps of faint golden Dao patterns occasionally flowed, exuding an air of enigmatic mystique. At the threshold stood over 100 exceptionally gifted young individuals, an equal mix of men and women. These individuals hail from various locales, and Chen Qingyuan is unfamiliar with any of them, certainly not originating from the flowing meteor domain or its vicinity. Each participant shares a connection with the Dao Academy, having acquired the privilege to partake in the entrance examination. Every millennium, the Academy selects suitable individuals of destiny, ultimately admitting only the top 10, making the competition exceptionally fierce. As Chen Qingyuan arrived, he was greeted by an ancient voice resonating throughout the void. Time's up, the examination officially commences. A youth clad in white leaped to a lofty height, hands clasped behind his back, surveying the hundreds of candidates below. Subsequently, the white-clad youth flicked his fingers, summoning a dark vortex that led to an unknown secret realm. Entering this realm marked the commencement of the examination. The white-robed youth served as the examiner for this entrance test. He gestured downward, causing a flicker of light to illuminate the candidates' foreheads, instantly clarifying the specific rules of the assessment. This examination would evaluate each individual's character, talent, perseverance, and integrity, among other qualities. Within the secret realm, numerous trials awaited, with rankings determined by points earned. The 10 individuals with the highest scores would ultimately become students of the Dao Academy, with the assessment lasting 5 years. Without a moment's hesitation, a group of candidates plunged into the secret realm, eager for the forthcoming challenges. As Chen Qingyuan prepared to enter, he was unexpectedly halted by a gentle force. "What's the matter? Little one, you need not participate in the examination." A benevolent voice reached Chen Qingyuan's ears, unheard by others. Why not? Chen Qingyuan was momentarily taken aback, surmising that this voice must belong to a formidable being from the Dao Academy. And he inquired softly. In the void, the young man clad in white had already escorted the other candidates to the secret realm, leaving only Chen Qingyuan behind. Upon witnessing the laws manifesting around Chen Qingyuan, the young man instantly comprehended the interference at play and cast his gaze towards the depths of the academy. As if in silent inquiry, "Zhao Yichuan, this individual requires no examination." The echo of a voice resonated in his ears. Why? Zhao Yichuan, the name of the young man in white, bore significant standing within the Dao Academy. Otherwise, he could not serve as an examiner. He hailed from the Qing clan of the imperial prefecture. Was that rationale sufficient? An elder within the academy conveyed telepathically. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yichuan's pupils dilated slightly, and a hint of astonishment flickered across his brow. Subsequently, he cast a glance at Chen Qingyuan, his expression softening somewhat. That sufficed. Having received his answer, Zhao Yichuan acquiesced to Chen Qingyuan's exemption from the assessment, harboring no reservations in his heart. The Qing clan of the imperial prefecture had succumbed to the Xuanqing clan of the northern wilderness falling star domain. The higher echelons of the Dao Academy were acutely aware of the immense contributions made by the once mighty Qing clan towards the stability of the realm. Long ago, the Qing clan began to decline. The then sovereign, unwilling to let the clan's legacy fade, made a fateful decision to relinquish all resources in the imperial prefecture, consolidating the clan's dwindling heritage. He severed the ties of causality between heaven and earth, allowing the Qing clan to vanish from the eyes of the world, leaving none to discern its whereabouts. Years passed, and countless souls in the imperial prefecture believed the Qing clan had perished, with only a select few of the most powerful factions aware of its continued existence, albeit without the constraints of causal laws, rendering them unable to ascertain the clan's current location. Unbeknownst to him, the Qing sect had been renamed as the Xuanqing sect, situated in a relatively remote star domain of the northern wasteland. No wonder you insisted on my personally retrieving this young lad. It all makes sense now. Zhao Yichuan's confusion dissipated entirely as he cast a deep gaze at Chen Qingyuan before turning to head towards the assessment secret realm, determined to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Chen Qingyuan stood there, bewildered, pondering the situation. "Little one, follow this path and proceed forward." The voice of the elder resonated once more in Chen Qingyuan's ears. No sooner had the words fallen than the mist parted to reveal a white cloud pathway leading deep into the Dao Academy. Chapter 67. The mysterious elder in black garb Chen Qingyuan hesitated momentarily before traversing this path, passing through the Jade Gate barrier and gradually advancing into the depths of the Dao Academy. Along the way, he encountered no one. The thick fog enveloped both sides, obscuring his view of anything but the road ahead. After a duration that felt like the burning of an incense stick, Chen Qingyuan still had not reached the end of the path. The elder, somewhat dissatisfied with Chen Qingyuan's sluggish pace, employed mystical techniques to propel him through the fabric of space, landing him in a picturesque courtyard. There were quaint bridges and flowing streams, while flowers vied with one another in vibrant bloom. At times, a gentle breeze caressed his face, and at others, the melodious chirping of birds filled the air. Hundreds of willow trees adorned the lakeside, their countless branches cascading gracefully over the water's surface. The breeze stirred the willow branches, creating an endless array of ripples across the lake. On the lakeshore stood an ancient pavilion, within which an elder clad in black garments sat, savoring the rich aroma of fragrant tea, his expression one of utter contentment. Chen Qingyuan suddenly appeared outside the ancient pavilion, momentarily taken aback, regaining his composure. He bowed deeply to the elder seated within, saying, "I am Chen Qingyuan, the junior, here to pay my respects to you, esteemed elder. Please, come in and take a seat." The elderly man clad in black spoke warmly, turning to Chen Qingyuan with a gentle smile. Without hesitation, Chen Qingyuan entered the ancient pavilion and cautiously settled into the seat opposite the elder. Once seated, he mustered the courage to meet the elder's gaze and quietly inquired, "Senior, why am I not required to undergo an assessment? Is it that you do not intend for me to become a student of the Dao Academy? Or is there another reason?" "From the moment you shattered that token, you have already become a student of the Dao Academy," the elder replied, exuding an aura not of a supreme being, but rather that of a benevolent elder. He personally poured a cup of tea and gently slid it across the table to Chen Qingyuan. "Ah?" Chen Qingyuan exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had inexplicably become associated with the Dao Academy. Wasn't it said that an assessment was necessary? What was going on? Chen Qingyuan was momentarily at a loss, taking a while to regain his composure. "Senior, you must be joking with me. What do you think?" The elder's lips curled into a slight smile, his gaze profound and enigmatic. "A being of your stature has no reason to jest with one so junior." Yet, Chen Qingyuan hesitated, deciding to voice his lingering doubts. "It's just that I feel somewhat uneasy about entering without having done anything." "You indeed have done nothing, but others have acted on your behalf." The elder replied with a knowing smile. "Someone acted on my behalf?" Chen Qingyuan's expression deepened with confusion upon hearing this. Suddenly, Chen Qingyuan recalled his inexpensive master. The token of the Dao Academy and the letter were both left by this master. Could this matter be related to him? It is worth mentioning that Chen Qingyuan had never truly met his master in person, having only glimpsed his portrait. "Please enlighten me, esteemed elder." Chen Qingyuan immediately rose and bowed, pleading earnestly. No need for formalities. The old man in black gestured for him to resume his seat. "First, pledge yourself as my disciple, and then I shall provide you with the answers you seek." "Pledge as your disciple?" Chen Qingyuan's pupils dilated, and his body trembled slightly as he stammered, "Esteemed elder, you must be quite aware of my background. I already have a master." "I am aware," the old man in black chuckled lightly. 200 years ago, I met your master and discussed your affairs. It was made clear then that if fate allowed, I could take you as my disciple, and your master would not oppose it." "You have met my master?" Chen Qingyuan was taken aback, calculating the time. 200 years ago was precisely when he had just been born, with no memories of that period. Indeed, it was the first and last meeting between them. Upon mentioning this, the old man in black sighed deeply, feeling a sense of regret for the late acquaintance, coupled with a hint of melancholy. "You are not deceiving me, are you?" Chen Qingyuan whispered to himself. "Given my age, would I have any reason to deceive you?" The old man in black snorted lightly. "That is uncertain. The older one gets, the more cunning they may become, making it difficult to find flaws in their deceit." This thought lingered only in Chen Qingyuan's mind, as he dared not voice it aloud. "That makes sense." Chen Qingyuan uttered a disingenuous remark. Through the subtle shifts in Chen Qingyuan's facial expression, the elderly man in black discerned that he certainly did not believe it. He continued, "Your master once visited the Dao Academy and took away a token. Whenever the token shatters, it shall mark the time for you to journey to the Dao Academy." Indeed, Chen Qingyuan thought, harboring no doubts about this. For it was a matter of fact. "This is a letter left by your master, along with the unique Dao imprint of the Xuanqing sect. Take a look." The old man in black produced a jade slip and a letter. With a blend of curiosity and uncertainty, Chen Qingyuan first opened the letter. The handwriting was unmistakably that of his master, identical in every aspect. Having previously seen his master's portrait and calligraphy, he could recognize it without doubt. Next, a strand of Chen Qingyuan's consciousness entered the jade slip, revealing the engraved traces of the core secret arts of the Xuanqing sect. These were the unparalleled divine abilities that had never been disclosed to outsiders. Even the Dao Academy could not forge them. The letter's message was straightforward. Should a powerful figure from the Dao Academy wish to take you as a disciple, do not hesitate to agree. It would be beneficial and harmless. "Have you finished reading?" The elderly man rasped, observing the dazed Chen Qingyuan. "Yes," Chen Qingyuan replied, coming back to his senses and nodding gently. Could it be false? Chen Qingyuan contemplated as he gazed at the letter and jade slip before him. Yet, upon reflection, he considered that the old man had no need to deceive him. If he truly wished to scheme against him, such elaborate machinations would be unnecessary. "If you do not mind my humble aptitude, I would be honored to become your disciple." As he spoke, Chen Qingyuan performed a gesture of kneeling homage. Thud! He bowed his head, awaiting a response from the elder in black. "From this day forth, you shall be my disciple," the elder proclaimed, stroking his beard with a satisfied smile. Subsequently, the elder raised Chen Qingyuan with a wave of his hand, increasingly finding him to be a pleasing sight. "Master," Chen Qingyuan murmured softly, lowering his gaze. Indeed, the elder's eyes glimmered with a sense of gratification. In that moment, he was transported back in time, reminiscing about events that seemed to have occurred only yesterday. 2 centuries prior, Xuanqing had arrived at the Dao Academy, emanating a formidable aura that compelled the elder to reveal himself. "Who is your companion?" the elder inquired. "Let us engage in battle first," was the immediate retort from Xuanqing. With those words, he launched an attack. To avoid causing a significant uproar, the two retreated to a secluded realm to duel. clashing for a full 3 days. As for the outcome, it was indeterminate. Exhausted from their confrontation, Xuanqing finally revealed his name and his affiliation with the Xuanqing sect from the Fulyu star domain. Your prowess is extraordinary. Why have I not heard of you before? The elder expressed his bewilderment, astonished that the Dao Academy had not uncovered such a formidable entity hidden within the remote star domain of Beiwang. If you are unaware of the Xuanqing sect, perhaps you have heard of the Qing sect from the imperial province? Xuanqing declared, unwilling to conceal his identity. You are the heir of the Qing sect from the imperial province. Upon hearing this, the elder was taken aback, swiftly piecing together the fragments of a forgotten history in his mind. After a thorough conversation, the elder confirmed Xuanqing's identity and regarded him with great respect. Dear friend, you must have come for a purpose, remarked the elder in black. I seek the protection of a certain individual by the Dao Academy. Xuanqing, clad in light-colored robes, appeared ageless with his white hair, exuding an ethereal aura. Who might this be? Their eyes locked, and the elder's countenance grew grave and solemn. Chapter 68. The Vice President of the Academy and the Pact of 2 centuries ago. It is my newly accepted disciple. As these words escaped Xuanqing's lips, an intricate array of emotions flickered in his gaze. Why must my friend's disciple require the protection of the Dao Academy? Could you elaborate? The elder, having engaged in a duel with Xuanqing, was acutely aware of the latter's formidable prowess. If even Xuanqing could not resolve this predicament, then the Dao Academy would likely find itself in dire straits. I must venture into the abyss of demons. Initially, Xuanqing had no desire to involve himself in this matter, yet having come to understand the profound convictions borne by the sages of the Xuanqing sect, he could not remain passive. Ultimately, he embarked upon the same path as his junior disciple. This junior, in fact, was the former sovereign of the Xuanqing sect. 100,000 years ago, the sovereign had expended all reserves, severing ties with the imperial capital and relocating the entire sect to the flowing star domain. Furthermore, he had sealed the sect's transmission techniques, thus liberating future generations from the burdens of ancestral aspirations, allowing them to live in peace. Although this act bore a hint of selfishness, the sovereign had no alternative but to proceed thus. Had he chosen otherwise, the Xuanqing sect might have lost its final vestiges of lineage. However, the subsequent events unfolded in stark contrast to the sovereign's predictions. Perhaps it is the heavens that refuse to spare the Xuanqing sect, or perhaps it is the extraordinary talents of its disciples throughout the ages. Approximately every 10,000 years, the Xuanqing sect witnesses the emergence of exceptionally gifted disciples who, through their innate abilities, shatter the invisible seals and awaken ancestral memories. Those who undergo the baptism of these memories can rapidly elevate their cultivation and comprehend myriad laws. In the previous era, the sect master of Xuanqing, Confronting, after activating the ancestral memories, ascended to an astonishing level of cultivation within merely a century. Consequently, Confronting feigned death to extricate himself from the sect, severing ties with the Xuanqing sect and adopting the name Xuanqing in the imperial province. Before subduing the demon abyss, Xuanqing traversed the various powers of the imperial province, avenging the grievances of the ancestors of the Xuanqing sect. Ultimately, he discovered that the seal of the demon abyss was beginning to weaken and, without hesitation, charged forth. Now, Xuanqing, like Confronting, has awakened the ancestral memories and chosen this path. Before departing, Xuanqing's greatest concern lay with the Xuanqing sect. Thus, he arrived at the Dao Academy, hoping that, in light of the countless merits accumulated by the Xuanqing sect over the years, the Academy might offer its protection. The elderly man in black, having discerned the unfolding circumstances, felt an even deeper respect for the Xuanqing sect. Throughout the endless ages, how many factions have managed to achieve what the Xuanqing sect has? In the beginning, the demon abyss was jointly suppressed by the foremost sects of the imperial province. However, as time passed, the powerful sects became reluctant to offer their sacrifices, leaving all the burden upon the Xuanqing sect. Had it not been for the esteemed predecessors of the Qing sect, the seal of the demon abyss would have long since been shattered, resulting in the demise of countless souls. Should that child enroll in school in the future, allow him to cultivate independently and do not interfere with his path of cultivation. Moreover, the karmic repercussions associated with that child are formidable. Xuanqing offered a gentle reminder. The Dao Academy has existed far longer than the Qing sect of which you are a part, and thus, it does not fear any karmic consequences. The elderly man in black spoke with confidence. Believe it or not, some matters are beyond Xuanqing's capacity to articulate. According to the regulations of the Dao Academy, those who enroll must follow a teacher for their studies. Thus, your disciple, upon arriving at the Dao Academy, must adhere to the same rule. The elderly man in black made it clear in advance that this was not an attempt to poach disciples, but rather a matter of protocol. If you are unafraid of the karmic consequences, then you may take him in. I have no objections, Xuanqing remarked. Although this karmic consequence is indeed daunting, there lies a glimmer of potential for it to transform into a monumental fortune. Oh, then I eagerly anticipate meeting your disciple. The elderly man's interest was piqued. Subsequently, he and Xuanqing conversed for a while longer, after which Xuanqing departed, leaving behind letters and jade slips. After a wait of 2 centuries, the token finally shattered, and the elderly man in black felt a sense of anticipation. The moment he laid eyes on Chen Qingyuan, he began to observe, striving to discern his essence. Strangely, whenever the elderly man felt he had grasped the intricacies of Chen Qingyuan, an impenetrable mist would appear before him, rendering it all quite enigmatic. This young man is indeed extraordinary, the elderly man mused inwardly, filled with anticipation for Chen Qingyuan's future. Returning to reality, Chen Qingyuan found himself with an additional, rather unassuming master. Feeling slightly uncomfortable, he inquired, "Master, may I ask how to address you?" "I am called Yu Chenran, the vice president of the Dao Academy." The elderly man in black introduced himself. "You are the vice president of the academy?" Chen Qingyuan exclaimed in astonishment, realizing the formidable lineage of his newly appointed teacher. The title alone was quite impressive. He resolved to remain low-key. Observing Chen Qingyuan's astonished expression, Yu Chenran stroked his beard and feigned humility. "Master, may I now seek your wisdom to resolve my uncertainties?" Chen Qingyuan bowed respectfully and asked, "Many years ago, your master, also known as Xuanqing, arrived at the Dao Academy 2 centuries past. Subsequently, Yu Chenran provided a brief account of the events that transpired. However, he refrained from mentioning the origins of the Xuanqing sect, which was once known as the Qing sect of the imperial province. The ramifications associated with the Qing sect were immense, and divulging such information to Chen Qingyuan would only burden him further. For countless years, while the Xuanqing sect had managed to suppress the demonic abyss, it had also incurred the wrath of numerous factions, particularly that of the demon race. Should the specific origins of the Xuanqing sect be exposed, the consequences would be dire. "Thank you, Master, for enlightening me." Chen Qingyuan comprehended the situation. It turned out that his grandmaster Xuanqing had forcefully acquired a token wooden plaque and subsequently bequeathed it to him. What do you mean by master?" Yu Chenran maintained a stern expression. "Is it not true that I have 2 masters? This way, it serves to distinguish between them," Chen Qingyuan explained with a smile. "Unnecessary. Omit the term second," Yu Chenran replied with gravity. "Yes, master." Chen Qingyuan dared not refute. "Please, go ahead and speak." Yu Chenran nodded with satisfaction. In truth, Yu Chenran was quite the mischievous old man. He had little initial interest in Chen Qingyuan. However, after the repeated insistence of Xuanqing regarding Chen Qingyuan's immense potential, Yu Chenran's curiosity was piqued, compelling him to take the young man as his disciple. "The more you try to restrain me, the more I feel inclined to rebel." Such was his capricious nature. Sitting on the stool, Chen Qingyuan gradually relaxed and took a sip of the tea before him, suddenly acquiring another master. Such is the unpredictability of life. "Master, is my grandmaster still alive?" This question had long plagued Chen Qingyuan. As he found it hard to believe that Xuanqing had suddenly passed away, it all seemed too suspicious. Yu Chenran gazed into the distance, his expression solemn, revealing a complexity of emotions, admiration, self-reproach, and a hint of concern among them. Chapter 69. The profound depths of the academy, I do not know. Yu Chenran replied softly after a long pause. Once one descends into the abyss of demons, life and death become uncertain. Yu Chenran held great admiration for the sages of the Xuanqing sect, who, knowing full well the peril that lay ahead, steadfastly adhered to the ancestral edicts and willingly embraced death. "Master, does the Xuanqing sect harbor secrets? Are you aware of them?" Chen Qingyuan felt there were peculiarities within the sect. Unlike other sects that had elder ancestors retreating into the shadows, the elder generation of the Xuanqing sect had all mysteriously vanished, leaving behind only graves. As the new generation of disciples blossomed, the previous generation fell in quick succession. How coincidental was this? You are not yet qualified to know such matters. Yu Chenran did not disclose the history of the Xuanqing sect. Instead, reflecting, when you reach that juncture, you will come to know everything. Even if I were to reveal it now, you would be unable to comprehend. The founding ancestor of the Xuanqing sect had pioneered a secret technique. Should an individual of exceptional talent arise, it would activate the inherited memories, unveiling all knowledge pertaining to the abyss of demons, as well as the location of the erased core. Furthermore, The will of the sages from generations past would imbue the inheritor with spiritual energy, enabling them to grow remarkably in a brief span of time. Most inheritors of the Xuanqing sect only begin to sense the ancestral vein and comprehend everything in the later stages of transcending tribulation. What steps must one take to reach that point? Chen Qingyuan was deeply intrigued by the secrets of the Xuanqing sect and yearned to learn about his master, Xuanqing, and whether he still walked among the living. Surely, one must at least attain the stage of transcending tribulation. Yu Chenran had conversed with Xuanqing for a time and possessed a general understanding of these matters. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, master. Currently, Chen Qingyuan was merely at the heavenly spirit realm, a vast distance from the realm of transcending tribulation. Let us not dwell on this further. Yu Chenran shifted the topic. Revealing a dark ring in the palm of his hand, which he prized for many years, Yu Chenran had encountered countless exceptional talents. Yet he had never considered taking on a disciple. However, this time, he made an exception. Only by becoming Chen Qingyuan's mentor did Yu Chenran find sufficient justification to protect him. He believed himself inferior to the numerous outstanding figures of the Xuanqing sect. Yet he could not allow the sect's heir to suffer humiliation. This era subtly differed from the past, and it was highly probable that the secrets of the Xuanqing sect would be unearthed. When that time came, countless forces offended by the sect would inevitably come knocking. Although the Xuanqing sect had suppressed the abyss of demons for countless years, earning immeasurable merit, once everything was exposed, how many would genuinely express gratitude towards the sect? Most of the top forces in the imperial state regarded the Xuanqing sect as a mere tool to exploit, sending each generation of its strong to suppress the abyss of demons while reaping the rewards. It was already a blessing that these forces did not trample over the Xuanqing sect. Yes, my disciple shall certainly not bring shame upon his master, Chen Qingyuan declared, clasping his fist respectfully. Leave. Yu Chenran waved his hand, signaling that Chen Qingyuan could depart. Master, where should I go? Chen Qingyuan, having just arrived at the Dao Academy, was entirely unfamiliar with the place and had nowhere to turn, standing still in confusion. I had forgotten to mention. Yu Chenran suddenly realized, pointing his right index finger towards the void beside him, causing a passageway to materialize, unknown to where it led. You may take your leave now. Very well, do savor your tea at your leisure, Chen Qingyuan replied, stepping into the circular passage and arriving at a remarkably elegant location. This is a manor. Its 3-meter-high walls constructed from white stones, coated with a layer of smooth white paint, devoid of any crevices. Through the open gate, one can glimpse over a dozen bamboo houses within, alongside a clear pond adorned with a few willow trees. Beneath these trees, there are stone tables and chairs. The innermost bamboo house, 3 stories high, appears to serve as a resting place, while the other bamboo houses each have their distinct purposes. Above the entrance of Yunshi residence hangs an exquisite plaque. Every corner here seems to exude the refined essence of scholarly elegance, isolated from the world. Akin to a paradise beyond reach. Young man, you shall reside here from now on. In 5 years, your duty station will be assigned. Yu Chenran's voice reached Chen Qingyuan's ears, urging him to swiftly enhance his abilities, lest he face repercussions later. Should the other candidates discover that Chen Qingyuan had taken a shortcut, they would undoubtedly seek an explanation. Among the younger generation, as long as their playful skirmishes do not escalate into significant troubles, the higher-ups of the academy will remain uninvolved. With that, Chen Qingyuan stepped into Yunshi residence. Suddenly, a token materialized in his hand, inscribed with the characters Yunshi. The moment he grasped the token, Chen Qingyuan felt an immediate connection to its laws, comprehending its usage and the function of each bamboo house within Yunshi residence. With the token in hand, a thought crossed his mind, and an invisible barrier enveloped Yunshi residence, preventing outsiders from entering. Each bamboo house appeared ordinary, yet upon opening the door, one would enter an enigmatic realm. Every cultivation chamber within the Dao Academy is akin to this. The laws are profound and arcane, rendering them incomprehensible to the average individual. The library beckons. Let us venture inside. Following the path of blue stone slabs, Chen Qingyuan arrived at the entrance of a modest, thatched bamboo cottage. Utilizing his token, he dispelled the restrictions, gently pushing the door ajar. A hum resounded. Upon opening the door, a white vortex materialized before him. Chen Qingyuan hesitated momentarily before taking a step forward. Instantly, an unforgettable scene unfolded before his eyes. As he gazed around, it appeared to be an endless corridor, 3 meters in width, flanked by towering bookshelves that reached the heavens. One tier of shelves housed ancient volumes, their pages yellowed with age, while another displayed jade slips, and yet another contained fragments of incomplete texts. The tomes within this sanctuary encapsulated the histories of the northern wasteland and the imperial province. detailing the lives of supreme beings as well as the remarkable deeds of ordinary cultivators. There were texts on weapon forging, treatises on Taoist methods, insights on array formations, techniques for crafting puppets, and alchemical recipes, among others. A cursory glance led Chen Qingyuan to estimate that the total number of books and slips here surpassed 1,000,000. Moreover, this was merely a fraction of the texts available for his perusal. The core materials were undoubtedly located elsewhere within the Dao Academy. Is this the foundation of the Dao Academy? Chen Qingyuan felt a tightness in his throat, disbelief washing over him, even with a photographic memory. Dedicating oneself day and night to this endeavor would require centuries to peruse these volumes, to attain a profound understanding or to synthesize knowledge. One could only select a small portion for study. What, then, lay within the other bamboo cottages? Chen Qingyuan temporarily refrained from perusing books, exiting the library with a gaze filled with curiosity directed towards his side. Chapter 70. The two vice deans preparing to break through their cultivation. To the left of the library stood a bamboo cottage, adorned with a simple sign reading training hall. Employing the same method, Chen Qingyuan entered the training hall, making his way into a compact space where various spiritual treasures and weapons were displayed, each inscribed with unique prohibitive seals that forbade removal. Furthermore, within this space, there existed special buttons that allowed for the selection of dummies with varying levels of cultivation for combat practice, thereby enhancing practical combat abilities. These dummies were crafted by a distinguished teacher from the academy, possessing formidable strength within the same realm, not to be underestimated. Astonishingly, there were even dummies of the crossing tribulation stage, which seemed utterly preposterous. Chen Qingyuan stared in awe at the button before him, which was sealed. Given his current cultivation level, he was not yet qualified to activate all the dummies. Only the button for the heavenly spirit realm was illuminated. To be able to forge dummies of the crossing tribulation stage, was that not? Chen Qingyuan hesitated to voice his thoughts, his eyes brimming with astonishment. The depth of Dao Academy's foundation was truly unfathomable. Subsequently, Chen Qingyuan examined the layout of the other bamboo cottages. The Tranquility Hall contained special laws. If one's mind was unsettled, one could come here to stabilize their Dao heart. Regular meditation in the Tranquility Hall for several hours greatly benefited the Dao heart and even enhanced one's spiritual power. The Cultivation Hall, rich in spiritual energy, boasted a robust defensive barrier that shielded it from disturbances. The Refinement Hall housed numerous precious ores and tools for crafting weapons such as swords and blades. As Chen Qingyuan journeyed forward, he found himself utterly astonished. This was the epitome of opulence. He had previously been far too modest in his aspirations. Upon entering the Cultivation Hall, he beheld a transparent barrier below, through which he could clearly discern an exquisite spiritual vein, elucidating the remarkably pure spiritual energy within the hall. Moreover, the hall was inscribed with an extraordinarily powerful spirit-gathering array, significantly enhancing the rate at which cultivators could absorb spiritual energy. Eventually, Chen Qingyuan ascended to the sole three-story pavilion, where he encountered a normal tea room and kitchen, along with a wardrobe and a wooden bed. The interior chambers were adorned with a variety of flowers and plants, occasionally perfuming the air with their fragrant essence. He mused that even a pig residing here could effortlessly awaken its spiritual intelligence and embark on the path of cultivation. After resting for several hours, Chen Qingyuan entered the cultivation hall to begin his seclusion. Meanwhile, those gifted individuals selected from the northern wilderness were engaged in fierce contest within the secret realm, including several young prodigies at the nascent soul stage. Simultaneously, by the lakeside in an ancient pavilion, Xuanqing was savoring tea when an elder clad in purple approached, traversing the water with ease, and took a seat before him, producing a vessel of fine wine to indulge. This elder, known as Lin Wenshou, held an equal standing with Xuanqing, serving as the vice president of the Dao Academy. There were two vice presidents who had managed the academy over the years, ensuring that no disturbances arose. As for the president, he had vanished many years ago, his whereabouts unknown. To think you, old fellow, have taken on a disciple. How truly remarkable, remarked Xuanqing. Lin Wenshou had a penchant for wine, while Xuanqing preferred the art of tea tasting. At times, they conversed as close friends, sharing their thoughts freely. At other moments, they clashed like adversaries, ready to engage in a brawl over trivial disagreements. The nature of their relationship was far too complex to be encapsulated in mere words. What business is it of yours? Xuanqing retorted. What is this fellow's background? Shouldn't you enlighten me? Regarding the matters of the Xuanqing sect, Lin Wenshou was momentarily in the dark. Just take a look for yourself. Xuanqing, disinterested in providing an explanation, produced a jade slip and tossed it over. The slip contained an extensive account of Chen Qingyuan's affairs, detailing his age and the realms he had attained in cultivation, as well as his encounters with various individuals. It even recorded information about the ghost doctor and Chong the sword immortal. However, it failed to uncover any details regarding Tianyuan. Other information, nonetheless, was largely accurate. To think that this young lad had forged a favorable connection with Chong the sword immortal. His fortune was indeed remarkable. Lin Wenqiu dismissed the ghost doctor as inconsequential. Merely a physician from a small locale, lacking significance. Yet, upon reading about Chong the sword immortal, he was genuinely taken aback. Chong was a figure of unparalleled prowess from a millennium past, a warrior who dared to draw his sword against the heavens. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that even combined, Lin Wenqiu and Yu Qinran would stand little chance against the peak version of Chong the sword immortal. He is a descendant of the Qing sect, Yu Qinran stated in a nonchalant tone. What did you say? At these words, Lin Wenqiu choked on his drink, his eyes wide with disbelief, questioning whether he had misheard. Upon encountering the exceptionally earnest gaze of Yu Qinran, Lin Wenqiu found himself devoid of any doubt, murmuring to himself, "So it is. How could this old fellow suddenly take on a disciple? This child must not come to harm." When Yu Qinran uttered these words, his demeanor was solemn and authoritative, leaving no room for dispute. Indeed, the successor of the Qing sect must not encounter any troubles. Lin Wenqiu's expression grew grave, and a thought suddenly struck him. This young lad had ventured into the Tianyuan. What transpired there? You ask me, but to whom shall I inquire? Yu Qinran, too. Yearned to understand the circumstances within Tianyuan, yet there was no avenue to gather information. Was he to venture into Tianyuan? That would be tantamount to courting death. Ordinary individuals remain oblivious to the terrors of the Tianyuan forbidden zone, but as a senior member of the Dao Academy, he possessed some awareness. It is said that a formidable being, having lived for countless years, resides within Tianyuan. For this young one to emerge alive from such a place undoubtedly concealed a secret. Lin Wenqiu's brow furrowed in concern. I advise you, some matters are best left unexamined. Be wary of inciting trouble. Although Yu Qinran shared this curiosity, he would not deliberately seek out information regarding the inner workings of Tianyuan. I am aware. I am not foolish, remarked Lin Wenqiu, garbed in purple. Not foolish? Huh. Yu Qinran shot him a glance, a cold smile gracing his lips. Speak plainly, do not be cryptic. Lin Wenqiu, incensed, pointed an accusatory finger at Yu Qinran. I am currently vexed, and there is naught to discuss with you. Your presence here is truly bothersome. Be on your way. When conversing with an old comrade, Yu Qinran exhibited a distinct lack of courtesy. Laozi resolutely remained, determined to witness what would unfold. Lin Wenqiu, with a furrowed brow and piercing gaze, occupied himself in the Yuxiu residence, the sanctuary of cultivation. Chen Qingyuan sat cross-legged in midair, retrieving the precious elixir bestowed upon him by the ghostly physician. Resolved to elevate his cultivation further, countless strands of pure spiritual energy danced around Chen Qingyuan, ready to seep into his being at his beckoning. His foundation was already remarkably solid. It was time to take a step forward. The supreme Dao bone within him quivered slightly, inflicting a sensation akin to flesh being torn apart. He refined the elixir and absorbed the spiritual energy. A transformation was underway within Chen Qingyuan's body, his aura gradually shifting. Chapter 71. 3 Golden Pills, Excruciating Trials Before Long. A luminous moon materialized behind Chen Qingyuan, transitioning from transparency to a tangible form. After several hours, the moon began to shrink, coalescing into a golden pill the size of a fist. Clearly, Chen Qingyuan had successfully condensed a golden pill, marking a significant enhancement in his prowess. Yet, he did not cease his cultivation, he pressed on. Buzzing resonated within him as the golden Dao bone emanated a profound force of law, enveloping his body and adorning him with a layer of enigmatic Dao patterns. This, however, was not my limit. Chen Qingyuan sensed distinctly that his body harbored immense potential, specifically derived from that mysterious Dao bone. Thus, he continued to solidify his foundation, navigating a path of the golden pill that he had never comprehended before. A month later, a slightly dark red orb manifested at the center of his brow. Slowly, the red orbs drifted behind him, emanating the ethereal aura of the golden core realm. 2 golden cores. Yet, this was not the limit of Chen Qingyuan. Ancient texts record that when a formidable prodigy undergoes a breakthrough, it is possible for them to forge 2 golden cores within. However, such prodigies are exceedingly rare, with one scarcely found among millions of cultivators. The golden core symbolizes the foundation of the path to transcendence, generally categorized into inferior, medium, and superior grades. The world acknowledges that ordinary geniuses can effortlessly condense superior golden cores. For instance, Qin Yutong, who once battled Chen Qingyuan, possessed such aptitude. Beyond these, there are also earth grade, heavenly grade, and saintly grade cores. The challenge of forging a foundation of earth grade or above is immensely daunting, demanding not only strict requirements of personal talent, but also testing one's character, perseverance, and fortune. A century ago, Chen Qingyuan had a heavenly grade golden core foundation, with prospects of reaching the great ascension realm. Regrettably, in the eyes of the red-clad maiden from the abyssal zone, even the heavenly grade foundation bore some flaws, leading her to cripple Chen Qingyuan, compelling him to start anew without leaving any potential hazards. At this moment, the two golden cores that Chen Qingyuan had condensed remained in a peculiar state, yet to solidify. Their ultimate level unknown. Just when Chen Qingyuan believed he had reached his limit, an extraordinary occurrence unfolded. The golden path bones appeared to be activated, causing his body to tremble slightly, as a powerful force surged throughout his being. A faint resonance of the Dao echoed from within his bones, reverberating in the vicinity of Chen Qingyuan's ears. Suddenly, Chen Qingyuan opened his eyes, and deep within them lay something akin to the intricate patterns of fate from the end of time. A resonant hum followed as the golden Dao bones elevated Chen Qingyuan's innate talents, allowing him to transcend his own limits. Days later, the third golden elixir was formed, its surface shimmering with a flowing luster. In total, 3 golden elixirs hovered above his back, side by side. Return. Chen Qingyuan clasped his hands into a seal and murmured a command. All the golden elixirs returned to his body, becoming an inseparable part of him. Concurrently, the indistinct laws inscribed upon the elixirs grew increasingly clear as Chen Qingyuan struggled to withstand the pressure of the elixir's loss. Determined not to let his Dao heart waver in the slightest, this was the pivotal moment for shaping the quality of the golden elixir. A single misstep would render a century of suffering in the abyss futile. Years ago, the girl in red had first guided Chen Qingyuan in mastering numerous Dao techniques, imparting to him the true path of the golden elixir. Once Chen Qingyuan had grasped these teachings, the girl in red erased her cultivation level, ensuring no harm came to the foundation of his body, while preventing any signs of aging. If you fail to meet my expectations, I shall render you powerless once more, she had once declared. Whenever Chen Qingyuan recalled these events, he felt as though countless ants were crawling upon his body, a most discomforting sensation. The mere thought of being rendered powerless again filled him with dread. At that time, he had asked the girl in red, "Why must I forge a flawless foundation for the golden elixir?" To this question, she did not provide a direct answer. Instead, she gazed into the distance, her eyes brimming with untold stories. In due time, you will understand. As Chen Qingyuan ceased his inquiries, he could only surrender to the flow of circumstances. An overwhelming tide of pressure bore down upon him, inducing a sensation of suffocation. Numerous parts of his body bore the marks of injury, flesh torn and blood flowing from the wounds, staining his garments crimson. He was on the verge of being unable to bear the weight of nurturing 3 golden elixirs. If he could endure this trial, all would be well. Gritting his teeth, Chen Qingyuan persisted, absorbing the pure spiritual energy from the void while executing the foundational techniques of the golden elixir path. This particular technique had been imparted to him by the lady in red, taking him a full year to master. In his recollections of the century spent within the abyss, the first 90 years were dedicated to relentless cultivation, followed by a decade devoted to self-restoration after his powers were rendered ineffective, allowing the knowledge he had acquired to become second nature. In summary, the cultivation within the abyss was exceedingly harsh, were it within his power. He would never wish to enter again in this lifetime. The 3 golden elixirs within him trembled incessantly, emitting resonant sounds. The agony of his physical form intertwined with the soul's torment. A cacophony of sensations that caused beads of sweat to form upon his brow as he resolutely clenched his jaw. The higher Chen Qingyuan's innate talent and disposition. The superior the quality of the golden elixirs. The quality of the 3 elixirs was breaking free from their constraints, ascending from inferior to medium grade, and swiftly elevating to superior grade. To elevate all the golden elixirs to the pinnacle grade, Chen Qingyuan needed to endure further trials, without a moment's relaxation. Should his spirit falter even for an instant, all his previous efforts would be rendered futile. Thus, Chen Qingyuan persevered for 3 arduous months, culminating in the enhancement of the golden elixirs to the earth grade. In this moment, Chen Qingyuan had shattered 2 of his teeth, his body numb to the pain as if he had lost all sensation. Was he unable to endure any longer? His consciousness began to blur, yet he refused to relinquish his mental fortitude. Once, he possessed only a single golden core, relying solely on his own strength to reach the celestial tier. Now, with 3 golden cores, the challenge had magnified exponentially. In all the ancient texts recorded thus far, there had never been a mention of a prodigy with 3 golden cores. let alone those of exceptionally high quality. No, he could not bear to be in the presence of that woman any longer. It was far too agonizing. Chen Qingyuan seemed to hear countless voices urging him to give up. Yet, in a fleeting moment, the image of the woman in red flashed through his mind, momentarily sharpening his awareness, and he persevered once more. Despite her alluring figure and captivating beauty, the ruthlessness of the woman in red instilled a lingering dread within him. She had presented him with two choices: to become her Dao partner. Chen Qingyuan had resolutely chosen the latter. Only a fool would consider joining her in such a bond. He was determined to see whether enduring this torment would cost him his life. Should he falter, he would undoubtedly be dragged back to the abyss by the woman in red, subjected to yet another round of suffering. Rather than reliving that ordeal, he opted to wager his very existence on enduring until the end. The prospect of possessing 3 Earth-grade golden cores, if it were to spread, would undoubtedly shake the world. Yet, Chen Qingyuan remained unsatisfied. According to the woman in red, anything less than a Sect grade was deemed inferior. Thus, he knew that his only path forward lay in relentless pursuit, striving to touch the realm of Sect-grade golden cores, even if it meant risking everything. As for the possibility of success, it ultimately depends on one's own fortune. Chapter 72. I am unworthy of being this saintess. In the northern wilderness, within the flowing star domain, the battle between Chen Qingyuan and Wu Junyan came to an abrupt halt, leaving countless spectators utterly bewildered. Through diligent inquiry over time, it became known that Wu Junyan had long departed from the flowing star domain. The various prodigies, now devoid of inhibitions, began to provoke Chen Qingyuan. Are you afraid to fight, Chen Qingyuan? The northern wilderness 10 heroes are nothing but this. How can a timid person like you be worthy of ranking among the 10 heroes? Many voices rose in loud discussion, and the disparaging remarks reached the upper echelons of the Xuanqing sect. Some disciples of the Xuanqing sect, unable to contain their indignation, sought to intervene. However, this initiative was quelled by the elders. They are all top figures of the younger generation. You are not their match yet. Although the disciples were furious, they recognized the truth of the matter, lamenting their own weakness. Persevere in your cultivation. One day, you shall surpass those individuals and ascend to a higher position. Leveraging the external pressure, the elders inspired the disciples within the sect, instilling in them a profound understanding of the significance of strength. Of course, a few of the exceptionally gifted disciples of the Xuanqing sect were not dispatched for combat, as there was no necessity. Those individuals were specifically targeting Chen Qingyuan. If the younger disciples of the Xuanqing sect lacked the ability to quell the entirety of the challengers, defeating 1 or 2 would serve no purpose, and the ultimate outcome would merely be disgraceful. Chen Qingyuan is not present in the Xuanqing sect. All of you may retreat, declared an elder as he exited. Whether the prodigies from various factions would believe this was left to their own discretion. Wu Junyan abruptly departed, suggesting that Chen Qingyuan may have truly left. Yet, surrounded by the Xuanqing sect, when exactly did Chen Qingyuan escape? In the shadows, Yan Qianling pondered this matter. Given his understanding of Wu Junyan, a silent disappearance seemed implausible. Something must have gone awry. After coming to this realization, Yan Qianling departed from the Xuanqing region, intent on seeking a suitable place for seclusion and cultivation, aiming to elevate his strength to new heights. Chen Qingyuan, can you evade for a moment, yet hide for a lifetime? Before leaving, Yan Qianling cast a lingering gaze in the direction of the Xuanqing sect, murmuring, one day we shall meet again. And then I shall witness the prowess of the 10 outstanding figures of the northern wilderness. Meanwhile, at the Tianyuan sect, ever since the battle between Qin Yutong and Chen Qingyuan, Qin Yutong's foundation of golden core had been shattered, leaving him disoriented and bereft of his former vigor. What is the situation? Sect leader Qin Yang inquired solemnly, surveying the dozen or so physicians before him. The young sect master's golden core has shattered, and he is plagued by inner demons. We are at a loss. One physician sighed, stepping forward to respond. Is there truly no hope? Qin Yang, who had nurtured Qin Yutong for many years, found it unbearable to accept that his potential had been stifled before it could flourish. If the ghost doctor intervenes, there may be a chance for recovery. The physicians unanimously supported this notion. Qin Yang fell silent. It was said that the ghost doctor had a favorable relationship with the Xuanqing sect, having previously intervened to assist Chen Qingyuan. If he were to seek the ghost doctor's aid, the prospects appeared grim. Curse it. Qin Yang dismissed the group of physicians. Gazing at the dazed Qin Yutong lying on the bed, his face contorted with anger as he muttered under his breath. When Qin Yutong sought trouble with Chen Qingyuan, Qin Yang did not intervene, believing that, given Qin Yutong's capabilities, he would undoubtedly be unharmed. Little did he know that the outcome would be so dire. Meanwhile, in Dongyi Palace, The senior members of the sect were engaged in a critical discussion when suddenly, the sound of a bell resonated through the air. Everyone rose to their feet, their eyes wide with astonishment, all gazing in the same direction, the chime of Yanxue City. At last, someone from Dongyi Palace has passed the trials of Yanxue City. Could it be that girl, Xixue? The ancient bell tolling signified the recognition of the ancestors' will. Bai Xixue had entered Yanxue City for quite some time. Were it not for the flickering light of her soul lamp, the members of the sect would have long assumed her to be deceased. Let us investigate, commanded the sect leader, Xuanqing, donning a flowing blue gown as she swiftly made her way towards the secret realm of Yanxue City. At the terminus of Yanxue City stood an ancient black bell. Bai Xixue, clad in a flowing white dress, stood there with a complex expression, one of shame, regret, anguish, and a hint of longing. During her trials, Bai Xixue had faced peril on several occasions, finding it exceedingly difficult to extricate herself. With her innate talent, she could only be deemed commendable, falling short of even the standard of an ordinary prodigy. After a century of cultivation, Bai Xixue had yet to break through to the golden core realm through her own strength, relying instead on medicinal elixirs. When confronted with death, a mysterious light surged from within her, safeguarding her foundational path and averting calamity. She inhaled a familiar scent, the essence of Chen Qingyuan's Dao. At that moment, the memories forcibly sealed by her surged into my mind. I have left a magical imprint within your body, which will gradually alter your constitution and can protect you once. A century ago, Chen Qingyuan spoke of this matter with a calm demeanor, yet it had cost him dearly. Before Bai Xixue's eyes, a scene materialized, a conversation between her and Chen Qingyuan. Brother Qingyuan, why are you unwilling to assist me in enhancing my cultivation? Your talent has not yet reached the pinnacle. It requires more time to solidify your foundation. Solely pursuing rapid breakthroughs will yield no benefits for the future. Brother Tianyuan, you are the foremost prodigy of this era, while I am merely an ordinary disciple. Are you truly willing to become my Dao partner? I am willing. Why? It is fate. Initially, Chen Qingyuan regarded Bai Xixue as a stranger who bore a striking resemblance to a past acquaintance. Gradually, as Bai Xixue developed feelings for him and followed closely, the two became familiar with one another and fell in love. Not long after, Bai Xixue was accepted as a direct disciple by an inner sect elder named Yao Susu, despite her lack of qualifications given her talent. Yao Susu's willingness to take her on as a student was entirely due to Chen Qingyuan's influence. Their respective sects were aware of their relationship and established a verbal betrothal, intending to find an auspicious day for their wedding in the future. Xixue, I may have to venture into a perilous place, and I am uncertain if I will return alive. Must you go? Yes, I must. I will await your return. Should I inadvertently depart from this world, you must continue to live fully. Speak not of such matters. No matter what transpires, I shall await your return for a millennium, an eternity, until the end of my days. A century ago, when Chen Qingyuan prepared to journey to Tianyuan, he exchanged a fleeting glance with Bai Xixue. Upon my return, let us unite in matrimony. Should I fail to return, seek a worthy companion and embrace life anew. Chen Qingyuan felt an inexplicable force compelling him to visit Tianyuan. Without the bond of a Taoist couple, there was naturally no sharing of quarters. During their time together, Chen Qingyuan frequently employed spiritual herbs to solidify her foundation, significantly enhancing her innate talent. If you were to perish, I would guard your grave, unwavering in my devotion. In that moment, Bai Xixue's eyes glistened with tears. Yet, when faced with true trials, Bai Xixue faltered. Upon Chen Qingyuan's return, he did not reproach her. He could understand, though forgiveness eluded him. This union was destined to be fated, yet unfulfilled. All that I possess is a gift from him. Casting a backward glance at the perilous challenges, tears shimmered in Bai Xixue's eyes, her heart aching. That year, the news of Chen Qingyuan's demise reached her, shattering her spirit. Her mentor, Yao Susu, unable to bear her anguish, forcibly sealed a portion of her memories, allowing her to gradually recover. A solid foundation is essential to aspire to greater realms and behold more exquisite vistas. Only now does Bai Xixue comprehend the essence of this truth. Were it not for Chen Qingyuan's assistance, her foundation would have harbored numerous flaws, rendering her incapable of passing this trial. Xixue, you have truly succeeded. At this moment, the higher-ups of Dongyi Palace arrived. Observing Bai Xixue's tear-filled eyes, the crowd was perplexed, yet their faces radiated an unmistakable joy, particularly her mentor, Yao Susu. According to ancestral tradition, those who passed the trials of Yanxue City would become the saintess of Dongyi Palace. Yao Susu was exceedingly elated. Once Bai Xixue ascended to the position of saintess, her own status would undoubtedly rise as well. Master, I am unworthy of this title, Baishishua declared. Gazing at the assembly of dignitaries, her self-deprecating smile, revealing her awareness of her limitations. What? The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Chapter 73. The matter of the demon cave remains unresolved, a peculiar dream. Child, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Yao Susu stepped closer to Baishishua, her face etched with concern as she anxiously inquired. I do, Baishishua replied slowly, her spirit in disarray. To have passed this trial is not due to my abilities, but rather sheer luck. In this world, fortune is an integral aspect of strength. Yao Susu remarked. Baishishua offered no response, instead turning her gaze towards the distance. Towards the direction of Xuanqing sect. Tears shimmered in her eyes, her heart pierced by a profound ache. Perhaps she had truly harbored feelings for him. Perhaps she had once yearned for his safe return. In her past, she was an inconspicuous ordinary girl. After meeting Chen Qingyuan, she transformed into the celebrated beauty, capturing the attention of many. I was mistaken. I failed to fulfill my promise to you. Between us, it seems this life holds no more destiny. Could it truly be that Baishishua's memory is flawed, resulting in her lack of significant reaction to Chen Qingyuan's return? No, it cannot be so. It can only be said that Baishishua's affections for Chen Qingyuan are interwoven with too many factors of self-interest. On the day Baishishua encountered the returning Chen Qingyuan, she initially felt a twinge of shame and guilt. However, upon realizing that Chen Qingyuan had been rendered a mere shadow of his former self, that flicker of remorse swiftly vanished, leaving her demeanor remarkably indifferent, as if he were a stranger. Could it be that all the cherished memories between Baishishua and Chen Qingyuan have been sealed away by Yao Susu? Such a notion seems implausible. To selectively seal away memories of a specific individual without causing harm to the essence or foundation of the sealed person, if Yao Susu possessed such abilities, she would not merely be an inner sect elder, she would likely dominate the realm. In other words, the fault lies with Baishishua herself, rather than with anyone else. She was fully aware that Qin Yutong did not genuinely care for her, yet she consented to the arranged marriage, seeking to ascend within the Tianyuan sect and reap its benefits. Master, have there been any recent updates regarding Chen Qingyuan? Baishishua turned to Yao Susu, her voice trembling slightly as she uttered his name. Yao Susu stammered, uncertain of how to respond. Standing beside them, the sect leader Du Ruoxing provided clarity. According to reliable sources, Chen Qingyuan remains one of the 10 talents of the North Wilderness. Not long ago, he engaged in battle with Qin Yutong, defeating him with his heavenly spirit-level prowess, and is currently recuperating from his injuries. Upon hearing these words, Baishishua's delicate form quivered slightly. Indeed, he still possesses the same unparalleled grace as in years past, a caliber that mere mortals cannot hope to contest. I have severed our ties. Perhaps it is simply fate. Individuals like myself are unworthy to stand by his side. Moreover, it is my own inability to persevere that has led me to this fate. Reflecting on this, Baishishua smiled. A smile that revealed her own ignorance and lack of loyalty. The harrowing experiences in Yanshua City have made her acutely aware of the kindness Chen Qingyuan once bestowed upon her. Regrettably, all of that is now but a memory, irretrievable. With a sudden thud, darkness engulfed Baishishua, and she collapsed to the ground. After enduring countless tribulations and internal torment, she could no longer bear the burden. Take her away to rest. We must not allow her to suffer any harm, ordered Du Ruoxing, gazing at the fallen Baishishua. An elder promptly approached to assess her condition and transported her back to the sect for healing. From this day forth, Baishishua shall be known as the Holy Maiden of Dongi Palace, a position of great honor, surpassing many elders. Those disciples who had entered the sect alongside Baishishua were astonished to learn of this development. How remarkable it is that she, once an ordinary inner disciple, has ascended to the status of a holy maiden in the blink of an eye. Recently, the situation regarding the demon lair in the Fully Ustar region has escalated to a critical level, with evident demonic energy emanating from its depths, causing dozens of disciples from Tianyuan sect to become demonized, caught between humanity and monstrosity. Tianyuan sect, resolute in its decision, annihilated all demonized disciples to prevent a catastrophe. Quickly informed the leaders of all sects to convene at Tianyuan sect to discuss the matter of the demon lair, commanded sect master Qingyuan, his heart racing with urgency. If this trend continues, the demon lair will erupt within a few years, and the consequences are unimaginable. Approximately a decade ago, the Tianyuan sect summoned a master of formations and various powerful figures from different sects to address the menace of the demon abyss. They established an array of formidable formations, believing that these would effectively suppress the laws governing the abyss. However, to their dismay, the formations proved to be largely ineffective. Presently, the interior of the demon abyss is undergoing significant changes, with several cracks appearing in the surrounding formations, signaling an approaching crisis. In the days that followed, the foremost powers of the fully star domain convened to deliberate on the matters concerning the demon abyss, the air thick with a stifling tension. Should the abyss erupt, it is highly likely that a torrential wave of demonic energy would surge forth, transforming countless living beings into fiends. Yet, this is not my only concern. I fear that within the abyss lurks a terrifying demon lord of immense power. An elder from the Xuanqing sect, his visage etched with worry, expressed his thoughts. To truly resolve the threat of the demon abyss, one must venture to its depths and dismantle it from within. However, the peril associated with such an undertaking is exceedingly great. Setting aside the uncertainty of success, merely entering the abyss could cost one their life. Many are acutely aware of this reality. To eradicate the demon abyss entirely, one must delve into the tiger's lair. There are no alternatives. The grand formation that was previously arranged was thought to temporarily contain the abyss, yet within a mere decade, turmoil has erupted, heralding impending disaster. Nevertheless, the experts of the Tianyuan sect are unwilling to sacrifice their lives to confront this issue, and it is even less likely that other sects would do so. The notion of self-sacrifice for the greater good sounds noble, yet once confronted with the reality, one cannot fathom how many would privately denounce such folly. Brother, what do you think we should do? Dong Wenjun inquired, casting a glance toward Lin Chongsheng, who sat elevated amongst them. The elders turned their heads in unison, hoping that Lin Chongsheng could provide a reasonable solution. Once the demon lair erupted, it would undoubtedly affect everyone in the fully star domain, and the Xuanqing sect could not escape its consequences. Let us first observe the intentions of the Tianyuan sect. Lin Chongsheng kept his thoughts to himself. If it came to the point where one had to venture into the tiger's den, he would be willing to gamble his life, despite others' reluctance to face death. His actions were not for the Tianyuan sect, but for the innocent beings of the Xuanqing sect and the fully star domain. In recent years, Lin Chongsheng often found himself drowsy and began to dream. He envisioned a realm infinitely larger than the demon lair of the Tianyuan sect, where formidable cultivators clad in Xuanqing sect attire surged forth into that place. The imagery in his dreams was hazy, leaving him with an unclear perception. Each time he awoke, he inexplicably shed 2 lines of tears. He was perplexed by his condition. Had he fallen into madness? Or had he encountered a misstep in his cultivation? As a cultivator at the 5th stage of tribulation, Lin Chongsheng possessed the highest innate talent among his peers in the Xuanqing sect. As his cultivation progressed, the frequency of his dreams increased as well. No matter what methods he employed, he could not halt the arrival of these visions. Initially, he thought he was merely deluded, but gradually, he became aware of something amiss. For in his dreams, he discerned a somewhat indistinct figure, though unclear. He was certain that this person was an ancestor of the Xuanqing sect. He had seen this ancestor's portrait within the ancestral hall, and there was no mistake. Master, Uncle Master, have you truly perished? On a certain day, Lin Chongsheng experienced the same dream once more, with the imagery becoming increasingly vivid. Upon awakening, he felt a twinge of uncertainty regarding the sudden passing of his master and grandmaster. After much contemplation, Lin Chongsheng resolved to undertake a bold decision. Chapter 74, Excavating Graves. The sacred golden elixir Lin Chongsheng ventured to the ancestral graveyard, where he established a unique barrier to ensure that no one would discover his presence. He then prostrated before the grave of his master, Feng Chongxian, bowing 3 times. Master, please do not hold it against me. If I am mistaken and disturb your eternal rest, I shall kneel before your tomb for 100 years. Having spoken these words, Lin Chongsheng took a deep breath and waved his sleeve. A tremendous force erupted, uprooting the grave and revealing a coffin of black and gold. Subsequently, with a sweeping gesture, he released the mystical seal upon the coffin and opened it. With a resounding thud, the coffin lid was cast aside. Gazing inside, Lin Chongsheng was rendered speechless. The contents were not a corpse, but a decayed scarecrow. The art of feigned death. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, a myriad of emotions flickered in Lin Chongsheng's eyes: excitement, confusion, and a hint of concern. This suggested that, years ago, his master had employed a special technique to simulate death, extinguishing the soul lamp of the soul hall. And he might still be alive. With this thought in mind, Lin Chongsheng turned his gaze toward the grave of his grandmaster, Shangguan Rong. Grandmaster, I have wronged you. Upon uncovering the coffin, he found, indeed, that it contained not a physical body, but a withered stalk. For the next hour, Lin Chongsheng proceeded to excavate the graves of ancestors within the sect's history who had met with sudden death. In a crypt containing 10 coffins, 9 were devoid of occupants, while one contained a genuine corporeal form. Lin Chongqing reverently returned the remains of the venerable ancestor to its resting place, bowing 3 times in an expression of remorse. What could have led to this peculiar situation? After tidying the graveyard to its former state, Lin Chongqing sat in a daze, unable to fathom the circumstances surrounding these events. Remarkably, it was the first instance in 100,000 years since the Xuanqing sect relocated to the flowing star domain that anyone dared to disturb the graves and authenticate the remains of their forebears. Initially, the incarnations possessed formidable mystical powers, rendering those within the sect oblivious to the truth, allowing for the grand burial of their ancestors. However, as the years passed and the potency of the laws waned, the incarnations revealed their true forms. Some ancestors had taken the guise of stones, others of wild grass, and some even of fish bones, presumably remnants of meals long past. Did this relate to the dreams I have been experiencing? Lin Chongqing often found himself dreaming. Perhaps in a few years he would be destined to inherit the will of the sect's ancestors. At that time, he would comprehend everything. For now, however, Lin Chongqing sat in perplexity, gazing skyward with a heavy sigh, silently praying for the well-being of his master and uncle. In a mysterious realm of the northern wilderness, the ethereal essence within Chen Qingyuan's body gradually enhanced his physique and the 3 golden elixirs. As long as he could withstand the pressure, nothing would pose a challenge. Whenever Chen Qingyuan felt on the verge of succumbing, he would promptly recall the tormenting days spent with the crimson-clad maiden, igniting his fighting spirit and enabling him to endure a little longer. He would rather perish on the path of refining golden elixirs than return to the company of that woman. Clinging to this conviction, Chen Qingyuan persevered, enduring for over 5 arduous months. Suddenly, a mystical light surged from within him, and the 3 golden elixirs ascended to the heavenly grade, radiating an overwhelming power that distorted the void within the chamber. However, heavenly grade elixirs were still insufficient. The former Chen Qingyuan would have deemed this achievement satisfactory, but the crimson-clad maiden had exceedingly stringent demands. Anything short of sacred grade was deemed worthless. Only by elevating the quality of his elixirs to the sacred grade could he avoid being dragged back to the abyss by her. Should he suffer another failure, the desire for death would consume him. If you truly possess reliability, then spare me from death. I shall handle the rest. Chen Qingyuan endeavored to communicate with the golden essence within him, preparing for a desperate gamble. The intricate patterns of laws inscribed on the golden essence flickered momentarily, as if responding to his call. Subsequently, he retrieved a substantial quantity of superior spirit stones, drawing upon the pure spiritual energy that drifted in the void. It was a gamble. As he spoke, Chen Qingyuan spat out a mouthful of blood, forcibly enhancing the quality of his elixirs. In an instant, terrifying phantoms and ancient diagrams of the Dao materialized behind him. At a certain moment, Chen Qingyuan felt his very soul being propelled outwards by the power of the golden elixir, drifting away from his corporeal form, rendered exceedingly feeble. In the next instant, the golden Dao bone played a crucial role, drawing the soul back into his body, thereby solidifying his foundation. At the Dao Academy, beside the ancient pavilion by the lake, 2 vice presidents, engaged in the enjoyment of tea and wine, simultaneously sensed a shift in the laws of the universe. They exchanged solemn glances, their expressions grave, before proceeding to calculate with their fingers. Have you discovered anything? After a prolonged silence, Yu Chunran inquired earnestly of his old companion. Nothing discernible. Lin Wenshou, clad in purple, shook his head, his gaze profound and tinged with concern. The laws of heaven and earth are indeed in flux. Yet the specific reasons remain elusive. This is far from auspicious news. Let us hope that chaos does not ensue. Yu Chunran sighed deeply. The dean has been absent for 5 millennia, and it is uncertain when he shall return. Alas, Lin Wenshou reflected, a storm is brewing. This era is unlike any before, and it seems we at the Dao Academy can no longer remain in the shadows. 5,000 years ago, the Academy's dean had detected a faint trace of anomaly and had instructed the 2 vice presidents to safeguard the Academy, thereafter vanishing without a trace. During this interval, the vice presidents and several instructors ventured out repeatedly in search of the dean, yet none could uncover his whereabouts. Given the dean's prowess, it seemed improbable that anyone in the world could have bested him. However, there lingered a fear that he might have inadvertently encountered some forbidden consequence. Let us not dwell on such thoughts. What is to come must be accepted. The 2 vice presidents ceased their discourse on these matters, gazing at the reflection of the slanting sun upon the lake, each lost in contemplation. More than a year had passed, and Chen Qingyuan had been in seclusion for 2 years. His body was a mere shadow of its former self, with flesh decaying and bones laid bare. Yet the golden Dao bone emanated a soft radiance, enveloping his internal organs. Chen Qingyuan could no longer perceive the pain coursing through his body. Only a vague consciousness persisted. Each fleeting moment felt interminable. Thud, thud, thud. At that instant, the heartbeat surged with intensity, resonating like the beat of a drum. Chen Qingyuan's eyes appeared to have been baptized by a rainbow, radiating resplendent hues. Suddenly, a wave of warmth surged from his heart, coursing through every part of his being. Concurrently, 3 golden elixirs underwent a transformation, swirling within his Dantian, elevating in quality and ascending to the level of sacred treasures. Chapter 75. The Manifestation of Phenomena. Shocking the world, these 3 golden elixirs were all sacred treasures. Such a phenomenon had never been recorded in ancient texts. It was unprecedented. The existence of 2 golden elixirs within one body was already an extraordinary rarity, let alone in the case of someone like Chen Qingyuan. Should this news be revealed, it would undoubtedly create a sensation across the realm. Cultivators from across the empire, the northern wastes, the western frontier, the southern domain, and the eastern lands would surely turn their attention to Chen Qingyuan. At that time, he would likely find himself bereft of peace, standing at the vortex of a grand upheaval, where a moment's misstep could lead to being utterly consumed by the terrifying whirlpool, leaving no trace behind. In this world, there exist many wicked arts capable of grafting another's golden elixir onto one's own. Once Chen Qingyuan's 3 sacred golden elixirs were fully revealed. Though he would wield overwhelming prestige among his peers, it would also bring with it tremendous peril. Indeed, success has been achieved. As Chen Qingyuan gazed upon the 3 golden elixirs, a flicker of excitement and joy gradually emerged in his eyes. At this moment, he was covered in blood, his wounds grotesque, and his breath slightly erratic. In his prime, Chen Qingyuan, armed with the foundation of a heavenly-grade golden elixir, had swept through the flowing star domain and its surrounding regions, leaving his contemporaries in his wake, earning him the esteemed title of one of the 10 talents of the northern wastes. Now, having rebuilt his foundation and condensed 3 sacred-grade golden elixirs, the heights of his future accomplishments are beyond imagination. In Chen Qingyuan's recollections, he had never encountered such a phenomenon documented in ancient texts. The world is vast. Even the most formidable beings find it challenging to grasp the entirety of existence. The 5 continents are expansive, each encompassing thousands of star domains, which in turn contain innumerable stars. Despite this, the foundation of a sacred-grade golden elixir remains exceedingly rare, with typically fewer than 100 individuals possessing it in an entire era. Those endowed with such a foundation, barring untimely demise, are destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the Great Ascension, enjoying a lifespan of 30,000 years, wandering freely across the realms. With the formation of the golden elixirs, his cultivation naturally ascended as well. He had entered the early stages of the golden elixir realm. Chen Qingyuan had no time to ponder the nature of the 3 golden elixirs within him. He hastened to mend his injuries. The spiritual stones surrounding him had already been depleted by more than half. Had it not been for the pure spiritual energy contained within this secluded chamber, the resources consumed would have multiplied several-fold. The moment the sacred-grade golden elixirs were forged, numerous anomalies manifested in the heavens and earth, startling countless beings. In the vast expanse of the northern wilderness, a significant portion of the region was illuminated by shimmering golden light high above in the heavens. As if a celestial being soared amidst the clouds, the resplendent radiance of the starry river pierced through the boundless void, descending upon the realm of mortal beings. The auroras, vibrant and captivating, left the onlookers in awe and astonishment. This extraordinary phenomenon, spreading across the various realms of stars, raised questions about its cause. Those of profound cultivation faintly discerned the resonant chime of an ancient bell emanating from the depths of the cosmos, each toll resonating deeply within their souls, causing their bodies to involuntarily tremble. Were there 3 suns in the sky? Soon after, in a certain star domain of the northern wilderness, the terrifying spectacle of 3 suns shining concurrently sent countless individuals into a panic, their expressions filled with fear and dread. The fluctuations of spiritual veins and the disruption of cosmic laws pointed towards the Dao Academy. Xuanqing sensed the changes in the northern wilderness with great astonishment. Subsequently, he discovered that even within the isolated space of the Dao Academy, anomalies had arisen. Employing profound techniques to deduce the situation, he followed an imperceptible trace of law, directing his gaze towards the direction of Yunxi residence. Without delay, Xuanqing made his way to Yunxi residence, swiftly sealing off the area to prevent any awareness of the unusual circumstances. Even the other vice president, Lin Wenqiu, was oblivious to the developments. It was not a matter of stealing your secrets. Rather, your actions had stirred too much commotion. My apologies. Yu Chenran realized that Chen Qingyuan was currently in the cultivation hall and quietly resolved to employ esoteric techniques for observation. Upon focusing his gaze, he was immediately taken aback. At that moment, Chen Qingyuan was engaged in healing his injuries while simultaneously consolidating the foundation of his golden core, thus neglecting to conceal himself with the special jade bracelet. In a moment of ease, Yu Chenran beheld the 3 golden elixirs within Chen Qingyuan's body, rendered speechless, and murmured in tremulous tones. 3 elixirs coexisting, perfection in the sacred. Even though Yu Chenran had weathered many storms, he found himself profoundly astonished by the scene before him. The Dao Academy possessed profound depth and a long-standing legacy, with its library chronicling numerous historical events. However, despite having perused various significant ancient texts, Yu Chenran had never encountered any record of 3 sacred golden elixirs. Is this lad truly human? Yu Chenran remained in a daze for an extended period, at a loss for words. In that fleeting moment, his eyes reflected both shock and envy. Had it been anyone else, upon witnessing the yet-to-be stabilized sacred golden elixirs within Chen Qingyuan, they would undoubtedly have harbored ulterior motives, willing to pay any price to claim the elixirs as their own. The virtues of the Qing sect, have they truly fallen upon you? Yu Chenran conjectured silently, filled with anticipation for the future of his disciple, Chen Qingyuan. To safeguard Chen Qingyuan's secret, Yu Chenran fabricated a tale, claiming that a disturbance during his own cultivation had resulted in signs of disorder within the laws governing this space of the Dao Academy. As for the strange phenomena occurring across Beihuang, perhaps they were merely the emergence of certain extraordinary treasures. The individuals within the academy accepted Yu Chenran's words without skepticism. 3 sacred elixirs, a rarity through the ages. Until Chen Qingyuan truly matured, Yu Chenran would do everything within his power to conceal this secret, ensuring Chen Qingyuan's safety. Should certain ambitious elders become aware of this matter, it would likely spell trouble for Chen Qingyuan's future. To this end, Yu Chenran chose not to inform his old comrade Lin Wangqiu, believing that the fewer who knew, the lesser the peril. Meanwhile, in the North Wilderness, within the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone, there lay an enigmatic expanse. A modest bamboo dwelling stood amidst the vast terrain, accompanied by a gently flowing azure stream, its terminus obscured from sight. The courtyard of the bamboo house was adorned with peculiar blooms, unlike any found in the mortal realm. Above, a solitary sun cast its light upon this land, yet curiously, it never descended, seemingly suspended in the heavens for eternity. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that this sun was but an illusion, conjured by a mystical artifact. At this moment, the tightly shut bamboo door creaked open, revealing a woman clad in a flowing red gown as she emerged from within. She was the mistress of Tianyuan, the enigmatic maiden who had been guiding Chen Qingyuan on his journey. Tall and graceful, her features were akin to a painting, though obscured by a dark veil that concealed her visage. Despite the veil's cover, her prominent nose and eyes that sparkled like stars suggested an extraordinary beauty hidden beneath. The trailing fabric of her gown accentuated her flawless form and regal presence. At her waist hung an exquisite jade pendant, with crimson ribbons cascading at her side, fluttering occasionally like the gentle breeze. Her raven tresses were secured with a wooden hairpin, as if this very pin had drawn her from the celestial realms into the earthly realm, infusing her with a hint of worldly allure. Barefoot, her delicate feet graced the ground, untouched by dirt or grime, as if to preserve the sanctity of her being. Had she succeeded? The maiden in the crimson dress gazed at the holiday sky, as if piercing through the veil of this illusory forbidden realm, catching a glimpse of the world beyond. She murmured softly, a smile unconsciously playing at the corners of her lips, and a hint of longing gleamed in her eyes. Chapter 76. The True Origin of Chen Qingyuan. The Maiden's Longing. It is uncertain when they shall meet again. If only she could remain by Chen Qingyuan's side, never depart. Yet she was unable to do so. Destined to linger in the abyss of heaven, hoping that her yearning might ride the gentle breeze and gradually drift into Chen Qingyuan's heart. In this lifetime, your smiles surpass all those of the past combined. Cast aside your mask, so that you need not endure life with such difficulty. This is one of the few ways I can assist you, and I hope you shall not hold it against me in the future. Each time she recalled the smile on Chen Qingyuan's face, warmth enveloped her heart, rendering the desolate abyss of heaven less lonely and cold. Her thoughts meandered like a wisp of memory, transporting her back over 200 years. 2 centuries ago, the maiden in the crimson dress looked down at the sleeping infant in her arms, tears welling in her eyes. She gently caressed the boy's cheek, whispering, "In this life, let me take control." Subsequently, she transmitted a message to the esteemed Shangguan Rong of the Xuanqing sect, summoning him to the outskirts of the abyss. Upon awakening to his ancestral memories, Xuanqing was suddenly graced with a voice, leaving him astonished and curious. When he arrived at a certain location within the abyss, he beheld the maiden in the crimson dress approaching, cradling the infant. "Who are you?" "You need not know." The lady in the red dress did not reveal her identity. Instead, she placed the infant boy upon a stone beside Xuanqing, stating that she would leave with the child, who would eventually fulfill the will of the Qing sect. Upon hearing the name of the Qing sect, Xuanqing's body tensed. He had just learned about the history of the Xuanqing sect, a matter shrouded in secrecy. Yet it had been so forthrightly disclosed by the mysterious woman before him. This child? However, as Xuanqing contemplated, the Tianyuan forbidden zone was a place of great peril, and it was evident that the origins of the enigmatic woman were far from ordinary. Thus, her knowledge of the Qing sect was not altogether surprising. The merits of the Qing sect had been ignored by the heavens, but when the time was ripe, he would seek justice for them. The eyes of the woman in red remained fixed on the slumbering infant, filled with reluctance at their impending parting. The dangers of the Tianyuan region loomed large, and she feared she could not care for the child adequately, nor did she wish for him to grow up devoid of joy. Her hope was to take him to the realm of mortals, allowing him to lead a semblance of a normal life. At the very least, she wished for him to avoid a life of suffering. "Might I inquire, esteemed elder, how should I care for him?" Xuanqing dared not refuse. A mere glance into the eyes of the lady in red caused his soul to tremble inexplicably. Even with the awakening of his ancestral memories, he felt no courage to harbor any disrespectful thoughts. Moreover, though he yearned to speak out on behalf of his sect, his own strength was woefully insufficient. Having learned from the red-clad woman that this infant could one day seek justice for the Qing sect, a glimmer of hope ignited within him. "Everything is at your discretion," the woman in red said. "Do you have any further requests?" Xuanqing inquired once more. "Be kinder to him." The woman in the red dress trusts in the character of the heir of the Qing sect. Handing the child over to someone from the Qing sect brings her peace of mind. This arrangement not only allows the child to live a carefree life within the Qing sect, but also bestows a touch of benevolence upon it. Indeed, Xuanqing nodded solemnly, offering his assurance. He then carefully cradled the infant and departed. The woman in the red dress gazed into the distance, reluctant to part ways. Her eyes glistened with moisture. Would this time lead to a successful conclusion? Her emotions were profoundly intricate, making it difficult for her to withdraw her gaze. She would never forget the figure of Chen Qingyuan from her first life, clad in silver armor and wielding a silver spear. In those days, Chen Qingyuan was aloof, rarely smiling throughout his lifetime. To shatter the confines of this realm and repel the beings from foreign lands, he never rested a single day. In that battle, he was defeated. Soon after, the abyss of demons emerged in the imperial capital, intent on devouring all. Fortunately, the ancestors of the Qing sect had laid down a magnificent formation, imprisoning the abyss of demons and preventing the situation from spiraling out of control. It was for this reason that the woman in the red dress decided to send Chen Qingyuan to the Xuanqing sect. Had it not been for the Xuanqing sect's guardianship over the past 300,000 years, the calamity of the abyss of demons would have erupted long ago. And Chen Qingyuan's lingering soul would never have endured to this day, let alone have another chance. After enduring 8 cycles of reincarnation, the remnants of Chen Qingyuan's soul have gradually begun to mend. The woman in the red dress devoted an extensive amount of time to shaping a physical body for him, ushering in the 9th life. This new body is frail, and she must allow Chen Qingyuan some time to grow stronger. When the opportune moment arrived, she employed a unique method to summon Chen Qingyuan back to Tianyuan. Firstly, the maiden in the red dress could finally enjoy a private moment with Chen Qingyuan, marking the happiest days of her existence over countless years. Secondly, she was determined to assist him in rebuilding his foundation, enabling him to accomplish what he had previously failed to achieve. As for tormenting Chen Qingyuan, that was merely a matter of personal vendetta, a clear act of retribution. If she did not take advantage of this moment to bully him, such opportunities would be scarce in the future, each time she tormented him. The maiden's heart brimmed with joy. Outwardly, she appeared as an iced lotus, forbidding any intrusion, while inwardly, she reveled in exuberance. She pondered whether she would ever be able to leave Tianyuan in her lifetime. Within Tianyuan, the maiden in the red dress slowly closed her eyes, eagerly anticipating the moment of their next encounter. Having lived for so many years, she had become intertwined with the laws of Tianyuan, unable to move an inch away. Should she attempt to force her exit, it would inevitably disturb the causal intricacies of time, invoking divine retribution that could lead to her demise. It mattered little. As long as he lived, there remained hope. The glimmer of expectation shone brightly in her eyes as she turned and returned to her bamboo cottage. In the northern wilderness, Strange phenomena persisted for several days, creating significant upheaval. Numerous factions speculated the arrival of extraordinary treasures, dispatching many experts to investigate, yet to no avail. Others believed that a prodigy favored by the heavens had emerged, scouring for individuals who met the corresponding criteria. In summary, the northern wilderness grew increasingly chaotic, with the younger generation's rivalry intensifying. Unbeknownst to Chen Qingyuan, the very subject of this turmoil, he remained oblivious to these developments. Time flows unceasingly, and the humble master, Xuanqing, has patiently awaited outside Yunqi residence. It was not until the 4th year of Chen Qingyuan's seclusion that he finally stabilized his Dao body and cultivation. Chen Qingyuan, fully aware of the significance of the 3 Dan sacred products, promptly concealed the true nature of his golden Dan with a jade bracelet, crafting an appearance of a heavenly grade golden Dan. Upon emerging from his retreat, Chen Qingyuan noticed Xuanqing standing at the entrance of Yunqi residence and exclaimed, "Master, what brings you here? Please come inside." Xuanqing scrutinized Chen Qingyuan for a moment, detecting the aura of a heavenly grade golden Dan, and mused privately that this young man harbored quite a few secrets, managing to deceive his keen perception. Observing the grave expression on Xuanqing's face, Chen Qingyuan slowly nodded, respectfully inviting him in. Inside the room, Chen Qingyuan poured a cup of tea for Xuanqing and quietly inquired, "Master, do you have something to discuss? The human heart is inscrutable. Unless absolutely necessary, do not reveal your true self," Xuanqing subtly cautioned, without directly addressing the matter. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan's eyelids flickered slightly. He was not naive. He discerned the underlying meaning in Xuanqing's words, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Surely, his humble master would not harbor ill intentions towards him. "Do not let your thoughts wander astray. If I wished to harm you, would I have waited until now?" Xuanqing guessed Chen Qingyuan's concerns through his expression, giving him a gentle kick and teasingly scolding him. "Rest assured, master, I am not overthinking," Chen Qingyuan replied with a grin, feeling considerably reassured by the logic in his master's words. Indeed, Xuanqing cast a sidelong glance at Chen Qingyuan and lightly scoffed. "I can see through your thoughts at a glance. However, I must admit that when I first laid eyes on it, I was momentarily taken aback and felt a twinge of envy. If master desires, I shall procure it for you," Chen Qingyuan jested. "Get lost, don't disgust me," Xuanqing retorted. With Chen Qingyuan's playful remark, the bond between master and disciple deepened, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. "Please keep this a secret for me, master," Chen Qingyuan earnestly requested. "Do you take me for a fool?" Xuanqing replied, crossing his legs and taking a sip of tea. "I will personally safeguard your path, lest any errors arise." Regarding the matter of the 3 sacred elixirs within Chen Qingyuan, even those trusted within the academy would remain uninformed. He intended to keep it to himself. "Thank you, master." Chen Qingyuan felt a warmth spread within him and bowed deeply. "Well then, if you truly wish to express your gratitude, do procure some quality tea leaves next time. This tea is truly dreadful," Xuanqing quipped before deciding to take his leave. Given Chen Qingyuan's intelligence, he was certain not to act foolishly. Thus, Xuanqing felt it sufficient to offer a few pointers without needing to elaborate further. "Understood, master," Chen Qingyuan replied with a wry smile, accompanying him to the door. "Safe travels, master." Once Xuanqing departed, Chen Qingyuan sat in his room, engulfed by a wave of apprehension. This time, it was indeed a close call, fortunate that the breakthrough occurred within the confines of the Dao Academy. For had it taken place elsewhere, it would undoubtedly have caused significant turmoil. With a long exhale, Chen Qingyuan felt his spirit relax somewhat. Subsequently, a fragment of Chen Qingyuan's consciousness entered the mysterious space of the jade bracelet. He had not forgotten the promise made with the maiden in the red dress. Previously, she had stated that he would only learn of the 3rd agreement upon breaking through to the Golden Core realm. Now that the time had come, Chen Qingyuan, filled with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension, ventured forth. Buzz. Within the enigmatic confines of the jade bracelet, a line of text materialized, commanding the suppression of the 10 heroes of Beihuang, excluding yourself. "What?" Upon reading the 3rd agreement, Chen Qingyuan's expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming in astonishment. Was this agreement not a tad excessive? The 10 heroes of Beihuang represented the most formidable individuals among his peers. To compel Chen Qingyuan to subdue them all was tantamount to trampling the entirety of Beihuang's youthful cultivators beneath his feet. Could we possibly negotiate for an alternate agreement? Chen Qingyuan murmured softly. Certainly, we can retract the previous terms. Marry me, and everything can be discussed. The moment Chen Qingyuan activated the jade bracelet's restriction, the maiden in the red dress could engage in a brief conversation with him through the bracelet. I suddenly find this agreement rather fitting. No further negotiation is necessary. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan swiftly reconsidered, fearful of stepping into a perilous situation. What a jest! To be bound as a partner to such a woman would ensure a lifetime of unrest. In an instant, Chen Qingyuan's consciousness withdrew from the jade bracelet space, sealing the bracelet's restriction to avoid hearing the maiden's voice. Subduing the 10 heroes of Beiwang was no trivial matter. Overwhelmed by this predicament, Chen Qingyuan sighed heavily. Alas, although Chen Qingyuan has laid the foundation for the creation of the 3 Dan sacred products, her own cultivation remains relatively weak. In the short term, she should not entertain thoughts of engaging with those top-tier prodigies. Unless Chen Qingyuan reveals her entire golden core, victory will elude her. However, once the matter of the golden core is exposed, countless troubles will inevitably follow. In any case, she has not set a deadline for herself, so she can take her time. Chen Qingyuan originally intended to lead a low-profile life, modestly earning some spirit stones through legitimate means, indifferent to worldly fame and titles. The assessment of the Dao Academy should be nearing its conclusion. Calculating the time, only a year remains. Should they discover that Chen Qingyuan gained admission to the academy without undergoing the assessment, they would undoubtedly deem it profoundly unfair and would not extend kindness to her. After all, in this world, only the strong command respect. If Chen Qingyuan does not demonstrate her true abilities, gaining the public's favor will prove challenging. Furthermore, the 2 vice deans cannot divulge that Chen Qingyuan is the inheritor of the Qing sect. She must confront everything on her own. If she cannot navigate these troubles, how can she hope to inherit the will of the Qing sect? When faced with challenges, one must meet them head-on. Chen Qingyuan decided to cast aside these worries and continue her meditation and cultivation, solidifying her foundation while also exploring the wondrous applications of the sacred golden core. Time passed swiftly, and a year seemed to vanish in the blink of an eye. There were over 100 participants in the assessment, with only the top 10 being selected as disciples of the academy, while the rest would be returned to their original places. Given that the Dao Academy exists within an independent and mysterious space, even those who wish to seek its location would find no success. Today, the assessment has concluded, and a multitude of individuals stand at the entrance of the Dao Academy. Their injuries heal at a visibly rapid pace, and the chaotic energy around them gradually settles. Some wear expressions of joy, while others appear despondent, fists clenched, eyes filled with reluctance. The most tormented among them is undoubtedly the one who placed 11th, having fallen short of the 10th position by a mere handful of points. Had he exercised a modicum of caution and committed one less error, the 10th position could have been his. Alas, opportunities are fleeting and seldom repeat themselves. The top position is held by Xuanqing, clad in white, Xuanqing. Also the examiner for this round, announces the final results. He stands poised in the void, gazing down at the young woman at the forefront. Xuanqing, at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, dons a dark, flowing gown, her beauty striking yet her demeanor frigid and reclusive, shunning conversation with others. You possess the autonomy to select your instructor. As the first-place winner, she is afforded certain privileges. Xuanqing presents information about several lecturers for her consideration. To his surprise, Xuanqing meets his gaze and, in a tone devoid of warmth, states, "I choose you." Upon hearing this, Xuanqing is momentarily taken aback but quickly regains his composure. A smile gracing his lips. Very well, but do not come to regret it. Chapter 78. The assessment concludes. Chen Qingyuan becomes the target of criticism. Xuanqing is renowned for his stern demeanor at the Dao Academy. Many have attempted to become his students, only to be driven away in the end. On that day, when Chen Qingyuan first arrived at the academy, Yu Chenran directly permitted him to bypass the assessment. Xuanqing, discontented, directly confronted Yu Chenran, the vice president. Upon learning that Chen Qingyuan was the heir of the Qing sect, Xuanqing relented, deeming it reasonable. Had it not been for this causal connection, he undoubtedly would have remained obstinate, possibly even clashing head-on with the vice president. I will not regret it. Xuanqing, who achieved first place in the assessment, possessed formidable strength, effortlessly dominating her peers with her lofty aspirations. Let us hope for the best. Xuanqing's previous stern demeanor softened into a light chuckle. At this moment, within Yushi residence, Yu Chenran's voice resonated in Chen Qingyuan's ear. "You rascal. The entrance examination has concluded. You must come at once." "Master, what do I need to go for?" Chen Qingyuan inquired, gazing into the void. "Although you have been admitted, there are still many procedures yet to be completed. Go without delay, do not dawdle." Since Chen Qingyuan had already been coaxed into becoming his disciple, Yu Chenran would not hold back. What if he was the heir of the Qing sect? He was still my disciple. Discipline was necessary, and mercy should be cast aside. Understood. Chen Qingyuan sighed with a wry smile, donning a clean, light-colored robe, and made his way toward the mountain gate. Before long, Chen Qingyuan arrived at the foot of the mountain. Observing Zhao Yichuan, who stood poised in the void, he bowed respectfully to express his deference. Zhao Yichuan nodded in acknowledgement, a fleeting warmth flickering in his otherwise indifferent gaze. This fellow's attitude has improved considerably. Perhaps it is due to my master's influence, Chen Qingyuan mused. Little did he know, Zhao Yichuan was not swayed by the vice president's standing, but rather by the Qing sect's legacy. Step forward. Zhao Yichuan gestured subtly to Chen Qingyuan, prompting him to take his place in the front row. As Chen Qingyuan made his way there, Zhao Yichuan had already announced the names of the top 10 candidates, positioning them at the forefront. With Chen Qingyuan included, there were a total of 11 individuals in the front row. All eyes converged on Chen Qingyuan, filled with curiosity. Where did this individual emerge from? I have seen this person. He stood beside me before the assessment, yet it seems he did not participate in the evaluation. Why does he stand among those who have passed? Does anyone know him? The crowd frowned, murmuring amongst themselves. The northern wilderness is vast, despite Chen Qingyuan's considerable reputation. Many remained unfamiliar with him. Hey, who are you? What is your name? Inquired Xuanqing, the 11th-ranked prodigy, with palpable resentment in his voice. Observing the discontented expressions of the crowd from his elevated position, Zhao Yichuan chose to remain a spectator, unwilling to intervene. Me? Chen Qingyuan, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze, did not shy away from the truth, responding candidly. I hail from the Xuanqing sect, and my name is Chen Qingyuan. Upon hearing this, several individuals displayed expressions of astonishment. Wang Qing's gaze fixated on Chen Qingyuan, exclaiming, the 10 talents of the northern wilderness, Chen Qingyuan. Chen Qingyuan smiled, acknowledging the statement. To his right stood a woman in a black dress, Xuanqing, who furrowed her brow and coldly questioned, according to the rules of the Dao Academy, no participant in the entrance assessment can be recognized as one of the 10 talents of the northern wilderness. They must act with humility. What is the meaning of your presence here? Is there such a rule? I was unaware of it. Chen Qingyuan was taken aback. It was truly the first time he had heard such news. You don't know? The crowd regarded him with bewildered expressions, unable to comprehend why Chen Qingyuan was oblivious to the regulations of the academy, especially since he was exempt from the assessments. For countless years, it had been a rule that neither students of the Dao Academy nor the assessors could participate in the selection of the 10 talents of the northern wilderness. Given the remote location of the Xuanqing sect, it was indeed understandable that he was unaware of this. Moreover, Master Yu Chunran had never mentioned it to Chen Qingyuan. I truly don't know. Chen Qingyuan, appearing bewildered, lamented, I was rather puzzled about which scoundrel chose me to be one of the 10 talents of the northern wilderness, disrupting my few days of tranquility. However, he wondered what the connection was between the 10 talents of the northern wilderness and the assessors of Dao Academy. Upon hearing Chen Qingyuan's remarks, the crowd genuinely believed he was uninformed, and many cast admiring glances towards him, tinged with a hint of sympathy. You're finished. Song Ningyan scrutinized Chen Qingyuan for a moment, a slight smirk gracing her lips as she coldly remarked. What do you mean? Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan felt even more perplexed. I merely complained about the 10 talents of the northern wilderness. How is that finished? Could you clarify your words? Just as Chen Qingyuan intended to press for clarification, Zhao Yichuan, standing at a higher vantage point, suddenly spoke up. The scoundrel you speak of is me. Huh. In that instant, Chen Qingyuan's body froze. His expression then morphed into a myriad of emotions as he met Zhao Yichuan's gaze, his voice quivering slightly. Senior, what did you say? The recent lists of the 10 talents of the northern wilderness were chosen by me. Zhao Yichuan spoke with an air of indifference. With a thunderous confirmation, Chen Qingyuan felt as though struck by lightning, his mind blank, eyes wide with shock, momentarily petrified and unable to comprehend the situation. Historically, the list of the northern wilderness prodigies has been issued by the Dao Academy, intended to inspire the younger generation to cultivate their ambitions and mature swiftly. Those fortunate enough to have a connection with the Dao Academy are eligible to participate in the entrance examinations, thereby excluding others from the list. The Dao Academy has remained shrouded in secrecy, unknown to the world, not wishing for its students to reveal themselves and thus violate ancestral precepts. For countless years, Chen Qingyuan has been an exceptional case, being both one of the 10 prodigies of the northern wilderness and a student of the academy. 2 centuries ago, Yu Chunran discerned that the Xuanqing sect of the Flowing Star domain was none other than the long-lost Qing sect. However, he chose not to disclose this to anyone, nor did he reveal the connection between the Xuanqing sect and the Dao Academy. Consequently, Zhao Yichuan deemed Chen Qingyuan exceptionally gifted a century ago and selected him as one of the 10 prodigies. Regarding the newly announced list, Zhao Yichuan initially did not consider Chen Qingyuan. It was Yu Chenran who insisted upon his inclusion. Thus, at that time, while still in the celestial spirit realm, Chen Qingyuan inexplicably found himself among the 10 prodigies of the northern wilderness, leading many to view him as a stepping stone. The affection from a master is indeed fervent. Yu Chenran aimed to instill sufficient pressure upon Chen Qingyuan for him to grow swiftly and shoulder the responsibilities of the Qing sect. It dawned on Chen Qingyuan after a prolonged contemplation. "Senior, I apologize. That was not my intention," he hastily expressed as he regained his composure. "It matters not. There are many who criticize me." Zhao Yichuan flashed a smile at Chen Qingyuan, causing an unsettling chill to run down the latter's spine. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Yichuan summoned several individuals to escort the eliminated candidates back to their original locations. Once they departed from the Dao Academy, they would never again have the opportunity to become disciples of the institution. "Senior, I am unconvinced." Wang Qing, who placed 11th, mustered his courage to speak out loudly. Zhao Yichuan cast a glance at Wang Qing, his demeanor exuding authority without anger. Why was it that he was exempt from the assessment? Furthermore, according to the Academy's regulations, the 10 talents of the North Wilderness were ineligible to enroll at the Academy. Wang Qing pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Qingyuan, venting his pent-up frustration. All participants of the assessment possessed extraordinary talent and strength, with many individuals not inferior to the 10 talents of the North Wilderness, and some among the top scorers even surpassing them. Their only shortcoming was their lack of connection to the Academy, which precluded them from participating in the selection of the 10 talents. "Does the Dao Academy owe you an explanation?" Zhao Yichuan stated imperiously, leaving no room for dispute. No, Wang Qing dared not confront Zhao Yichuan directly, redirecting his ire towards Chen Qingyuan. "I merely believe that this individual's exemption from the assessment is difficult for others to accept. It is not that I do not wish to participate in the assessment. What does it have to do with me?" Chen Qingyuan felt the weight of 100 hostile gazes upon him, his heart heavy with frustration. Chapter 79. Can Face Be Eaten? Chen Qingyuan became a student of the Dao Academy without undergoing the assessment, which seemed profoundly unjust to the others. Those who were eliminated had gracefully accepted their defeat to the top 10 and felt a sense of inferiority. However, persuading them to acknowledge Chen Qingyuan was an impossible task. Wang Qing, possessing considerable audacity, boldly articulated the sentiments of the crowd, his piercing gaze fixated on Chen Qingyuan, rendering the latter distinctly uneasy. "What do you intend to do?" Zhao Yichuan inquired with a calm demeanor. "I wish to engage in a contest with him. Should he best me, I shall willingly concede defeat." This opportunity was singular, and Wang Qing felt compelled to seize it. He was unwilling to accept exclusion, viewing Chen Qingyuan as his last lifeline. Should Chen Qingyuan falter against Wang Qing, there would be no justification for the Dao Academy to expel him, barring a complete disregard for their long-standing reputation. Even if Wang Qing were to suffer defeat, he would incur no significant loss. If victorious, even without attaining admission to the Dao Academy, he could still drag Chen Qingyuan down with him. In essence, Wang Qing had calculated his strategy astutely. Regardless of the outcome, it was to his advantage. "Chen Qingyuan, what is your perspective?" Zhao Yichuan did not dismiss the proposal, but rather deferred the decision to Chen Qingyuan. The youthful spirit often relishes a challenge, and as long as bounds are respected, it is not necessarily a negative endeavor. "His defiance is of no concern to me," Chen Qingyuan replied indifferently. "Are you afraid, sir?" Wang Qing mocked. "Tch." Chen Qingyuan shot Wang Qing a scornful glance and retorted, "Why should I engage you? Present me with a reason. Prove your worthiness to be a member of the Dao Academy, so that we may be convinced." Wang Qing understood that the ramifications of this situation could not rest solely on his shoulders. He needed to rally others to exert substantial pressure on Chen Qingyuan. "Indeed, you have not participated in the assessment, yet you seek admission. We shall not accept this. Chen Qingyuan, you have been recognized as one of the 10 outstanding figures of the Northern Wilderness and are permitted entry into the Dao Academy, which fundamentally contravenes established norms. However, should you possess the requisite ability, none of us would dare to voice our objections. Those who have suffered defeat, feeling disheartened, have now channeled their frustrations onto Chen Qingyuan. Consequently, all the pressure has been thrust upon him. Yet, Chen Qingyuan remains indifferent, displaying no trace of anger. "I do not need to validate myself. I am already enrolled. If you are displeased, feel free to address the higher-ups at the Dao Academy," he asserts. It is clear that provoking Chen Qingyuan into a hasty confrontation would be futile. What benefit would there be in such a contest? What use is reputation if it does not nourish the spirit? Xuanqing was taken aback, at a loss for words. By all logic, Chen Qingyuan should be eager to prove himself and engage in a duel with Xuanqing. Why, then, does he deviate from the expected course of action? After a prolonged silence, Xuanqing finally exclaimed, "You lack even the courage to face me in battle. What right do you have to be a disciple of the Dao Academy? Do you think I am as foolish as you?" Unable to contain himself any longer, Chen Qingyuan candidly expressed his thoughts. "What advantage do I gain from defeating you? Engaging in a duel is merely granting you an opportunity, and I have no desire to offer you such a chance. What can you do about it?" Many instructors at the Dao Academy were observing the unfolding drama, noting that Chen Qingyuan was strikingly different from former students. In the past, any student facing such provocation would have eagerly rolled up their sleeves and fought back. Xuanqing opened his mouth, rendered speechless, unsure of how to counter. "You think 2 sentences can provoke me into a fight? Are you out of your mind? There are so many people behind you. If everyone who disapproves of me demands a duel, I would surely be exhausted. Moreover, if you were to defeat me, it would mean you could step over my fallen form into the Dao Academy. Do you truly believe such an opportunity comes without cost?" Chen Qingyuan revealed his true intentions. It was time to turn a profit. If he had the choice, he would prefer not to toil so hard for money. Alas, the Xuanqing sect was exceedingly poor, at least in appearance. The tasks and various constructions within the sect were all funded by Chen Qingyuan himself, and he occasionally had to provide pocket money to his senior brothers. Supporting such a large household was no easy feat. Most of the earnings Chen Qingyuan had accumulated over the years were invested in the development of the sect. When the powerful figures from various sects attempted to coerce Chen Qingyuan into revealing the secrets of Tianyuan, the entire Xuanqing sect was enraged, genuinely prepared to fight. After all, who within the sect had not benefited from Chen Qingyuan's generosity? Especially the newly initiated disciples, who received additional cultivation resources each month, all graciously bestowed by Chen Qingyuan. "What do you mean by that?" Xuanqing asked, his expression serious yet somewhat perplexed. "Are you truly this foolish, or are you merely pretending? I shall grant you another opportunity to join the academy. Surely you must be willing to pay some price for it. If I were to lose, I would cede my position to you, and you could derive some comfort from the benefits." Chen Qingyuan laid it bare. His reasoning was so sound that I found myself at a loss for words. Xuanqing blinked, pondering for a considerable time, yet felt not an ounce of animosity towards Chen Qingyuan. This sentiment was shared not only by Xuanqing, but also by the other eliminated prodigies. Had they been in his position, they would undoubtedly have refused to relinquish the opportunity for admission. Chen Qingyuan's willingness to engage in combat seemed akin to becoming a stepping stone, and seeking some form of benefit appeared somewhat justifiable. "How much do you desire?" "This opportunity." Xuanqing was resolute not to let slip away. "It now rested upon you. This was a chance for enrollment at the Dao Academy, the value of which in your heart remains unknown." Chen Qingyuan could not articulate a precise figure, for he was within the confines of the Dao Academy's territory, and to demand excessively would be inappropriate. Upon hearing this, Xuanqing fell silent, deep in thought. In the void, Zhao Yichuan observed the sudden shift in dynamics, outwardly calm, yet inwardly stirred. He mused, "How is it that Chen Qingyuan resembles a cunning old fox, devoid of the fiery passion typical of youth? I find this young lad quite likable. He is not foolish. No wonder Vice Dean Yu took him as a disciple ahead of time, at the very least. He is not one to suffer losses. However, can this lad truly prevail? Should he falter, not only would he tarnish his own reputation and that of Vice Dean Yu, but it would also cast a shadow upon the Dao Academy's prestige." Meanwhile, a group of lecturers engaged in an animated discussion about the matter, laced with both intrigue and a hint of concern. If Chen Qingyuan were to triumph, all would be well. However, should he fail, the repercussions could be troublesome. "Have you reached a decision?" "I cannot afford to wait indefinitely," Chen Qingyuan urged, noticing Xuanqing's lingering daze. "This is all my possessions, offered to you, in exchange for a chance to duel with you. Regrettably, if one is lacking in words, it signifies a lack of regard for the opportunity of enrollment." After much contemplation, Xuanqing gathered all his spiritual stones and placed them into a cosmic bag, which he then tossed to Chen Qingyuan. Chapter 80. Defeating the opponent, astonishing the crowd. Chen Qingyuan received the cosmic bag, and a strand of divine consciousness probed within, revealing a surprising sight. Thousands of top-tier spiritual stones, over 100,000 superior spiritual stones. Among others, this young man appears to be quite affluent. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Chen Qingyuan's eyes. What a lucrative deal. Xuanqing must possess an extraordinary background. Otherwise, how could he amass such wealth? Indeed, the Folius Star region is somewhat remote compared to those residing in the heart of the northern wilderness. Truth be told, Xuanqing felt a twinge of pain as he relinquished his entire fortune. Nonetheless, the price was worthwhile to secure a chance for enrollment. His sincerity was evident. Chen Qingyuan stored the cosmic bag and spoke earnestly. You wish to battle me to prove your worthiness for admission into the Dao Academy, correct? Indeed. Xuanqing replied after a moment of reflection, nodding in agreement. Since it is a matter of proving oneself, it is imperative to perform exceptionally. Thus, a battle at our respective realms is essential to truly demonstrate who is superior. Chen Qingyuan cleverly set a trap for Xuanqing, framing the narrative to his advantage. Xuanqing, being a nascent soul cultivator, stood at a higher realm, while Chen Qingyuan had just stepped into the golden core stage. Should Chen Qingyuan refrain from revealing the foundation of his exceptional golden core, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. A battle within the same realm would indeed be manageable. As you say, before the gathered crowd, Xuanqing was particularly concerned about his reputation and refrained from leveraging his cultivation level to intimidate Chen Qingyuan. Moreover, he felt that if he were to triumph over Chen Qingyuan solely due to his superior cultivation, there was a possibility that Chen Qingyuan might retract his earlier assertions. Truly, he is a prodigious talent of our time, exhibiting such audacity. Chen Qingyuan offered a compliment with a subtle smile, all the while thinking how foolish this fellow truly was. The prowess he possesses is a result of his own arduous training. Why must he engage in battle with someone of the same realm? Outwardly, Chen Qingyuan extolled him. Yet internally, he perceived this individual as somewhat naive. The path of cultivation is exceedingly harsh, with countless individuals meeting their demise at every moment. Those with a simplistic mindset hold little chance of enduring until the end. Even the mere act of surviving can be deemed a luxury. Alas, he has fallen into a trap. The instructor observing secretly was utterly speechless at Xuanqing's actions. This was not merely a friendly spar. So what was the point of contesting within the same realm? Such behavior merely grants the opponent an opportunity, displaying a level of foolishness that is disconcerting. It seems that the Wang family has coddled him excessively. After hundreds of years of cultivation, he still appears as though he has just emerged from obscurity, oblivious to the treacheries of the world. Many within the academy shook their heads in quiet disapproval, sensing that this confrontation had lost its intrigue. Should he rely on his cultivation advantage, there might have been potential for Xuanqing to hold his head high. However, now, such prospects seemed uncertain. It is likely that Xuanqing was overly eager to prove himself, thus he did not decline Chen Qingyuan's proposal. Zhao Yichuan, intrigued by the unfolding drama, conjured a stage in the void with a mere wave of his hand, inviting both participants to engage in their duel. The platform was vast, resembling a miniature spatial realm. Come forth. Chen Qingyuan emanated the essence of an early-stage golden core cultivator, adopting a stance ready for battle. Xuanqing, being a man of integrity, truly suppressed his own cultivation. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of light, swiftly arriving before Chen Qingyuan and launching a powerful punch. Chen Qingyuan swiftly evaded, extending a finger to strike at Xuanqing's side. With a resounding impact, Xuanqing was sent reeling, a gaping wound appearing on his shoulder. It was merely a probing move, yet Xuanqing found himself at a disadvantage, leaving him incredulous. Despite both being at the early stage of the golden core realm, the disparity in their strengths was starkly apparent. There was no time for contemplation. Xuanqing immediately manifested the foundation of his golden core, preparing to engage with full force. A radiant aura of the golden core emerged behind him, resembling a blazing sun descending to earth, adorned with the intricate patterns of a heavenly grade golden core's laws. Having the qualification to participate in the Dao Academy's assessment, Xuanqing naturally possessed remarkable talent. The heavenly grade golden core surpassed countless cultivators in the world. Subsequently, Chen Qingyuan also exhibited the extraordinary phenomenon of a heavenly grade golden core, engaging Xuanqing in close combat. With the jade bracelet gifted by the girl in the red dress, Chen Qingyuan concealed her true condition, rendering even the most formidable beings in the world unable to discern it. After exchanging dozens of strikes, Xuanqing seized a suitable opportunity to unleash a divine ability, the Tai Xian Song Shan seal. He struck with his palm, and a Taoist image depicting a mountain peak appeared in his hand. Upon activating the Dao technique, the palm seal projected into the void above, merging with the phenomenon of the heavenly grade golden core, resembling a mountain soaring thousands of meters high, crashing down upon Chen Qingyuan. The colossal mountain descended with astonishing speed, leaving Chen Qingyuan with no avenue for escape. In an instant, the space around Chen Qingyuan grew dim, an overwhelming pressure bearing down on her very soul. She had initially intended to play for a while longer, But little did she know that Xuanqing was in such a hurry. Chen Qingyuan silently resolved to cease her playful antics and take the matter seriously. On the surface, Chen Qingyuan is the foundation of the heavenly grade golden elixir. Yet in reality, he embodies the essence of the three elixir saint grade, even without manifesting the extraordinary phenomena of the three elixir saint grade. He wields power far surpassing the heavenly grade tier. With a solid foundation, the potency of his Taoist arts is considerably enhanced. Moreover, his physical capabilities have undergone a tremendous elevation, including an increased proficiency in the manipulation of spiritual energy, an accelerated absorption of the world's spiritual essence, and a heightened level of comprehension. With a decisive motion, Chen Qingyuan's right hand formed into a sword, piercing upwards towards the heavens. In a swift flash, his sword cleaved the Tai Xian Tsang mountain seal into mere fragments. Xuanqing, suffering the backlash of his own Taoist technique, staggered back several paces, his internal energy tumultuously surging. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Chen Qingyuan appeared before Xuanqing like a wraith, his intangible sword poised at the center of his brow. The events unfolded with such rapidity that Xuanqing had no time to contemplate or evade. I concede, Xuanqing uttered, feeling the chilling intent of the sword against his forehead. Though reluctant, he bowed his head in acknowledgement of defeat. Chen Qingyuan relaxed his right hand, allowing the 3-foot sword he had conjured to dissipate naturally. Bestowing a smile upon Xuanqing, he exited the arena. Following this battle, those who had harbored discontent towards Chen Qingyuan fell silent. To be accepted as a disciple by the Dao Academy under special circumstances is indeed no small feat. The spectators were astonished. What they had anticipated to be a fierce struggle concluded with such swiftness. Their gazes towards Chen Qingyuan transformed into wary respect, tinged with an undeniable hint of astonishment. Is there any other brother who wishes to test their mettle? Chen Qingyuan inquired, his smile radiating warmth. Eager for more encounters, should there be rewards to reap. The crowd fell silent, hesitant to challenge Chen Qingyuan. If it were not a contest of equal realms, I would be willing to give it a try. Someone in the crowd spoke up. That is not acceptable. You must prove yourselves as equals. How can you take advantage of differing cultivation levels? Chen Qingyuan resolutely dismissed the suggestion. How would it hold any significance if you were to use your Yuan-ing cultivation to bully me? Although Chen Qingyuan's current cultivation was indeed inferior to that of the others present, they no longer dared to underestimate him after the recent battle. Xuanqing, having returned to the crowd, kept his gaze fixed on Chen Qingyuan, feeling not hatred but a deep sense of unwillingness. If fate allows me to encounter Chen Qingyuan again, I shall seek a rematch. To this day, Xuanqing remains baffled as to where he faltered. Both parties possessed equal cultivation, yet he fell so easily. This enigma eludes not only Xuanqing but also the others present, including the aged figures from the academy. This young man is undoubtedly more complex than he appears. Zhao Yichuan scrutinized Chen Qingyuan, contemplating inwardly. Chapter 81. Could he be an illegitimate child? Having demonstrated his prowess, Chen Qingyuan faced little dissent from the crowd. Although his current cultivation was lesser, it was widely acknowledged that he had ventured into the Tianyuan forbidden zone to reforge his skills. Given sufficient time, he would soon catch up. Let us escort them out. With that, Zhao Yichuan addressed the void. Instantly, several men clad in white emerged from the ether, gesturing towards the direction of those who were not selected. With a gentle force, the hundreds of unsuccessful candidates were whisked away from the small realm of the Dao Academy. Young man, daring to profit on the day of my Dao Academy's admissions, you are the first in countless years, Zhao Yichuan remarked. Descending to the ground and taking a few steps towards Chen Qingyuan, a smile playing on his lips. Under Zhao Yichuan's scrutinizing gaze, Chen Qingyuan felt an ominous foreboding. Moments ago, he had insulted the individual responsible for announcing the 10 talents of Bei Huang, unaware that it was Zhao Yichuan himself. Had he known that the list of the 10 talents originated from the Dao Academy, he would never have uttered such words. Now that the words had escaped his lips, Chen Qingyuan had no choice but to devise a means of atonement, lest he find himself at a disadvantage. Senior, I had no intention of profiting. This was merely to avert trouble and prevent those who failed the assessment from lingering. As he spoke, Chen Qingyuan retrieved his Qingyuan bag. He then presented it earnestly before Zhao Yichuan, stating, now that the trouble has dissipated, I humbly wish to offer the unexpectedly acquired spirit stones to you, senior. Zhao Yichuan cast a sidelong glance at Chen Qingyuan, perceiving him as a cunning little fox. The academy is not so petty. Keep it for yourself. He replied with an indifferent expression. If Zhao Yichuan were to accept the Qingyuan bag, it would imply a shared complicity with Chen Qingyuan, leading to future obligations. Conversely, if he declined, Chen Qingyuan could retain the Qingyuan bag without guilt. In any scenario, it would be advantageous for Chen Qingyuan. What a shrewd calculation this young man had made. If he truly wished to make an offering, why not present it directly to the academy? A group of spectators, hidden in the shadows, engaged in lively discussion, all agreeing that Chen Qingyuan was exceedingly cunning and would surely not fall victim to deception while out in the world. This maneuver of retreating to advance left a profound impression on Zhao Yichuan. Should the opportunity arise in the future, Zhao Yichuan would undoubtedly take great care of Chen Qingyuan. "Follow me," Zhao Yichuan declared as he strode ahead, crossing the threshold of the academy and making his way toward a palace shrouded in mist. Observing this, Chen Qingyuan and the others trailed closely behind. Along the way, Xuanqing and her companions scrutinized Chen Qingyuan. Their curiosity piqued as to why he was exempt from the assessment and granted the exceptional privilege of becoming a disciple of the academy. After a quarter of an hour, Zhao Yichuan led the group to a hall named Yuxia Hall. The interior of Yuxia Hall was remarkably spacious, devoid of any tables or chairs. With a graceful wave of his sleeve, Zhao Yichuan conjured 11 garments and 11 jade tokens from the void. The garments, pure white and more resplendent than fresh snow, complemented the jade tokens, which were translucent and inscribed with the characters Dao Yi. A drop of blood sealed the covenant. Zhao Yichuan cast a serious glance at the gathered individuals. As they beheld the floating jade tokens, Chen Qingyuan and the others reached out, cradling them in their palms. Forging a contract as instructed by Zhao Yichuan, the jade tokens symbolized each individual's identity mark, impossible to forge. Among the new entrants, there were 7 males and 4 females. The males were adorned in long white robes, while the females wore flowing skirts, each garment embroidered with the image of a flower from the other shore. Imbued with a hint of law that repelled malevolent forces, Li Zhixing, you are destined for the formation realm. Proceed to the array hall. Mo Yinying, you shall enter the alchemy chamber. Tianyuan, your place is in the puppet hall. Zhao Yichuan commenced the announcement of each individual's designated path. The Dao Academy comprises 7 branches. The main branch, Sword Hall, Array Hall, Alchemy Room, Puppet Hall, Technique Gate, and Rune Palace. Chen Qingyuan, being the direct disciple of the vice president, undoubtedly belongs to the main branch, with the potential to cultivate any form of Daoist arts as long as he possesses sufficient vitality. Conversely, disciples of the secondary branches are required to master their respective teachings. Failure to pass the periodic assessments may lead to penalties, ranging from mild reprimands to expulsion from the academy. Soon, the elders of each branch escorted the newly admitted disciples away. Some elders cast a lingering glance at Song Ningyan as they departed, sighing inwardly. This girl possesses extraordinary talent, yet unfortunately chose the wrong master. Many elders began to wager, how long do you think Miss Song can endure? I shall be the house and open the betting. Zhao Yichuan, the chief instructor of Dao Academy, wields formidable strength, second only to the 2 vice presidents. Numerous prodigies have aspired to become Zhao Yichuan's disciples, but they could not withstand his rigorous training methods, ultimately defecting to other branches or leaving the academy altogether. Severe. This term best encapsulates Zhao Yichuan's character. Many elders at Dao Academy harbor a profound fear of Zhao Yichuan, refraining from jesting in his presence and behaving with utmost decorum. I find this situation somewhat peculiar. Elder Zhao is presiding over the assessment, yet he seems to disregard the fact that Chen Qingyuan did not participate. This behavior is uncharacteristic of Elder Zhao. Chen Qingyuan is the chosen disciple of Vice President Yu. Perhaps Elder Zhao is merely showing some deference to Vice President Yu. Nonsense. In those years, Elder Zhao dared to confront even the dean. Although he was subsequently suppressed by the dean for a century, his temperament remained unchanged. This time, Chen Qingyuan clearly sought to exploit connections, flouting the rules of the academy. How could Elder Zhao possibly extend any courtesy to Vice Dean Yu? It sounded almost absurd. Many began to murmur about the situation, feeling that Zhao Yichuan had transformed into an entirely different person, seemingly indifferent to the underhanded dealings and favoritism. Could it be that Chen Qingyuan was the illegitimate son of Elder Zhao? It was unclear who first voiced this speculation, but it stirred quite a commotion. Although such a possibility seemed remote, it could not be entirely dismissed. Beyond this conjecture, the crowd struggled to conceive of any other explanations. Such talk should not be taken lightly. I can assure you that Elder Zhao remains innocent of any scandal, and such rumors must not circulate. A venerable elder from the alchemy chamber emerged to dispel the rumors, hastily quelling such discussions to prevent them from reaching Zhao Yichuan's ears, lest they provoke a one-sided confrontation. Elder Zhao, having lived for over 10,000 years, still a virgin? Surely not. Following the elder's clarification, the conversation smoothly shifted back to Zhao Yichuan. A pack of rascals. Do not direct the blame towards me. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, The alchemy elder promptly declared a retreat, vowing not to show his face for several years. The crowd dared only to whisper behind closed doors, lacking the courage to speak such words in Zhao Yichuan's presence for fear of dire consequences. Within the Yuxia Hall, Zhao Yichuan remained oblivious to the discussions among the elders regarding his youthful innocence, his expression solemn as he regarded Chen Qingyuan and Song Ningyan. From this day forth, you two shall be the principal disciples, accompanying me in cultivation. Chapter 82. The child has grown up. It is no longer appropriate to strike accompanying Zhao Yichuan in his cultivation. Chen Qingyuan's eyes widened in sheer apprehension as he hastily inquired, Senior, should I not be training under my master? Your master just conveyed to me through a transmission to assist in your guidance, Zhao Yichuan replied with a benevolent smile. Could it be? Is my master truly so inconsiderate towards his disciple? Chen Qingyuan mused, even contemplating that, in front of everyone, should he inadvertently call Zhao Yichuan a scoundrel, he would be safe within the confines of Yunqi residence, free from the fear of Zhao Yichuan's subtle retribution. However, to his utter astonishment, Chen Qingyuan never anticipated that his master, Yu Chenran, would take such a step, effectively placing him in Zhao Yichuan's hands. Was this not a betrayal? Senior, you are quite busy. Perhaps it would be best for me to manage on my own without troubling you. Chen Qingyuan awkwardly smiled, seeking to evade this predicament. My only disciple is Song Ningyan. While I guide her, I shall also keep an eye on you. It's no trouble at all, Zhao Yichuan asserted, determined not to let Chen Qingyuan slip from his grasp. Young man, many have spoken ill of me, yet you are the first to openly call me a scoundrel, aside from the dean and the two vice-deans. Although you are the heir of the Qing sect, I must still impart some lessons to you, all the while enhancing your personal abilities. Zhao Yichuan's smile sent shivers down Chen Qingyuan's spine. He yearned for escape, yet found himself ensnared with no refuge. Master, I harbor a deep-seated resentment towards you. Chen Qingyuan, with a glimmer of melancholy in his eyes, was compelled to accompany Zhao Yichuan to a mysterious locale. Hey, you are in dire straits. Song Ningyan hailed from a premier power within the heart of the northern wilderness, where formidable figures resided, possessing some knowledge of the Dao Academy. Her purpose in arriving at the Dao Academy was to become Zhao Yichuan's disciple. You are not in a much better position, Chen Qingyuan retorted dismissively. The two had donned the Academy's attire, clad in pristine white garments, untainted by dust. Who is your master? Even now, Song Ningyan remained unaware of Chen Qingyuan's circumstances within the Dao Academy. Through the recent exchange between Chen Qingyuan and Zhao Yichuan, she gleaned that his master held considerable stature. Otherwise, how could Zhao Yichuan be persuaded to assist and instruct Chen Qingyuan? I shall not disclose that. Chen Qingyuan remained wary of Song Ningyan. Speak as you wish. With a slight narrowing of her eyes, Song Ningyan ceased her inquiries. After traversing for the better part of an hour, they arrived at an enigmatic space, where an ancient tower stood tall. The tower, rising 33 stories, each level governed by unique principles, constituted one of the foundations of the Dao Academy. Follow me. Zhao Yichuan the tower's restrictions and walked with his hands clasped behind his back. The first level of the tower was engulfed in darkness, resembling an abyss without end. Zhao Yichuan flicked his fingers towards the depths of the space, instantly dispelling the gloom and illuminating every corner with radiant light. Soon after, a black river began to ripple forth, inundating the expanse of this realm. Zhao Yichuan grasped one hand firmly, preventing Chen Qingyuan and Song Ningyan from being engulfed by the black water for the moment. This is the Black River, which can enhance one's spiritual power. When you reach the end of the Black River, it signifies that your spiritual strength has attained a commendable level. The Black River surged, forming countless whirlpools. To traverse to its end, one must rely on formidable spiritual prowess. I wish you good fortune. In the next instant, Zhao Yichuan released his grip. Splash! Splash! The sounds of two bodies plunging into the water echoed as Chen Qingyuan and Song Ningyan fell simultaneously. The laws of this space had been activated by Zhao Yichuan, and their cultivation had been sealed, rendering them akin to mere mortals, incapable of employing their mystical arts, let alone soaring into the air. I am not ready. Chen Qingyuan shouted inwardly as he was instantly consumed by the river, his body continuing to sink. On the other side, Song Ningyan was equally unprepared for such a trial upon entry. It was truly tormenting. However, she had no time to ponder these matters and hastily sought a way to overcome the challenge. Chen Qingyuan's body sank endlessly, as if there were no bottom. Remaining calm, he closed his eyes and began to sense everything around him. Gradually, the speed of his descent slowed. At a certain moment, Chen Qingyuan's body finally came to a halt. An invisible spiritual force entwined around him, shielding him from the laws of this space. In the process of enduring immense pressure, he faintly sensed that his spiritual power was gradually being augmented. Outside the ancient tower, Zhao Yichuan stood in white attire, his expression impassive. They have only recently embarked on their journey, yet you have thrust them into the tower. Is this not an unreasonable expectation? Vice-Dean Lin Wenqiu expressed his disapproval of Zhao Yichuan's actions. The core individuals must possess the strength to surpass their peers. Only by enduring this trial can they truly become the central disciples of the Dao Academy. Such expectations are not excessive. Zhao Yichuan replied solemnly, at the very least. They should comprehend what entering the ancient tower entails. Lin Wenqiu sighed in resignation and remarked, the ancient tower is fraught with peril. Without sufficient strength, one risks their life. Over the countless years, many prodigies have perished within its confines, figures of great renown in any realm. I will inform them when they reach the pinnacle. If they cannot ascend, then there is no need for further discussion. Zhao Yichuan dismissed Lin Wenqiu's words with indifference, his expression unyielding. You always wear such a sour expression and enjoy provoking others. I genuinely wish to give you a good thrashing, Lin Wenqiu retorted, his frustration evident. Go ahead. Zhao Yichuan responded nonchalantly, in a few years, when I have grown stronger, I will return the favor. Lin Wenqiu was left speechless, his anger rendered ineffective. Were it anyone else, he would have had no qualms about retaliating. However, Zhao Yichuan was different. He was the direct disciple of the Dean, with a talent that was astonishingly exceptional. In time, it was conceivable that Zhao Yichuan could assume the role of the Academy's head. Alas, the child has grown. It is unwise to resort to violence now. Had I known this day would come, I should have taken the opportunity to discipline him while he was still young. Lin Wenqiu sighed helplessly. You must be aware of the backgrounds of Song and Chun. Let us not bring ruin upon these two. Otherwise, this benevolent connection may turn into a malevolent one, and our Dao Academy might not withstand the consequences. I understood his concerns. Zhao Yichuan maintained his icy demeanor. You have no idea what you're talking about. I might as well stay here. If trouble arises, I could still make amends. Lin Wenqiu was genuinely worried about Chen Qingyuan and Song Ningyan's safety. Thus he hurried to the ancient tower to avert any unforeseen calamities. Do as you wish. Zhao Yichuan replied coldly, his expression indifferent. Inside the ancient tower, Chen Qingyuan felt as though his body was being torn apart. His soul was being pierced by countless fine needles, inflicting unbearable agony. He feared for his very life. Chen Qingyuan dared not relent for a moment, enduring the excruciating pain while honing his spiritual strength. Chapter 83. Proving oneself. The ancient tower was of paramount importance to the Dao Academy, comprising 33 levels, each embodying distinct principles. Over countless years, few have managed to reach the pinnacle. To ascend to the top signifies unparalleled talent, fortune, resolve, and insight, qualities that have not graced the Dao Academy for over 10,000 years. It is noteworthy that anyone who can become a disciple of the Academy is already an exceptional prodigy among the world's elite. If all goes as expected, the next dean should be Zhao Yichuan, who, in his youth, could not reach the summit, managing only to ascend to the 30th level. Gradually, the pain began to subside. Chen Qingyuan, having succumbed to the river's depths, adapted to the prevailing laws, resulting in a significant enhancement of her mental fortitude. After half an hour, she surfaced, finally able to discern the path ahead. It was unlikely that she would encounter misfortune here, especially after achieving the top rank in the assessment. A quick glance around revealed no sign of Song Ningyan, who was presumably still enduring torment beneath the water's surface. Gazing forward, Chen Qingyuan could not perceive the river's end, only feeling the relentless pressure of the laws bearing down upon her. This space constrained her cultivation, necessitating the use of mental strength to combat this overwhelming force, rendering all other means ineffective. With a splash, Chen Qingyuan commenced her slow swim. With each movement, she distinctly sensed the intensifying pressure of the laws. Periodically, she was compelled to halt and catch her breath. After a while, Song Ningyan emerged from the water, gasping for air, her hair drenched. With only her head above the surface, her expression fraught with urgency and anxiety. In the oppressive darkness of the river, her spirit had nearly suffocated. Fortunately, she swiftly discovered a way to break through the surface, alleviating the pressure she faced. To her surprise, Song Ningyan spotted Chen Qingyuan 100 meters ahead, a wave of pressure from her rival surging within her. With a serious demeanor, she promptly adjusted her condition, preparing to advance. Proud by nature, Song Ningyan refused to yield within her family, instilling fear in many of her peers, who dared not raise their heads in her presence. Upon arriving at the Dao Academy, she similarly excelled, passing the assessment with the highest distinction. She was acutely aware of Zhao Yichuan's notorious strictness, having heard of disciples who had tragically perished due to his rigorous training methods. Nevertheless, she resolutely chose to become his apprentice. According to reliable sources from the Song family, Zhao Yichuan was likely to be the next dean. If Song Ningyan could genuinely earn Zhao Yichuan's recognition, his future ascension to the deanship would undoubtedly provide her with substantial support. Every action she took was driven by a singular ambition to prove herself. Historically, the Song family had always been dominated by males, with females often relegated to the role of political pawns in marriages. Song Ningyan refused to become a mere sacrificial piece in the familial chess game. She saw only one path ahead. She would conquer her peers within the clan and challenge the antiquated notions held by the elders. Yet, this path was fraught with difficulty. I shall not yield to anyone. Gritting her teeth, Song Ningyan pressed forward. To become the head of the Song family was to gain the right to dictate her own destiny. Thus, disregarding the opposition from some elders, she resolutely made her way to the Dao Academy, intent on becoming stronger in the shortest possible time. With formidable strength, she would no longer be subject to oppression. A peculiar sensation washed over her. It seemed that the discomfort she had felt earlier had dissipated. Chen Qingyuan, facing away from Song Ningyan, maintained a respectful distance. After swimming for a while, he sensed a familiar essence in the laws governing this place. Upon reflection, he realized that the experience echoed his time in Tianyuan. Chen Qingyuan had spent over a century in Tianyuan, enduring significant hardships. Yet, despite the anguish of those days, he had gleaned profound insights. The crimson-clad maiden's personal tutelage illuminated the true meaning of earthly purgatory for Chen Qingyuan. Compared to the Tianyuan, the pressure of the first level of the ancient pagoda seemed somewhat insufficient. In fact, it was rather pleasant. As time elapsed, Chen Qingyuan felt a subtle tingling sensation throughout his body, as if faint currents of electricity were coursing within. Initially, Chen Qingyuan had indeed experienced some discomfort, as if countless colossal mountains were weighing upon his heart. However, by now, that pressure could no longer impede Chen Qingyuan's progress. How could this be? Behind him, Song Ningyan watched as Chen Qingyuan's pace quickened considerably, the distance between them growing ever greater, and she was utterly dumbfounded. The scenes that followed would shock Song Ningyan even more, perhaps even causing her to question her own perceptions. Chen Qingyuan reflected upon a past experience, resulting in a significant enhancement of his mental fortitude. Subsequently, Chen Qingyuan felt his body become incredibly light, gradually rising to the surface. In the next instant, Chen Qingyuan's entire body levitated, his feet treading upon the inky surface of the river. Witnessing this spectacle firsthand, Song Ningyan's body trembled slightly, and she halted in her tracks, forgetting to move forward. Her eyes were filled with disbelief, her expression remarkably animated. After a long while, Chen Qingyuan's figure gradually vanished into the black mist, and Song Ningyan finally regained her senses, awakened with a start, and exclaimed to herself in astonishment, "Is Chen Qingyuan's mental strength truly this formidable? No wonder he's a disciple that Dao Academy made an exception to recruit. He is indeed extraordinary." Soon, Song Ningyan ceased her wild speculations and pressed forward with gritted teeth. After more than 10 days, Song Ningyan traversed the river shrouded in dense black mist and finally beheld a colossal stone platform. This circular platform, approximately 500 meters in diameter, was adorned with steps on all sides. Song Ningyan's mental state had deteriorated significantly. It seemed as though she could discern a figure seated atop the platform, hazy and somewhat indistinct. Summoning her indomitable will, she dragged her utterly exhausted body from the water and crawled up onto the frigid steps. Slowly rising, she ascended step by step to the elevated surface. Upon reaching the top of the stone platform, Song Ningyan finally discerned the figure she had previously glimpsed. It was Chen Qingyuan, leisurely brewing tea and reclining against a large stone. "At last, you've arrived. Care for a cup of tea?" Chen Qingyuan turned to the weary Song Ningyan, offering a faint smile. "This is your first invitation for tea, on the house." Song Ningyan intended to respond, but found herself speechless, her mouth opening, but no words emerging. With a thud, her feeble body collapsed to the ground. What a disappointment, she muttered under her breath as Chen Qingyuan continued to savor his tea. Chen Qingyuan had spent 3 days reaching the stone platform, during which time the restrictions on his powers were lifted and his cultivation was restored. He surmised that only upon Song Ningyan's arrival at the platform could Zhao Yichuan manifest. Thus, during the 10 days of waiting, he first focused on stabilizing his spiritual energy and later indulged in tea, wine, and the exquisite celestial fruits and delicacies he carried. Outside the ancient tower, Zhao Yichuan had already learned the specific circumstances within and swiftly made his way inside. Suddenly, the space above the stone platform began to warp, and Zhao Yichuan materialized. Chapter 84. The second level of the ancient tower. A battle of suppressed cultivation. Zhao Yichuan flicked his finger towards the unconscious Song Ningyan. shielding her spirit to prevent any lingering repercussions. He then turned his gaze towards Chen Qingyuan, saying nothing, yet a flicker of unusual emotion crossed his eyes. Outside, Vice Dean Lin Wenshou's face was a canvas of astonishment. He was fully aware of the occurrences within the ancient tower. The inheritor of the Qingzong lineage in this era is indeed remarkable. Chen Qingyuan's performance left Lin Wenshou profoundly shaken. In merely 3 days, he had traversed the first level effortlessly, walking upon the water, and shattered the record of the Dao Academy. Initially, Yu Chenran was reluctant to share this information with Lin Wenshou, but the latter's persistent inquiries proved unyielding. Reluctantly, Yu Chenran divulged the details. Within the entire Dao Academy, only 2 vice deans and Zhao Yichuan were privy to Chen Qingyuan's true background. Lin Wenshou couldn't help but reminisce about his own experiences upon entering the ancient tower, recalling that his circumstances were not significantly better than Song Ningyan's. In the ancient tower, on the stony platform, with Zhao Yichuan's intervention, Song Ningyan soon regained consciousness. Her physical injuries having healed significantly, you need not have endured so much suffering. Had you not hastily accelerated your pace before reaching that level of spiritual insight? Do you wish for demise? Zhao Yichuan admonished sternly. The disciple is at fault. I beseech my master to impose punishment. Song Ningyan, unwilling to concede defeat to Chen Qingyuan, had exerted every ounce of her strength to resist the oppressive laws of this realm, ultimately resulting in a backlash against her mental faculties. Had it not been for Zhao Yichuan's timely arrival, she would have required several months to restore herself. Only when you meet my expectations will you be deemed worthy to become my disciple. Zhao Yichuan momentarily did not regard Song Ningyan as his disciple. His expression was stern as he stated, I am aware of your intentions for coming to Dao Academy. If your state of mind is so unstable, it would be prudent to abandon such thoughts. Chastened by Zhao Yichuan's reprimand, Song Ningyan lowered her gaze, rendered speechless and unable to retort. She was unwilling to be merely a pawn within her clan, regardless of the cost. She was determined to seize control of her own destiny. You appear rather at ease. Zhao Yichuan then directed his gaze towards Chen Qingyuan, speaking in a cold tone. No. Chen Qingyuan quickly gathered the table along with the delectable dishes, his countenance grave. Once prepared, ascend the tower on your own. From this point onward, I shall not make another appearance. How far you progress will depend solely on your own abilities. Should you find it unbearable, simply shatter this jade slip to exit the ancient tower. After delivering this statement, Zhao Yichuan departed. 2 jade slips fell into the hands of Chen Qingyuan and Song Ningyan respectively. At the end of the stone platform, a wooden door appeared. Opening it would grant access to the 2nd level. Shall you go first? Chen Qingyuan, tucking the jade slip away, glanced at the wooden door and then turned to Song Ningyan. Do you wish for me to scout the way for you? Song Ningyan replied icily. I am not that sort of person. I merely thought you might proceed ahead. Chen Qingyuan shook his head. Since you do not appreciate my offer, I shall take my leave first. Today's girls are not so easily deceived, alas. Chen Qingyuan harbored concerns that the door might harbor some restrictions, prompting him to wish for Song Ningyan to test it first. Unfortunately, as she was reluctant to take the lead, he was left with no choice but to approach it himself. Upon reaching the door, Chen Qingyuan exercised great caution, slowly placing his right hand upon it and pushing it open with force. In an instant, an overwhelming force engulfed Chen Qingyuan, leaving no room for resistance. Cursing internally, Chen Qingyuan found himself enveloped in darkness, feeling as though the world was spinning around him, as he was consumed by the wooden door. Song Ningyan hesitated for a moment before gritting her teeth and stepping forward. With a swift motion, she too departed from the stone platform and entered the 2nd layer. When light finally returned to Chen Qingyuan's vision, he discovered himself in a peculiar expanse, cautiously surveying his surroundings and refraining from any reckless actions. After a considerable wait, the absence of Song Ningyan's figure led him to a realization they had undoubtedly entered different realms. The 1st layer served as a test of mental fortitude. Without meeting the requisite standards, there was no eligibility to ascend the ancient tower further. The paths ahead would present distinct challenges for each, rendering any further encounters impossible. This space was a vast expanse of pristine white, stretching endlessly before him, silent and desolate. Chen Qingyuan remained on high alert, acutely aware of the shifting dynamics around him. After a brief period, a vague silhouette materialized before him. The figure exhibited the cultivation level of the postnatal realm, and Chen Qingyuan recognized its essence with a discerning gaze. The initial stage of the cultivation path seemed rather feeble. Regardless of his inclinations, his body was uncontrollably drawn deeper into the space, confronting the indistinct figure from a distance of 100 meters. Concurrently, all of Chen Qingyuan's abilities were suppressed, placing him on equal footing in the postnatal realm. At that moment, He could no longer sense the presence of the golden elixir within him, as if a terrifying force had severed the ties of causation with it. Engage. The indistinct silhouette bellowed towards Chen Qingyuan. Chen Qingyuan was fully prepared for battle, his focus unwavering. The postnatal realm. The first foundation on the path of cultivation. Few would regard it with the seriousness it deserved, as most sought to hastily elevate their prowess and grow stronger. Once, Chen Qingyuan himself had harbored such thoughts, believing that his foundation had reached a commendable height and aspiring for greater heights. However, when he sought to forge the foundation of the Golden Dan, he found himself merely at the level of heaven-esque quality. Boom! Chen Qingyuan and the ethereal figure launched their fists simultaneously, colliding head-on. In an instant, Chen Qingyuan took a half-step back, his fist aching. The specter, however, remained unfazed. Launching another attack. Within the ancient tower, the will of the phantom was in its most sublime state. In simpler terms, this specter's true combat prowess was sufficient to sweep away countless postnatal realm practitioners throughout the ages. Those who could match it in battle could be deemed to have perfected their foundation in the postnatal realm. Winning against it, however, was virtually impossible. At least since the establishment of the ancient tower, no such figure had ever emerged. What a formidable punch! Chen Qingyuan's fighting spirit ignited as he engaged in fierce combat with the phantom. After hundreds of rounds of physical confrontation, Chen Qingyuan had received several blows from the specter. His body sore, yet he had not landed a single strike upon the phantom. According to the rules of the ancient tower, surviving 500 rounds against the specter would count as a victory. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Qingyuan had been battling the phantom for quite some time. His attire tattered and his state somewhat disheveled. Just then, he noticed a wooden door appearing not far away. However, he had no intention of approaching the door. Instead, he resolved to confront the phantom. To think it would wish for him to leave after landing blows. What a jest! Chen Qingyuan could not swallow such indignation without retaliating. In another realm, Xuanqing, bearing countless scars, persevered through 500 rounds. The shadowy opponent before her momentarily halted, revealing a path to the third level. Unlike Chen Qingyuan, who was obstinate, Xuanqing was eager to advance as she had successfully cleared the challenge. Thus, her pace surged ahead, while Chen Qingyuan continued to grapple with the specter of the second level. Outside, Lin Wenqiu and Zhao Yichuan exchanged glances of concern. This fellow has already passed. Why is he not departing? Lin Wenqiu murmured. Perhaps he seeks to sharpen himself through this ordeal, Zhao Yichuan suggested. The likelihood of that is slim. He is likely unwilling to endure defeat and merely wishes to reclaim his honor, Lin Wenqiu remarked. His expression peculiar as he employed a unique technique to perceive the scenes within the ancient tower. Zhao Yichuan remained silent, pondering for a time. As he found Lin Wenqiu's perspective remarkably accurate. Over the course of 7 days, Chen Qingyuan, having initially struggled, managed to reach an equilibrium in their combat. Seizing an opportunity, he delivered a decisive kick to the specter's face, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Stop, I shall cease fighting, Chen Qingyuan called out to the shadow, swiftly making his way to the wooden door. Chapter 85. The Demon Cave is about to erupt. Urgent circumstances upon entering the third level of the ancient tower. Chen Qingyuan found his cultivation suppressed to the innate realm, facing an opponent of equal strength. Come forth, he declared, launching the first strike and unleashing the fullest extent of his innate capabilities. Thus, within the ancient tower, Chen Qingyuan commenced his trials, while Xuanqing, having temporarily outpaced him, had already ascended to the 5th level. As for Chen Qingyuan, he was determined not to retreat after enduring 500 rounds of punishment. He must retaliate before ascending to higher levels of the tower. Outside the ancient tower, Zhao Yichuan and Lin Wenqiu stood vigil, unwavering in their watch. They were acutely aware of the circumstances within the tower. The inheritor of the Qing sect indeed possessed extraordinary talent and a solid foundation. If this trend continued, he might reach the 30th level, not weaker than you, Lin Wenqiu praised. This is merely the beginning. The path ahead is fraught with challenges. Do not jump to conclusions. Zhao Yichuan was secretly astonished by Chen Qingyuan's performance but maintained an outward facade of indifference. Shall we place a wager? Lin Wenqiu raised an eyebrow. How tedious. I shall not gamble. Zhao Yichuan unhesitatingly dismissed the proposal. You truly lack excitement. Can you not cultivate any other interests apart from your training? Fine wines, beautiful women, power, and wealth, all these hold no allure for Zhao Yichuan. At times, Lin Wenqiu felt that Zhao Yichuan was anything but ordinary, harboring some underlying affliction. With thousands of years as a virgin, he was nearly unparalleled in the North Wilderness. The affairs of the mortal realm were mere stumbling blocks on the path of cultivation. Throughout Zhao Yichuan's life journey, only cultivation mattered, all else was excluded. Alas, if you possess no interests, What is the purpose of your relentless training? Lin Wenqiu inquired. To grow stronger, Zhao Yichuan replied. And then, Lin Wenqiu pressed further. To pursue a higher path and behold a broader vista. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Yichuan resolutely stated, Very well, I lack your level of enlightenment. Lin Wenqiu shook his head gently, savoring a sip of exquisite wine, his expression one of pure enjoyment. Meanwhile, in the fully star domain, at the depths of the Tianyuan sect, a colossal formation lay beneath the ground. With countless spirit stones amassed at its core to prevent the depletion of spiritual energy that could lead to its failure. At the heart of this formation was a massive demonic abyss, from which dark energy had already begun to seep out. Within 2 years, it would be uncontrollable. Despite our utmost efforts, we have been unable to resolve this crisis. In my view, the chaos emanating from the abyss can no longer be contained. We must seize the limited time we have left to organize our resources and relocate our sect to other star domains. What shall we do? The high-ranking officials of various sects gathered here, having tried every conceivable method to no avail against the abyss. At this moment, hope for a solution had all but dissipated. Many decided to hasten their departure from the fully star domain to minimize their losses. As for the ordinary cultivators and countless common beings who lacked the means to escape, they could only remain behind and await their fate. With each sacred ground preoccupied with its own troubles, there was little inclination to concern themselves with mundane lives. If any fellow cultivator is willing to venture into the abyss, perhaps a solution to our current dilemma may be found. An elder from the Tianyuan sect said through gritted teeth, This calamity was brought forth by your Tianyuan sect. If anyone is to enter the abyss, it should be you. Do you expect us to risk our lives on your behalf? This remark instantly incensed the powerful figures of the various sects, their gazes toward the members of the Tianyuan sect turning particularly sharp. The elders of the Tianyuan sect were momentarily cowed by the pressure and hurriedly explained, Esteemed friends, please do not take offense. That was not our intention. What does that mean? If the Heavenly Jade sect had mentioned the matter of the abyss at the outset, when it was still in its infancy, it would have been a simple matter to address. Now, having developed into an insurmountable predicament, the Heavenly Jade sect shows no inclination to remedy the situation. Instead, they send us into the fray, which is utterly laughable. Do not think that the benefits bestowed upon various sects in the past can absolve the Heavenly Jade sect of its transgressions. Those benefits were merely compensations, unable to mask the foolish actions of the Heavenly Jade sect. Now that the matter has been laid bare, the representatives of various sects no longer feel compelled to grant the Heavenly Jade sect any semblance of respect and openly voice their condemnation. In response to the outcry, sect leader Qingyuan displayed no emotional response, his face a mask of indifference. Only when the clamor gradually subsided did Qingyuan speak, requesting the attention of all present. Upon witnessing Qingyuan finally take the floor, silence fell, and all gazes turned toward him. By merely placing this array spirit pearl at the deepest point of the abyss, we can fortify the array and buy ourselves time. At that moment, I can venture into the core region of the northern wasteland to seek out a formidable powerhouse, which may offer us a glimmer of hope. Whoever dares to undertake this task, regardless of success or failure, shall be generously rewarded with a priceless treasure, for which I would be eternally grateful. As he spoke, a dark-hued spirit pearl materialized in Qingyuan's palm, a precious item meticulously crafted by a master of arrays over the span of a decade. By placing this pearl at the deepest part of the abyss, it could subdue the aberrant forces, potentially granting us 100 years of invaluable time. Why, then, does sect leader Qin refuse to enter? Someone inquired coldly. I am acutely aware of my own limitations and the inadequacy of my strength to bear this responsibility, Qingyuan replied without a hint of shame, his expression unwavering. In simpler terms, he fears for his life. A ring was cast into the air by Qingyuan, who employed arcane techniques to project the space contained within it. Inside, there lay 3 complete top-tier spirit veins, alongside an assortment of rare herbs and superior Dao artifacts. The onlookers were taken aback, their eyes glimmering with a hint of avarice. Setting aside the various chaotic treasures, the mere presence of these 3 exceptional spirit veins was enough to render countless formidable beings breathless. Many of the esteemed ancestral sects within the flowing star domain possess only a single top-tier spirit vein. Yet, here was Qingyuan, nonchalantly producing 3, a testament to his vast resources, suggesting that the Heavenly Jade sect had indeed reaped substantial benefits from the demon lair over the years. How infuriating it is that the Heavenly Jade sect, having amassed such tremendous wealth, now seeks our assistance to rectify their blunders. Previously, they claimed to have distributed all resources among various sects, which now appears to be nothing more than a farce. The crowd exchanged silent thoughts. cursing the ancestors of the heavenly jade sect profusely. They felt a mixture of anger and jealousy, yet were powerless to change their predicament, leaving them deeply unsettled. Esteemed friends, do you wish to take a chance? At this juncture, Qingyuan was indifferent to his own reputation. Regardless of the circumstances, he would not dare to gamble. Should the demon lair truly erupt, he could simply abandon the assets of the heavenly jade sect and flee as far as possible. However, there was still a chance for redemption, and Qingyuan was reluctant to surrender. Although the sect leader's resources were considerable, entering the demon lair was akin to courting death. No amount of gain could outweigh such peril. The powerful figures of the various sects were not foolish. They recognized that their appetites could not accommodate the immediate benefits laid before them. It was not worth wagering their very lives for this meager resource. The most significant issue is that they cannot perceive any hope of winning the gamble. After a prolonged stalemate, Qingyuan began to feel anxious. Could it truly be that no one is willing to venture inside? The rules within the demonic cave are exceedingly chaotic. Without dispatching a formidable warrior to personally escort the array spirit pearl inside, it is impossible to utilize supernatural powers from outside the grand array to position the pearl appropriately. I shall not engage in a venture that leads to certain death. Although the crowd harbored greedy thoughts, they maintained their rationality. Unwilling to undertake such a foolish endeavor or clean up the mess caused by the heavenly jade sect. Witnessing this situation, uncertainty clouded Qingyuan's mind, and a trace of worry surfaced in his eyes. If indeed no one were to enter, he would have to abandon the family legacy of the heavenly jade sect. Clenching his fists tightly, Qingyuan felt a deep sense of regret, unwilling to let years of hard work go to waste. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly somber, a voice resonated from afar. I shall go. Chapter 86. Xuanqing steps into the demonic cave, willing to embrace death who? Upon hearing this voice, the crowd immediately turned to look behind them. The newcomer, clad in a light-colored long robe, appeared to be a middle-aged man, tall and remarkably imposing. It was none other than Xuanqing, the leader of the Xuanqing sect. Master, what brings you here? The grand elder of the Xuanqing sect, responsible for this assembly, was astonished to see Xuanqing's sudden appearance and stepped forward to inquire. Some matters simply must be undertaken by someone. Xuanqing replied, hands clasped behind his back, his voice resonating in every ear like a thunderclap, causing many to bow their heads in shame. You are the backbone of our Xuanqing sect. Any lapse is unacceptable. This cannot be permitted. The venerable elder, clad in a gray robe, appeared to be rather aged, with half of his hair turned white and wrinkles adorning his face. His tone was resolute as he firmly opposed the decision. I have made up my mind. Before arriving, Xuanqing had already braced himself for the worst and concluded the affairs within the sect. That is unacceptable. The elder positioned himself resolutely in front of Xuanqing, earnestly stating, if the sect leader insists on proceeding, then let it be me. My demise would not significantly affect the Xuanqing sect, but should anything happen to you, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. Xuanqing placed a reassuring hand on the elder's shoulder, casting a determined glance. Seizing the opportunity, he pointed a finger, momentarily rendering the elder's body immobile. Sect leader, the elder exclaimed, rolling his eyes toward Xuanqing in desperation, his voice trembling. I have made arrangements at home. Even if I do not return, there is no need for concern. Xuanqing spoke softly. That is still not permissible. You are the leader of the sect and cannot risk your life. Regardless, the elder remained steadfast in his disagreement. Xuanqing ceased to respond and directly approached Qingyuan. Give it to me, he commanded, signaling with his gaze. Are you truly willing to put yourself in danger, sect leader? Qingyuan questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. Not only Qingyuan harbored doubts, but the powerful figures present also found it hard to believe. If sect leader does not trust this, you may accompany me inside to see for yourself, Xuanqing replied coldly. I am aware of my own limitations. Therefore, such a necessity does not arise, Qingyuan retorted, unfazed by Xuanqing's sharp response. After all, Xuanqing was going to face his demise. Allowing him to express a few grievances was bearable. Xuanqing gestured once more. This time, Qingyuan no longer hesitated, handing over both the array spirit pearl and the space ring filled with resources to Xuanqing. Xuanqing turned and approached the Grand Elder, inspecting the space ring to ensure it had not been tampered with before placing it in the Grand Elder's hands. He softly advised, return directly afterward. Do not linger here, lest you attract unwanted attention. Regardless of whether Tianyuan sect provided this resource, Xuanqing was determined to enter the demon abyss. His arrival had merely coincided with this opportunity, and it was inconceivable for him to forego the resources. Senior brother. At this moment, for the Grand Elder, it was a farewell between life and death. He no longer referred to Xuanqing as sect master, but rather with a brotherly affection tinged with reluctance. Just as in our youth, you must heed my words. Lin Chongqing gently patted the Grand Elder's head, a faint smile gracing his lips. In their childhood, whenever his junior brothers faced bullying, it was Lin Chongqing, the eldest brother, who stepped in to resolve the issues and restore their dignity. Among his juniors, he alone was permitted to discipline them, while no one else could dare. The Grand Elder choked back a sob, tears glistening in his eyes. He understood Lin Chongqing's unwavering nature. Once he had made a decision, he would not waver. If I perish, junior brother Dong may temporarily assume the position of sect master. You may rest assured within the sect, and in time, become a guardian elder. Lin Chongqing's decision had already been communicated to the upper echelons of the sect, though many opposed it. They could not prevent it, and were ultimately compelled to accept the resolution. Having conveyed these words, Lin Chongqing tightly grasped the spirit pearl of the formation, preparing to step into the demon abyss. Master Lin's righteousness humbles us. The leaders of various sects clasped their fists in respect. May Master Lin return victorious. Qingyuan proclaimed insincerely. As the strong ones voiced their admiration, sincere wishes for success echoed around. Lin Chongqing's successful completion of the mission would benefit all. I enter the demon abyss not for you, but for the countless lives in the flowing star domain. The beings inhabiting this territory are innocent and must not suffer due to the folly of a few. Lin Chongqing's words bore implication, causing the members of the Heavenly Jade sect to flush crimson, yet they had no retort. Open the formation, Lin Chongqing commanded as he arrived above the demon abyss. The strong ones immediately channeled their techniques, creating a small passage above the grand array. Instantly, a surge of demonic energy erupted from the formation. Lin Chongqing struck out with his palm, dispersing the malevolent energy, and simultaneously stepped into the array. Seal. As Lin Chongqing entered, the others swiftly closed the formation to prevent any leakage of demonic energy. Within the array, Lin Chongqing released the restraints binding the Grand Elder, allowing him to move. Senior brother. The Grand Elder turned, gazing at Lin Chongqing within the formation, tears welling in his eyes as he called out in a hoarse voice. Return home, Lin Chongqing said gently. Despite his reluctance, the Grand Elder's nails pierced his palm. He had no choice but to heed Lin Chongqing's command. Hastening back to the Xuanqing sect to avoid attracting the attention of certain thieves toward this precious resource. As he was about to depart, the Grand Elder cast a lingering gaze upon Lin Chongqing's figure. For him, this might be their final encounter, and the anguish within was beyond verbal expression. In that fleeting moment of turning away, an unbearable pain gripped his heart. Yet, for the sake of the greater good, he had to maintain his composure and hasten back home. Lin Chongqing lowered his eyes to the abyssal chasm before him, shrouded in darkness, resembling an endless void with no discernible bottom. Steeling himself, he plunged into the depths of the demon lair. In an instant, an overwhelming tide of demonic energy surged towards Lin Chongqing, threatening to engulf his mind and transform him into a mindless fiend. Employing his meditation technique, he remained calm, successfully repelling the dense malevolence beyond his protective barrier. Truly, Lin Chongqing exhibited an audacity that defied death. It was only when he fully entered the demon lair that the assembled powerhouses began to believe this was no mere illusion. They could not comprehend Lin Chongqing's actions, some even inwardly branding him a fool. The path of cultivation was arduous, particularly for one as mighty as Lin Chongqing in the tribulation phase. Should the demon lair erupt, it would pose no threat to him. At worst, he could depart from the Fulyu star domain. Had he deluded himself into thinking he was a savior? Now that Lin Chongqing had ventured forth, some among the crowd shed their pretenses, sneering and whispering among themselves. If Lin Chongqing could indeed position the array spirit pearl correctly, it would greatly assist them, granting ample time whether to resolve the demon lair or to evacuate from the Fulyu star domain. Yet, none of them would feel indebted to Lin Chongqing. When favors exceed certain bounds, they are often disregarded by society, for the people neither can nor wish to repay them. Chapter 87. Fear not, for your senior brother is here in the abyss of the demonic cave, a realm fraught with peril. Even the most formidable practitioners of the Great Ascension face the specter of death. Lin Chongqing, a cultivator at the 5th stage of the tribulation transcendence, commands considerable strength within the boundaries of the flowing star domain. Yet, in the bustling centers of power, he appears comparatively insignificant. As he steps into the demonic cave, Lin Chongqing harbors no illusions of emerging alive. This is my destiny. For over a decade, Lin Chongqing has been plagued by nightmares. Visions of a chasm of darkness far grander than the cave itself, its horror unfathomable. In time, he unearthed the graves of his ancestors, many of which lay empty, leading him to profound realizations. How innocent are the beings of this world, How can they be made to bear the weight of such karmic retribution? Lin Chongqing does not seek the approval of the world. He only desires to act in accordance with his conscience, to preserve the noble legacy of his forebears. Boom. The malevolent aura relentlessly gnaws at Lin Chongqing's being, momentarily staved off by his protective barrier. However, as he ventures deeper, the miasma thickens, rendering his defenses increasingly ineffective. Cracks begin to mar the barrier, and as Lin Chongqing casts a glance back, a flicker of concern dances in his eyes. Yet, undeterred, he resolves to forge ahead, quickening his pace. This place resembles an endless abyss, darkness consuming all. Despite employing various Taoist techniques and artifacts, Lin Chongqing finds it impossible to discern the entirety of his surroundings, relying instead on instinct to navigate his path. With a decisive strike, below him, he perceives a multitude of grotesque, fearsome skulls, the demonic energy surging towards him in a relentless tide. At the moment of impending contact, Lin Chongqing unleashed a thunderous strike, cleaving the obstructing skeleton in twain, seizing the opportunity to pass this trial and advance further. A wailing cacophony emanated from the depths of the demonic cavern. The ghostly sounds seemed to possess an enigmatic force, piercing through the protective barrier and reaching Lin Chongqing's ears. Despite his reluctance, he was left with no choice but to listen. Initially, Lin Chongqing could withstand the seductive whispers of the ghostly echoes through sheer willpower. However, as time wore on, he found himself increasingly unable to resist. Disciple, after my departure, you must diligently safeguard the Xuanqing sect. Master, where are you going? My time is drawing nigh. I fear I shall not have long to live. Do not speak such nonsense, master. You are in the prime of your life. There remains a vast expanse of time before your days are numbered. With a gentle smile, the master remained silent. Soon after, Master Feng Chongxian attained enlightenment. Memories of the past surged like a tide before Lin Chongqing's eyes, stirring his heart and moistening his gaze. I do not comprehend. Why must this burden fall upon my Xuanqing sect? Why? The forces of the world far surpass the might of our sect, yet they remain indifferent, leaving our ancestors to face their demise. In a moment of reverie, Lin Chongqing glimpsed a fragment of a dream. The once indistinct vision became strikingly vivid, as if witnessed firsthand. In a bygone era, two senior members of the Xuanqing sect were deliberating over matters concerning the abyss of demons. It was evident that they had awakened ancestral memories, destined to bear the legacy and responsibilities of their forebears. Do you truly wish to witness the massacre of the world's populace? A man clad in purple, somewhat elder in years, patiently guided the discourse. I do not wish for that. Another, dressed in white, with a countenance etched with defiance, retorted through gritted teeth, if not for others, let it be for ourselves. Should the abyss of demons descend into chaos, this homeland will inevitably transform into a realm of corruption, and our dear friends and kin shall not escape calamity. The purple-clad man gazed into the distance, his tone grave. Senior brother, I am afraid. The memories of the abyss, as depicted in ancestral visions, instilled a sense of trepidation in the man in white. It was not that he wished to forsake his forebears' will, but rather that his body instinctively recoiled in fear. Do not be afraid. I am here with you. The elder approached and gently ruffled the hair of the man in white, managing a faint smile. The scene shifted. Decades passed. The purple-clad man and the white-clad man employed an exceptional technique of feigned death, eluding the gaze of all within the Xuanqing sect. Thereafter, the duo journeyed to the imperial capital, embarking upon this fateful path. Senior brother, if we do not return, will there be a next life? Along the way, in an effort to alleviate the weight upon his heart, the man in white shattered the oppressive silence with his inquiry. Perhaps we uttered the same in our previous lives. The purple-clad man jested. That would indeed be unfortunate. Having perished in the last life, must we meet the same fate in this one? Upon hearing this response, the man in white became visibly distressed, pouting in displeasure. Haraha! The purple-clad man laughed heartily, sailing forth with unwavering resolve. Senior brother, did our revered ancestor not mysteriously attain enlightenment and depart? Could it be that he too ventured into the abyss? The figure in plain garments pursued relentlessly, posing another inquiry. It should be so. The one in purple gazed into the distance, their eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. Aware that their journey was a march towards death, they recognized there was no turning back. It was, after all, for the sake of their descendants, a quest to carve out a more peaceful era. Within the depths of the abyss, Lin Chongqing's vision blurred, obscured by the mist of tears. When he blinked, the images of his ancestors had vanished. Suddenly, an eerie voice echoed in his ears. What purpose does your endeavor serve? The malevolent forces within the cave sought to sway Lin Chongqing, attempting to deter him from venturing deeper. Should he activate the spirit pearl of the formation, the abyss would be sealed for no less than a century. Human nature is treacherous and self-serving. Even if you sacrifice your life for those people, they shall not express gratitude. Retreat. If you turn back now, you may depart safely. The world is vast, and with your abilities, there is no place you cannot reach. Why must you offer your life in sacrifice? It is not worth it. A cacophony of voices surged forth, an elder's counsel, a woman's beguiling whisper, the cries of children. Lin Chongqing's pace abruptly slowed. A dreadful thought inexplicably surfacing in his mind. Humanity is foolish, and the powerful sects are exceedingly selfish. Why must my Xuanqing sect bear this burden? Why can they rest in peace? What? If it is for the sake of future generations, one could simply relocate the entire sect to a remote corner, living in tranquility, free from strife. Abandon this. The strange powers within the abyss were urging Lin Chongqing to forsake such intentions. Lin Chongqing's footsteps faltered for a moment, his gaze momentarily lost in a daze. The aspirations of his ancestors were beyond question. With immense mental fortitude, Lin Chongqing regained his composure, the haze in his eyes dissipating in an instant as he set forth once more. Thus, he bore the weight of countless demonic sounds, journeying deep into the abyss of the demon lair. Thud, thud, thud. A series of rhythmic sounds reverberated throughout the dark expanse, echoing in every corner. It resembled the pulse of a heartbeat, akin to the breath of some lurking entity. With a flick of his sleeve, Lin Chongqing swept aside the dense black mist, and through the gaps, he glimpsed a fragment of a distant scene. Chapter 88. Through trials and tribulations, the mission accomplished. A mural adorned the wall, depicting myriad strange creatures, their grotesque forms shrouded in swirling black mist. Upon merely catching a glimpse, Lin Chongqing felt a sharp pain in his eyes, an overwhelming discomfort. "My lord, I offer my respects," a voice exclaimed. In an instant, a beguiling woman, clad in scant attire, appeared before him, her every smile and frown steeped in seduction. She approached Lin Chongqing, her garments seemingly cascading down her smooth skin, her lips exuding fragrance, and her bare feet as delicate as jade. Abomination, perish! Lin Chongqing's resolve was unyielding. Without hesitation, he struck out with a palm towards the enchanting figure before him. With a resounding thud, her form shattered. Yet not a single drop of blood was spilled. Moments later, a mass of black mist coalesced, swirling ominously around Lin Chongqing. The mist then reformed, once again manifesting the alluring visage of the woman. "Such a ruthless heart you possess, my lord," she purred, leaning against him, her voice an intoxicating whisper that sent shivers through his very bones. Lin Chongqing made another attempt, yet he still could not dispel the enchantment of the woman before him. "Is it that you find me lacking in beauty, my lord?" The sultry maiden's voice carried a hint of sorrow, evoking a sense of pity. "Fear not, for I have several sisters who shall surely please you." As she spoke, 3 more exquisite women appeared before Lin Chongqing, each one more captivating than the last, their allure intoxicating. Despite his efforts to break the spell, Lin Chongqing found it impossible to shatter this bewitching illusion. He could only steady his mind and proceed onward. He understood that he must not activate the array spirit pearl until he reached the innermost depths of the demoness lair. There was but a single opportunity. Should the array spirit pearl fail, the flowing star domain would face dire consequences. "My lord, why do you not gaze upon me? Am I truly so unappealing?" A woman in a white gown clung to Lin Chongqing's left arm, her breath fragrant as she spoke. "Husband." Meanwhile, a maiden in a plain dress stood to his right, employing various temptations. With a gaze as clear as crystal, Lin Chongqing resolutely ignored their seductive arts. He knew that should his resolve waver even for a fleeting moment, he would inevitably lose himself, forever ensnared in this place. He was acutely aware of the demon's psychological tactics. Any lapse in concentration could lead to his downfall. After half an hour had passed, Lin Chongqing remained unaffected by their charms, continuing his descent along the mural, soon to reach the end of the demon's lair. Intruders in the demon realm, if you wish to avoid demise, begone. The 4 enchanting women realized Lin Chongqing was impervious to their allure, their forms dissipating into the air. They then morphed into a grotesque, demonic visage, blocking his path. Their claws extended, voices shrill and piercing as they bellowed. "I have come here with no intention of leaving alive. Death is but a triviality. What is there to fear?" Lin Chongqing clutched the array spirit pearl in his left hand while gripping a long sword in his right. In the event of an unforeseen turn of events, he needed to ensure he could summon the array spirit pearl at a moment's notice, hence he held it firmly. "Then go to your demise." The might of the demonic visage surged forth like a colossal wave, consuming Lin Chongqing in an instant. Engulfed by the endless demonic energy, Lin Chongqing remained undaunted, maintaining his composure. With a swift stroke of his sword, he cleaved a path ahead. Lin Chongqing had no intention of entangling himself with the demonic entities. His mission was to deliver the array spirit pearl to the depths of the demon's lair without being hindered. Countless tendrils lunged at Lin Chongqing, resembling chains of law, seeking to bind and ensnare him. As the tendrils approached from all directions, Lin Chongqing evaded them with remarkable speed. Those he could not evade were severed by his sword as he pressed deeper into the demon's lair. A colossal demonic hand descended upon Lin Chongqing, sending a chill of terror through his entire being, causing his soul to tremble. Ascend! Lin Chongqing shouted, unleashing his innate treasure sword. The sword slipped from his grasp, hurtling towards the demonic hand, while he seized this moment to advance. If circumstances allowed, Lin Chongqing would prefer not to part with his sword. However, the present situation was too extraordinary, compelling him to act thus. The sword struck the giant hand, and the immense force caused the blade to tremble violently, shattering shortly thereafter. The giant hand continued its descent, intent on crushing Lin Chongqing. The destruction of his innate sword inflicted some backlash upon him, causing a trickle of blood to escape from the corner of his mouth. Lin Chongqing, disregarding his own injuries, hastened his pace with a fervor akin to madness. Failure was not an option. Though his life might be sacrificed, the mission must succeed. Clinging to this belief, Lin Chongqing began to expend his lifespan without hesitation. Oh! The eerie voice reverberated through the depths of the demon cave, striking discordantly, piercing the very soul. Upon hearing this ghastly sound, Lin Chongqing felt his vital energy surge tumultuously, and darkness enveloped him, nearly causing him to faint. In the next moment, however, he regained his composure, gritting his teeth resolutely to maintain his focus. Following the mural depicting myriad demons, Lin Chongqing finally beheld the cave's depths, astonished by the sight before him. There lay a colossal heart, towering like a mountain 1,000 meters high. The heart, ebony in hue, had its veins prominently visible, pulsating at intervals and emitting a deafening thrum. This was the place. Lin Chongqing cast a glance at the array spirit pearl in his left hand. If he placed the pearl at the heart of the demon, it would undoubtedly strengthen the seal, granting precious time for the beings of the flowing star domain. Suddenly, a gigantic hand shattered the dense mist, reappearing above Lin Chongqing. He had reached the depths of the demon cave, with no avenue for escape. Moreover, even upon arrival, evasion was not an option. The frigid air, timeless and still, calmed his heart and spirit as he contemplated his solitary divinity. Simultaneously, Lin Chongqing activated the tranquility technique and the body protection art, forming several protective barriers around himself, safeguarding the array spirit pearl at his chest. Boom! The massive hand descended, effortlessly obliterating the protective barrier and crashing down upon Lin Chongqing. Having sustained a grievous blow, Lin Chongqing expectorated blood, several bones fractured, and his internal organs suffered severe trauma. Enduring the assault with fortitude, he clenched his teeth, holding his breath as he lunged toward the demonic heart. Subsequently, Lin Chongqing glanced down at the spirit pearl of array realm in his hand, unharmed by the demonic might of the giant palm. Thereupon, he activated the spirit pearl, casting it toward the imminent demonic heart. The spirit pearl of array realm was triggered, establishing a resonance between the inner and outer arrays. Instantly, the giant palm, poised to strike Lin Chongqing once more, halted in midair, as a shrill, resentful cry reverberated throughout the depths of the demonic cavern. Immediately after, the giant palm dissipated, and the pulsating black heart temporarily lost its vitality. Tranquility was restored. Outside, the powerhouses of various sects, witnessing the abatement of demonic energy, recognized Lin Chongqing's success and were overjoyed. As for Lin Chongqing, gravely wounded, he drifted in the dark space of the demonic cavern's depths, his vision blurred, and his consciousness fading. Am I dying? As death approached, Lin Chongqing felt no fear, but instead, profound serenity. Grievously injured and with a damaged Dao heart, he lacked the strength to escape the demonic cavern, and his life force ebbed away relentlessly. The intangible forces within the depths of the demonic cavern began to erode Lin Chongqing's mind, seeking to assimilate him into a demonic entity. A wisp of demonic energy emerged from the wall of myriad demons, entwining itself around Lin Chongqing, attempting to seize control. Suddenly, a burst of white light emanated from within Lin Chongqing, instantly obliterating the demonic energy. A demonic entity within the mural emitted a harrowing shriek, echoing throughout the dark space. Not long after, the image of the monstrous being grew translucent before vanishing entirely, signifying that this fragment of dark consciousness had been eradicated. What transpired? Though Lin Chongqing's awareness remained hazy, he sensed a transformation within his body, causing his heart to tremble. Chapter 89. The Legacy of Memory. Returning alive within Lin Chongqing's body, a transparent talisman appeared. As a brilliant white light burst forth, a fissure manifested upon the talisman. Subsequently, the crack began to spread to other areas. With a resounding crack, the talisman shattered, and Lin Chongqing's body trembled slightly as fragmented images from his dreams coalesced, unraveling all enigmas. Buzz. Suddenly, Lin Chongqing opened his eyes, revealing a golden glow deep within. The damaged foundation of his being was swiftly mending. What he beheld was an assembly of countless ancestors converging upon a singular location, the terrifying realm from his dreams, the abyss of demons in the imperial state. The malevolent energy swirling within the cavern recoiled, daring not to approach Lin Chongqing. The legacy of memory had awakened. Several hours later, Lin Chongqing assimilated the vivid tableau that had formed in his mind, a sorrowful expression gracing his features as an overwhelming reverence for his forebears blossomed within his heart. Qingzong. In this moment, Lin Chongqing comprehended the origins of the Xuanqing sect and grasped the will of the powerful ancestors. For the time being, he regained the ability to move, lifting his gaze to the shrouded darkness above. The surrounding demonic essence yearned to devour Lin Chongqing. Yet it hesitated in the face of the power emanating from the legacy of memory. Gazing at the myriad of demonic murals adorning the wall, Lin Chongqing's eyes fixated on the black heart of darkness below. Clenching his fists, his expression transformed into one of unwavering resolve as he murmured to himself, "I cannot perish just yet." Drawing upon the faint remnants of his ancestral memories, he steadfastly resisted the relentless pressure within the abyss, striving desperately upwards. Several hours later, Lin Chongqing emerged from the depths of the demonic lair, having surmounted countless obstacles. As the formidable figures from various sects prepared to depart, they were suddenly struck with astonishment at the sight of Lin Chongqing, doubting their own perceptions. What? Lin Chongqing is still alive. How can this be? They noted his appearance, seemingly marred by injuries. Should we create a breach in the formation to allow the sect leader to escape? Some suggested. Yet, we must not dismantle the formation just yet. It is possible that Lin Chongqing has succumbed to the taint of demonic energy and transformed into a fiend. While some clamored to rescue Lin Chongqing immediately, others cautioned against it. Suspended in the void, Lin Chongqing regarded the powerful figures with an inscrutable expression. Should they fail to open the formation, his exit would be perilously challenging. Perhaps Lin Chongqing had already been overtaken by the demonic will. Xingyuan of the Tianyuan sect voiced his opinion. I believe the likelihood of this is quite high. Since Lin Chongqing was willing to risk himself in the past, he must have been prepared to sacrifice for the greater good of humanity. We cannot recklessly release a potentially possessed Lin Chongqing. The consequences could be dire. Indeed, some individuals were solely concerned with their own interests, entirely neglecting the debt of gratitude owed to Lin Chongqing, who had wagered his life to seal the demonic lair. That makes sense, many echoed in agreement. Although Lin Chongqing was situated within the formation, he could faintly hear the utterances of the powerful from various sects, stirring a sense of melancholy within him. Was it truly worth it? It seemed like a lingering demonic whisper within his Dao heart, akin to a self-reflective inquiry. Lin Chongqing slowly closed his eyes, feeling that the sacrifices of the ancients were in vain. However, once this thought surfaced, images of ordinary residents living near the Xuanqing sect appeared in his mind, content and industrious, embodying a simple and honest way of life. There are too many people in this world, and among them exist some whose essence is far more despicable than that of demons. Lin Chongqing's turbulent heart gradually returned to calm, perhaps due to the steadfastness of his own Dao heart, which was inextricably linked to the legacy of memories he carried. Having awakened the sect's inheritance meant he must bear the weight of countless ancestors' responsibilities. I possess the mirror of Amaterasu, which can reveal the true forms of demons. The sect leader of Dongyi Palace, Xuanqing, adorned in an exquisite form-fitting gown, took a few steps forward and gazed up at the ethereal Lin Chongqing within the formation. As she spoke, Xuanqing produced a high-grade treasure mirror and activated the restrictions upon it, allowing it to function. The mirror of Amaterasu faced Lin Chongqing, and after a quarter of an hour, no changes occurred, indicating that Lin Chongqing had not fallen victim to demonic possession. The sect leader was not corrupted by demonic influence. She quickly opened the formation to rescue him. While Xuanqing was indeed concerned about her own interests, she had yet to reach the point of madness. At the very least, she could not be as vile as those who sought to end Lin Chongqing's life. Xuanqing's mirror of Amaterasu was indeed a priceless treasure, yet it might struggle to unveil the terrifying strength of such formidable demons. Among the crowd, an unknown voice remarked, likely harboring a grudge against the Xuanqing sect. Indeed, it is not the multitude that one fears, but the singular unforeseen event. A few timid souls voiced their concerns. If a malevolent entity could indeed evade the scrutiny of the mirror of Amaterasu, do you truly believe such a fiend could be ensnared by a mere formation? Your thoughts are clear to me, yet do not forget that all occurrences here will be conveyed to the Xuanqing sect. Should Lin Zhongzhu suffer due to our actions, consider the consequences. Du Ruoxing cast a cold glance over the crowd as he spoke. At these words, the earlier dissenters shivered. If this matter were to reach the ears of those from the Xuanqing sect, it could very well lead to a confrontation with the various sects, resulting in mutual destruction. Contemplating this possibility, the crowd ceased their objections and hastily opened the formation. With a hum, a gap appeared in the grand array, and Lin Chongqing seized the opportunity to emerge. Upon his exit, the powerful figures from each sect feigned concern, inquiring about Lin Chongqing's well-being and whether he had sustained any injuries. Lin Chongqing, however, paid them no heed. He strode directly to Du Ruoxing and solemnly expressed his gratitude. Thank you. There is no need for thanks. I lack such qualifications, Du Ruoxing replied, shaking his head. Furthermore, if you were to encounter misfortune due to the formation's failure, the Dongi Palace would be implicated. Lin Chongqing fell silent and walked away into the distance. Shortly thereafter, he returned to the Xuanqing sect. A wave of joy swept through the sect as everyone rejoiced, relieved by Lin Chongqing's safety, their hearts overflowing with happiness. When Lin Chongqing resolved to enter the demon lair, he had already informed everyone of the situation, urging them to remain steadfast, guard the sect, and protect this realm. After a lengthy discussion, the assembly learned that the abyss had been temporarily sealed, with no disturbances expected for at least a century. Regarding the matter of inherited memories, Lin Chongqing chose to remain silent. Having sustained injuries, he entrusted the elders to manage the mundane affairs of the sect while he entered seclusion. Shortly thereafter, the members of the Xuanqing sect became aware of Lin Chongqing's near escape from the abyss, inciting their fury and prompting thoughts of seeking justice from various sections. However, Lin Chongqing had previously advised against allowing external factors to instigate conflict. Moreover, with him currently in seclusion, the elders suppressed their anger, refraining from impulsive actions, opting to await Lin Chongqing's emergence to address the situation. In the Dao Academy, within the ancient tower, Chen Qingyuan had ascended to the 13th level. Chapter 90, Illusions Abound. Leaving the ancient tower, Chen Qingyuan had faced extreme challenges across various realms, persevering to reach this point. At the 13th level, the trials were no longer merely about the cultivation of foundational skills, but rather concerning the Dao heart. Water? Chen Qingyuan gazed at the boundless expanse of water before him, resembling an ocean. Looking down, he observed the murky currents, unaware of their depth. Raising his gaze, he pondered the source of the water and its destination. Stepping onto the water's surface, he took a step forward, creating a ripple that began as a small circle, gradually expanding until it settled. With a heart as tranquil as water, he sensed a connection forming with the Dao heart in this place. After a thorough exploration, Chen Qingyuan formulated a hypothesis. He then seated himself upon the water's surface, entering a meditative state. With his eyes closed, his inner self remained undisturbed. The once tumultuous waters have now calmed, the murky elements gradually dissipating, rendering the vast expanse of water somewhat clearer. Just as Chen Qingyuan believed he could navigate through this ordeal, his consciousness was drawn into a peculiar realm. This was an illusion, yet it felt remarkably authentic. Within this phantasm, Chen Qingyuan transformed into a beggar, subsisting on alms, often subjected to disdain and violence, enduring a life of profound suffering. The intensity of this experience caused a slight tremor in his true self. With an unsettled heart, the boundless waters began to churn, and the sky darkened ominously. Before long, Chen Qingyuan adapted to the beggar's existence, suffering the trials of life, and years later, he succumbed to a plague. His consciousness did not return to his body, but transitioned into another illusion. In this new vision, he became a prince of an ordinary dynasty, expending all for the sake of power and wealth. Ultimately, he fell to his blood-related brother, finding himself confined in isolation, devoid of attendants or servants, with only daily meals delivered to him. After several decades, he passed away in solitude. Thus, Chen Qingyuan traversed through numerous lives, each marked by both fortune and misfortune, leaving him deeply reflective. Power, beauty, and fame could not sway his inner being, nor could even the countless exquisite spirit stones. Outside the ancient tower, Zhao Yichuan was astounded. Was this little fellow not the most enamored with wealth? Why had his mindset remained untouched, even if he recognized it as an illusion? The laws within the ancient tower struck at the core of his being, rendering him incapable of remaining indifferent. Lin Wenshou, too, found this curious, developing a greater intrigue in Chen Qingyuan. Was it possible that all his previous displays had been mere pretenses? Zhao Yichuan meticulously investigated all matters concerning Chen Qingyuan, acutely aware of Chen's obsession with wealth. He frequently employed various so-called legitimate means to acquire spirit stones. If this were merely an act, how could it have manifested since childhood? Such a possibility seemed implausible. For him, the possession of riches held little significance. Rather, it was the purpose behind acquiring wealth that truly mattered. Lin Wenshou contemplated a resolution. Zhao Yichuan concurred with this perspective, nodding slowly in agreement. Within the boundless waters of the 13th layer, clarity prevailed, with the surface remaining tranquil, seldom disturbed by ripples. Yet, the trial was far from over. An unknown force infiltrated the depths of Chen Qingyuan's heart, conjuring a unique illusion. It was as though he had returned to the Xuanqing sect, living in comfort among his sect brethren, basking in harmony. Suddenly, one day, a demonic cave erupted, shrouding the flowing star domain in a nightmarish veil of demonic energy. Countless beings succumbed to corruption, suffering tremendous casualties. The Xuanqing sect was not spared. Many disciples either perished as mere skeletons or transformed into demonic entities. In an instant, the world was engulfed in darkness, with cries of despair resonating from every corner. Chen Qingyuan fought alongside his sect against the onslaught, slaying countless fiends. However, the sheer number of corrupted powerhouses overwhelmed the Xuanqing sect. Chen Qingyuan witnessed the tragic demise of his senior brothers, his once beloved senior sister reduced to a plaything of demons, and fellow disciples turned into puppets. Ultimately, the sect leader, Lin Changsheng, and the protective elder, Dong Wenjun, met a similarly tragic fate, and the Xuanqing sect was reduced to ruins in the blink of an eye. Strangely, Chen Qingyuan seemed to be overlooked by the demonic entities, escaping their wrath unscathed. He gazed upon the corpses amidst the ruins, his heart aching as tears streamed uncontrollably down his pallid face, his entire body trembling with weakness. No. Chen Qingyuan longed to halt this devastation, yet his efforts were in vain, leaving him to stand in place, wailing in profound anguish. In an instant, Chen Qingyuan's consciousness returned to his original form. He suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 streams of tears cascaded down, his body drenched in cold sweat. The boundless waters beneath him grew murky once more, rippling with countless waves. Fortunately, Chen Qingyuan ultimately discerned the illusion, understanding that all of this was a fabrication, preventing him from losing his sanity. Otherwise, he surely would have been expelled by the ancient tower's laws. It took him considerable time to regain his composure, and the water's surface gradually calmed. Once prepared, Chen Qingyuan resumed his meditation. The new round of illusions was still tied to the Xuanqing sect, inexplicably besieged by various sects, igniting a brutal war. Countless lives were lost within the Xuanqing sect, and Chen Qingyuan could only watch, powerless to intervene. After enduring multiple trials of illusion, Chen Qingyuan's state of mind evolved significantly, allowing him to sense that all occurring before him was illusory. Nevertheless, his heart remained heavy, pierced by an unbearable pain. The Xuanqing sect was his home, and every individual within it was akin to family. Now, he was forced to witness the demise of his loved ones. His heart shattered and overwhelmed with sorrow. Upon awakening, Chen Qingyuan still could not attain the highest level of mental clarity, failing to break through and compelled to endure further trials. Thus, 3 full years passed. The passage of time is typically measured in years. Yet Chen Qingyuan felt as though he had endured the weight of millennia, his eyes reflecting a profound sense of weariness. After a prolonged period of arduous cultivation, he finally overcame this formidable trial. Before him stood a wooden door, signifying his entrance into the 14th level. At that moment, Chen Qingyuan appeared somewhat haggard. In need of time to recuperate, he had no immediate intention of pushing open the door. "Come forth." A voice resonated in Chen Qingyuan's ears. Before he could gather his thoughts, a gentle force whisked him away from the ancient tower. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself outside the tower, where he beheld Zhao Yichuan, Lin Wenshou, and Xuanqing. The presence of these 3 confirmed for Chen Qingyuan that he was no longer ensnared in an illusion, and he stiffly bowed in respect, addressing them as seniors. "You have spent 4 years within, and your harvest is considerable. A period of proper recuperation is necessary," Zhao Yichuan remarked. Chen Qingyuan had devoted 1 year to traversing the first 12 levels, while the 13th had consumed 3 years of his time. Concerned for the well-being of his companions, Zhao Yichuan had insisted they exit the tower, fearing they might lose themselves within its depths. Xuanqing's condition appeared dire. Her eyes were vacant, contrasting sharply with Chen Qingyuan, who still retained his rationality and clarity of mind. It was evident that she had faltered on the 13th level and had yet to recover fully. Will we be able to enter again in the future? Chen Qingyuan inquired softly, casting a glance at the ancient tower, etched with the marks of time. Every disciple of our Taoist Academy may enter the ancient tower a total of 3 times. Fear not, there will be future opportunities, came the reassuring response. Having witnessed Chen Qingyuan's performance within the ancient tower, Zhao Yichuan's demeanor softened considerably as he spoke gently. Although it remains unclear how high Chen Qingyuan's limits truly are, it is evident that his foundation is remarkably solid, without any flaws. In contrast, Song Mingyan falls significantly short of Chen Qingyuan. Whether in the refinement of foundational skills across various realms or in the assessment of one's Dao heart, she cannot compare to him. Of course, individuals of Chen Qingyuan's caliber are exceedingly rare, even in the vast expanse of the northern wilderness. Zhao Yichuan expressed his satisfaction with Song Mingyan's performance, deeming her worthy of being his disciple. After 3 attempts, is it no longer possible to enter? Chen Qingyuan inquired. Indeed, Zhao Yichuan replied, nodding gently. This serves as a test, as well as an opportunity for self-refinement. That is not entirely true, interjected Lin Wenqiu, who stood nearby. If you can reach the summit and gain the tower's recognition, then there will be no restrictions whatsoever. May I ask who this esteemed elder is? Chen Qingyuan inquired. Performing a respectful gesture, Lin Wenqiu introduced himself. I am the vice president of the Dao Academy, just like your master. His gaze remained fixed upon Chen Qingyuan, scrutinizing him intently. Vice president, Chen Qingyuan exclaimed in surprise, quickly bowing in respect. It is an honor to meet you, Vice President Lin. No need for formalities. Lin Wenqiu replied with a kind expression. Earlier, you mentioned that upon reaching the summit, one could freely enter and exit the ancient tower. Is that exceedingly difficult? Chen Qingyuan believed that the challenges within the tower would greatly benefit his cultivation, and if he could enter frequently, the rewards would undoubtedly be immense. Not exceedingly so, Lin Wenqiu responded. As Lin Wenqiu uttered the first half of his sentence, Chen Qingyuan felt a slight sense of relief, believing that hope was indeed substantial. However, when the latter half of the statement emerged, Chen Qingyuan's countenance changed dramatically. It was exceedingly high. The last person to reach the summit had done so 2 millennia ago. What? 2 millennia ago? Chen Qingyuan exclaimed in astonishment. Young lad, I sense a flicker of hope for you to reach the summit. Persevere, Lin Wenqiu encouraged. Given Chen Qingyuan's prior performance, which was truly remarkable, Lin Wenqiu held great expectations for him. Had it not been for Yu Qinran's preemption, Lin Wenqiu would undoubtedly have set aside his pride to take him as a disciple. If he could find a suitable successor to carry on his legacy, he could depart from this world with peace, leaving no regrets. Let it be. I do not possess such capabilities, Chen Qingyuan modestly replied, unwilling to boast. Young people should not be overly modest. Pride is warranted, and audacity is essential, for how else can one be called young? However, there is a caveat. One must possess awareness of their actions and must not transgress boundaries, Lin Wenqiu remarked, his temperament akin to that of Yu Qinran. Both being playful old souls. It is indeed vexing when elders impart such teachings to the youth. Zhao Yichuan interjected sternly, addressing Chen Qingyuan. Do not heed the nonsensical ramblings of old Lin. Adhering to his words could lead to trouble. Brother, he is the vice dean. Is it truly wise to speak of him thus? Chen Qingyuan retorted, eyes wide with disbelief, puzzled as to why an elder would dare to disregard the vice dean. Stealing a glance at Lin Wenqiu, he noted that the latter appeared unfazed, sporting a smile as if he were accustomed to such situations, completely indifferent. The disciple was aware. Chen Qingyuan suppressed the doubts within his heart and clasped his fists, stating that after a few days of rest, he would take them to attend to a certain matter. Zhao Yichuan, intending to nurture both Chen Qingyuan and Song Mingyan, resolved to offer them thorough guidance. What matter? Chen Qingyuan instinctively inquired. You will know in due time. Zhao Yichuan replied enigmatically, providing no further explanation. Subsequently, he departed from the ancient tower with the day's Song Mingyan, needing to personally ensure her exit from the illusion, to prevent the emergence of inner demons that could undermine her foundation. Vice Dean Lin, I shall take my leave. Chen Qingyuan bowed respectfully to Lin Wenqiu before exiting. Watching Chen Qingyuan depart, Lin Wenqiu savored a sip of wine, his earlier smile replaced by an expression of utmost seriousness as he murmured to himself. This young man's talent is exceptionally high. Could the Qing sect return to its pinnacle in this era? And what of the abyss of demons in the imperial state? How shall we resolve that? Upon returning to Yunxi residence, Chen Qingyuan promptly settled into meditation. After several hours, he finally achieved inner tranquility. No longer ensnared by the illusions experienced within the ancient tower. His journey to the tower had yielded substantial rewards, further solidifying his foundation. Furthermore, after 4 years of relentless honing, he sensed a subtle loosening in his realm, anticipating that it would not be long before he could break through to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Resuming his cultivation, Chen Qingyuan realized that hastily elevating one's prowess was not prudent. The prerequisite was to attain an impeccable foundation to ascend to greater heights in the future. Exhaling deeply, he walked to the edge of the clear lake, standing beneath a willow tree, reaching out to touch its soft branches. As he reminisced about his family far away in the Xuanqing sect, within the ancient tower, the phantoms unveiled the calamity of the abyss before Chen Qingyuan, stirring within him a flicker of unease that rendered him restless. He pushed open the door to Yunshi residence and proceeded towards a certain hall within the Dao Academy. The Qinxin Hall, guarded by an elder of keen insight, offered a wealth of information for a modest fee of spirit stones. Upon entering the hall and paying his respects, Chen Qingyuan was met with a dismissive wave. A white-bearded elder reclined leisurely in a rocking chair, legs crossed, fanning himself with a palm leaf, surrounded by delectable fruits and fine wines, indulging in the pleasures of life. Upon noticing Chen Qingyuan, the elder rose with a lazy demeanor. Scrutinizing him before recognition sparked a shift in his attitude. With a broad smile, he inquired, the esteemed disciple of Vice Dean Yu, what brings you to the Qinxin Hall? I seek to inquire about certain matters, Chen Qingyuan replied, producing a Qianquan bag from his waist and placing it upon the table. Speak freely, the elder responded, casting a brief glance at the Qianquan bag, his grin widening. What information does Master Chen desire? Recent news regarding the Xuanqing sect, as well as developments concerning the abyss in the Fulliu star domain, Chen Qingyuan articulated. Please wait a moment while I fetch it, the elder said. Retreating to the hall's rear where numerous jade slips containing vital messages from various star domains were meticulously organized. Shortly thereafter, he emerged with a blue jade slip, presenting it to Chen Qingyuan. According to our customs, this information holds a value of 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. However, as you are newly arrived at the Dao Academy, and this is your first inquiry, consider it waived. Please put away the bag of wonders on the table. This would be quite inappropriate. Chen Qingyuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. If you do not stow it, it would be akin to disregarding my dignity. The old man with the white beard feigned displeasure. Since the elder has spoken thus, the disciple shall comply and express gratitude. Oftentimes, that which is offered freely holds the greatest value. No need for courtesy. Nearly 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. The white-bearded elder is willing to front the cost for Chen Qingyuan, thereby forging a benevolent connection. Yu Chenran, having lived for so many years, finally accepted Chen Qingyuan as a disciple, and he is determined to nurture him diligently. If all proceeds as anticipated, Chen Qingyuan is destined to become a formidable figure. Now is the opportune moment to cultivate goodwill. A fragment of Chen Qingyuan's consciousness penetrated the azure jade slip, revealing recent events in the flowing star domain. Upon witnessing Lin Chongqing venturing alone into the devil's abyss, his heart jolted, and an expression of concern clouded his brow. Fortunately, Lin Chongqing emerged from the abyss unscathed. After perusing the contents, Chen Qingyuan exhaled a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, rumors regarding the ageless youth reached Zhao Yichuan's ears, inciting a furious outburst as he pursued certain elders to exact retribution. Previously stationed at the ancient tower, Zhao Yichuan had been shielded from the news. Now, he approached each elder in turn, delivering a sound thrashing to those who once laughed the loudest. Unwilling to accept defeat? Then let us unite in our wrath. As a result, anguished cries echoed from a certain corner of Dao Academy, causing new disciples to shudder in fear, trembling in trepidation. Chapter 92. The Dean's Pet. The Black Python. Days later, Zhao Yichuan's message arrived, summoning Chen Qingyuan to wait at the Jade Star Pavilion. The Jade Star Pavilion is situated on the western side of the Dao Academy, suspended in midair and enveloped by mist. A staircase of ethereal steps ascends from below, leading directly to the pavilion. Upon arrival, Chen Qingyuan felt as though he had stepped into a realm of immortals. The sight before him was a sea of white clouds, occasionally graced by the sight of celestial cranes soaring amidst the mist, their calls ringing melodiously. Just as Chen Qingyuan arrived, Song Mingyan followed closely behind. Their eyes met, and Chen Qingyuan offered a polite smile. To what stage have you progressed in the ancient tower's journey? He inquired. Song Mingyan, clad in a white dress adorned with the insignia of the Dao Academy, exuded an aura of cool detachment that made her difficult to approach. Secrets, Chen Qingyuan replied, concealing his smile and feigning an air of mystery, adopting a demeanor of aloofness. I shall not indulge you. Ignoring Song Mingyan, he produced a flask of clear wine. taking delicate sips while gazing into the distance, reveling in the scenery. Let us proceed. Moments later, Zhao Ichuan appeared suddenly, his expression one of indifference. Chen Qingyuan and Song Ningyan reined in their thoughts, promptly following Zhao Ichuan to an undisclosed location. With a wave of his sleeve, the clouds above the Jade Star Pavilion parted, revealing a staircase of white jade that stretched indefinitely, its destination unknown. A quarter of an hour later, the group arrived at a concealed space. Zhao Ichuan employed a unique sealing technique to unlock a portion of the spatial barrier, allowing them to enter. Inside lay a vast, open expanse, permeated by a faint scent of blood, accompanied by an inexplicable pressure that weighed heavily upon Chen Qingyuan and Song Ningyan, causing them to hold their breath and their hearts to tremble. "Old He, come forth at once," Zhao Ichuan shouted towards the depths of the space. Before long, the space trembled and the void twisted slightly. Subsequently, a colossal head emerged from the mist above the heavens, a serpent's head, fierce and flicking its tongue. As the serpent's head moved, it dragged forth its immense body, dispersing the surrounding clouds to reveal its true form. A giant python, measuring 1,000 meters in length, bore numerous black scales across its body, with several protruding areas hinting at the early signs of transformation into a dragon. The black python was marred by several wounds, each adorned with thick scars. "Lie still. I shall change your dressings," Zhao Ichuan said as he approached, retrieving some medicinal herbs. The black python obediently lay on the ground, allowing Zhao Ichuan to tend to its injuries. After some time, Zhao Ichuan had replaced the old bandages with fresh ones. Upon examining the wounds, he estimated that recovery would come swiftly. "Elder Zhao, what is this?" Chen Qingyuan inquired, trembling at the sight of such a majestic creature. "The pet of the dean," Zhao Ichuan replied as he drew near. "What? A pet?" Chen Qingyuan had assumed it to be some protective divine beast of the sect, only to discover it was merely a pet. It seems the dean's preferences are rather peculiar. The dean had been absent for many years, and it was indeed a challenge for the old black python to remain confined to this area. Zhao Ichuan sighed softly, feeling sympathy for the creature. "What do you mean?" Chen Qingyuan asked, curiosity piqued. "It's a long story," Zhao Ichuan began. "It's not a secret, really. Years ago, the dean, concerned that the black python might cause chaos, decided to confine it here. One day, the dean abruptly departed from Dao Academy, leaving his whereabouts unknown. The black python, sealed within this space, bore a unique mark upon its body, rendering it incapable of escape. Over the years, the two vice deans devised numerous strategies, yet external forces proved ineffective in liberating the python. Ultimately, they reached a conclusion. Only when the black python became sufficiently powerful could it shatter the shackles and depart from this realm. Thus, the python would periodically attempt to challenge the laws of this space, often resulting in injuries. Zhao Ichuan frequently visited the black python to change its bandages and engage in conversation. Being the dean's direct disciple, a strong bond developed between them. Indeed, it was a plight for the venerable elder. Chen Qingyuan, understanding the situation, gazed at the black python with a hint of sympathy. There was no need to pity the old black one. Perhaps it was better to feel sorry for oneself. Zhao Ichuan noticed the shift in Chen Qingyuan's expression and smiled knowingly. Chen Qingyuan experienced an ominous premonition. Meanwhile, Song Ningyan, standing nearby, trembled slightly, sensing a wave of unease. "Old Black, these two youngsters are the new disciples of Dao Academy. I brought them here today for you to mentor, while also alleviating your boredom and providing some amusement," Zhao Ichuan addressed the black python. The python understood and opened its mouth, emitting a hoarse growl. Understood. As long as they were alive, they could endure whatever trials awaited them. It was time to sharpen their skills without holding back. Before departing, Zhao Ichuan added, "Very well." The black python nodded in acknowledgement, indicating its comprehension. Upon hearing these words, Chen Qingyuan could hardly maintain his composure and swiftly exclaimed, "Elder Zhao, I believe there is no need for this. I can cultivate diligently on my own without requiring special treatment." Song Ningyan cast a fleeting glance at the menacing black python, a flicker of trepidation stirring within her as she bit her crimson lip, apprehensive about the days to come. However, her desire to become Zhao Ichuan's disciple quelled her fears, preventing her from uttering a refusal. "Old He, this little rascal can be quite mischievous. Please take good care of him," Zhao Ichuan remarked with a knowing smile, gesturing towards Chen Qingyuan. "Oh no," Chen Qingyuan protested, eager to counter his words. Yet Zhao Ichuan, disinterested in a verbal sparring match, turned and departed the area, leaving behind only an afterimage. Gulping, Chen Qingyuan felt his throat tighten, swallowing the words he had yet to voice. He then turned to the black python, forcing a smile. "Senior, could we perhaps negotiate for a gentler approach?" Boom. The black python responded with decisive action, manifesting a humanoid avatar that swiftly sent Chen Qingyuan flying for 10 miles, leaving a long trail upon the ground. It was evident that the black python had dismissed Chen Qingyuan's plea, necessitating a thorough lesson. Consequently, Chen Qingyuan endured a beating for half an hour, rendered motionless upon the ground. Witnessing this scene, Song Mingyan's delicate frame trembled slightly, her heart filled with unease. With Chen Qingyuan dealt with, it was now her turn. Fortunately for her, the black python merely offered a light reprimand before ceasing, unlike the severe fate that had befallen Chen Qingyuan. Young one, your injuries are merely superficial. You shall recover in no time. 2 days later, the enormous black python returned, leaving behind a chilling proclamation. Prepare yourself for my wrath. With that, its colossal form vanished into the mist, leaving no trace. Upon hearing these words, Chen Qingyuan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. You may strike me, but why specify a time? The torment lay not in the moment of being struck, but in the agonizing anticipation of the inevitable assault. Knowing there was nothing he could do to avert it, sighing heavily, Chen Qingyuan, his clothes soiled and his face bruised, gazed skyward with a look of despair. Chapter 93, Brotherhood with the Black Python. After 2 days, the black python kept its promise. Without uttering a word, it lunged directly at Chen Qingyuan, its tail slamming him into the ground. Thus began a new chapter of suffering for Chen Qingyuan, where cries for help went unheard. In contrast, Song Mingyan fared considerably better. Although she too faced punishment, the intensity was markedly different. It was evident that the master was exacting revenge on him. Watching Chen Qingyuan endure the vicious beating, Song Mingyan felt a chill run down her spine. Recalling the moment when he had furiously condemned the individual responsible for the list of the 10 heroes of the northern wilderness. Despite the relentless assault, Chen Qingyuan refrained from revealing his trump card, the sacred golden core, for he understood that even if all 3 sacred cores were exposed, it would not alter the outcome. Moreover, the black python had no intention of taking Chen Qingyuan's life. At worst, he would suffer some superficial injuries, which were hardly significant. Strangely enough, amidst the thrashing from the black python, Chen Qingyuan shattered his cultivation bottleneck, advancing to the mid-stage of the golden core realm. During this period of breakthrough, the black python remained unusually quiet, granting Chen Qingyuan a full month to solidify his newfound foundation. Once Chen Qingyuan's cultivation became stable, the black python launched another assault, causing Chen Qingyuan to emit a series of anguished cries. Brother, your strikes are too fierce. Have mercy. For your own good, endure it. The black python was essentially providing Chen Qingyuan with a rigorous training regimen, significantly enhancing his practical combat experience. Moreover, the black python pointed out the flaws in Chen Qingyuan's techniques, attacking with vigor. In this manner, Chen Qingyuan diligently addressed the potential vulnerabilities that could arise during combat, leading to a remarkable improvement in his practical abilities. You should also give that girl a lesson. Don't only fight for my sake, Chen Qingyuan exclaimed, gesturing towards Song Mingyan, who was spectating from the side. Then let's both take her on. The black python chuckled, conjuring a shadow to strike at Song Mingyan. In response, Song Mingyan glared at Chen Qingyuan with evident displeasure. This way of life continued for a full 4 years, during which Chen Qingyuan's cultivation ascended to the later stage of the golden core realm, while Song Mingyan progressed to the latter stage of the nascent soul realm. Throughout this period, the bond between Chen Qingyuan and the black python deepened significantly. Calculating the time, Zhao Yichuan decided to pay a visit. After lifting the restrictions, he stepped inside. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Zhao Yichuan's lips twitched slightly, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. In a vast open space, Chen Qingyuan had set up a massive iron net, beneath which ethereal flames burned. The net was laden with various meats, while an array of wines and rare fruits lay nearby. Brother Black, how does it taste? Chen Qingyuan offered a piece of roasted meat to the black python. Not bad. Let it roast a bit longer. The black python indulged in its feast, a surge of spiritual energy lifting a jar of fine wine, which it gulped down eagerly. Satisfied, it prompted Chen Qingyuan to roast more meat. There are spiritual fruits over there. Brother, you can make do for now. You're quite perceptive, the black python praised. At that moment, Zhao Yichuan arrived, looking bewildered. What's going on? After a moment of confusion, he strode over. Old hey, how come you're indulging? I couldn't resist. For many years, aside from possessing ample spirit stones, the black python had found little pleasure in food. It was not hunger that drove it, but pure temptation. A year prior, Chen Qingyuan had intended to treat himself to something delectable, inadvertently attracting the black python's attention, which had startled him, preparing for a potential confrontation. However, the reality unfolded differently. the black python devoured the exquisite dishes in one swift motion, leaving it wanting more. From that day forth, Chen Qingyuan embarked on a journey of feeding, presenting the black python with a variety of culinary delights daily. Fortunately, Chen Qingyuan possessed a penchant for gourmet cuisine. With an abundance of fresh meats, rare fruits, fine wines, and fragrant teas stored within his spatial ring, one must be wary of indebtedness. Having consumed Chen Qingyuan's offerings, the black python was not easily offended. Thus, over the past year, only Xuanqing bore the brunt of any repercussions, while Chen Qingyuan remained unscathed. Coupled with his thick skin and emotional intelligence, he had forged a brotherly bond with the black python. Well, I suppose I haven't been considerate over these years. Zhao Yichuan had initially intended to scold the black python, but upon reflection, realized that despite his frequent visits, he had brought little for the creature, mostly mere conversation and occasional medicinal exchanges. Zhao Yichuan, who has remained a perpetual youth, devoted himself entirely to the pursuit of Taoism, never anticipating that he would be preparing delicacies for the black python. The most perplexing aspect is that the black python had never expressed such a desire. How could Zhao Yichuan have known of its culinary inclinations? The black python had spent its formative years within the confines of the Dao Academy, imprisoned in this space shortly after its birth. To it, the outside world was an enigma, filled with unfamiliarity and novelty, leaving it unaware of the myriad of delectable offerings beyond its reach. In the eyes of the black python, the least valuable item was the spirit stone, an item it consumed daily, providing only the necessary energy without any semblance of flavor. Nonetheless, some gains were still appreciable. Casting a glance around, Zhao Yichuan discerned a noticeable enhancement in the cultivation levels of the two individuals, prompting a nod of satisfaction. Xuanqing gazed at Chen Qingyuan with a look of lingering resentment, feeling slighted that he had forged a bond with the black python while neglecting to speak a word in her favor, reveling instead in her misfortune. When I find the opportunity, I shall make you pay dearly, she resolved silently. It is time to depart, Zhao Yichuan proclaimed, clasping his hands behind his back. At last, they could leave this wretched place. Chen Qingyuan felt a swell of joy within, though he feigned reluctance on the surface. Brother I must take my leave. The black python, too, was engulfed in melancholy. With Chen Qingyuan's departure, it faced the prospect of returning to a diet of stones. How disheartening that would be. Brother this is everything I possess of value, offered to you, Chen Qingyuan said, producing a bag of holding and placing his remaining morsels of meat and wine within. Little brother, I regret the hardships you've endured in recent years. I apologize on behalf of my actions, so please do not harbor resentment. The black python reflected on the early days, feeling a sense of unworthiness. It matters not, were it not for the assistance of the black brother. My prowess could not have ascended so swiftly. I am filled with gratitude and harbor no resentment, Chen Qingyuan earnestly expressed. Without further ado, should you encounter any troubles in the future, take refuge if you cannot prevail. Once I emerge from my seclusion, I shall accompany you in reclaiming your honor. Although the black python is of advanced years, being sealed away has left it inexperienced and oblivious to many worldly matters. Thus, under the companionship and persuasion of Chen Qingyuan over the past year, the two became inseparable friends, forging a heartfelt promise. Splendid. A wave of joy surged within Chen Qingyuan, realizing that the hardships endured over the years were not in vain. They were worthwhile. Through a year of casual conversation, Chen Qingyuan gained profound insight into the black python. The creature nurtured by the director is no ordinary beast. The black python had achieved the pinnacle of cultivation years ago. Alas, the seal laid by the director is exceedingly formidable, and the black python requires more time to break free. Observing the poignant farewell between Chen Qingyuan and the black python, Zhao Yichuan stood in stunned silence. In just a few years, you've managed to charm the old black into a brotherhood. This is truly absurd. Zhao Yichuan struggled to accept this, his expression revealing a spectrum of emotions. If Chen Qingyuan were to linger longer, would their bond not deepen even further? Enough of this. We must depart. No, I cannot allow the old black to be brainwashed. I must hastily take Chen Qingyuan away. As he turned to leave, Chen Qingyuan uttered, Black brother, once you are free, I shall take you to savor the culinary delights of the world. Really? The eyes of the black python shimmered with disbelief. Of course. It is true. We are brothers, Chen Qingyuan assured, thumping his chest. The last time he uttered such words was directed at Han Shan, nearly leading him astray. How wonderful it would have been to encounter you sooner. The lonely black python felt a flicker of warmth. Let us depart, Zhao Yichuan said with a furrowed brow, pulling Chen Qingyuan and Xuanqing along, preventing Chen Qingyuan from uttering another word. Had he met Chen Qingyuan earlier, he would have been sold out, yet still cheerfully counting the money for him. Alas, the old black's maturity was lacking, necessitating thorough guidance. Otherwise, he would easily fall victim to deception. Chapter 94. Master, the disciple takes his leave. Once they departed, Chen Qingyuan finally exhaled in relief. Attending to the black python daily had placed immense psychological strain upon him. "You rascal, quite impressive," Zhao Yichuan remarked, his tone somewhat somber as he scrutinized Chen Qingyuan. Chen Qingyuan offered an awkward smile, choosing not to respond. "Your master is seeking you. Hurry along. Were it not for this urgency." Zhao Yichuan would have engaged Chen Qingyuan in further conversation to gain a deeper understanding of him. "Yes," Chen Qingyuan replied, bowing respectfully before swiftly turning to leave. His movements decisive and unhesitating, fearing that Zhao Yichuan might detain him. Song Mingyan, as Zhao Yichuan's disciple, had no alternative but to remain in place. "Once you enter my fold, be prepared to endure hardships. Follow me." Although Song Mingyan's current performance was satisfactory, it had yet to earn Zhao Yichuan's complete approval, necessitating further assessments and trials. Song Mingyan closely followed Zhao Yichuan, embarking on a new round of rigorous training. For the sake of her future, she would not waver. Resolutely persevering through challenges, Chen Qingyuan returned to Yunxi residence, changed into a clean attire, and made his way to his master Yu Chenran's abode. Yu Chenran resided in Bai In Palace, a place of exquisite beauty, where every perspective offered a breathtaking tableau reminiscent of a rare landscape painting. Occasionally graced by wild geese soaring through the clouds and ethereal fish leaping from the water's surface. By the lakeside, Yu Chenran sat in an ancient pavilion of the courtyard, donned in a dark robe, his countenance benevolent and kind. "Master," Chen Qingyuan approached the pavilion, bowing in respect. "Indeed, it seems you have made considerable progress over the years." Yu Chenran observed Chen Qingyuan with a discerning gaze, nodding in approval. "Not too bad," Chen Qingyuan replied with a sheepish smile. "Come, sit down," Yu Chenran gestured. Thus, Chen Qingyuan took a seat opposite his master, feeling somewhat apprehensive. "Master, you summoned me for a reason?" he ventured after a moment of silence. "I require your assistance with a task. You are to journey to the eastern lands," Yu Chenran stated. "The eastern lands?" Chen Qingyuan's expression shifted to one of surprise. "Master, what business do I have there?" "The world is divided into 5 domains: the imperial state, north wastes, west frontier, south region, and eastern lands. Each domain encompasses countless star realms, each star realm hosting myriad stars. Long ago, I owed a favor to a venerable monk from the eastern lands. A few days prior, that monk shattered the inter-realm communication talisman and conveyed a message, seeking my assistance. As my disciple, it is only fitting that you help me repay this debt. Would it not be so?" Yu Chenran asserted with conviction. Chen Qingyuan felt an urge to decline, yet when he met Yu Chenran's unwavering gaze, a sense of trepidation enveloped him. He tactfully replied, "Master, is it entirely appropriate for your disciple to repay a favor owed to you? Are you unwilling to assist your master?" Yu Chenran countered, "That is not my intention. I merely fear my own inadequacy may lead to complications," Chen Qingyuan retorted, his mind swiftly conjuring a plausible excuse. "Do not fret over that. Your presence alone will undoubtedly be of assistance. Moreover, your involvement will yield greater results with less effort," Yu Chenran assured him. In truth, Yu Chenran had discerned Chen Qingyuan's reluctance to embark on this journey, yet chose not to address it directly. "Surely, as a cultivator in the golden core stage, I am capable of handling this," Chen Qingyuan muttered under his breath, suspecting his master was attempting to deceive him. "That is settled then." With no room for rebuttal, Yu Chenran declared, adopting a facade of seriousness to dispel Chen Qingyuan's hesitance about traveling to the east. "Very well. Given the gravity of the situation, I understand I have no choice but to comply," Chen Qingyuan conceded with a reluctant resolve. Upon hearing Chen Qingyuan's agreement, Yu Chenran's stern demeanor softened, revealing a gentle smile. "You are the most understanding, Qingyuan. Well done. Are you treating me like a child?" Chen Qingyuan replied, his eyes reflecting a sense of forlornness, on the verge of tears. He had initially believed he could enjoy a few peaceful days, only to find himself compelled to venture into yet another unknown peril after escaping the grasp of the black python. It was indeed a daunting prospect. "Master, is this journey fraught with danger?" With matters now set in motion, Chen Qingyuan sought clarity on the specifics of the situation in the east. "It is not dangerous," Yu Chenran reassured him. Yu Chenran replied. Upon hearing this response, Chen Qingyuan felt a tightening in his chest, resolutely determined to carry all his life-preserving trump cards, leaving no room for negligence. "Could you elaborate on the specifics of the matter?" Chen Qingyuan inquired. "You will understand once you arrive," Yu Chenran replied with a knowing smile. "Master, we cannot lead our disciple astray like this. Observing the smile at his master's lips, Chen Qingyuan felt a chill in his heart, devoid of hope. What do you mean by leading the disciple astray? This is for your own benefit, Yu Chenran asserted, stroking his beard with a righteous air. Do you think the disciple will believe that? Chen Qingyuan, having already embarked on this perilous journey, felt unafraid of Yu Chenran. He lifted the teapot from the table and poured himself a cup, draining it in one gulp. You will come to understand my good intentions in due time, Yu Chenran remarked with a half-smile. Humph. Chen Qingyuan scoffed, his expression one of resignation. I've heard that kind of empty rhetoric countless times. How could it possibly deceive me? He held no faith in the words of Yu Chenran, nor in any of their nuances. Prepare today, we shall depart first thing tomorrow morning. Yu Chenran calculated the time, insisting on an immediate journey without delay. So soon? Chen Qingyuan exclaimed, his eyes widening at the sudden arrangements. Time is of the essence, we cannot afford any holdups. Yu Chenran stated, the eastern lands are distant and fraught with potential troubles. Will you not provide some protective treasures? Chen Qingyuan's meaning was unmistakably clear. Embarking on a journey of self-discovery, one must rely on their own abilities. An excess of protective treasures would hinder the process of honing one's skills. Yu Chenran tactfully declined. Master, you are rather stingy. Chen Qingyuan contemplated abandoning the endeavor, but ultimately decided to persist. After all, one cannot outmatch the strength of the greater force. It is essential to learn the art of humility. Moreover, bowing to one's own master is nothing to be ashamed of. The following day, under Yu Chenran's urging, Chen Qingyuan set forth on his journey to the eastern lands. Yu Chenran provided him with the most direct route and bestowed a teleportation jade talisman upon him, enabling access to the grand teleportation arrays scattered across various star domains, significantly expediting his travel time. Following Yu Chenran's guidance, Chen Qingyuan could reach the eastern lands within a month using these teleportation arrays, a feat that would have previously taken him several months to traverse 2 star domains without such means. Now, with ample resources at his disposal, his pace quickened considerably. Master, I am departing, he announced. Travel safely. Master, I truly am leaving, Chen Qingyuan reiterated, glancing back with reluctance, not wishing to toil as a laborer. Above all, he desired to acquire some means of self-preservation from Yu Chenran. Off you go. Yu Chenran waved his hand dismissively. Master, will you miss me? Chen Qingyuan asked, taking a few steps before turning back. Indeed, Yu Chenran replied with a gentle nod. Master. Chen Qingyuan turned back once more. This time, before he could finish his sentence, Yu Chenran delivered a swift kick through the air, grumbling, Are you never going to stop, you rascal? With a swift kick, Chen Qingyuan was expelled from the Dao Academy, finding himself in a secluded corner of a star domain within the northern wasteland. Chapter 95, Journey to the Eastern Lands. Qinshu Treasure Temple. Observing the unfamiliar scenery before him, Chen Qingyuan realized he had distanced himself from the Dao Academy. His spirits dampened, he muttered softly. The old man is truly stingy. Even when away, he offers his disciple no treasures. Sighing, he followed the route provided by his master and hastened onward. Upon reaching the Eastern Lands, it was said that someone would be there to assist Chen Qingyuan, a matter he need not worry about. At the Dao Academy, by Yin Palace, the atmosphere shifted to tranquility after Chen Qingyuan's departure. The smile on Yu Chenran's face gradually faded, replaced by a solemn expression as he murmured, Child, this journey to the Eastern Lands will greatly benefit both you and the Qing sect. Having taken Chen Qingyuan as his disciple, Yu Chenran naturally wished to pave a smooth path for him. Although he seemingly equipped Chen Qingyuan with no protective treasures, he secretly inscribed a source seal upon him. Should Chen Qingyuan encounter peril, the source seal would undoubtedly activate to safeguard him. Yu Chenran refrained from informing Chen Qingyuan of this, wishing for him to rely on his own abilities to navigate challenges, thereby enhancing his strength and gaining valuable experience. A flower nurtured in a greenhouse, no matter how beautiful, cannot withstand the storms of the outside world. It is merely pleasing to the eye yet devoid of utility. Child, should you earn the support of those old monks in the Eastern Lands, even if your true identity is revealed in the future, your life will remain largely unthreatened. Yu Chenran intends to entangle the Buddhist temples of the East with burdens they cannot escape, thus relieving the Qing sect of their duty to suppress the abyss of demons. Those venerable monks, who pride themselves on their compassion, have never truly accomplished any significant deeds, content to remain in their secluded corners without striving for progress. Seizing the opportunity presented by the Buddhist temple's plea for aid, Yu Chenran aims to bind the temple to this karmic debt, rendering them incapable of evading responsibility. The monks, who are deeply concerned with the concept of karma, have long refrained from stepping into the imperial capital, allowing them to ignore affairs beyond their domain and merely safeguard their own territory. Old monk, while I may harbor selfish intentions, there lies potential benefit for the temple as well. Should the temple grasp this opportunity, it might just attain the radiance of merit and cultivate a true earthly Buddha. Yu Qinran, fully aware of the weight of responsibility and karma that Chen Qingyuan bears, still wishes to take him as a disciple. Driven by a respect for the Qing sect and a reluctance to sever its lineage, desiring to alter the situation with his own meager strength. Throughout the journey, Chen Qingyuan pressed forward without a moment's respite. He encountered minor troubles along the way, such as being waylaid by Star Domain bandits, all of which he adeptly resolved. After nearly a month and over 20 uses of the Great Teleportation Array, he finally traversed a chaotic sea of realms and arrived in the east. Upon entering, he was greeted by an expanse of yellow sand, and an inexplicable sense of suffocation enveloped him. The old man had not specified where to go in the east, which left Chen Qingyuan quite exasperated. With no other recourse, he stood still, waiting. In a moment of leisure, he sought a higher vantage point on a yellow earth slope, setting out drinks and delicacies to savor slowly. The prior wealth had all been bestowed upon the black python. Before arriving, Chen Qingyuan had stored away some provisions to satisfy his cravings. After all, while refining spiritual stones may render one impervious to hunger, and although one can practice fasting, life loses a touch of its allure without the pleasures of good food and drink, a principle that Chen Qingyuan held dear. After a brief half hour, he sensed an aura approaching him. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld a young monk clad in a light yellow robe, gracefully treading the air. Tall and slender, with a discernible mark upon his forehead, his handsome visage could easily be mistaken for that of a striking woman in disguise. "Are you a disciple of the Dao Academy?" the young monk inquired, his palms pressed together in reverent greeting, bowing slightly to Chen Qingyuan. The monk had set out early from the monastery, lingering nearby in anticipation of the arrival of someone from the Dao Academy. Indeed, Chen Qingyuan affirmed, producing a token jade pendant bestowed upon him by Yu Qinran. The young monk scrutinized the pendant, confirming his identity. Yet, no joy illuminated the monk's countenance. Instead, a deep-seated skepticism lingered within him as he pondered, how could the Dao Academy dispatch a disciple of the Golden Core realm? Chen Qingyuan had merely concealed the aura of his sacred Golden Core and Dao Bone with a jade bracelet, revealing his cultivation level outwardly. Any practitioner whose prowess surpassed his own could easily discern the truth. Being excessively enigmatic might invite unwarranted complications. "I am Dao Chen," the monk introduced himself. "And may I ask for your name, esteemed guest?" "Chen Qingyuan, disciple of my master Yu Qinran," he replied, revealing his lineage. Thus, it became known that he was a distinguished pupil of the Deputy Dean Yu of the Dao Academy. The monk Daochen learned from his elders that Yu Qinran had taken on a disciple, who turned out to be the individual before him. "Did the academy send only you, Master Chen?" "Indeed," Chen Qingyuan nodded. Upon receiving such a definitive response, Daochen was momentarily taken aback. To send a golden elixir practitioner for such a matter seemed rather dismissive. The relationship between the Eastern Land Buddhist Temple and the Dao Academy was tolerable. There was no need to create such an awkward situation. Rather than sending a golden elixir disciple to make up the numbers, it would have been better to simply decline. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy with tension. Chen Qingyuan cast a sidelong glance at Daochen, easily surmising his thoughts. After all, even Chen Qingyuan himself found it perplexing. If there were truly significant matters at hand, a golden elixir practitioner would hardly be of assistance. Despite the frustration brewing within, Chen Qingyuan continued to eat and drink. If the Eastern Land Buddhist Temple sought to dismiss him, it would ironically grant him freedom to return home. "Monk, would you care for a cup of tea?" Chen Qingyuan inquired, observing Daochen, unable to discern the depth of his cultivation, though he guessed their ages to be similar. "No, thank you," Daochen replied outright. Then used a secret Buddhist technique to contact his elders, reporting the situation truthfully. After deliberation among the higher echelons of the Buddhist order, it was decided to invite Chen Qingyuan back for further discussion. Given their understanding of Yu Qinran, they could not believe he would engage in such distasteful conduct without deeper implications. "Master Chen, please accompany this humble monk to Tianshu Temple." The most powerful force in the Eastern Land was the Buddhist temples, with Tianshu Temple at its core, home to many top-tier masters, any one of whom could shake the foundations of multiple realms. Very well. Chen Qingyuan gathered the tables, chairs, and provisions, following the monk Daochen as they proceeded. Time was of the essence. Daochen employed the expedient Buddhist seal, swiftly transporting Chen Qingyuan to the Tianshu Temple. In merely 2 short hours, the duo traversed vast starry seas. Arriving at a sprawling plain, ahead loomed a magnificent temple, resplendent in pale gold, towering like a mountain. At the entrance, A plaque inscribed with the words Tianshu Temple hung in the void. Flanking the mountain gate were countless palatial structures, with the Tianshu treasure hall situated at the center. "We have arrived. Let us enter," Dao Chen declared, lifting the barrier at the entrance and stepping forward. A sense of trepidation gripped Chen Qingyuan, uncertain of what lay ahead. Chapter 96. The elder monk of Tianshu Temple exuded a solemn and austere atmosphere, bustling with monks. Guided by Dao Chen, Chen Qingyuan reached the grand hall of Buddhism without encountering any obstacles. Standing at the entrance, he beheld a multitude of venerable monks within, numbering in the hundreds. Steadying his nerves, Chen Qingyuan followed Dao Chen inside. All the monks turned their gaze toward him, their expressions inscrutable, their thoughts unfathomable. At the far end of the hall sat an elderly monk clad in simple robes, eyes closed in solemn chanting, embodying an air of gravity. "The abbot, he has arrived," Dao Chen intoned, bowing respectfully with hands clasped. "Greetings to all esteemed monks." With a serious demeanor, Chen Qingyuan offered a formal bow, though a hint of anxiety lingered. The high monks exchanged glances, communicating silently as they deliberated on the significance of Chen Qingyuan's presence. Astonished that the Dao Academy would send a golden core cultivator on such an errand. If a golden core cultivator could resolve such issues, why would the Buddhist temple seek assistance from others? A few monks displayed disdainful glances, perceiving Dao Academy's actions as an affront to the Eastern Buddhist temple. However, as the abbot of Tianshu Temple had yet to speak, none of the monks dared to voice their discontent, maintaining a solemn silence. With esteemed guests in attendance, there was no need for excessive formalities. The old monk opened his eyes, ceasing the rhythm of the prayer beads in his hand. He rose with a tremor, his voice hoarse. Under the old monk's gaze, Chen Qingyuan felt an uncomfortable shiver. This benefactor, Chen Qingyuan, was a disciple of the vice president of Dao Academy. The monk Dao Chen was the abbot's direct disciple, holding a position of great esteem. Should he remain error-free, he was likely destined to become the future abbot of Tianshu Temple. Upon learning of Chen Qingyuan's identity, the monks regarded him with renewed interest. Initially, they had expected Xuanqing to come personally, or at the very least, to send a top elder well-versed in the academy's profound arts. Chen Qingyuan's arrival left them puzzled and somewhat slighted. Master Yu approached matters with great discretion. This action undoubtedly bore deeper significance, and the monks were advised against frivolous thoughts. The old monk, known by the Dharma name Xuanqing, possessed formidable Buddhist wisdom that overshadowed the East. The monks dared not indulge in idle speculation and swiftly quelled their distractions. In truth, the old monk himself could not fully discern Chen Qingyuan's intentions, nor could he grasp the meaning behind Yu Chenran's actions. Nevertheless, he trusted that Yu Chenran would not treat this matter lightly. Thus, the old monk dismissed the other monks and, with unsteady steps, approached Chen Qingyuan. Offering a gentle smile, "Benefactor Chen, please follow me." They entered a quiet side hall of Tianshu Temple, undisturbed by any external distractions. The old monk sat closely beside Chen Qingyuan, with fragrant tea laid out on the table. A waft of tea aroma delicately reached Chen Qingyuan's nostrils, gradually soothing his anxious heart. This tea possessed a calming effect, far from being a mere mundane commodity. The old monk before him was the leader of the Eastern Buddhist sect, and one could easily surmise, even without contemplation, that he was a formidable figure of the Mahayana period. In the presence of such an entity, Chen Qingyuan felt a slight discomfort. "Does your master have a message for you to convey?" The old monk appeared to embody simplicity, seemingly an ordinary person with kind eyes and a gentle demeanor. "There is something." Upon arrival, Yu Chenran had entrusted a jade tablet to Chen Qingyuan, instructing him to personally deliver it to the abbot of Tianshu Temple. This jade tablet bore a unique seal, one that Chen Qingyuan, with his current abilities, could not decipher. Only a practitioner of extraordinary strength could unveil its contents. Chen Qingyuan retrieved the jade tablet and handed it to the old monk. The old monk gazed at the tablet, a thread of Buddhist thought entering within him. With a soft hum, the jade tablet trembled gently, and far away in the north wilderness, Yu Chenran sensed the disturbance. Aware that the seal on the tablet had been broken, "Old monk, this fate now lies in your hands. It is both a tribulation and a boon." Yu Chenran sat cross-legged atop the surface of the lake, peacefully engaged in fishing. At Tianshu Temple, in a side hall, Chen Qingyuan sat upright in silence. After a moment, the old monk opened his eyes, comprehending the message Yu Chenran wished to convey. Looking once more at Chen Qingyuan, the old monk's gaze held a newfound complexity, a hint of something different. In that fleeting moment, the old monk contemplated the notion of allowing Chen Qingyuan to depart directly. However, the moment this thought emerged, the old monk immediately severed it, maintaining a tranquil mindset, inwardly reflecting, "What a transgression, what a transgression." Had he been unaware of Chen Qingyuan's identity and background, the old monk would have expelled him without hesitation, and even upon later discovery, it would have mattered little. Yet, now that he was aware, sending him away would undoubtedly tarnish the purity of his path. As the leader of the Eastern Buddhist sect, the old monk was acutely aware of the karmic ties associated with the Qing sect, as well as the contributions made by the Qing sect for the sake of all sentient beings. To drive away the inheritor of the Qing sect, while it might not directly entangle him in karma, would inevitably inflict some harm upon his spiritual resolve. After all, the essence of the Buddhist teachings lies in aiding and saving the world. How could one cast out a descendant burdened with such great merit? Alas, old you, your schemes are indeed insidious. The old monk continued to gaze at Chen Qingyuan, lost in contemplation. Why does this old monk keep staring at me? Chen Qingyuan pondered, a chill creeping over him, leaving him quite uncomfortable. For the future of the Qing sect, and for Chen Qingyuan's safety, Yu Chenran deliberated for a long while before deciding to reveal Chen Qingyuan's identity to the old monk. Given the old monk's character and their bond, he would undoubtedly not harm Chen Qingyuan, nor would he divulge the information. Thus, Yu Chenran chose this course of action. The Qing sect had suppressed the abyss of demons for 300,000 years, accumulating merit to an unimaginable degree. Yet, due to some force obscuring the heavenly path, the merits could not manifest in the world, resulting in the decline of the Qing sect with each passing generation. If the Eastern Buddhist sect were to assist the Qing sect and thus become entwined with this karma, it might well lead to significant blessings in the future. However, fate is not easily grasped and comes with immense risks. Master, what have you been observing in the actions of your junior? Chen Qingyuan asked softly, feeling unwell. The old monk replied with a smile. I perceive a connection between you and the Buddha, hence I have taken a few more glances. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan forced a smile and chose not to respond. Let the benefactor Chen rest in the guest room for the next 2 days, the old monk decided, contemplating the matter further. All right, Chen Qingyuan thought, unable to discern the old monk's intentions. Soon after, the old monk instructed Dao Chun to arrange accommodations for Chen Qingyuan. In a secluded temple, the old monk sat alone beneath the statue of the Buddha, rhythmically striking the wooden fish as he meditated on the situation. In the past, the Buddhist sect feared the terrifying consequences of the demonic abyss, forbidding its monks from entering the imperial capital to avoid bringing calamity upon the order. Now, with Chen Qingyuan's arrival at the Buddhist sect, the old monk found himself unable to evade the issue and was compelled to confront it directly. Had the Buddhist sect erred? The old monk gazed up at the gilded statue of the Buddha, pondering aloud. If the Eastern Lands Buddhist sect had made a choice akin to that of the Qing sect in the past, would the current situation not be just as dire? Chapter 97. The demon beneath the Buddha cauldron. The Buddhist sect has always regarded the salvation of all beings as its mission, truly allowing countless ordinary souls in the Eastern Land to live in peace, which is admirable. Once faced with the immense troubles of the imperial capital, the Buddhist sect recognized its limitations and opted for a defensive stance. At this moment, a phrase from Yu Chenran's jade tablet struck the old monk's resolve. Master Xuanqing. The Eastern Lands Buddhist sect cannot save all beings, but can it save the heir of the Qing sect who seeks to rescue them? This phrase lingered in the ears of the old monk, refusing to dissipate. Old you, when we meet again, I shall undoubtedly express my heartfelt gratitude. In the entirety of the Dao Academy, only the long-vanished dean could match the old monk in strength. Although the two vice-deans were formidable, they were yet unable to best the old monk. Alas, the time had come. One cannot escape the ways of karma. After contemplating for 2 days, the old monk ultimately resolved to embrace this destiny. He lacked the capacity to confront the abyss of demons, yet he must protect Chen Qingyuan, ensuring that the successor of the Qing sect would not fall victim to the treachery of worldly rogues. Beyond this connection to the Qing sect, the Buddhist community was also fraught with unrest. The old monk had shattered the communication talisman between realms, seeking the assistance of Yu Chenran to employ the Academy's secret techniques to dispel the demonic obstruction and suppress a monstrous fiend. Although the Eastern Buddhist sect was powerful, the demon was no ordinary foe, having endured suppression for tens of thousands of years without perishing. Even with the astonishing methods of the Buddhist order, annihilating it proved to be a daunting challenge. Within the framework of karmic principles, should they be able to harness a fragment of the Qing sect's might from Chen Shaoshi, they could surely subdue the demon. Indeed, the arrival of Chen Qingyuan was more effective than any other means. The Qing sect had contained the abyss of demons for 300,000 years, and the inheritor naturally possessed absolute authority over the demon. Typically, one would need to awaken their ancestral memories to unleash such formidable power. However, The Buddhist sect possessed numerous secret arts capable of extracting the latent karmic essence from Chen Qingyuan in a short span of time. When the moment arrived, Dao Chen the monk stood outside the guest room door and gently knocked. Chen Shizhu. With a click, the door opened, revealing Chen Qingyuan, clad in a light, pale robe. Striding forth with determination. "Please follow me," said the monk Dao Chen, his hands clasped in reverence. With a heart full of curiosity yet silent, he followed closely behind. Within the inner courtyard of the Buddhist temple stood a colossal black cauldron, towering approximately 100 meters high. Its surface, shrouded in darkness, was inscribed with countless ancient Sanskrit characters, bearing the marks of time and the ravages of age. Upon arrival, Chen Qingyuan beheld over 100 esteemed monks encircling the black cauldron, seated in meditation as they chanted sacred verses. In the vast expanse above, an ethereal Buddha statue materialized, eyes closed, exuding an overwhelming presence. The old monk stood before the cauldron, facing it, as a faint golden light of Buddha radiated from him. "Go forth." Dao Chen monk gestured with a knowing glance, urging Chen Qingyuan to approach the elder monk. With a deep sense of intrigue, Chen Qingyuan slowly made his way forward. "Master." Chen Qingyuan bowed respectfully. "Ah, benefactor Chen," the elder monk replied with a warm smile. "This is the treasured cauldron of Tianshu Temple, imbued with the supreme teachings of Buddhism. 5 millennia ago, a formidable demon emerged in the eastern lands, having refined a life star for its cultivation, causing the demise of countless souls. The temple, alongside numerous powerful figures from the Buddhist realm, endeavored to subdue this demon. Despite their immense efforts, they could not completely annihilate it, and were compelled to confine it beneath this cauldron, hoping the power of the Dharma would eventually eradicate it. Alas, while the demon's physical form was destroyed, its malevolent essence remains trapped within the cauldron, and in recent years, there have been unsettling signs of the cauldron trembling, suggesting it may soon break free. In the Dao Academy, a certain revered secret technique possesses a significant capability to suppress divine thoughts. Initially, the Buddhist sect intended to summon the master, but due to an unexpected twist of fate, it was the benefactor Chen who arrived instead. After the old monk's thorough explanation, Chen Qingyuan began to grasp the gravity of the situation. "Master, is the malevolent spirit within the Buddha cauldron truly that terrifying? After 50,000 years of Buddhist practices, it has not been eradicated. That is indeed alarming." "Extremely frightening," the old monk replied gravely. "If the demonic thoughts escape from the cauldron, countless innocent beings in the eastern lands will suffer." Chen Qingyuan felt disheartened. As a newly initiated disciple of the Dao Academy, he had yet to learn the esoteric techniques the master spoke of, and feared he would be of little assistance. The severity of the situation weighed heavily on him, and he wondered why his master had sent him to the eastern lands. It seemed rather absurd. "Not at all. Benefactor Chen can be of great help." The old monk's words were laden with meaning. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan was left in a state of confusion, his mind swirling with questions. What can a golden core practitioner like myself possibly contribute? He casually glanced around at the high monks seated near the black cauldron, each of whom was an imposing figure at the Mahayana level. In the past, encountering even one such individual had been a rare occurrence for him, let alone so many. Not only was Chen Qingyuan perplexed, but the assembly of eminent monks also shared in his bewilderment. They murmured Buddhist scriptures, their eyes inadvertently drifting toward Chen Qingyuan, questioning what role a mere golden core cultivator could play in this dire situation. Except for the old monk, no one present, including Chen Qingyuan himself, harbored any belief in his potential contribution. "Master, surely you jest with your disciple," Chen Qingyuan remarked. "Given my limited abilities, I am not only unable to assist, but I may also cause further chaos. There is no need for concern. Shortly, following the monk's guidance, everything shall be resolved." The elderly monk offered a reassuring smile before proceeding towards the Buddha cauldron. The cauldron, supported by 4 sturdy legs, bore ancient Sanskrit inscriptions left by esteemed Buddhist masters, embodying a formidable power of Dharma. Nonetheless, even this revered vessel could only barely contain the malevolent spirit within. One can only fathom the sheer terror of the demon trapped inside, its origins shrouded in mystery. "Amitabha," the old monk intoned, pressing his left hand upon the cauldron's surface, channeling his Buddhist incantations to instigate a tremor within the vessel. The suppressed demonic thought sensed unrest, yearning to break free and unleashing a soul-piercing resonance that drew forth the darker facets of humanity. Fortunately, those present were all enlightened monks, not easily swayed. Had they been ordinary practitioners, they would have undoubtedly succumbed to madness, becoming lost to the demonic influence. As for Chen Qingyuan, he remained unfazed by the sinister sounds, perceiving them as utterly commonplace. A tempest raged, echoing like the wails of tormented spirits. The sky was cloaked in ominous clouds, shrouding the territory of Tianshu Temple in darkness. Oppressive and stifling, suffocating the very essence of the soul. Demon, I have discerned your intentions and shall not permit you to wreak havoc upon the world. Several years prior, an anomaly had befallen the laws governing the cauldron. Through extensive contemplation, the old monk realized that the malevolent thoughts within had seized an opportunity. To prevent the situation from escalating further, he was determined to devise a solution. If I must shatter this cauldron, I will ensure the eradication of you bald fools. The malevolent thoughts no longer concealed themselves, directly erupting with terrifying demonic power, which could not be obscured even by the suppression of the Buddha cauldron. Chapter 98. With a drop of blood from the third eye, summoning the will of the ancestors of the Qing sect, the Buddha cauldron trembled, causing the ground of Tianshu Temple to become unstable, shaking the very mountains. A dreadful surge of demonic force shattered the restrictions of the Buddha cauldron, ascending to the heavens and manifesting as a colossal shadow, its visage grotesque and fearsome. This was the projection of the will of the malevolent thoughts, which, given a few more years, would have broken free from the cauldron. The old monk discerned this move and knew he must interrupt the malevolent intentions. Several Buddhist seals struck the cauldron, and the malevolent thoughts felt an overwhelming pressure. The skeletal shadow above emitted a piercing wail, unsettling many of the venerable monks. Fortunately, this void had been sealed by the Buddhist barrier. Otherwise, countless innocent beings would have been harmed by the demonic power. What a terrifying creature! Chen Qingyuan gazed up at the skeletal shadow, his soul quivering slightly, and his eyes revealed a hint of alarm. The assembly of monks chanted sutras in unison, radiant golden light clashing against the demonic force. In an instant, Tianshu Temple was enveloped in a surreal spectacle of black mist and golden radiance. At times, the black mist gained the upper hand, collapsing several Buddhist halls. At other times, the golden light overpowered the demonic might, forcing the skeletal shadow to contort and emit deep roars. The old monk had set up a supreme Buddhist formation, temporarily confining the malevolent thoughts within the cauldron. The skeletal shadow in the void appeared ensnared by dozens of golden chains of order, rendered immobile. Fierce winds howled, battering against the formation's barrier, leaving several cracks in its surface. The esteemed monks dared not to exhibit even the slightest distraction or negligence. They were wholly engrossed, reciting scriptures and performing rituals. Young benefactor Chen, I humbly seek your assistance, the venerable monk intoned, bathed in the golden radiance of the Buddha, his demeanor exuding an air of solemnity that demanded reverence. Chen Qingyuan appeared somewhat flustered. What can I do to help? May I borrow a drop of blood from your brow? The old monk requested, as he flicked his finger towards Chen Qingyuan's forehead. A resonating hum filled the air. Chen Qingyuan felt a sharp pang, as a seemingly ordinary drop of blood emerged from the center of his brow. What use is my blood? He pondered, perplexed and bewildered. The actions of the old monk eluded his understanding. Although over 100 monks were suppressing the demonic thoughts within the Buddha cauldron, they sensed this occurrence and were consumed by curiosity, struggling to comprehend it. Could a drop of blood from a golden core cultivator truly quell a mighty demonic entity? The abbot's actions must hold profound significance. Perhaps this young benefactor was not as simple as he appeared. They all hoped that the abbot's actions would succeed in subduing the demon. Should the demon break free from the Buddha cauldron and return to the mortal realm, it would spell disaster for countless souls, with consequences too dire to imagine. The monks, while not holding Chen Qingyuan in high regard, prayed fervently that the old monk had not erred, wishing for the demon to be contained. The venerable monk placed the drop of blood from Chen Qingyuan's brow upon the tip of his right index finger, employing a unique secret technique to draw forth its karmic essence. By doing so, he invoked the power of the Qing sect. If the Qing sect were to face adversity in the future and the Buddhist community did not extend their aid, they would surely incur divine wrath. The old monk had resolved that the Buddhist sect, having remained in the eastern lands for countless years, must now take a step forward. Regardless of whether it is to suppress the current malevolence, to enlighten all beings, or to accumulate unseen merits, one cannot retreat into inaction. Go. Upon completing the incantation, the venerable monk cast a droplet of blood towards the Buddha cauldron. The blood vanished within the cauldron, and for the moment, nothing unusual occurred. The monk merely connected the fate of the Qing sect to the Buddhist realm. Ultimately, success depended on Chen Qingyuan. After all, it is a foolish dream for an outsider to wield the power of the Qing sect. Only with the consent of its heir can such a feat be accomplished. Young benefactor, henceforth, whatever I utter, you shall echo. The old monk stood high above, striking the shadowy skull with a mighty hand, invoking formidable Buddhist powers to confine it within the cauldron. Immediately, A radiant golden light emanated from his form as he gazed solemnly down at Chen Qingyuan, earnestly pleading, "I implore you." "Very well." Though unaware of the implications, Chen Qingyuan nodded earnestly. Taiching platform, return of the spirit, exorcising evil and subduing demons, safeguarding the realm. The three calamities are boundless, the laws of the six realms. With hands clasped together, the monk spoke slowly. Chen Qingyuan, oblivious to the origins of the incantation, followed suit, reciting loudly, Taiching platform. Gradually, his heart became exceedingly pure, and he involuntarily closed his eyes. Upon closing them, Chen Qingyuan's consciousness seemed to traverse into an unknown, mystical realm. A vast expanse of whiteness unfolded before him, where a colossal jade platform, measuring approximately 10 miles in diameter, stood amidst the 9 heavens. The platform was divided into 8 sections, embodying the principles of yin and yang and the 8 trigrams. Chen Qingyuan seemed to be positioned at the very heart of the jade platform. As he recited the incantation, the platform began to rotate in a clockwise direction, initially at a slow pace, but gradually accelerating. In a fleeting moment, he perceived a figure clad in a white Taoist robe materializing from the edge of the platform, their features indistinct and obscured. From the center of his brow, a beam of white light erupted, ascending towards the Buddha cauldron. Suddenly, a middle-aged man donned in a white robe appeared above the cauldron, wielding a 3-foot sword, exuding an extraordinary presence. Slash. His words resonated like thunder, and the sword's arc resembled the Milky Way. The sword's energy swept away the demonic aura that lingered in the corners of the Tianyuan temple, drawing it all back into the Buddha cauldron, settling upon the malevolent thought. A heart-wrenching wail erupted from the demonic thought, suffering a grievous blow. How could the causal body possess such might? Through the opening of the Buddha cauldron, the demonic thought glimpsed the middle-aged Taoist standing amidst the clouds. His expression one of terror, his form distorted. The so-called causal body was an unvanquished will. Typically, the power of such a will paled in comparison to that of a living being, rendering it exceedingly fragile and easily obliterated. What is this? The eminent monks opened their eyes wide, gazing upward in astonishment. Such profound righteousness. A portion of the monks, momentarily forgetting their chants, were taken aback by the spectacle before them. Is it him? Daochen the monk cast a glance at Chen Qingyuan, who was ensconced in a state of transcendence. Noticing a different glimmer in his eyes, Chen Qingyuan remained unaware of the external circumstances, trapped within the jade platform. Not yet sufficient. Having already succumbed to the karmic repercussions of the Qing sect, it is imperative to eradicate the demonic thoughts within the Buddhist cauldron. The elder monk discerned that although the demonic thoughts had sustained significant injury, they were not yet on the brink of annihilation. Thus, the elder monk recited the secret incantations of the Qing sect once more, and Chen Qingyuan, like a marionette, followed suit. Supreme and boundless, the manifestation of the star platform. It was no great challenge for the elder monk to acquire the Qing sect's techniques. Many years prior, the Qing sect had fallen into decline as a result of suppressing the demon abyss, leading various top-tier forces to seize its resources and even covertly pilfer its esoteric arts. A portion of the Qing sect's teachings had circulated beyond its confines, and after many years, the Eastern Land's Buddhist sect fortuitously came into possession of a replicated jade tablet. As Chen Qingyuan's consciousness was ensnared within the center of the jade platform, he noticed that its rotational speed had doubled. A man clad in a blue robe, with hands clasped behind his back, stepped into the sea of clouds, his destination unknown. In the external realm, the ethereal figure of the blue-clad man materialized. Chapter 99. Subduing the Demon Lord. The monks pay their respects. The silhouette of the blue-robed man was indistinct as he stepped gracefully above the Buddhist cauldron, gradually raising his right hand to deliver a strike. Seal. With an effortless gesture, he shattered the already wounded demonic thoughts into oblivion. The world instantaneously regained clarity. As the terrifying aura of the demon dissipated in an instant, the ominous clouds parted, allowing the warm sun to once again grace the earth. The esteemed monks of Tianyuan Temple gazed in astonishment at the ethereal figures of the blue and white-robed men standing aloft, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and awe. The Eastern Land's Buddhist sect had expended countless efforts to eradicate this demonic thought entirely, yet the 2 residual shadows could resolve it with ease, fundamentally altering the worldview of many eminent monks. It was he, the old monk, unfamiliar with the figure clad in a white robe, instantly recognized the man in green attire. Although his features were indistinct, the old monk was confident in his identification. Within the ancient palace of the Buddhist sect, numerous precious artifacts were displayed, among which hung a portrait of the man in green. It is said that long ago, a formidable master from the Qing sect ventured into the Eastern Buddhist realm, seeking to harness the power of Buddhism to eradicate the demonic abyss entirely. However, the leader of the Buddhist sect at that time lacked the courage to take such a significant risk and declined the proposal. The man in green did not press the matter and, after sipping a cup of tea, departed. Once the man left, a young monk who had served him tea, relying on his memory, meticulously captured his likeness. Many years later, this painting was preserved by the Buddhist sect as a token of remembrance. Eventually, the leader of that era, burdened by guilt towards the Qing sect and the Buddha, realized he could not gamble the entire sect's future. Therefore, he severed the foundation of the Buddhist sect, dissociating himself from it, and journeyed to the demonic abyss in the imperial capital. From that moment forth, the leader of the Buddhist sect and the man in green jointly contained the demonic abyss and never returned. As for the Eastern Buddhist sect, it remained untouched by karmic influences, leading a life of tranquility, and has passed down through the ages with profound depths. He had once engaged in philosophical discourse with the ancestors of the sect, enchanting 100 Zen masters. Ancient texts recount that he stood atop the 9 heavens, single-handedly suppressing the ancient sect's sovereign and vanquishing the grand teacher as patriarch with a mere gesture, making it nearly impossible to find a rival throughout his life. It is no exaggeration to assert that the man in green could rank among the top 3 of all formidable figures from the Qing sect, second only to its founding ancestor. The old monk was taken aback to discover that invoking the might of the Qing sect had summoned a wisp of the will of this sage, stirring his heart with astonishment. The malevolent thoughts have been dispelled, and the 2 ethereal figures in the void swiftly dissipated, leaving no trace behind, as if they had never existed. Once this ordeal concluded, the assembly was momentarily dazed, taking a considerable time to regain their composure. The monks directed their gazes towards Chen Qingyuan, their expressions undergoing a profound transformation. They were acutely aware that the 2 spectral wills emanated from the center of Chen Qingyuan's brow. Amitabha. The monks recalled their initial disdain for Chen Qingyuan, bowing their heads in self-reproach, overwhelmed by a sense of shame. Some esteemed monks resolved to engage in solitary reflection starting the next day, seeking introspection. Could it be that he is? A select few of the most eminent monks seemed to recognize the identity of the figure in the blue robe, their eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light, words on the tip of their tongues yet unspoken. The portrait of the figure in blue had long been displayed within a Buddhist hall, and the accompanying legend had naturally been preserved. The abbot. Several elder monks gazed at the venerable monk, their eyes laden with significance, yearning for an answer. The old monk discerned the meaning behind their gazes and nodded slowly. The Buddhist path is fraught with turmoil. An obstinate elder monk sighed. To enlighten all beings and alleviate suffering. The old monk's demeanor turned solemn, his voice hoarse. The Buddhist realm has erred in the past. Now, under the stewardship of this humble monk, we must not compound our mistakes. I am at fault. My thoughts have strayed. I implore the abbot to impose a penance. Aware of his misstep, the obstinate elder monk hastily acknowledged his error. I decree a punishment of 10 years in the secular world, devoid of the use of Buddhist teachings, to experience the myriad facets of human life as an ordinary monk. The old monk resolved to alter the current circumstances. Indeed, the obstinate elder monk assented. The events of today, without permission, must not be disseminated or discussed. Those who violate this shall have their cultivation abolished and be expelled from the Buddhist order. The old monk cast a sweeping gaze over the assembly of monks, the weight of his spiritual authority pressing upon each head as he solemnly proclaimed adherence to the law. The monks, though perplexed, dared not inquire further, instead joining their palms in reverence and nodding in compliance. Having resolved these matters, the old monk descended from the ethereal realm and slowly approached Chen Qingyuan. Child, it is time for you to awaken. With that, the old monk retracted his majestic visage and gently touched Chen Qingyuan's forehead, drawing him back from the profound state into the realm of reality. Chen Qingyuan gradually opened his eyes, feeling an overwhelming fatigue enveloping his body. Noticing the old monk standing before him, he observed that the sacred altar had fallen into a profound silence, the other monks no longer chanting. He softly inquired, Master, has the demon been subdued? Indeed, the malignant thoughts have been eradicated, leaving no lingering threat. We owe the resolution of this matter to the assistance of young benefactor Chen. The old monk's countenance radiated kindness, his demeanor towards Chen Qingyuan extraordinarily gentle, with a smile perpetually gracing his lips. I did nothing at all, Chen Qingyuan replied, bewildered. Your mere presence sufficed. The old monk's words left Chen Qingyuan in a state of confusion. However, he recalled the incident of his consciousness being trapped in the center of the jade platform, shrouded in mystery and without explanation. Master, it seems I just traversed an indescribable realm of consciousness. What was that about? Chen Qingyuan decided to voice his inquiry regarding the matter. In due time, young benefactor will come to understand. The old monk had no intention of revealing the affairs of the Qing sect to Chen Qingyuan, at least not for now, to spare him unnecessary burdens. Very well. Mysterious and enigmatic, the monk relished in keeping secrets. Chen Qingyuan ceased pondering these matters, for his master had once uttered similar words. How could the fearsome demon within the Buddha cauldron be suppressed so suddenly? It was indeed perplexing. Even more astonishing was what transpired next. As Chen Qingyuan resolved to depart, a throng of eminent monks parted respectfully, standing with hands clasped together on either side, demonstrating profound reverence. Even Dao, who had initially looked down upon Chen Qingyuan, now exhibited a deep respect intertwined with a hint of shame. What was happening? As Chen Qingyuan took a step forward, he was taken aback by the scene before him and hesitated to proceed. Swallowing hard, he turned to the old monk and quietly inquired, Master, how is the demon within the cauldron subdued? My young benefactor is fated with the Buddha and possesses remarkable wisdom. By utilizing the blood from your brow, the demon can indeed be restrained, the old monk replied with a warm smile. I see. Externally, Chen Qingyuan maintained an impassive demeanor, but internally, tumultuous waves surged within him. Was it true that the Buddha sought to take him as a disciple? Perhaps he was to be regarded as a son of the Buddha, which would explain the sudden shift in attitude from these elderly figures. This possibility seemed highly plausible. He hurriedly resolved to leave this place, for he had no desire to become a monk. A chill ran down his spine, and he quickened his pace, anxious to escape from the throng of venerable monks. You are currently quite frail. Do take care while walking, the old monk called after him, puzzled by Chen Qingyuan's sudden haste. Chapter 100, The Mysterious Buddha Bead. Returning to the Dao Academy. As he walked, his mind was consumed with thoughts. When Chen Qingyuan first arrived at the Buddhist temple, the old monk uttered a phrase. You are destined to connect with the Buddha. Now, hearing similar words again, it inevitably led Chen Qingyuan to ponder deeply. In this lifetime, becoming a monk is utterly out of the question. Clinging to this conviction, Chen Qingyuan quickened his pace. Why does my body feel so fatigued? He sensed a peculiar exhaustion overwhelming him, as if an unseen force had drained his energy, leaving him oblivious to what transpired during his mystical state. Upon reaching the front hall of Tianshu Temple, he finally slowed down. Young benefactor, why are you in such a hurry? The old monk inquired, walking alongside him with a gentle smile. The esteemed monks, eager to accompany them, were dismissed by the old monk, who forbade anyone from following. Master, please be honest with me. Do you wish for me to become a monk? Chen Qingyuan boldly asked. If the young benefactor harbors such thoughts, then it is certainly a possibility, the old monk replied, understanding the reason behind Chen Qingyuan's actions and playfully teasing him. I have no such intentions. Being a monk is exhausting. Rising so early each day to chant scriptures, just thinking about it gives me a headache. Moreover, there are so many precepts, no alcohol, no meat, no indulgence in women. As Chen Qingyuan spoke with increasing fervor, his determination to reject the Buddhist path became evident. Alas, what a pity it is. Even if Chen Qingyuan wished to enter the Buddhist fold, the old monk would not have the courage to accept him. The old monk's words were meant to tease Chen Qingyuan, fostering camaraderie and alleviating the tension. Master, this matter is settled. May I take my leave now? Every corner of the Buddhist temple exuded a solemnity that made Chen Qingyuan feel somewhat unwell. No need to rush. Let's stay a few more days, the elderly monk suggested. Surely, the temple will not compel me to become a monk? Chen Qingyuan inquired softly, feeling uncertain. Not at all, dear benefactor. You need not worry, the old monk chuckled, quickly offering his assurance. That's a relief. Chen Qingyuan nodded gently, realizing that staying a few more days was not an issue. I am quite old and do not fully comprehend the thoughts of the young, so I shall leave the hospitality to Dao from now on. With that, the old monk communicated telepathically, summoning monk Dao. Dao arrived promptly, standing beside Chen Qingyuan. Ensure you accompany our young benefactor well and do not be negligent, the old monk instructed. Understood, Dao replied dutifully. Even without the old monk's reminder, Dao would undoubtedly exert himself to attend to Chen Qingyuan. For had it not been for Chen's assistance, the formidable demonic thought within the Buddhist cauldron would not have been subdued so easily. Please, this way, Dao gestured ahead, guiding Chen Qingyuan as he introduced the surrounding architecture. However, Chen Qingyuan found little interest in these matters. After half an hour, they arrived at a secluded and elegant guest hall, where Chen Qingyuan could rest. Alone in the room, he finally had the opportunity to relax. As night fell, Dao Chen gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The sound echoed in Chen Qingyuan's ears. Upon opening the door, Chen Qingyuan beheld the monk Dao Chen, who, with a solemn expression, presented a box cradled in his hands. Benefactor Chen, he intoned, this item is a gift from the abbot of Tianyuan Temple. Within it lies a precious herb capable of replenishing your spiritual vitality. There is also a strand of prayer beads. I implore you to keep them safe. A hint of skepticism flickered across Chen Qingyuan's face as he accepted the box. He had intended to inquire further, but Dao Chen, having completed his errand, clasped his hands in prayer and took his leave. It was only after the monk had distanced himself that Chen Qingyuan closed the hall door and retreated to his modest chamber, placing the wooden box upon the table. Curiosity mingled with doubt as he slowly opened the box. Inside lay a delicate blue seven-leafed grass, a rare herb renowned for its ability to dispel malevolent thoughts, strengthen one's resolve, and restore the spirit. Alongside it was a small square box of pale yellow. Lifting the small box, he opened it gently to reveal a golden prayer bead, roughly the size of a fist, smooth and lustrous, devoid of any blemish. What could this be? Chen Qingyuan pondered, scrutinizing the bead for an extended period, yet he discerned no peculiarities. Nevertheless, given that it was bestowed by Tianyuan Temple, it must surely hold significance. Recalling Dao Chen's earnest demeanor, he surmised that this prayer bead was indeed a treasure worth safeguarding. Soon after, he refined the magical herb, swiftly restoring his depleted energy. The following day, Dao Chen returned with a specially prepared bowl of plain congee. It lacks flavor, Chen Qingyuan muttered, a hint of disdain in his voice. This congee has been prepared specifically for the benefactor. It must not go to waste. It was only after Chen Qingyuan had finished his bowl of congee that the monk Dao Xuan departed with a sense of satisfaction. As the warm liquid coursed through his body, a sudden wave of heat enveloped him, prompting him to sit cross-legged and regulate his breath. Moments later, upon opening his eyes, Chen Qingyuan realized that he had made significant progress in his cultivation, and in just a few years, he would likely break through to the nascent soul realm. Truly, the generosity of Tianyuan Temple was overwhelming, and he felt a hint of embarrassment. During his stay at the temple, Dao Xuan often accompanied Chen Qingyuan on leisurely strolls, even taking him to a nearby city for a change of scenery and to lighten his spirits. After ensuring that Chen Qingyuan's health had returned to normal, the higher-ups at Tianyuan Temple finally felt at ease. I am deeply grateful for the hospitality extended by your esteemed temple during this time, Chen Qingyuan expressed as he bowed deeply to the elderly monk and the assembly of eminent monks. Young benefactor, the journey ahead is long, so please take care, the old monk advised kindly. From the very beginning, he had treated Chen Qingyuan with warmth and kindness, without any pretense of superiority. There is no need for concern, master. I shall take my leave now, Chen Qingyuan replied. The fervent warmth of the Buddhist community made him feel somewhat uneasy, and he had long wished to depart. Young benefactor, do remember to keep that prayer bead close. It may prove invaluable in times of peril, the monk cautioned, fearing that Chen Qingyuan might underestimate its significance. As the old monk's words echoed in his ears, Chen Qingyuan nodded earnestly. I understand, master. Thank you for your guidance. With that, Chen Qingyuan embarked on his journey homeward. To his pleasant surprise, he encountered no troubles or obstacles along the way, and his path was clear and unobstructed. Before arriving, Chen Qingyuan occasionally encountered several batches of Star Domain bandits, who were engaged in robbery. How fortuitous it was. Chen Qingyuan paid a considerable amount of spirit stones and utilized the grand teleportation arrays from various places to traverse the chaotic seas and reach a corner of the northern wilderness. Unbeknownst to him, an esteemed monk had been discreetly dispatched by the old monk to protect Chen Qingyuan on his journey, ensuring that no mishap befell him in the eastern lands. Naturally, Chen Qingyuan was unaware of this and mistakenly believed that he was simply enjoying a stroke of luck. After spending over a month, he finally arrived at the core region of the northern wilderness and activated the restrictions of his identity jade token. Immediately, a vortex appeared before him, and he stepped into it. In the blink of an eye, Chen Qingyuan found himself back at the Dao Academy. Chapter 101. Brother, would you deceive me? At the Dao Academy, in the Baiyan Palace, as soon as Chen Qingyuan returned, he was swept away by an irresistible force to this location. You rascal, did everything go smoothly? The one who spoke was none other than his beloved master, Yu Chenran. By the lakeside, Yu Chenran sat cross-legged on the water's surface, fishing, while Chen Qingyuan stood atop the water, bowing respectfully, and replied, relatively smooth. That is good to hear. Upon learning that the Buddhist sect in the eastern lands had decided to intertwine their fate with Chen Qingyuan, Yu Chenran felt immensely pleased. This development meant that if Chen Qingyuan's identity were to be exposed in the future, the Buddhist sect would undoubtedly come to his aid, further enhancing his safety. By the way, there is something I would like you to take a look at, Master. As he spoke, Chen Qingyuan produced the Buddhist bead and presented it before Yu Chenran's eyes. The moment Yu Chenran beheld the bead, his eyelids abruptly trembled, and his hands involuntarily shook. The fish he had just hooked slipped away. The fluctuations of the mind caused the hooked fish to slip away. Yu Chenran's gaze remained fixed on the Buddhist beads as he earnestly inquired, "Is this a gift from Tianshu Temple? Is it a gift or merely a loan?" "It is a gift," came the reply. Chen Qingyuan noticed a subtle unease on Yu Chenran's face and asked with concern, "Master, is this Buddhist bead particularly valuable?" "Well, it is somewhat precious," Yu Chenran responded after a moment's pause, steadying his composure. "Since it was bestowed upon you by Tianshu Temple, you should keep it safe. Unless absolutely necessary, do not reveal it." "Understood." Chen Qingyuan carefully stored the bead within himself and pressed on, "Master, you still haven't explained what this bead truly is." "It is the relic of the former abbot of Tianshu Temple, the only one of its kind in the world." Yu Chenran inhaled deeply and stated solemnly, "What?" Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan's heart raced, and he let out an exclamation. The relic of the former abbot embodies a lifetime of Buddhist teachings. Its value immeasurable by worldly standards. Previously, this relic was placed beneath the Buddha cauldron to stabilize the formation and seal a demon. Now that the demon within the cauldron has been completely vanquished, the old monk decided to gift this relic to Chen Qingyuan, thereby bestowing protection upon him and fostering a bond of goodwill. This object is indeed precious. Although Chen Qingyuan's perspective does not compare to that of contemporary great beings, he was still acutely aware of the significance of a Buddhist leader's relic. "Master, perhaps we should return it." While Chen Qingyuan was typically avaricious, he had always earned his wealth through his own abilities, without any sense of pressure. However, this Buddhist bead has bestowed upon Chen Qingyuan immense psychological pressure. It is indeed a hot potato. Chen Qingyuan harbored suspicions of an underlying conspiracy. After all, why would such a precious object be gifted to him? Was this a ploy of the Buddhist sect, intending to make him a disciple? No, absolutely not. He could never become a monk in this lifetime. After all, this was a rare treasure of unparalleled significance in the world, one to be retained. Yu Chenran spoke with unwavering conviction. "Master, perhaps this bead should be entrusted to you?" Chen Qingyuan contemplated internally and decided to hand the bead to his master, reasoning that should the Buddhist sect come seeking it, his master would bear the brunt of the situation. "I lack the fortune for such a gift," Yu Chenran said enviously, shaking his head. "If you do not possess it, then how could I?" Chen Qingyuan replied with a wry smile. "You do," Yu Chenran asserted with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words. In an effort to dissuade Chen Qingyuan from the notion of returning the bead, Yu Chenran reiterated, "Foolish boy, the Buddhist sect has bestowed upon you this extraordinary bead. It is your destiny, as well as the sect's blessing. If you were to return it, you would inadvertently offend the sect." Chen Qingyuan's expression was one of bewilderment. "If it is beyond your understanding, let it be. In time, clarity will come. Just remember one thing. The bead must remain with you and not be displayed lightly. Foolish people are often blessed in their own way." Reflecting on this, Yu Chenran felt a twinge of envy for his disciple's fortune, acknowledging that while it may not be the greatest in the world, it was certainly rare. "The disciple will remember this," Chen Qingyuan said. Though still puzzled, he refrained from further inquiry. Perhaps it is only when one reaches a certain height that they become qualified to comprehend all of this. Rest now. Yu Chenran's words carry a tinge of melancholy. Indeed, Chen Qingyuan has departed. Within the White Goose Palace, only Yu Chenran remains. After a long day of fishing, Yu Chenran found that not a single fish had taken the bait, signifying an inability to find tranquility within. The old monk has truly exerted considerable effort. The image of that Buddhist bead occupied Yu Chenran's mind as he sighed deeply. This is an endeavor to bind the Buddhist sect with the Qing sect, united in glory, united in downfall. The Buddhist sect undoubtedly harbors its own ambitions, likely seeking to secure a foothold in the imperial capital. After all, while the Buddhist sect has immense influence in the eastern lands, its significance wanes in other territories. The relic transformed into a Buddhist bead by the previous abbot could cultivate a top-tier Buddhist master, and it possesses numerous remarkable applications. At Yunqi residence. After resting for a few days, Chen Qingyuan resolved to return to the Xuanqing sect. Calculating the time, it has been 15 years since he left home. Upon his return to the White Goose Palace, Chen Qingyuan expressed his intentions. "Master, I wish to visit the Xuanqing sect. Is that permissible?" According to the Academy's regulations, You are not technically allowed to return at this time. However, as your teacher and the vice president, I can make an exception for you. Qingyuan raised an eyebrow and replied, "Thank you, master." Upon hearing the initial statement, Chen Qingyuan felt a tightening in his heart, fearing that returning home would be a formidable challenge. But upon learning that he could indeed go back, his spirits lifted. "Just return early," Qingyuan chuckled. "Master, may I take a look at the president's pet?" Upon returning from the eastern lands, Chen Qingyuan brought back an abundance of local delicacies, a rarity in the northern wilderness. It was a simple task. "With this talisman, you may enter." Qingyuan flipped his palm and presented a talisman the size of a hand to Chen Qingyuan. "You are truly kind, master. If your health should ever falter, I shall certainly take good care of you," Chen Qingyuan remarked. "Get lost." At these words, Qingyuan kicked out, sending Chen Qingyuan into a sealed space. Harnessing the power of the talisman, Chen Qingyuan dispelled the barriers and stepped into the mysterious realm. An endless expanse of plains lay before him, shrouded beneath swirling clouds. "Hi, hey, I brought back some delicious food," Chen Qingyuan called out into the distance. Before long, the slumbering black python emerged from the mist, its eyes glimmering with delight. "Little brother." The scene shifted as Chen Qingyuan unveiled a mountain of culinary delights. The black python, gazing at the previously unseen delicacies, felt a surge of gratitude towards Chen Qingyuan, emotion swelling within. "Little brother, you are truly too good to me." "It's nothing. Just what one ought to do." Chen Qingyuan harbored no ulterior motives. His genuine desire was to provide the black python with something delightful to eat, for there was no need to transport such treasures from the eastern lands otherwise. After all, the black python had been confined in this mysterious realm for many years, which was rather pitiable. "By the way, Zhao Yichuan visited not long ago and spoke ill of you." The black python lay on the ground, savoring the exquisite dishes. "What did he say?" A flicker of suspicion appeared in Chen Qingyuan's eyes. "He remarked that you are a cunning little fox, shrewd to the core, and warned me not to be deceived by your appearance." The black python, channeling its spiritual energy, gently placed the floating delicacies upon the ground and earnestly inquired, "Brother, would you ever deceive me?" "Of course not. We are brothers, as close as kin," Chen Qingyuan proclaimed with conviction. "Elder Zhao must be envious of our bond, which is why he speaks ill of me." "That makes sense." The black python nodded, then pondered for a moment, blinking its eyes. "However, I am a python, and it seems I have no kin." Chapter 102. Encountering Murong Wensi again. Returning the debt, Chen Qingyuan conversed with the black python for quite a while, filled with laughter and joy. Yet, no matter how delightful the moments may be, they inevitably become the past. "Brother He, I shall visit you again next time," Chen Qingyuan declared, preparing to depart and return home. "Be careful on your way back," the black python advised. Already aware that Chen Qingyuan was heading to the flowing star domain. "If you encounter any trouble, prioritize your safety. Once I emerge from my seclusion, I shall deal with anyone who dares to bully you." "All right," Chen Qingyuan replied, filled with gratitude at the prospect of having such a formidable ally. A genuine great ascension demon king. It was a rare occurrence throughout the entire flowing star domain, and even in the surrounding regions, to cultivate a great ascension cultivator. Only in the core area of the northern wilderness would one occasionally witness the emergence of such top-tier powers. Having left the Dao Academy, Chen Qingyuan now stood in a certain void of a place known as the Wishing Star Domain. The small world of Dao Academy is situated within the desolate Wangshu Star region, a locale that embodies the Academy's understated nature. Far removed from the bustling heart of the northern wilderness, Chen Qingyuan, with a determined focus, set his course towards the Fulyu Star region. As he traversed various areas, he willingly exchanged spirit stones to access the grand teleportation arrays connecting the star regions. Although the cost was steep, the safety and convenience they afforded saved him considerable time. It appeared that he would soon return home to the northern Songstar region, a thought that filled him with nostalgia. After several days of travel, Chen Qingyuan arrived in the northern Songstar region, his heart yearning for home. Now that he had arrived, should he seek out Wu Junyan? Years ago, a duel between Chen Qingyuan and Wu Junyan was postponed due to matters concerning the Dao Academy. To be honest, he felt a twinge of guilt for disappointing Wu Junyan on multiple occasions. Wu Junyan was renowned as the foremost prodigy of the northern Songstar region and one of the 10 heroes of the northern wilderness. His reputation had spread widely among the top factions of the northern wilderness, leaving a significant impact. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Qingyuan resolved to visit the Wu family, eager to fulfill the long-standing challenge. The Wu family was quite illustrious in the northern Songstar region, and with a bit of inquiry, Chen Qingyuan quickly gathered the necessary information. Arriving at the grand entrance of the Wu residence, he was met with a formidable and solemn defense. "I am Chen Qingyuan of the Xuanqing sect, here to pay my respects to the Wu family," he announced. The guard, upon recognizing Chen Qingyuan, displayed a look of astonishment and promptly hurried to the inner hall to relay the news. Soon after, a middle-aged man clad in luxurious attire emerged briskly. He was the steward of the Wu family. "Greetings, young Master Chen." Upon the first glance at Chen Qingyuan, Steward Wu discerned the truth and offered a courteous salute. Chen Qingyuan returned the gesture with a smile, inviting him to enter. Steward Wu gestured with his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. Upon reaching the grand reception hall, the patriarch of the Wu family personally attended to them, preparing fine tea and exquisite wine for Chen Qingyuan to indulge in. "What brings you to my Wu family, young Master Chen?" inquired the head of the Wu family, Wu Junyan's father. Noticing the absence of Wu Junyan, he wondered if his son was not in the residence. Chen Qingyuan elucidated his purpose. 5 years prior, Junyan had departed from home, reportedly venturing to the 3-Core-star region, with details remaining elusive. The mention of Wu Junyan elicited a mix of pride and frustration from his father. This child is solely focused on cultivation, neglecting even the pursuit of a partner, which is quite distressing. Moreover, Junyan possesses a reclusive nature, making it rare for even I to engage in conversation with him. I am at a loss. Upon hearing that Junyan had gone to the 3-Core-star region, Chen Qingyuan furrowed his brow in contemplation for a while. Then, he offered a respectful bow to Wu's father, saying, "In that case, I shall take my leave. Do have a cup of tea before you depart." Wu's father replied with courtesy, recognizing Chen Qingyuan's impressive background and formidable abilities. "No need, thank you," Chen Qingyuan replied politely, turning to leave. Wu's father continued to observe Chen Qingyuan's retreating figure, murmuring to himself, the aura of golden core, robust vitality. Even if he were to start anew in his cultivation, this young man would undoubtedly stand as one of the foremost prodigies of our time. After departing the Wu family estate, Chen Qingyuan sought a place to rest, intending to rejuvenate for the journey ahead the following morning. Within the confines of the room, Chen Qingyuan gazed out the window, murmuring to himself, "Old Wu, it is not that I am unwilling to engage with you, but rather that yet again, I have missed the opportunity." The Tianhe star domain, the Dihong star domain, and the Renling star domain are collectively referred to as the 3-Core star domains, the heart of the northern wilderness. Wu Junyan's journey to the core area of the northern wilderness undoubtedly signifies his pursuit of more formidable adversaries. A person of his caliber could never remain stationary. Aside from Chen Qingyuan, the weakest among the 10 talents of the northern wilderness is already at the nascent soul stage. After all these years, it is likely that some have ascended to the transformation stage. The following day, Chen Qingyuan prepared to embark on his journey. At the entrance stood several individuals, their attire indicating they were no ordinary folk. "Who are you?" Chen Qingyuan inquired, a slight frown creasing his brow. At that moment, a woman approached from behind, prompting the others to step aside. Murong Wensi, clad in a delicate white gown, with eyes as radiant as gemstones and skin as fair as porcelain, approached him. "Miss Murong, what brings you here?" Upon seeing her, Chen Qingyuan's confusion dissipated, replaced by astonishment. "This is the Northern Song Star Domain. Is there anything here that this young lady, would be unaware of?" The Murong family is an ancient clan within the Northern Song Star Domain, renowned for their profound heritage and intricate intelligence network. News of Chen Qingyuan's visit to the Wu family, along with his overnight stay in a nearby city, swiftly reached the Murong household. "Are you here to seek me out, Miss Murong? Is there something you require?" Observing the exquisitely adorned Murong Wensi before him, Chen Qingyuan remained internally unmoved, while the young men surrounding them were utterly captivated. "Here is your money." Murong Wensi had long since devised an excuse. She deftly produced a rudimentary Tianyuan bag and tossed it to Chen Qingyuan, who stood less than 5 meters away. Upon receiving the bag, Chen Qingyuan probed within with his consciousness, only to discover a mere 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. When the two had initially entered the death domain together, Chen Qingyuan had lent Murong Wensi 1,000 spirit stones, formalizing the agreement with a written note stipulating that she was to return 3,000, principal and interest included. At that time, Murong Wensi had perceived Chen Qingyuan as being utterly fixated on wealth. Why was there only this paltry sum? What had happened to the promised 3,000? Chen Qingyuan glanced up at Murong Wensi and inquired, "Recently, my finances have been rather strained. I can only return this amount for now, and I shall make up the difference upon our next meeting." Murong Wensi responded with a cheerful smile. Chen Qingyuan opened his mouth, pondering. "You are the legitimate daughter of the Murong family. How could you possibly be so impoverished?" Alas, the family was on the brink of destitution. With a light sigh, Morong Wensi feigned a most pitiful demeanor. The guards and servants standing nearby remarked, "Miss, surely the Morong family has not fallen to such depths." Chen Qingyuan, however, was not oblivious to Morong Wensi's subtle machinations. After securing the spirit stones, he gritted his teeth and made a regrettable decision. "Very well, considering our acquaintance, I shall settle for just the principal. From this moment forth, we owe each other nothing. That simply won't do." Upon hearing these words, Morong Wensi immediately grew anxious. The repayment was merely a pretext for her. If there was no debt to settle, how could she thereafter justify seeking out Chen Qingyuan? When Chen Qingyuan declared that there was no need to repay the interest, Morong Wensi firmly objected, stating, "I must repay the debts I owe. To neglect my obligations would tarnish my reputation." Chen Qingyuan, feeling helpless, conceded, "All right, there are still 2,000 left. I shall defer repayment for now. Rest assured, I will certainly return it in this lifetime." Morong Wensi's tone softened. Had he known he would be entangled with her, he would have never agreed to waive the interest. Alas, it was too late for regrets, and Chen Qingyuan found himself resigned to the situation. "I have accepted the money. I should take my leave," he remarked, preparing to step away. "Wait," Morong Wensi instructed, dismissing her accompanying guards. She added softly, "Having traveled such a distance to repay you, will you not invite me for a cup of tea?" Chen Qingyuan reluctantly returned to the elegant room and poured a cup of fragrant tea. As they sat facing each other, Morong Wensi took a sip and inquired, "Did you not intend to duel with Wu Junyan back then? Why have you suddenly vanished?" "I shan't divulge that," Chen Qingyuan replied, wishing to keep matters concerning the Dao Academy private. "Humph. Your secrecy is noted," Morong Wensi retorted with a scoff. "Do you know why Wu Junyan has gone to the 3-Core-Star region?" The atmosphere in the room grew somewhat oppressive. Chen Qingyuan pondered for a moment before steering the conversation towards Wu Junyan to alleviate the tension. "I am unaware," Morong Wensi shook her head. "Very well. Should I encounter Wu Junyan again, I shall engage him in a proper conversation." Chen Qingyuan inwardly feared that their next encounter would not be a friendly reminiscence but rather a direct confrontation. Upon envisioning that scene, Chen Qingyuan could not help but feel a throbbing headache. "Are you aware of the incident at Dongyi Palace?" Morong Wensi inquired. "What incident?" Chen Qingyuan responded, his eyes filled with confusion. "More than a decade ago, it is said that a person breached the secret realm of Yensno City at Dongyi Palace and was enshrined as a saintess," Morong Wensi remarked, setting down her teacup, her expression turning grave. "And so?" Chen Qingyuan felt no particular reaction to this revelation. "That person is Bai Shixue, your former confidant." Morong Wensi's lips curled into a slight smile. "Oh." Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan's heart remained unperturbed. "Are you not surprised?" Morong Wensi asked, astonished by Chen Qingyuan's calm demeanor. "What does it have to do with me?" Chen Qingyuan cast a glance at Morong Wensi and replied nonchalantly, "When did you become so gossipy? It seems you have truly let go of the past. That is commendable." Morong Wensi smiled faintly. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." As she spoke, Chen Qingyuan began to rise. "Sit down. I have not finished speaking." Morong Wensi shot her a glare, her tone unfriendly. "Please, continue. I am all ears," Chen Qingyuan quipped. "You have a brother named Han Shan, do you not? Recently, he has been at the center of quite a stir." Although Morong Wensi initially intended to simply visit Chen Qingyuan, she could not arrive empty-handed and, of course, bore intelligence. Last time, she had informed Chen Qingyuan of the new roster of the 10 heroes of Beiwang. This time, she brought equally significant news. The intelligence network of the Morong family is exceedingly sophisticated, compelling Morong Wensi to employ this method to bridge the gap with Chen Qingyuan. Had she desired, she could have also unearthed information regarding Wu Junyan. However, she finds herself devoid of the leisure to pursue such matters. Should Chen Qingyuan deign to humble himself and seek her assistance, she might entertain the notion. "Oh, what has happened to old Han?" Chen Qingyuan inquired, his expression shifting subtly, urgency lacing his tone. While others might find it challenging to uncover the truth, this young lady has expended considerable effort to grasp a sliver of insight. It is evident that Morong Wensi is fishing for praise, deliberately tantalizing Chen Qingyuan. "Consider it a debt of gratitude owed to you. Speak swiftly." Fully aware that he was walking into a trap, Chen Qingyuan nonetheless acquiesced, recognizing the gravity of the matter concerning his brother. "Very well. Given your commendable demeanor, I shall listen attentively. Are you familiar with the 4 sacred sects of the human spirit star domain? It is said that the 4 sacred sects represent the pinnacle of power within the human spirit star domain, comprising 4 lineages, 1 principle, and 3 branches. Each is fortified by formidable beings of great renown, steeped in profound heritage. Naturally, Chen Qingyuan had heard whispers of the genuine elite forces of Beiwang, and it is highly probable that Han Shan is affiliated with the main lineage of the 4 sacred sects. Through extensive inquiries, Xuanqing confirmed this revelation, leaving her in a state of shock for an extended period. What? She exclaimed, taken aback. Chen Qingyuan could hardly fathom that his own brother had entangled himself with the four sacred sects. Suddenly, a memory surfaced. Han Shan had once mentioned that someone sought him out, bestowing upon him certain assets that rendered him exceedingly affluent, claiming it to be a form of trial. Could it be that old Han truly possesses an extraordinary background? The more Chen Qingyuan pondered, the more he felt the possibility was substantial. Little did he realize that if it came to backgrounds, the Qing sect and the Dao Academy behind him could easily overshadow the four holy sects. However, Chen Qingyuan had yet to acknowledge this fact. Centuries ago, the main lineage of the four holy sects experienced considerable turmoil due to power struggles, resulting in numerous fatalities, including that of the main lineage's heir. Yet, matters seemed far more intricate than they appeared on the surface. Decades prior, certain hidden guards from the four holy sects ventured into this remote corner, persistently seeking information about Han Shan's life. Their inquiries, however, caught the attention of spies from the Morong family. Initially, I paid little heed to it, but a series of subsequent events led me to uncover intriguing details. Han Shan's age closely aligns with that of the main lineage's heir who met with an untimely demise. And recently, a number of unfamiliar individuals have gathered around Han Shan, lurking in the shadows, seemingly acting as protectors, their strength not to be underestimated. Piecing together all the clues, Xuanqing formulated a bold hypothesis. Concerning this matter, she refrained from mentioning it even to the higher echelons of the Morong family, fearing entanglement in the ensuing turmoil. How fascinating. Chen Qingyuan squinted slightly, his interest in Han Shan's origins significantly piqued. Last month, I heard a rumor that the second son of the main lineage of the four holy sects had departed from the human spirit star domain, his whereabouts unknown. It is likely that the second son has become aware of Han Shan's existence, and it is highly probable he has journeyed to the Yunhai star domain, which happens to be Han Shan's place of residence. The main lineage of the four sacred clans, had it not been for the emergence of Han Shan, the second son would undoubtedly have been the future heir. However, with Han Shan still alive, he poses a significant threat to the second son. Even blood relations seem exceedingly fragile in the face of power and status. Understood. Chen Qingyuan's gaze sharpened gradually. Miss Morong, thank you. You're welcome. But remember that you owe me a favor, Xuanqing replied. To obtain this piece of information, she had expended unimaginable resources and manpower. However, the prospect of assisting Chen Qingyuan filled her with joy. Perhaps you could consider the 2,000 spirit stones as settled for the favor? Chen Qingyuan suggested tentatively. Not a chance. That would be far too lenient on you. Xuanqing retorted with a roll of her eyes and a dismissive huff. The debt of gratitude is the hardest to repay. Concerned for his brother, Chen Qingyuan refrained from further idle chatter with Xuanqing and prepared to set off towards the Yunhai star domain. To return home, he would inevitably pass through the Yunhai star domain, allowing him the opportunity to check on Han Shan's recent circumstances. Xuanqing, understanding his intent, stepped aside, watching Chen Qingyuan depart while murmuring, Chen Qingyuan, you shall not escape from my grasp. Chapter 104. Keep blowing your horn, Yunhai star domain, Qianlan sacred ground. Chen Qingyuan lingered at the foot of a nearby mountain and retrieved the communication jade talisman to contact Han Shan. Old Han, I have arrived. Noticing the talisman flickering, Han Shan checked it, and his eyes brightened. Shortly thereafter, he set aside his tasks and hurriedly emerged. Brother, it's been too long. What brings you here, Chen? Han Shan patted Chen Qingyuan's shoulder with a hearty smile. I came to see you. Chen Qingyuan produced 2 fine bottles of wine, and the two brothers settled in a picturesque spot, savoring the wine and engaging in leisurely conversation. After a while, Han Shan brought up an incident from over a decade ago. Weren't you supposed to duel with Wu Zhenyan? Whatever happened to that? It was an unforeseen circumstance. Chen Qingyuan replied. What kind of unforeseen circumstance? Han Shan inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. I will tell you later, Chen Qingyuan responded. Without the authorization of the Dao Academy, he preferred not to reveal his identity, to avoid unnecessary complications. Very well. Han Shan did not press further and sighed deeply. Alas, do you have something troubling you? Chen Qingyuan had hurried to this place with concern for Han Shan's well-being, hoping to offer assistance. Indeed. And the situation is quite intricate. Han Shan took a hearty gulp of wine. Do share, Chen Qingyuan encouraged. Through Xuanqing's investigations, Chen Qingyuan had already gleaned a general understanding. To keep it brief, over 300 years ago, I was taken in by my master and became a disciple of the Qianlan sacred ground. Recently, some mysterious individuals approached me, claiming that I am the direct descendant of the four holy sect. Han Shan gazed intently at Chen Qingyuan, eager to observe his reaction. However, Chen Qingyuan maintained an air of calmness, leaving Han Shan devoid of any anticipation. "Why are you not surprised?" Han Shan asked, frowning slightly, his voice low. "I learned about it not long ago," Chen Qingyuan replied, his expression unperturbed. "Where did you acquire this knowledge?" In Han Shan's eyes flickered a peculiar light. He had kept this information concealed, even from his master. "The Morong family informed me," Chen Qingyuan stated. "Ah, I see. It is indeed unsurprising that the Morong family possesses formidable intelligence-gathering capabilities." With this revelation, Han Shan experienced a moment of clarity, gazing across the northern wilderness. The four sacred sects were undeniably first-rate powers. If you were to become the legitimate heir of the main lineage of the four sacred sects, would that not be a fortuitous circumstance? Chen Qingyuan remarked after sipping his drink, sharing his personal perspective. "Fortuitous, my foot," Han Shan muttered, his voice laced with disdain. "I used to live freely, unfettered by restrictions, as long as I did not transgress my personal boundaries. Ever since the arrival of the four sacred sects members, they have inundated me with their ideologies, even asserting that my master lacks the qualifications to teach me, urging me to sever ties with him. I was incensed. Had it not been for my master's kindness in rescuing me, I would have perished long ago. Were the members of the four sacred sects truly a burden to you?" Chen Qingyuan's gaze turned somewhat menacing as he inquired. "Regardless of their standing as a first-rate power, only I am permitted to bully my brother, no one else." Since forging a brotherhood with the Black Python, Chen Qingyuan felt a newfound assurance, facing once mighty figures without trepidation. What of the four sacred sects? Can they possibly compare to the Dao Academy? Certainly not. Han Shan shook his head. "It is merely that I disapprove of the regulations imposed by the four sacred sects, and I have no desire to vie for power against peers of the main lineage. If you do not wish to engage, then do not. If you encounter insurmountable troubles, do not hesitate to summon me," Chen Qingyuan said earnestly. "What use would that be? After all, we are dealing with the four sacred sects. It is said that there are formidable powers residing within, and not just one. Should any complications arise, Han Shan could never implicate Chen Qingyuan. This is his karma, which he must confront alone. Fear not, as long as you have suffered injustice. I shall undoubtedly rectify it for you." Chen Qingyuan draped his arm over Han Shan's shoulder, a smile playing upon his lips. "You may boast all you wish." Han Shan harbored not a shred of belief in this proclamation. The two brothers reveled in the gentle breeze and admired the splendid scenery, engaging in conversation for an extended period. "I have heard that the second son of the Four Saints Sect's main lineage may come seeking you. Do exercise caution," Chen Qingyuan advised, urging Han Shan to prepare in advance. "Very well, I understand," Han Shan replied, his expression momentarily stiffening before he nodded slowly. The second son of the main lineage is none other than Han Shan's own younger brother. Alas, a brother he has never met. And it seems the visitor may harbor ill intentions. Han Shan found himself unable to evade the situation, resolving to take each step as it came. "Old Han, take this." Chen Qingyuan produced an exceedingly precious jade pendant. "A mother-and-child jade pendant?" Han Shan inquired, his eyes filled with curiosity. The mother-and-child jade pendant comprises two halves. Should either piece sustain damage, the other will immediately sense it and shatter in response. This pendant is incredibly valuable. When one piece breaks, the other will simultaneously reveal its precise location. Such an item can be a lifesaver in critical moments, and ordinary sects are utterly unqualified to possess it. If you encounter an insurmountable predicament, shatter the pendant, and I will arrive at the soonest possible moment. Chen Qingyuan pressed the pendant into Han Shan's hand, retaining the other half for himself. This object, of course, originated from the Dao Academy. When I first became a disciple under Yu Chenran, I was presented with numerous tokens of appreciation, among which were over a dozen pairs of jade pendants. "Very well, I shall accept them." Han Shan did not decline. "Old Chen, your sudden concern for me is somewhat disconcerting. So what now?" Chen Qingyuan raised an eyebrow. "Why don't you give me a good beating then? Otherwise, I feel rather uneasy." With that, Han Shan opened his arms and closed his eyes. "Get lost," Chen Qingyuan retorted with a laugh. "On a serious note, if I truly encounter significant trouble, it will undoubtedly involve the Four Sacred Sect. Can you genuinely resolve such issues?" It was not that Han Shan doubted Chen Qingyuan's capabilities. Rather, he did not wish to drag him into peril, potentially endangering their brotherhood. In Han Shan's eyes, Chen Qingyuan was merely a disciple of the flowing meteor domain's Xuanqing sect. Although he held the esteemed title of one of the 10 prodigies of the northern wilderness, he ultimately lacked substantial backing. "Rest assured," Chen Qingyuan stated, patting Han Shan's shoulder with an undeniable gaze. "Very well, I shall remember that." Han Shan nodded earnestly. convinced that Chen Qingyuan would not act foolishly and must possess some hidden advantage. After conversing for a considerable time, I should take my leave. The next time we meet, it will be your turn to treat me to drinks. The two brothers had consumed over a dozen jars of liquor this time, all at Chen Qingyuan's expense. A considerable loss indeed. Han Shan watched as Chen Qingyuan departed, feeling a warmth in his heart. The flowing meteor domain and the Xuanqing sect were heavily guarded, with no outsiders permitted entry. Ever since Lin Chongqing returned injured years ago, the matters concerning the demon cave had been temporarily suppressed, remaining unchanged for a century to come. The Xuanqing sect harbored concerns that certain hostile forces might take advantage of the situation to infiltrate the sect. Consequently, they decided to seal the gates, resolutely turning away all visiting Taoist friends. Would any trouble arise from this? Chen Qingyuan arrived at the mountain gate, observing the activated protective formation of the sect, his brow furrowing, his face etched with worry. Chapter 105. Return to Xuanqing Sect. Recollections. Junior Master. It is indeed Junior Master. The inner gate disciples stationed at the mountain gate confirmed several times, hastily relaying the news upward. Soon, a gap appeared in the protective formation, permitting Chen Qingyuan to enter. Greetings, Junior Master. The disciples immediately bowed, their eyes brimming with reverence. Please, no need for formalities, Chen Qingyuan replied with a gentle smile. Shortly thereafter, the news of Chen Qingyuan's return reached the elders, who promptly set aside their affairs and hurried over. Junior brother, where have you been all these years? Have you been mistreated? You little rascal, after being away for so long. You didn't even send a message to reassure us. The elders expressed their concern while simultaneously chiding him. Chen Qingyuan listened intently, not daring to utter a word of dissent. After a lengthy pause, the emotional tumult among them subsided. The elders were deeply perplexed by Chen Qingyuan's sudden disappearance years prior. Only Lin Chongqing was privy to the details. However, Lin Chongqing was reluctant to divulge the information, and the others did not press further. Chen Qingyuan simply stated that he had been in a very safe place and assured them that he would share the truth when the opportunity arose. Sensing that Chen Qingyuan harbored unspoken burdens, they refrained from further inquiries. Junior brother, you have remarkably reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm. It is truly astonishing. At this moment, an elder finally noticed the cultivation aura of Chen Qingyuan. How many years had it been? The crowd began to employ their mystical arts to probe deeper, exclaiming in astonishment. Truly, he is the younger martial brother. Even after starting anew in his cultivation, his innate talent remains extraordinary. Everyone felt genuine joy for Chen Qingyuan, their faces illuminated with heartfelt smiles. After some casual conversation, Chen Qingyuan inquired, "Where is the senior brother?" Upon hearing this, the expressions on everyone's faces stiffened, their smiles gradually fading. Approximately 15 years ago, a disturbance was imminent in the demon cave beneath the Tianyuan sect, and the senior brother bravely ventured forth alone to temporarily suppress the chaos. Although he returned alive, he sustained grave injuries and has since remained in seclusion, his condition unknown. One elder sighed and recounted the tale. Lin Chongqing was injured, and the Xuanqing sect, fearing that intruders might take advantage of the situation, activated the sect's protective formation as a precaution. Surely, the senior brother will be fine. Though Chen Qingyuan harbored worries in his heart, he maintained a cheerful demeanor to lighten the atmosphere and prevent undue concern among the others. Subsequently, he made his way to a relatively secluded guest hall, wondering if the ghost doctor sister was still present. The ghost doctor had resided here, and at that time, Chen Qingyuan was forcibly taken away by Zhao Chuan, clad in white, without the chance to bid farewell to his elders or the ghost doctor. With a creak, he pushed open the door, only to find no trace of the ghost doctor, Gong Sun Nan. She had likely departed. Chen Qingyuan murmured to himself. He then closed the door and returned to his own quarters. In the days that followed, Chen Qingyuan refrained from secluding himself for rigorous training, instead engaging in conversations and reminiscing with his senior brothers and sisters. Furthermore, he chose to retain a substantial portion of the resources he had accumulated over the years within the mission hall, allowing the disciples within the sect to access greater quantities of spirit stones while simultaneously serving as a means of honing their skills. Distributing resources indiscriminately among everyone would bear little significance, merely fostering a sense of complacency. Those disciples with capability would naturally receive more. Of course, Chen Qingyuan did not overlook those with lesser talents. He assigned them tasks of relatively manageable difficulty, ensuring that complications were unlikely to arise. After attending to these matters, Chen Qingyuan reclined on his bed within the cave dwelling, intending to rest for a while. Unbeknownst to him, 3 months had already passed since he returned home. Chen Qingyuan could not linger at the Xuanqing sect for long. He needed to return to the Dao Academy post-haste. On the day he prepared to bid farewell to everyone, A voice resonated in his ear. "Little junior brother, you have returned." The tone was gentle, imbued with a hint of affection. "Senior brother," Chen Qingyuan exclaimed joyfully, casting a glance around in search of Lin Chongqing's figure. Alas, despite searching for some time, he found no trace of Lin Chongqing. "Elder brother is still in seclusion and cannot meet with you for the moment." Although Lin Chongqing was in seclusion, he remained well informed about the happenings within the sect. Everyone believed that Lin Chongqing had entered seclusion due to injuries sustained in the demon abyss. However, that was not the case. The wounds suffered in the abyss had healed within a few years. The reason for his continued seclusion lay in the necessity of ample time to assimilate the memories of his inheritance. Presently, Lin Chongqing's true strength was sufficient to overshadow the various sects of the flowing star domain. "Senior brother, how have you been?" Chen Qingyuan remained in the cave, responding to the thread of sound transmission with calm assurance. "Everything is well. There is no need for concern," Lin Chongqing gently articulated. "That is reassuring," Chen Qingyuan replied, finding solace in the absence of physical ailments. "Has the Dao Academy accepted you?" The purpose of Lin Chongqing's transmission of divine thought was primarily to inquire about the developments at the Dao Academy. "Indeed, they have accepted me, and I have even become an apprentice to the vice president," Chen Qingyuan revealed, sharing numerous occurrences within the academy, including the correspondence left by his master, Xuanqing, which granted him the opportunity to study under other esteemed mentors at the academy. Upon hearing Chen Qingyuan's account, Lin Chongqing felt a wave of relief wash over him. "If Vice President Yu is willing to take you as a disciple, then strive diligently in your cultivation. Do not bring shame upon Elder Yu. I will exert myself." "You need not worry, senior brother," Chen Qingyuan assured, nodding in agreement. Lin Chongqing had already awakened his inherited memories and was well acquainted with the affairs of the Dao Academy. He understood that Yu Chunran's decision to take Chen Qingyuan as a disciple was likely a protective measure, evoking a sense of gratitude within him. "Qingyuan," Lin Chongqing called out, hesitating as if words were caught in his throat. "Senior brother, what is it?" An unsettling feeling began to stir within Chen Qingyuan. Previously, Lin Chongqing had always referred to him casually as little junior brother or rascal. In Chen Qingyuan's recollection, such solemnity in addressing him was rare, indicating that something significant was amiss. "Nothing at all," Lin Chongqing mused for a considerable time before breaking into laughter. "Senior brother, you are certainly concealing something from me. Not only you, but also the master of Dao Academy." Chen Qingyuan was eager to unravel the mysteries within his heart. "When you truly mature, the answers will naturally unveil themselves." To preemptively disclose such matters to Chen Qingyuan serves no beneficial purpose. If he possesses the ability to awaken the memories of his inheritance, all doubts would be resolved. However, should he fail to attain that inheritance, revealing the truth would only burden him further, making it wiser to live a peaceful life instead. Once again, such sentiments were expressed. Chen Qingyuan sighed softly. "Stay well within Dao Academy and refrain from courting trouble," Lin Chongqing advised. "Yes, senior brother," Chen Qingyuan replied. Since Lin Chongqing was unwilling to elucidate matters, Chen Qingyuan could only bury his myriad uncertainties deep within his heart. "Go now?" Lin Chongqing, sensing Chen Qingyuan's impending departure, spoke with a tinge of reluctance. Thus, Chen Qingyuan bid farewell to the elders and concocted an excuse to leave Xuanqing's sect. In a secluded chamber, Lin Chongqing donned a dark Taoist robe, seated in the void, surrounded by ancient Dao patterns, some of which occasionally penetrated into his being. "Little junior brother, this may very well be our last meeting," he mused. Lin Chongqing planned to enter seclusion for several more decades before heading to the Devil's Abyss in the Imperial Prefecture. This was the inescapable fate of a successor of the Qing sect, a burden he could not shirk. Having undergone the baptism of inherited memories, Lin Chongqing's cultivation steadily advanced, nearing the breakthrough of the great ascension realm, achieving this without the trials of tribulation, as if it were a natural progression with a solid foundation. On his way back, Chen Qingyuan encountered an individual, the current saintess of Dongi Palace, by Shishua.